This audiobook contains 13 censored sentences and 6 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. She receives the exact opposite evaluation from the surroundings with me. The difference is the difference of the appearance. Some girls didn't seem to like it and rant covered with jealousy. Whenever I saw it, it's like a mirror was shown and I hated it. Am I also ugly like those people? The answer is obvious. As for me, not only my appearance, but my inside is also ugly. But it's not hopeless. Then, what should I have done? Will my life be different if my face is good? The thing that my life was a mistake from the moment when I was born. Because the appearance is ugly, the inside is not ugly. Because the appearance is ugly, there's the environment that makes the inside ugly. The guy who says that I don't mind the appearance is merely a hypocrite. That's the conclusion that I gave. I want to be reborn. To a proper appearance this time. It doesn't need to be a beautiful woman. I want to become a common appearance at least. I didn't even think that such escapism was realized. I'm weak in the morning because of low blood pressure. I often can't wake up for the first hour of the school's class. I couldn't support my sluggish body on that day and fell on the desk. I hear the voice reciting Okazaki Sensei's classical literature like a lullaby. Okazaki Sensei is a good person who pays attention to me, unlike my class teacher in the junior high school. I let go of my consciousness while hearing the voice. When I woke up next, it was an unknown ceiling. It's not the school's classroom. It's not the school infirmary either. Although I fall down several times by anemia and have visited the school infirmary, it's different from the ceiling there. When I try to stand up and look around the surroundings, it was impossible to do it. My body doesn't move as I want. There's no power at all. In a situation that anything can't be understood, there was something that jumped into view suddenly. It's the hand. It's a small, small hand. It's totally like a baby's. I was confused. Blood 2 redo, chapter Blood 2 redo, I reincarnated. I was reborn. Although I was confused and didn't understand the fact at the beginning, I accepted the reality after a few days. At the beginning, I thought that it was a dream. I become sleepy immediately, and the consciousness is fluffy to consider it as the reality, so I can't calm down. Therefore, I thought that this is the event in the dream that I was dozing off during while in class. But, as expected, there's no way that a dream that continues for a few days. The present me is a baby. I sleep, wake up, and eat. And I release it, cry, and sleep again. Such a life. I observe the surroundings at the interval and try to understand my present situation. First of all, here is not Japan. It's certain. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be the Earth. There's no black hair and eye in the surroundings, and there's no electrical appliance at all, although it's an atmosphere like Europe in the Middle Ages. The era like there are electrical appliances if it's not a remote place in Africa nowadays. And it's strange that there's no convenience of civilization, even if it's the countryside of Europe. Is this the one called different world reincarnation? The dead person is reborn with the memory of the previous life in a different world. Although I didn't think that such a thing happens to my body, it's no use even if I grieve that it happened as the reality now. Rather than grieving the things that happened, it's more constructive to think about the future. In addition, I welcome the present situation. After all, I was reborn. My new life that was released from that previous appearance. It starts. I can't help but to be glad. I encourage myself that my parents are beautiful. As for my mother, it feels like has an Oju-sama atmosphere. As for my father, it's the atmosphere opposite with such mother, a competent man atmosphere. Although both are unique, both are beautiful. If I have such beautiful two people as parents, I must be beautiful. And apparently, my parents seem to be the people who have high status. The room where I am is considerably wide. If it's only the wideness, it's absolutely wider than the cheap apartment that I lived in the previous life. And there's some attendants. It looks like it's not the king, but it seems to be certain that they are nobles. God must have given a reward to me who had a hard time in the previous life. A happy smile overflows naturally when I think about the life in the future. Seeing that, maid and mother who take care of me are attracted and smiled. I was happy. The baby's sleeping time is long. Although it's long, of course. There's the time when I wake up. And if it's the baby, I don't have anything to do. Somehow, I'm a nocturnal person, and the time I woke up was more in the night. As expected, I don't want to cry at night with a body that was a high school student in the previous life. Although I can't help but to be obedient to physiological desire, I hesitated to wake up my family and the attendants only for the reason that I'm free. I use such free time to practice magic. There's magic in this world. There's a man who could use the magic of the fire among the attendants. And I witnessed that the person set fire to the lamp. The boys in the elementary school and the junior high school imitate the manga, and at that time, I thought that these guys are idiots, but I think that I understand the feeling of the boys at that time a little. If there's magic, I want to use it. Acquired skill magic perception LV1. It was approximately simultaneous that I grasped the feeling of magical power and the voice was heard. Although not much time has passed to call it as nostalgic, the Japanese that's heard for the first time in this world. I look around restlessly, but there's no one. Even though there's no one, I feel eerie to the mysterious voice that I heard, and I can't fall asleep easily on that day. The identity of the voice seems to be the voice of God. The thing called skill exists in this world, and voice of God seems to be audible when someone acquires it or the level rises. As a result of connecting the conversation that I heard in fragments and inferred it, such an information was obtained. But there's a sense of incongruity that the voice of God is Japanese. The conversation of this world that I heard is not Japanese. It's not English too. It might be this world's original language. From the fact that it doesn't sound like Japanese at all in fragments. When people other than me hear the voice of God, it should be the normal language here. If that's the case, why only me who hear it in Japanese? The one that be thought is the owner of this voice is the God that reincarnate me in this world. Then, it's not strange even if Japanese is spoken. I gave thanks to the voice of God that can be heard in my heart quietly. Like that, I grew up slowly. Because it's inconvenient that I can't move, I began practicing the crawling early. Although I came to be able to do it comparatively immediately. Because they will have doubts even if I began to move too early, I make sure that I don't move as much as possible in the presence of others. I learned the language. Although it's hard to say that I learned all, I can understand the contents of conversation to some extent. I eavesdrop on the conversation and understand this world little by little. The religion called the goddess religion, culture and history, the status of this family. I learn them little by little. Both the way of thinking and the common sense are different from Japan. I compare it in myself somehow while feeling bewildered to the difference. And in the calm time, I enjoyed the life as a baby. The incident happened in such a time. Blood 3 Encounter with the Spider, Chapter Blood 3 Encounter with the Spider. It was the time when I'd gone out of the town for the first time. I was protected carefully because I'm the eldest daughter of the town chief and have not gone out of the town before. It's decided to take me along under the pretext of showing me to the grandparents in the mother's home in the countryside, the outside world for the first time in my life. However, it's not so far to the target town. One day of being jolted in the carriage, I arrived at the town, slightly smaller than the town where I was born and raised, and met my grandparents for the first time there. They are young to be called as grandparents. Well, mother is considerably young too, so the marriageable age might be early in this age. My grandparents were the nobles who governed the town too. Like that, we spent several days with my grandparents, and we got on our way back home. On the way back, the incident happened. We were attacked by the bandits. The number of the other party is 6 people. Because the number is little to attack the wife and the daughter of the feudal lord of the town, I can expect that it's an attack without plan. It's a simplistic attack that they attacked us because the carriage that happened to pass looks good. The problem is we can't deal with such a simplistic attack. The number of guard here is 4 people, whereas the number of the other party is 6 people. Although I heard that such bandit activity is becoming active from the rumor, I didn't think that they will attack in the middle of such a highway. I realized that here was the world with the common sense totally different from Japan with my body. Even though the guards fight hard, they begin to be gradually overwhelmed by the difference in number. And one person was cut by the bandit. Marizophis? Mother shouts instinctively in the carriage. The cut guard is the butler who served Mother since childhood. They seem to be the relationship like the childhood friend, and his loyalty to Mother is high. Because Mother is a natural airhead, she might not notice it, but Merizophis loves Mother as the opposite sex. The feeling is changed into loyalty, and he served Mother. Such a loyal retainer was cut. Blood spreads on the ground. The man who moved until a short time ago falls down and stops moving. The blood that began to flow looked like Merizophis' vitality. Gulp my throat sounds for some reason. I think that it's probably the fear that death approaches closely. If the guards are annihilated, next is us. Because Mother is still young, she might be kidnapped. Because I'm a baby, I might be disposed quickly. Although they might made use of me for the ransom, I think that it won't turn out good. Even though my second life is starting from now on after being reincarnated specially, will I die in such a place? No, I'm scared. I don't want to die. I still want to live. Someone help. Although it doesn't mean that it heard the shout of my heart. It appeared suddenly. One of the bandits fell while dripping blood suddenly. A pure white spider was there. A spider that's about 1 meter that's unbelievably big in the earth. I heard it from the talk. There's monster in this world. I thought that it was not strange, even if such a thing exists, because there's magic. But the one that appeared in front gave me a realistic fear unlike the one that I heard. Dumbfounded in the same way as me, the body of the bandit split in two beautifully with a swing of the spider's arm. The entrails scatter, and a ghastly scene jumps into my eyes. Gulp my throat sounds again. That should be the part that I feel nausea. I retort myself. While doing that, the spider monster defeats one bandit with some kind of magic, and the remaining two were taken care quickly. I can expect that the soil magic was barely used, because something brown flew at high speed and shot through the bandit's head. But I don't know the remaining two. When they tried to run away, their movement stopped suddenly, and they fall down like that. I don't even know what it did. The spider turns here calmly. Tension ran among us. Next is our turn. We who seem to be defeated by the bandits. And the monster that annihilated the bandits in an instant. There was no possibility to survive. The guards point the swords to the spider. Their bodies tremble with fear little by little. They should also understand it, that they can't win. But still, they try to accomplish their duty as the guards until the end. The spider doesn't come attacking at once, and seem to see our state. The cold red eyes look around the surroundings. The eyes are fixed to Merizophis, who fell down. The spider that approaches Merizophis. Immediately after having thought what it will do, the spider activates magic and heals Merizophis wound. Treatment magic. Dont elle me? Messenger-sama? Mother goes outside the carriage in a hurry. Carrying me. Sara-sama. It's dangerous. Although the guard urges Mother to return to the carriage, Mother ignores him and approaches the spider. The spider turns around. I feel the illusion that all the 8 eyes seem to concentrate on me. Chill runs through my whole body. I'm scared. What is this? Is it fine for such a creature to exist? The presence that seems to scatter fear just by being there. Does such a monster come out frequently in this world? If that's the case, I might have reincarnated into an outrageous world. Are you Messenger-sama? I remember the word in my memory to Mother's words. Messenger, if I'm not wrong. Was it the existence that served the goddess as the attendant in the goddess religion that Mother believed in? The goddess is accompanied by attendants of various races like the Deep Wise Man or the Green Guardian remain in the myth with Chinibu nicknames. Among that, there's the spider that sewed the clothes of the goddess. Seeing from Mother who believed in the goddess religion, does this spider that saved them look like the messenger? I think that this ominous presence is the exact opposite with the sacred goddess Sama, no matter how I think. Somehow, this spider seems to be settled as the messenger in Mother. In addition, Mother who give thanks in the scripture of prayer. The spider pays attention to such Mother. Appraisal? Mother reacts in surprise and mutters so. Is it the name of the skill? It seems to be convenient. So can I learn it? Currently, you have 75,000 skill points. The skill appraisal can be acquired by spending 300 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? The voice of God is heard suddenly. While I lost consciousness for an instant there, the spider has vanished. Although Mother shouted, "Please wait," to the back of the spider that ran off at a terrible speed. As for me, I prefer it to go away as it is. My body loses strength after becoming stiff by the fear. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill fear resistance LV1 like that. I was able to survive safely. But later, because the spider settled down close to the town where I lived, a disturbance will happen again. Oni 2 Goblin Chapter Oni 2 Goblin. Approximately 1 year passed since I was reborn into a goblin. 1 year in this world seems to be longer than the earth, 400 days and a little more. However, because there was no convenient thing like the calendar, I didn't know the date well in the goblin's village. The growth of the goblin seemed to be fast, and I have grown up into a kindergartner saying it is human at around 1 year old. However, that's only the appearance, and the inside is not according to it. I still only understand the conversation of the goblins and fragments, and I feel that the moving ability is weaker than the appearance. But still, it's certain that the growth is more faster than human. If it's a 1 year old human child, it's still a baby, but in my case, I can walk by myself. I think that this is a big advantage. The first thing that I did after becoming able to move is search whether there's a former human of the same circumstances as me or not. I don't know what's the cause of my death. How did I die? Why did I reincarnate? Because I didn't know it. I thought that there might be a comrade of the similar circumstances. But it was a light expectation. Although I tried to search for the goblins that were born almost the same period as me in the goblins' village haphazardly. What I understood from the result was there were no reincarnated people similar to me in this village. Well, it's not completely a fool's errand. Although I hardly talk with the child goblins, there are various things that I understood by running around in the village. I knew that 1 year is about 400 days from the adult goblin conversation. First of all, the goblin's growth is fast, but the intelligence develops slow to that extent. Although the child goblin, that's about the same as me, is a human kindergartner, if it's only the size. There's no great difference in the inside with the baby. There was no child goblin who could talk. Meanwhile, I who can speak even the baby talk seemed to be thought to be a genius by the adult goblins. However, I'm not so happy, because the thing demanded in the goblins is combat ability, and the head is not demanded so much. Unexpectedly, the goblin in this world seems to be a genuine combat species. When it's my image, a goblin was supposed to be weak, stupid, and dirty, but the goblin here breaks such an image completely. Weak. This is not necessarily wrong. Just the goblins are weak and the life seems to also be short, and they seem to die immediately. That's if it's an ordinary goblin. The concept of level seems to exist in this world. In addition, there are skill and magic too. Although it's totally like a game, it seems to be the common sense in this world. And the monster who reached a certain level can evolve. The goblins are not an exception too. As far as I can see, there are the hobgoblins of one size bigger than the goblin in the village other than ordinary goblins. When one evolve into the hobgoblin, the lifespan extends until then, and the strength rises too. Both male and female of the ordinary goblins raise level in order to evolve. It seems that the method to raise the level is only to defeat other monsters. That's why, naturally, the goblins becomes a combat species. This is because it can't live long with a short lifespan and the weakness if it doesn't evolve. The next is the image of stupid. This also is not necessarily wrong. The goblins are a combat species, and they're not interested in study so much. I think that it's probably me who's the smartest in this village. Rather than probably, it's certain. However, it's not because it's simply stupid. They fight using refined strategy regarding the combat, and they know the way of efficient hunting well. However, it's only because there's no chance to learn, and their head itself is not so bad. Rather, they who seem to attain enlightenment like a certain training monk make me to feel the sacred air somehow when I see them. The stupidity and the inviolable loftiness that I can't ridicule there. Dirty has a double meaning. The meaning called the body is purely dirty and mean. The goblins that I imaged were weak, and even though it's stupid, it's cunning. But the goblins here are rather the opposite. They were the soldiers who retained noble honor on their chest. A day of the goblin starts with a prayer. Thank the world, thank the goddess who protects the world, and thank for the daily bread. After giving the prayer, They are assigned to each work. The goblins who haven't evolved polish themselves, and the evolved hobgoblins engage in developing the juniors' training. And the hunting group with the power that can go hunt leaves the village. This village is in the steep mountain range, and it's a dangerous place with severe environment and a lot of strong monsters inhabit. Among the goblins of the hunting group, it's only half that manage to return. But still, the reason why the goblins' village can continue is that the goblins' fertility is high. Only this was according to my image. The goblins who returned are met and hold a funeral for the victims, and they give prayer to the food that they brought back at the risk of their lives with thanks. The goblins proceed to the death in order to keep the village alive. The goblins left in the village hand the pressed flower to such goblins as a substitute for amulet. The thought of please return safely is put into there. They depart for a life-threatening trip and return without forgetting the thought to live, to keep it alive. There were neither justice nor evil that I minded in the previous life, but there was something that transcended it. I looked at the goblins who left, and there was something filling my heart. I shed tears without knowing it. There was something at their back that made me do so. Blood 4 Countdown to Despair, Chapter Blood 4 Countdown to Despair Vampire. I stiffened to the appraisal result. At that incident, I knew that I could acquire the thing called skill using the thing called skill points accidentally. I acquired the appraisal skill immediately and tried it in various ways. As a result, I understood that appraisal couldn't be used, although I appraised the things that were within my visible range one after another. The words displayed were the words I knew if I saw them, like bedwall desk. Moreover, I had a light headache by appraising once. If I don't appraise continuously, it's a headache that won't cause any problem, but when I finished appraising most of the things in the room, I had a dull pain like having a high fever. On top of it, there's almost no meaning to activate it. The penalty called headache occurs when activating it. Although I think that it's because the skill level is 1, I don't think that I want to do my best to raise the level either. It was a failure skill. The result I got from appraising my hand was vampire at the end while I sighed. I feel like I took a very long time before I understood the meaning. I think like it's some kind of mistake, so I appraise it many times again, but the result is the same. Why? Why is it? Only those words race in my head round and round, and I can't think of the things further. This is bad. Oju-sama. I seem to have a considerably bad complexion, and the maid who saw my state called the doctor immediately. I appraised the maid in secret, and the result was human. I also appraised father and mother, who rushed to hear my condition in a hurry. Both were human. In other words, I'm not a vampire because my parents are vampires. It is only that I have been born as a vampire by mutation. So, if I'm seen by the doctor, it may be found out that I'm a vampire. I feel that I grew more and more pale. I don't know whether blood flows in a vampire properly or not, though. No, wait, dear. You noticed it too, right? This child probably activated appraisal. It was good to be dead, tired oppositely. If I was energetic in this, my body would react. Whether it's a coincidence or a prank of God. This child seems to have the appraisal skill. This symptom is probably the appraisal drunk. Although this is only my prediction, this child may not be able to turn off the activation of the skill arbitrarily. If that's the case, isn't it dangerous? It's dangerous, but it's not a problem that a doctor can solve. We should have a doctor examine her, just in case. But we have no choice but to pray for this child to control the activation of the skill by herself, no? I hear the conversation of father and mother and the attendants talking in whispers behind my back, and it seems that they misunderstand my symptom. Because half is correct. It's not completely a mistake. I mean, they understand that I used appraisal. The failure degree rose again. The doctor arrives, and I receives an examination. I can't resist. I'm at the mercy of the doctor, while I feel like fainting from the tension at any moment. As heard from the talk, it's the appraisal drunk. She seemed to do an impossible thing, and her body became stiff. However, after seeing her, the activation of the skill seems to have stopped. Her condition will not grow worse any further. The parents are relieved. Still, I can't be relieved, and my body remains stiff. You should watch her without taking your eyes off for one day, just to make sure. Please call me again if there's anything wrong, doctor. Thank you. The doctor leaves the room without saying anything particularly further. I can't be careless. It's possible that the doctor will talk to my parents secretly after this. But, apart from the strained tension, my consciousness felt like a haze covered it. It seemed that the body of a baby can't endure the prolonged tension. While resisting the drowsiness that was hard to fight against, I wanted to know the result of whether the doctor returned without noticing it or not. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill sleep resistance LV1. There was the power of that skill too, so I was able to stay up slightly. But, after all, I fell asleep before I knew it, without being able to endure it until my parents' return. When I woke up, my parents were not by my side. I thought that because it's that anxious mother, she would stay by my side all the time, but she was not there. I understood the reason from the conversation of the attendants immediately. Apparently, the spider monster back there seemed to have spread its nest close to the town. Because of that, the people in the town are confused, and both father and mother seem to be pressed correspondingly. I feel relieved. For the time being alive didn't become the worst end. Although the problem is only delayed, I think that me being a vampire might not be noticed. Legally speaking, it's troublesome. But only this time, I thank the spider that clouded the problem. As for thinking, why was I born as a vampire? I believe that I have reincarnated, but I don't understand why. Don't tell me that the cause is because I was called vampire as a nickname in my previous life. If my precious second life is out of order by such a stupid thing, I can't live on. But the fact that I'm a vampire can't be changed. If someone appraises me, it's the end by one attempt. Although I don't know how vampires are treated in this world, I think that they don't get treated well. I must absolutely make sure that I want to be found out. But being found out is only a matter of time. There's an event of the high society debut called the appraisal ceremony for the noble's children. The child is appraised grandly in the public, and it's an event to show each other how great their child is. It's like advertising that I'm a vampire if such a thing is done. I must evade it by any means. But how can I evade it? Blood 5 Survival Strategy. Chapter Blood 5 Survival Strategy. My actions after I knew that I'm a vampire was fast. I'm a noble. My appearance will probably become beautiful, and what I thought to be life winners have turned into the critical points suddenly. I must conceal the fact that I'm a vampire by any means. For that reason, I must rethink about the thing called skill that I don't mind it so much up until now. Because I have a few yearnings in magic, I practiced a little, but I was not interested in the other skills so much. At the degree that if there's something that seems convenient, it's very good. I was born as a noble, so even if I don't have the skills, it seemed that I can live on. But such a thing can't be said anymore. I must acquire a skill that can falsify that I'm a vampire by any means. Because there's the appraisal skill. There should be a skill that obstructs the appraisal. The problem is how to acquire that skill. Although I tried whether I can acquire it by consuming the skill points or not like acquiring the appraisal, it was impossible to do it. Somehow, in case of this method, God doesn't seem to react if the exact name of the skill is not guessed right. But I don't know the name of the skill. Although I tried appraisal obstruction, etc., there was no hit. I have to examine the name of the skill. Anyway, I want information. For that reason, I need books. Even if I eavesdrop on the attendant's conversation, I want obtained significant information. Only the spider's topic. Although I'm bothered by it when it said whether I'm bothered by it or not, now is not the time for it. Although it's fine to eavesdrop on the conversation to gather the current affairs, it's better to rely on books to acquire knowledge. I firmly established the policy and decided to act in midnight when everyone are sleeping. I can't take a strange action in daytime because the attendants are constantly attending me. But if it's the originally nocturnal me, doing something sneakily in the night is my forte. The sleep resistance skill is plainly effective too. When I think the reason why I was nocturnal is because I'm a vampire. When I think back, my consciousness was fluffy and I was sluggish in daytime, and my throat sounds when the bandit's corpse is seen. So there's a considerable occasion that comes to mind. However, I have not drunk blood since I was born, and even if I bask in the sun, I don't become ash. I wonder if the vampire in this world and the vampire in the earth have a different ecology? If there's a book about vampire, I must read it. I sneak away from the room stealthily. Although I have not shown it before in the presence of others, I can stand and walk already. It's easy to open a door that's not locked. Because it's a large mansion, I don't know where's the study room. In addition, not everyone is sleeping for the guard at night. I move stealthily so that I won't be found. I check each room carefully to search for the target study room. I retrace my steps when I become tired, and I return to the room and sleep with an innocent look. I repeated it for several days. Because I continued such a thing for several days, I acquired the skill called stealth. I wonder if it's a kind of skill that makes the presence thinner? It's very welcome for the present situation. Besides that, the night vision rose up to level 3. Is it inborn? Or I just didn't notice it? Well, I don't know which is it. It seemed that I have the night vision from the start. And at last, I found the study room. From there, I keep going to the study room every day and read widely. Although I had a hard time being not able to read the character at first, I became motivated when I think that my life depends on it. If I decipher the law of the character that looks like a code from the start, it would take a lot of time, but fortunately, there are books oriented towards children put in the study room, and the character of this world was learned comparatively easy. Because it's a considerably old picture book. It might be the book that father read in childhood. There were a lot of books that are oriented towards boys. Like that, the night vision became level 6, and the sleep resistance became level 2 while I'm learning the character. The stealth becomes level 3, and the silent and presence perception skills are newly acquired. I'm gathering the assassin-like skills steadily. I decided to read the books one after another from there. The title is not written on the book in this world. Because of that, I don't know what kind of book is it at a glance. I have no choice but to continue reading until I found target book. Thanks to that, the skills called concentration, memory, calculation processing, and parallel thought were acquired. No matter how I think, it's strange that a baby has this much skills, right? I have the feeling that I have done it, but it can't be helped because it's to survive. If I can conceal the fact that I'm a vampire at the appraisal ceremony to the end, I must at least endure to be conspicuous in a bad way to some extent. Like that, I continued the life of spending my daily daytime suitably and shut myself up in the study room. Because of the spiders riot and there's a lot of big shots of somewhere who came to stay in my house recently, it becomes difficult to reach the study room. If the population increases, the danger of being found increases to that extent. Occasionally, I have to give up to reach the study room and retrace my steps. What a spider that's a nuisance to other people. But that spider weighs on my mind recently. Its actions are very human. Even though it annihilated the bandits mercilessly, it gives treatment to the residents in the town. Although Mother says that it's the sacred beast, judging from me who saw the real thing. It feels like a wicked monster that has the human's will. Don't tell me that it's the same reincarnated person as me. That won't be. No matter how I put it, that's leaping too much of the delusion. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill prediction LV1 Blood 6 Sudden Change Chapter Blood 6 Sudden Change. When I became accustomed to a life that includes the existence of the spider, as usual in midnight, I stayed indoors in the study room and looked through the books. I predict the time when the sun begins to rise and sneak away from the study room quietly. Because I continued living like this, my skills have rose altogether. And because the level of sleep resistance rose, I can stay up all night long if I do my best. Although it may not be good for my body growth. It's fine if I sleep the equal time during the day. Although Mother and the attendants were worried that I kept on sleeping during the day at first, eventually they assumed that because I'm a child, they left me like that. There's a person who is caught in presence perception. It's Marizophis. Marizophis goes out to the garden while holding a fake sword. After that incident, Marizophis trained like this almost every day early in the morning. It's either because he's very frustrated that he was cut by the bandits without being able to do anything, or because he thinks he must become able to protect Mother properly next time. It's the latter when I think about Marizophis' personality. Mother is absolute to him. He will do anything in order to protect Mother's happiness. He's such a damn serious guy. It doesn't mean that Marizophis is weak. However, he's not strong either. Judging from the people who were staying in my house recently, I think he neither passes nor fails as a human. Although I think he's good enough as a butler, if the person himself doesn't agree, I can't say anything. I return to my room while hearing the sound of practice swinging. Then, the incident happened. On that day, I didn't go to the study room. Although there was a disgusting middle-aged man who ogled at Mother for a long time, it's because that middle-aged man stayed up until midnight. I wanted him to get out quickly because he's disgusting and annoying. And I get sick of it because a guy like him will stay long. If he opens his mouth, he complains. He troubles our attendance by saying half-truths things. He even speaks complaints with such extreme pretexts that make me want to say what. Instinctively among that, he smoked a day before, and in the next day, when he said this room stinks of cigarette. It's not suitable. Drive out the fool who smokes in here from the mansion right now. I almost said then, go out reflexively. Even though the middle-aged man's attendant told him that he was the one who smoked indirectly. He got angry, reversely saying like there's such thing. The pitiful attendant didn't come the next day. In fact, if I think of the thing after this, it might be better that the attendant left. The middle-aged man died. Easily. Although I stayed up at that time, I didn't notice it at all. There was no reaction in presence perception, and I only knew that the middle-aged man fell suddenly. There was an uproar in the mansion, even though it was late at night. It was good that I didn't go to the study room. If I went there, I would be found. The cause of the middle-aged man's death is unknown. It's whispered that it's the sacred beast's infuriated divine punishment. Apparently, the middle-aged man seemed to have meddled with that spider. Father gathers the middle-aged man's attendants and asks the circumstances. Even though it seems like my five senses are excellent because I'm a vampire, as expected, I can't hear the conversation in the office where Father is from my room. Won't that spider use this as an opportunity to invade this town? The noisy night passed as such anxiety rose. 3 days passed without that spider making any move, in contrast to my anxiety. I don't know in detail how that middle-aged man's death will affect the diplomacy, but somehow it seems like it has been expected that the middle-aged man would cause a problem in this country. Although it's vague, from what I eavesdropped on the attendant's conversation, I concluded with such a guess. If I predict further from there, I think that a war might happen before long. Somehow, Father has the part that moves on the assumption of it. He visits the people of the army often while being cautious of the spider's movement. Although it's not decided that it will happen, it might happen. While holding such vague anxiety, I dozed off because it's daytime. Then, because of the explosion and the earth tremor that sounded suddenly, I woke up forcefully. While I was panicking, wondering what happened, I was embraced by Mother. On her side, Marizophis watches the surroundings with a serious look. We prepare so that we can evacuate immediately. But the explosion and the earth tremor calmed down in the meanwhile, and silence returned. The attendants begin to investigate the cause of the situation while being cautious. Father gives instructions, and everyone acts quickly. I see it while being embraced by Mother. The cobweb was destroyed completely, and the report that the spider became missing was reported to the mansion immediately. From there, the development was like surging waves. The Divine Word religion announced that they defeated the fake divine beast that took root in the Sariera country towards the whole world. The Sariera country is this country where I was born. The divine beast is probably that spider. The Sariera country protests against this strictly. In addition of using military force without permission in their country, they demanded a compensation since they harmed the divine beast which the country was protecting. The reply was because we subjugated the monster, hand over the reward. It was a too selfish complaint. It's clear that the Divine Word religion has picked a fight. On the other hand, the Sariera country was fully motivated for it. Although I want them to stop it personally, there's nothing that I, who's a baby, can do. I pray that we will win at least. And the army, led by Father and dispatched from the town, was seen off. Blood 7 War, Chapter Blood 7 War. The war was unsettled. Father's army who returned is worn out. When I see the appearance, it's like they returned because they lost. But they turned back because it's not the time for a war. The cause is that spider monster. It seems that it didn't die in the recent riot, and it appeared suddenly in the battlefield. And It massacres without the distinction of the enemies and allies, and at the end, they succeeded in exterminating it by shooting a great magic to the place where Hiro-sama stopped it. But it seems that both armies have a considerably severe damage, and the continuation of the war is impossible. I hear that both armies ceased fire once and withdrew. Although I feel relieved because father returned safely, the anxiety to the present condition that's only postponing the problem at the same time. It seems that Hiro-sama, who is thought to be hit together with the spider, was protected in secret by the Empire's great magician. I hear that he can use the transfer magic, and he rescued Hiro-sama barely just before the great magic hitting directly. Leaving that aside, the country is confused because the army was destroyed partially by the other party who was worshipped as the divine beast. Originally, this war is the revenge of the divine beast on paper. Actually, there's probably the friction with the divine word religion over many years. But in this matter, the spider worshipped as the divine beast is just as the divine word religion said, and it has been proven that it's a dangerous monster. A just cause was lost here. Then, the divine word religion is more reasonable. That's very bad. It means that the chance to take advantage of the Sariera country is given to the divine word religion. Thanks to that, father moves around hurriedly after returning. The war didn't end with this. Rather, I think that the future is the real thing. The divine word religion considers the goddess religion as an enemy, so I don't think that they will miss this chance. As expected, it will take quite some time to reorganize the army that has been destroyed partially, but the opponent is a large organization that has great influence in the human society. It can be think that they will prepare the army besides the army that participated this time. In contrast with that, the Sariera country only has the national power higher than the country around there. But the state of being isolated and helpless, and the army is in the state of partial destruction. If I were to say whether there's a winning chance or not in that state, I, who's an amateur, can also answer no. This war was a losing battle from the beginning. Although if it's only the Outsu country that takes the lead, the Sariera country is absolutely more advantageous. At the point in time when the divine word religion is on their side, the winning chance becomes thinner. In addition, if even the Empire supports the Outsu country, it was too strong as a push. But still, not withdrawing is the scary point of the religious war. Although it's impossible to understand for me, there was no choice of not fighting for the Sariera country. This was as the one to decided the victory or defeat with the fight of army versus army. And the Sariera country surrenders without producing any damage to the commoners. Although the army is wasted, I think that there was an ulterior motive called it will end by compensating for a loose condition by surrendering in the state with reserve strength and national power. But it has collapsed by the intruder who appeared in the battlefield. Both armies' damage is enormous, and the conclusion is vague. The war will continue. That's also a bad condition for the Sariera country. From here on, it won't become a clean war that decides the victory or defeat in the battle. It will become a battle of the marsh. That would cause damage to the town, and the first one to be targeted is this town. It's close to the border with the Outsu country, and it's the place where the spider monster in question spread its roots. Father tried to advance the residents' evacuation from early, but the time and the condition were bad. First of all, the problem of time. It was a problem that it has just entered the harvest season. The territories that centered on the town, where I live, own the vast fields that's also the farming ground. The harvested crops reach the town from the highway that extends around the town, leads to each farm village. Furthermore, it's transported from the town to the whole nation of the Sariera country. The harvest can't be abandoned for the Sariera country. Therefore, the evacuation of the people assigned to the work can't be done, although the transporters were able to evacuate at the transported destination. The people engaged in other works were in the situation that evacuation can't be done even if they want to evacuate. And another one, the condition was bad. The Sariera country's government decided that this town will be made as a sacrifice. In short, they decided to let the enemy to attack this town in this war and surrender it. This war can't end unhurt. Then, the intention of the country that's said to make the wound as slight as possible. Along with it, the evacuation of the crops and goods, as much as possible, the evacuation of only excellent personnel, and the evacuation of the other commoners was not accepted. In other words, they were presented as slaves to the opponent, and Father who governs the town and his family. Father was making great effort to somehow let Mother and me escape. But that didn't come true. Although my grandparents tried to make preparations in secret somehow, that also seemed to have been crushed by our own country. Perhaps the dealing between our own country and the enemy has already been established. If it's not so, the movement is too limited. The time overlaps with the harvest season, and anyhow, it's too unlucky. Because the separation of farmers and soldiers was firmly made in this country, there was no big serious wound in the harvest, but nevertheless, I can't help but to say it's unlucky. If the enemy forecasts all these and moved, it can be said that it's the Sariera country's complete defeat. The approaching enemy army was seen as death. Blood 8 decision, chapter Blood 8 decision, dear sorry. It's my lack of ability, no. You made efforts for us. Mother embraces Father gently to support Father who hangs his head. Sophia, I wanted to be on your side until you at least become an adult. Please forgive this worthless father. Father holds me up in his arms gently. This might be the first time, as far as I can remember, to be held by Father. But Father's love has been transmitted properly. I receive a kiss from Mother while being held by Mother. Speaking honestly, the thing called parent and child love was thin, because I have the memory of the previous life. The feeling of true parent and child was thin in me no matter what. That's why there was guilty somewhere in my feelings when they pour love to me like this. But when thinking that this is the end, I regretted it oppositely. I should have fawned on them more. I still haven't returned anything to them as their child. Because I have the memory of the previous life, I think that I took a fairly cold attitude. If I fawn on them much more, the contact of these people with their child might be more assertive. Then, we might have become true parents and child. But that's already too late. Merizophis, Nwaria, I entrust the future to you. Yes, Merizophis and Nwaria straighten up to Father's voice. Both of them change their clothes to the clothes that man and woman wear in the town, generally from the usual attendant appearance. Taking advantage of the confusion that the enemy invaded, both of them act as a married couple in order to let me escape. If it's as an ordinary baby of the town, I might be able to escape. It was the last resort that the cornered father gave. Besides that, there's no one who remains in the mansion. Everyone are mixed with the crops transporters, and they are made to evacuate from the town. But there's a severe watch on Mother and me by all means. In order to escape, we have no choice but to take advantage of the confusion. And, leaving aside that I'm a baby, there was no chance to escape from Mother, who had many exposure, and her face is known. It's a matter of luck whether I can escape or not. And my father and mother won't survive. It was the final farewell. The people who remain in the mansion now are many aged attendants who were resolved to follow such father and mother. The young attendants were driven away by Father forcibly to a distant place. And both Merizophis and Nwaria said to remain here until the end. That's why it can be said that the important task of letting me escape was entrusted to them. I think that Father knew that Merizophis adores Mother. On top of knowing it, I think that he trusted him. Merizophis understood it and served Father on top of that. Because I have not experienced love, I don't understand both Father and Merizophis' feelings well. However, there was a certain mutual trust. I will definitely protect Oju Sama. I leave it to you, Mother, who embraces me and Nwaria while shedding tears. Father, who hand over me to Merizophis gently. That hand trembled faintly, and I bid farewell to my parents. The farewell that we can never meet again. When we go out from the back door of the mansion stealthily, the flames had already reached the vicinity of the town's entrance at that time. We slip into the wave of the escaping people successfully. We follow the people's flow like that, and head to the outside of the town. But the soldiers of the enemy country had already taken a stance at the gate that continues to the town's outside. We will escape. Merizophis pulls Nwaria's hand, break the people's flow forcibly, and rushes into the back alley. Then, my presence perception worked. Wait, I will have you to wait the shadow that appears at the back alley before we know. The inner part of the alley and the side of the alley. For people block us in each of it. Should I consider this that we were marked at the moment we gone out of the mansion? It was a desperate situation. But somehow, the state is strange. Who are you? There's no obligation to answer. The protection of the baby, the target, is the baby. Defend her to the last. The men in the side and the inner part of the alley run simultaneously towards here. Although I don't know the circumstances. The 4 people in the side and the 4 people in the inner part are from different organizations. It might still be possible to escape by taking advantage of this confusion. Such light expectation falls apart because Nwaria cut the approaching man from the inner part of the alley. Nwaria, hand over the baby. The point of sword that approaches Merazophis is stopped by the man on the opposite side. At the same time, Merazophis' body is pulled. Merazophis uses the power and rams the man oppositely. He tries to run through the back alley with the power, but the body fall down on the alley. He makes sure that I'm not crushed even though he fell. An anguish expression is on the face of Merazophis, who fell sideways. When I try to look at him, a dagger was pierced deeply on his back. The combat of the mysterious men continues in the alley. Nwaria lies down at their feet, overflowing blood and vacant eyes. There's only one possibility. But if I do it, my life as a human ends. In addition, I don't even know whether it will succeed or not. I don't know whether something can be done in this place, or not even if it succeeds. I look at Merazophis, who seems to die at any time. I see the grand feelings like cursing his powerlessness in his eyes. Oju-sama, I'm sorry, the voice that gets hoarse. I made a decision. I stabbed my fangs to the fallen man's nape. Oni 3 Weapon Creation Chapter Oni 3 Weapon Creation. I became 2 years old. To be an adult and accepted to be able to go out to hunt is from 4 years old. The human will be surprised if the adulthood is at 4 years old. But it was enough when thinking about the speed of the goblin's growth. Rather, when seeing from the goblin who has the lifespan of 10 years, it might be slow oppositely. The goblin's lifespan is 10 years in this world. When I convert it to the Earth's years, it's about 11 years. Even if it can live long, it's about 13 years. That's the grace period given to the goblins. They must evolve before their lifespan comes to an end. In order for the goblins to evolve, they must raise the level to 10. Moreover, it doesn't mean that they will evolve into the hobgoblins because of that. When the goblins become level 10, it's possible to evolve into any of the 3 kinds of goblin fighter, goblin ranger, and goblin shaman. It becomes the choice of which to evolve. But it seems that the further evolution is fixed by the status at that time. Strong in close combat, the most basic and faithful fighter. The quickness is high, dexterous fingers and assistance-oriented, ranger. Strong magic type and can handle magic, shaman. The most popular one is the fighter. Rather than saying the shaman is unpopular, the number is little because there's a lot of goblins who don't have the aptitude. And the ranger is unpopular. It can't endure the hunting. And it's said that the goblin's further evolution is the one that takes part in the domestic affair of the village in the future. Actually, I don't think that the ranger is inferior to the fighter and ranger. However, I think that it's unpopular because it's for expert by all means when compared with the other 2 easy-to-understand kinds. Through the further evolution of these 3 kinds of evolution, raised to level 10 again, and finally, it's possible to evolve into the hobgoblin. If it evolves into the hobgoblin, there's no need to worry about the lifespan anymore. I hear that it can live roughly the same length as the human. But then, the hobgoblin who dies before reaching the lifespan in this severe environment is quite a lot. Even if it evolves, it doesn't mean that the fight called living ended there. There's a lot of goblins of the same age as me. Even though they are children, there's no time to let them to play, and when they become able to work to some extent, they will help their family. In my case, it was field work. Even in this village in a mountain range where the sunlight is weak, there are plants that grow up more or less. They raise the vegetables with strong vitality. This was severe for a child's body because it's a considerable heavy labor. First of all, the soil must be managed so that it doesn't freeze. Because the soil freezes at once if it's neglected, it's necessary to warm it regularly. The fire is applied to the exclusive farming tool and plow the soil little by little while making sure that the root of the crops is not damaged. It needs power, and it also needs the nerve to do delicate work. And there are the works of harvest, sowing seeds, normal plowing, etc. Because the grown crops are a species of monster, when the harvest time is mistaken, we might be eaten oppositely, so it's necessary to check it carefully. It was quite a heavy labor. Thanks to that, my physical strength rose, and I acquired some skills. Such a field work marks the end easily on a certain day. The start is when the meat captured by hunting went up to the dining table. It was the time when I wished that I want a knife in my mind to cut the too hard meat. A flash burst in the narrow house, and at the next moment, a knife was gripped in my hand. Although it was something more shabby than the one I imagined, it was certainly a knife. Dad took up the knife from the hand of the dumbfounded me, and he went out of the house. Dad, who returned after a while, brought the village elder along. The village elder, as its name, is the one who lives the longest in the village. It was one of the very few goblins who had reached the age that was able to be called aged, and that elder handed something over to me. It's an appraisal stone, the magic tool that the skill called appraisal dwells in it. That's the only one in the village. If someone used the appraisal stone, it said that the person can understand his own skills. I confirmed my status with the appraisal stone as told to me. Goblin LV1 name Raz, status HP. 6969 green MP. For 35, blue SP. 6666 yellow. 5166 red. Average offensive ability. 68 average defensive ability. 66 average magic ability. 33 average resistance ability. 31 average speed ability. 65 skill magic perception LV, 2 magic manipulation LV, 1 SP recovery speed LV, 3 SP consumption down LV, 6 concentration LV, 3 prayer LV, 8 blunt resistance LV, 2 wind resistance LV, 1 ice resistance LV, 6 enhanced vision LV, 7 enhanced hearing LV, 6 enhanced smell LV, 4 enhanced taste LV2 enhanced touch LV3 life LV9 magic. Amount LV4 agility. LV7 endurance LV7 powerful LV9 sturdy LV8 magician LV3 protection LV2 dash LV7 weapon creation LV1W. The one that strikes on is the weapon creation skill. When I report to the elder, I was told to examine the skill with appraisal. Weapon creation. Create weapon by consuming MP. The quality of the created weapon depends on the skill level and the consumption of MP. It's this skill without a doubt. The knife just now was created by this skill's ability. After that, I became in charge of making weapons by making full use of this skill. Only simple weapons and armors can be made in the goblin's village. It's because there were neither proper equipment nor materials. At first, I can only make useless ones. This is because my MP is low and the skill level is also low. But the skill level rises gradually while using it continuously. The amount of my MP also increases and the MP recovery speed was acquired. There is a limit on the weapons that can be created by the weapon creation skill. First of all, I can't create it if I can't recognize the thing as a weapon. Although I can almost create edge tools when it's the blunt weapons. I sometimes can't create it. Armors can't be created. Somehow, only the shields seem to be an exception because I can create it. Machines can't be created. Even the guns can't be created. In other words, I can only create primitive swords and spears. But still, it's useful in the goblin's village that doesn't have proper weapons, and I created weapons as long as my MP lasts. Blood 9 Attendant Chapter Blood 9 Attendant I suck Mrazifis blood. The instinct as a vampire teaches me how to do it. The sweet moisture passes my throat that I had not tasted before. I suppress the urge to want to drink up everything and send him power. Mrazifis' body twitches greatly, and he's accepting my power. The body regenerates newly. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Vampire LV1 has become Vampire LV2 conditions met. Title Originator was acquired by the effects of the Title Originator. Skill Kin Domination Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1 was acquired. Sleep Resistance LV4 has unified with Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1 has become Abnormal Condition Resistance LV3. I pull out my fangs. At the same time, Merezophis, who has a pale face, stands up slowly. The wound on his back has been healed before I know it. One of the men who noticed our state comes running. The dagger that swung downwards. Merezophis stopped it with his arm, piercing the flesh and crushing the bones. The blade Barato Merezophis' arm. Merezophis strikes the man's face without minding it. Merezophis' fist catches the man's face, and he struck the wall as it is. The man's head, covered with the hood, is crushed, being sandwiched between the wall and the fist. At the same time, Merezophis' fist also breaks without being able to endure his own power. Merezophis lifts the dead man with a broken hand. He bites the nape. Although I can't see it because his back is seen at my position, the men who attacked us might have saw that blood is swallowed by Merezophis. In a strange atmosphere like being overwhelmed, movement stops. In such situation, the only person, Merezophis, moves only. Is his stomach satisfied? He throws the man's corpse away, and he roared. It was a shout that makes people to have the creeps that can't be think as a human. The men clearly have a scared look. Merezophis charges to the stiffened men while roaring. The man who's the nearest come to his senses and intercepts. The man's sword cuts up Merezophis' stomach, but he doesn't stop. Merezophis struck the man's face while his stomach is cut up. The man's body blows off and collides with another man intensely. That neck turned in an impossible direction, and the struck part is miserable. But that's all. Merezophis still faces the man, even though his stomach is cut up and both fists are crushed. How long do you want to play? Merezophis' body danced in the air. It's probably the magic of the wind, because magical power worked. It was the act of the woman who appeared newly, wearing a hood similar to the men in the inner part of the alley. Merezophis' body that was blown off with a terrific shock rolls near me while striking the ground intensely. Even if he's changed into a vampire, Merezophis originally has ordinary ability only. Although he has the power as an attendant to some extent, he's inferior by all means when compared with the man who makes combat as an occupation. Even if he trains by practice swinging every day, the real ability is different. The real ability called level. Merezophis, who's an attendant, has few chances to fight with the monsters, unlike the adventurers and the soldiers. Because of that, his level is low. No matter what training he accumulates, the difference of level can't be filled, and there's a difference of combat experience too. Above all, Merezophis' main job is an attendant, and the combat is out of his area of expertise. Even if the man of the main job has the same level, it's unlikely to be able to win. Even if he changed into a vampire and do a suicide attack without taking consideration of his own body, the result didn't overturn. My eyes meet with the fallen Merezophis. Merezophis' eyes were empty. My appearance reflects in the vacant eyes. The appearance of me who looked awful, being afraid by fear. Merezophis, who shows a surprised expression. Vitality gradually returns to the eyes. He made the tattered body to stand up with willpower only. The newly appeared woman made the half number of men beside her and the men on the side of the alley faint. Vampire, huh? It seems that she just started and her status is low, but if she grows up, it's troublesome. The woman speaks in a dry voice that doesn't have feelings. The originator is the baby over there. Huh? What should I do? Kill her. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fear Resistance LV1 has become Fear Resistance LV2. I trembles to the word shot easily. Is it fine? I will tell the Oka that we didn't make it in time because we were dragged into the war. It will become a troublesome thing if a vampire is kept alive. Understood. The men sidle up to Merezophis. It should be Merezophis' limit just by standing. I won't let you touch Oju-sama, and yet this man stands in their way. I would let you die comfortably if you are obedient. Why do you do that much for that lass? That's the vampire who will bring calamity to the world. You know? The woman asks. Such a thing is unrelated. I have promised to protect her. Yes, I was entrusted by them, Merizophis answered promptly. Foolish no. Aren't you a man who is quite a spirit? The voice like thinking that it's foolish from the bottom of the heart and not feeling anything. Following it, the cheerful voice that's unsuitable for this brutal place. Jojo. Mao Xiaozhou Ariel Chan visits the beauty little girl, and the attendants pinch magnificently. The atmosphere froze to the appearance of the two inappropriate and strange women. Blood 10 Strange Woman and Dangerous Woman, Chapter Blood 10 Strange Woman and Dangerous Woman Ariel. Huh? I'm saying that I am. Why you end the word with a question? The hood woman confronts the strange woman. It seems that the men can't decide what to do with the intruders who appeared suddenly, and send glances to the hood woman. The hood woman doesn't care about that, and be silent. My body floated lightly. To be exact, I was lifted from the back by someone. When I turned around, my eyes didn't meet with the person who lifted me. Why? Why is Wakaba Iro here? I mean, why is she white? Why she shut her eyes? Didn't she die? Or did she reincarnate similar to me? Then, why is her appearance the same as before? Leaving aside the overflowing questions, Wakaba Iro lifts me with her eyes shut. Even though her eyes are shut, it seems that she's staring at me fixedly. Moreover, a mysterious sense of danger attacks me. Although I don't know what happened to this person, she's dangerous. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fear Resistance LV2 has become Fear Resistance LV3. Although my skill level rose, it was a little slow. Although Wakaba Iro's eyes are shut, her glance goes to the part between my legs. Although her complexion didn't change, it seems that she has sensed something. I was lowered to the ground gently. Merizophis breaks in between Wakaba Iro and me while limping. He glares at Wakaba Iro, exposing his wariness. Wakaba Iro approaches such Merizophis casually and gave recovery magic. What? The surprised Merizophis. I was surprised too. Merizophis stands only by vitality and willpower, so the wound was terrible. That recovered completely in an instant. You are not an enemy? Wakaba Iro nods silently to Merizophis' question. But still, Merizophis' vigilance was not removed. Fumo. It's painful that I can't use the appraisal with this body. I can't judge whether she's real or fake in the real one. Rather, I don't want to be said by a fake who used another person's body. This is making my ears burn. There was movement between the hood woman and the strange woman. And so, Potamus going, no, now Sean, huh? Why are you here? Well, I wonder why. The hood woman plays dumb. At that moment, the atmosphere changed. Spit it out quickly, I can't understand what happened. I shut my eyes at once when a sudden roaring sound and shock blow violently. When I opened my eyes after that, the men were gone. There's only the blood stains that seem to belong to the men. Real, huh? You know it from the beginning, right? Now, spit it out. A strong sign is released from the woman's body that the foolish atmosphere a while ago is a lie. A mean and brutal sign that can even cause nausea just by seeing it. Apparently, the root have not changed. Although, I don't know what turn of events that make you play such a fool. This is somewhat disadvantageous now that you understand. Can you spit out your purpose without any pointless resistance? Or, do you want me to make you spit it out? I refuse. Both the incident that happened next exceeded my imagination. The hood woman blows off her own head with magic. The corpse of woman who lost her head and falls in the alley. TCH. He do as he pleases because it's another person's body the strange woman spits out. But, when she turns around, the overwhelming presence had disappeared. Well then, are you safe? The strange woman who talks casually. However, Merizophis doesn't remove the vigilance. You don't have to be cautious. In the first place, it's useless to just be cautious. A sweet smell that tickle my nasal cavity is smelled. At the same time, sleepiness attacks me. I stop breathing in a hurry. This smell is the magic that causes sleep. Although I can endure it for an instant, because I have the abnormal condition resistance, Merizophis can't endure it and falls on the road. The sleepiness that attacks intermittently even if I stop breathing. Although I resist it desperately, my body is losing strength steadily. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Abnormal Condition Resistance LV3 has become Abnormal Condition Resistance LV for the skill level rises, and it recovers only a little. But that only extended the time to be able to resist it slightly, and my consciousness darkened gradually. When I wake up after that, I was in the forest. There's a tent, and the open-air fire is done. Oh, you woke up. It's that strange woman who jumped into my view. Wakaba Iro is sitting beside her. When I looked for Merizophis, he sat down next to me. I will introduce myself again. In the present Demon King, Ariel. My best regard from now on. The strange woman began to say something strange. Because it's strange, it's the strange woman. Is she strange because she is strange woman? Or is she a strange woman because she's strange? Ah ha ha. Shiro-chan, look. Her eyes are turning amazingly no. That person shut her eyes. Although she nods, can she see? How is it? Merizophis going, did you feel like trusting my story a little? I can't believe in you suddenly then. Let's ask the person without delay. The strange woman stares at me. Hello. Suddenly, a voice can be heard in my head. Although it's similar to the voice of God, it's slightly different. This is the skill called telepathy. Because I have everyone in this place connects to me with telepathy now, you can transmit what you think to the other party. I wonder if it's the telephone in the brain version. Well then, a question to Oju-chan. Are you a reincarnated person? Answer it with yes or no, and the question raised to me was something unexpected. Chapter 208, the standard of the fantasy world, and the first encounter. The time returns a little. The transferred destination is inside the town. Because this is the first time for me to transfer without skill, it's slightly off from the target coordinate. Although we somehow appeared in the back alley where there's no one, if I made a mistake, it would become a frightening result like in the stone or transfer human body union. Huh, where's here? Who am I? I pull the Demon King, who's half asleep next to me. Because the main street is crowded with people who try to evacuate, I move on the roof while jumping. I want you to explain the circumstances by now, though. Because the Demon King says it like have been amazed. I will explain it reluctantly. There's a reincarnated person in this town. But because I seen her in a pinch accidentally, I will rescue her. Shiro-chan spoke. Moreover, a long sentence. How rude. I will speak when speaking. But the Demon King is half similar to me, so there might be speaking without eagerness. I see. However, a reincarnated person. Huh? How surprising. I thought that Shiro-chan doesn't get involved in such troublesome thing. I don't think that I will get involved in it willingly. Only this time, I found her timely tsundere. We arrive at the site. At the same time, the woman was stabbed and died. Oh, it looks like they are fighting. What's this situation? Somehow, it looks like two powers clashes concerning the vampire child. The person who's holding that vampire child is the guard who I treated before. Elves? Why are they here? The Demon King muttered something. Elves? The elves are that standard different kind of race in the fantasy world. The one that has long ears, good at magic, and has long life. So there is, huh? Because they wear the hood, the ears can't be seen. The Demon King probably seen through it with the appraisal. But it's inconvenient that I can't use the appraisal casually at such a time. The Demon King tries to rush out. I stop her. Wait for a bit longer. Why? Appearing in the pinch of the limit has better impression, right? The Demon King, who has an amazed face somehow when I say so. Shiro-chan is comparatively vulgar. Why? While saying this and that, the guard falls. When I thought that it's almost time, the vampire child began to suck the guard's blood. The atmosphere changes. The atmosphere of both the vampire child and the guard whose blood was sucked changes. The guard who gets up slowly struck the one of the men who seemed to be the elves. Yuwa groggy. The guard crushed the head. Moreover, he begins to suck that guy's blood. His reasoning is blown off immediately after evolution. Is becoming a vampire an evolution? That's right. It's a special evolution I see. The guard was defeated. He's blown off by the magic of the newly appeared woman disappointingly. Don't tell me that it's Potamus? A dangerous atmosphere mixes with the Demon King's voice. Potamus? I feel like I heard it somewhere before. It's the guy who's the foolish mastermind who attacked Dee that was said just now. Potamus is an elf? That's right. It's the name of the lowest trash guy. But the one over there is not the main body. That is just taking over and using a nameless woman's body. He's observing from a safe place by using another person's body. The lowest trash who only thinks that everyone other than himself is nothing but tools. That's the guy called Potamus taking over another person's body. Huh? I have taken over another person's body queen before. I observe from a safe place, Elro Great Labyrinth. Not interested in things other than myself. When thinking so, Shiro-chan is also the lowest Buhira. Divine punishment. Even though it's just a right straight without any power, it can't be avoided, and it Barato, physical nullity. Is this God power? The Demon King explains neatly while bleeding at the nose. Well, it's that. The elves in this world are not the same as what you imagined. Frankly speaking, when seeing from the world, they are nothing but harm the image of the elves collapses, even though it's a temporary body. For Potamus to appear like this, what turn of events is this? Oh, well, the Demon King rushes out without the time to stop her. Jojo, Mao Xiaozhou Ariel-chan visits the beauty little girl, and the attendants pinch magnificently. What? What is that fool saying? Is she stupid? Well, never mind. For the time being, let's leave the elves to the Demon King. There's some kind of circumstances. I will move to secure the vampire child. I move to the vampire child's back. I'll lift her as it is. Baby seems to be delicious because it's squishy, though the parts that can be eaten seems to be little because it's small. The cheek seems to have elasticity. I wonder if I should eat her only a little. As expected, the cheek is that, maybe the arm. I can just treat her right after I pluck it out. Just a little. This person wet her pants. Well, in such a situation that she might die, it can't be helped even if she wet her pants. She's a baby after all. But her inside is a high school student. So how is it? If it's me, I could die easily by shame, though. Or rather, I have the confidence that I will massacre every eyewitness without hesitation, though. Let's pretend not to see it. That's the thing called kindness. I even made my intention to eat disappeared. I return the vampire child gently to her former position. The guard notices me and protects the vampire child while limping. Although the Demon King said that his reasoning was blown off immediately after evolution, for what I see, he has consciousness properly. But it's not strange, even if he loses consciousness in another meaning. What a terrible wound. He's alive well. Now that I have come this far, I will treat you because it can't be helped. I can do the magic of treatment without a problem. You're not an enemy? Because I was asked so by the guard. I nod for the time being. I'm also not an ally, though. As for the Demon King, she's acting violently. The people other than the woman called Potamus were instant killed. Although she threatened that Potamus, she committed suicide. Is it not painful even if she dies because it's a borrowed body? Then, is it similar to the nature of my egg revival? Egg? Crap, I forgot it completely. What happened to that? They have already hatched, right? I must go to confirm it later. The Demon King uses the magic called Wind of Doze that has sleep effect among the magic of the wind to put the vampire child and the guard asleep. Then, let's withdraw quickly. Why did you put them asleep? We can't talk slowly here, and because we're not trusted yet, I made them possible to be abducted quickly, Yeah. Then, let's transfer to a suitable place. This time, I make sure that there's no mistake in the coordinates. Chapter 209 Vampire Attendant Conciliatory Operation. We transfer to a suitable forest. I leave the Vampire Master and Servant to the Demon King and transfer to the town again. I act as a looter and steal various things. I create a different space and throw those things into it. Although I tried to reproduce the space storage of the space magic skill, it's difficult. It seems that the difficulty of the magic that uses the space is high. I put up the tent that I stole and begin to cook simple dishes with the ingredients that I stole. The Demon King sits down with shining eyes. Help me. When I eat the completed dish, the guard woke up. The Demon King said that his name is Merizophis, and it seems to be a fireball-like name. Where is here? In a suitable forest. because I wanted to talk slowly. I put you to sleep and brought you here arbitrarily. Is that so? Merizophis, because it's long, Mera is fine. Mera is still being slightly cautious. Well, we are unknown and mysterious oddballs after all, mainly because of the Demon King's speech and behavior. There's no one who thinks that she's the real Demon King. If there is, that guy is that. Thank you for saving us. You're welcome. Well, you're just there. The one we want to save is that child the Demon King pointed at the vampire child who's still sleeping peacefully. May I ask a few things? Okay. I will answer the one that can be answered. The town. No. What happened to the Lord and Madam? The Demon King looks at me. I shake my head to that. I want to see the state of the vampire child's family, just in case, when I want to procure goods. The result is unfortunate. He probably has guessed it with my reaction. Mera subdued his voice and wailed. And a few minutes of shedding tears, he wipes the tears and raises his mushy face. I have shown you an unsightly part now. There's no way that the tears shed for someone are unsightly. The Demon King looks at Mera like pitying him. She did say something like that when we were going to save them, so it seems that she's pleased with him. Another one. There should be another woman attendant of Oju-sama besides me in that place. Do you know about her? You have seen it, right? She died, I guess. That's right. It's probably the feelings like the last hope and pray for a miracle. The thought that I don't expect so much, but maybe was seen. Although he pretends to be calm, still, he can't conceal the appearance that he was disappointed. Well then, I will ask you again. Who on earth are you? Then, we will answer seriously. Then, the intimidating air increases from the Demon King. Apparently, it seems that she turned on the intimidating type skills that were turned off. Although it has almost no effect on me, the change brought a dramatic effect. The sweat rushes out of Marat's whole body. His expression freezes in fear. I felt that the creatures in the forest are going away all at once. In the genuine and real Demon King. It's Demon King Ariel. My best regards for now on. I think that she's really the Demon King when she get rid of her usual disappointing aura. With this intimidation, there's no way that Mera won't believe her. I mean, there's no way that the people who can release such intimidation are common. Demon King. Why? In fact, he probably feels frightened and wants to run away right away. But he remains in the place to protect the vampire child bravely. Not only that, but he raised a question back even though it's a hoarse voice. Incredible willpower. Shiro-chan, what should we do? This means whether we should tell him or not. Right? Isn't it fine? Thus I nod. Well then, let me explain. The Demon King cancels the intimidation and begins to explain attentively. A certain total fool in this world do something stupid and cause trouble to another world. What? Well, just listen. The youngsters of the another world died because of the circumstances here. And so, the God who felt responsibility to that picks up their souls at that time and let them reborn in this world anew. They are called the reincarnated people. Mera listens with the face that it's pointless anyhow. Well, even if such nonsense story is told suddenly, the reincarnated people, are born with the memory of the previous life. In addition, they received a bonus from the god. Although I don't know whether it's because of that or not, the people who attacked you seems to aim at the reincarnated people. What's the relation with the story? Oh, you're bad at guessing. In other words, that Oju-chan over that is one of the reincarnated people. Surprise floats on Marat's face. But it was not the size that the Demon King expected. Moo, you don't believe me, right? As expected. I can't believe such a groundless story. Is that so? Don't you happen to know? This Oju-chan is strangely better in understanding compared with the other babies, isn't it? Did she do a strange action for a baby? That you have the face that she did those things. Of course there is. No matter how high her acting ability is, there's no way that a high school student can act as a baby perfectly. If she can do it, she can get the starring award. She was not found out because her body is really a baby. People will pretend not to know a few sense of incongruity if the appearance is deceived. And I think that you realized it already, but Oju-chan is not a human. She's a vampire as expected. Is that so? Oh, by the way, you too that time? I was bitten by Oju-sama was a reality, huh? Yes. It seems that Oju-chan have gotten the vampire skill from the god. That's why she was naturally a vampire. Somehow, it looks like she did various trial and error after she knew it by seeing the status stats. Because there are skills like memory and calculation processing. Did she search for a method to conceal the fact that she's a vampire somehow? Do you have the appraisal skill? Appraisal level 10. Amazing, right? A self-satisfied look. Well, we can confirm it in detail when Oju-chan wakes up. By the way, we saved Oju-chan this time, is because there's pretty much a bond. That Shiro-chan over there is a reincarnated person because Mara stared at me. I nodded lightly. Although he seemed to draw back slightly. It's surely my imagination. Chapter 210 Vampire Master Conciliatory Operation. Well then, a question to Oju-chan. Are you a reincarnated person? Answer it with yes or no. The Demon King questions the vampire child who woke up with telepathy. Although I understand it completely, the most quickest method to make Mara to understand it is to have the person herself to say it. The silence continues for a while. I eat the cooked dish in the meanwhile. It doesn't taste bad, but when it's said as delicious, it's strange. After all, I only season it suitably. If I have free time, I guess I should really learn cooking. What was bad? Was the meat slightly light? As expected, according to the fantasy setting, do the people only eat vegetables? The blood is drained because it should not be wrong to let the two vampires to drink it. Is it more delicious if I cook it after making a sauce and pickled it thoroughly? What would you do to me? The vampire child opened her mouth as she made up her mind while I'm worrying about the reflection of the dish. Because it's telepathy, her mouth doesn't open though. Hi. Boo. I told you to answer with yes or no. The Demon King pouts while drawing the X mark with her arms. To be frank, I take hold of the right of your life and death power now. Because I'm not particularly an enemy, I don't intend to cause any harm to you, but I'm not an ally either. If you hurt my feelings, I might leave you in this deep forest where there are monsters, you know? Even though you show no signs of to do so. But the effect was preeminent. Impatience that can't be concealed floats on the vampire child's face. After seeing that impatient face, or rather, at the stage when the vampire child responded to the conversation with telepathy, Mara opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing the vampire child's reaction, the credibility of the thing that the Demon King said has increased. Although he understands it in the head, he's like denying it in the heart. And so, the result is freeze. Well, it means that it depends on your attitude, I understand. The answer to the question a while ago is yes. The Demon King smiles to that reply, and Mara looked up at the sky. Then, can you introduce yourself lightly? Make sure it's easy for Mirazofuscoin to understand why yes. There's a pause for a while, and the vampire child began to speak bit by bit. My name is Sophia Karen. My former name is Nagishi Akiko Anan. And am a 1 year and 2 months old baby since birth. I heard that 1 year in this world is 411 days. And 1 year is divided into 10 months. In other words, 1 month has 41 days. I heard that the one extra day is called the new day, and it's the first day of the year that's treated as a special day that doesn't belong to any months. In case of this world's basis, 1 year and 2 months is about 1 year and 4 months if it's converted to the Earth's. And? Aren't you hiding an important thing? You are. Yes then, vomit that out. The Demon King who waits for the vampire child's answer while grinning. Although she wants her to say about the vampire. What a good personality she have to put on the airs to have the person herself to say it out even though she knows it. I mean, although the elves said vampire in the riot a while ago, didn't she hear it? Or she heard it, but she forgotten it? The vampire child glances at Mara repeatedly. Mara looks at the vampire child without looking away. A vampire, the vampire child who confesses it like she gave up in the end. Oh, I know it, By the way, I told Mirazofuscoin a while ago. The vampire child who's extremely flustered. Is she really okay? Because Mara became a vampire. There's no way that he doesn't know it. Oju-sama, I have the consciousness that I became a vampire, and I also understand that Oju-sama is a vampire. Mara tells it to the vampire child not with telepathy, but with natural voice. Sully. At that time, I could only thought of that method. Please don't apologize. Am supposed to be the one who should apologize? I couldn't protect Oju-sama to the end. Im solvi mira prostratus himself. This world seriously has the prostrate culture. In addition, if he didn't do that, I would have died. There's only gratitude, and there's no feeling of grudge, but vampire, you can't live as a human anymore, I'm prepared for that. In order to protect Oju-sama, it might be just good Merizophis. You still, master and madam, have entrusted Oju-sama to me. Then, I will protect you until this life comes to an end. Merizophis, what a good story. The Demon King is crying? Can she be deeply moved by this? Is my sensitivity strange? I have heard your story. You come under me. I will take responsibility and protect you. A switch has turned on in the Demon King. Oh well, on our side who saved them. It's kind of bad to say goodbye to them here. I think that it's not a bad condition. After all, I'm the Demon King. For your information, there's almost no one in this world who can defeat me. I think that it's profitable to obtain the protection of such me, who's the strongest. That people who attack you will not make a move on you as long as I keep a watchful eye on you. In addition, you can't live in a human society. Then, why don't you go to the demon's territory with me? The vampire child and Mera exchange glances. I will follow Oju-sama's decision, I understand. But, please let me think a little, okay? Worry very much, and could I ask various questions? If I can answer it, anything then, on that, what are you eating? Shiruhans homeamadadis. The menu is elves' meat, stir-fried vegetables. The vampire child's face becomes stiff terribly. Only 4 naming thanks to the weapon creation. The village has developed slightly. Because if it's an edge tool, I can create it mostly in the daily necessities such as kitchen knife, scissors, etc. were enhanced. In addition, concerning the weapons, the ones that were used are shabby one. Used article of the dead adventurer, the one made from monster's bone, etc. So, by providing the more proper weapons, the rate of returning alive of the goblins who went out to hunt rose slightly. Half a year after I'm aware of the weapon creation skill, I continued to create weapons every day. Thanks to that, my MP that dropped to the bottom only by creating the shabby knife at first has increased considerably, and nowadays, I can create a considerably good quality of weapon. I appraise the completed sword. Creation sword. Offensive ability 96, durability 1099. The sword created by creation, I borrowed the appraisal stone from the village elder in order to confirm the ability of the created weapon. When judging it by using the power, it can be said that this sword has a fairly good ability. The offensive ability is an offensive ability that's added to the status as it is. The durability shows the strength of the weapon, and when this value is lowered, it becomes easier to break. It's like the defensive ability of the weapon, and I think that it will probably break in one blow if it's attacked by an offensive ability higher than the durability. When thinking so, if it's less than the offensive ability 1099, this sword will not break in one blow. It can be said as considerably strong, isn't it? The offensive ability also rises by 96. Because my present offensive ability is 81, my offensive ability will become twice or more just by equipping this sword. Should I grieve for my offensive ability that's lower than the offensive ability of the sword? Or should I be glad that a sword with good ability is created? It's a complicated part. It might be inevitable because I only do the weapon creation during this half year and didn't develop my offensive ability much. Various things happened in this half year. The goblins of the same age that I know froze to death. The harvest time was mistaken and the vegetables was eaten. The senior goblins who went to hunt didn't return. When thinking so, my real elder brother evolved into a hobgoblin. My family consists of 4 elder brothers, 6 elder sisters, both parents, 1 younger sister and younger brother, and me. A total of 15 people. Although it's a large family when it's the human, it's not so much when it's the goblin. Because the pregnancy period is short and the fertility is also high, it's possible to give birth to a child in a quick span. However, because of that, the death rate is also high. For what I heard, I seem to have 4 more elder brothers, and 1 younger brother was miscarried. That was severe. He was supposed to become my first younger brother, but it was not good. Everyone of the family cried. My appetite decreased for a while, and the one who comforted such me was the eldest brother, Raza. I feel that it's doubtful to say that I was comforted. When you ask what he did to me, I was hit. Don't have a depressing face forever. Eat and live energetically. That's the obligation of the one who's alive. He said that, and made me to eat forcibly. My mouth was opened forcibly, and food was stuffed. After that, when I show a depressed state in mealtime, I was made to eat forcibly. Although I thought that I was going to die, I gradually stopped becoming depressed. What Razas and I said is right, and above all, a new life is in Mother's body at that time. Goblin's vitality is amazing. Like that, my younger sister was born. At that time, I swore to protect this child. Razas and I is a leading warrior in the village. He's a high goblin that's the further evolution of the hobgoblin, and the status is high to the extent that it can't be compared with the ordinary goblin. My elder brother of the boast. Every brothers are aiming to be like Razaraz and I, but because I have the weapon creation, I'm at a slightly special position. Even though I'm a minor who can't go out to hunt yet, in becoming the existence that's necessary to the village. Hunting is dangerous, but if I don't go out to hunt, I can't raise my level, and I will die by my lifespan without evolving. Although the village can't lose me, they must let me to go to hunt. Because of that, the tops are arguing on what to do. Well, it's still a matter for the future that I will go out to hunt. So I think that it will be roughly decided at that time. I think that I will probably be guarded by the best warriors in the village. I want to request for Razaraz and I to be the guard at that time. That's if it's possible, though. I give a name to the completed creation sword. Naming. Danso, the named creation sword sheds light for an instant. I try to judge it again. Danso, offensive ability 116, durability 1199. The name sword created by creation, the offensive ability rose by 20 and the durability rose by 100. This is the effect of the naming skill. Although I gave name to every weapon that I created, this skill was obtained at that time. The effect is increase the status of the named things. Now the skill level is 2. The effect of the weapon that I named rises further by this skill. Actually, this skill not only has effect on weapons. If I give a name to a living thing, the status will rise. Even the one that has a name originally, the effect can be displayed by overriding the name. But there's no goblin who lets me to name it in this goblin's village. For the goblins, the name has a sacred meaning. Even if they understand that the status will rise, there is no goblin who wants to change its name after being named once. I respect that pride. Captain, I killed a goblin I see. Good job. How's our loss? It's 0. It was a little dangerous, though. Recently, they have excessively good weapons after all. Is there a goblin who can do blacksmith? That's impossible. It's a goblin, you know. But if there's such a goblin, let's make it into a servant by captain's skill. Then, we who were transferred to such a remote place can make our equipment a little better, yeah. However, we can't overlook that the goblin's range of action extends. Work out the countermeasures immediately. Yes, Blood 11. What should I do if my classmate becomes a monster when reincarnated? Chapter Blood 11. What should I do if my classmate becomes a monster when reincarnated? This is bad. It's seriously bad. The appearance is certainly the usual stir-fried vegetables. But the mark that seems to have done cooking is bad. No matter how I look at it, the things that must be the remains of dissecting people are on the cutting board and scattered around the ground. It's no joke. That meat is the meat. Maybe. Because in vampire, I understand it naturally. It's impossible to eat it calmly. In addition, the person who I know is doing it. Hey, you're Wakabairo, right? The girl who silently eats the stir-fried vegetables while ignoring my question. No matter how I look at her, it's Wakabairo who's my classmate in the previous life. Although her face and atmosphere has somewhat changed and her whole body is pure white, there's no way that I made a mistake. After I was reborn to this world, there was time, and I thought of various things. Maybe there are reincarnated people other than me. In the first place, I don't know how did I reincarnate in this world. Even if I died, I don't understand the cause of my death well. Although my body was weak, it shouldn't be to the extent that I will die. Because I might die by a sudden symptom like heart attack or cerebral apoplexy unconsciously. I can't say anything, but I understand that it's not like that when my former classmate appeared in front of me like this. Because there's a story that the whole class was group transferred to the different world in the novel. It might be a group transfer. Something like the classroom exploded suddenly. Although I thought about such a thing vaguely, when seeing Wakaba Iroh's appearance, it might not be so. Wakaba Iroh's appearance didn't change much from the previous life. It can be concluded that her face and her atmosphere have somewhat changed is because more than 1 year passed. I don't understand why she's white. Although there's a little change, I can agree that she is transferred rather than reincarnated. But it's unbelievable that she's doing cannibalism calmly. Although she was a person who I don't understand what she's thinking from before, really, what is she thinking? Shiro-chan? You're asked, you know. The girl who introduced herself as Ariel shakes Wakaba Iroh's shoulder. But still, she ignores her and eats the dish. The shake of the shoulder becomes greater, shaking her, and a punch sank into her face. You just introduced yourself as the Demon King just now, but are you serious? A right straight that can aim at the world. Gak is seriously serious? No, well, enough with the joke. If you seriously don't speak, the talk won't advance, though. Ariel-san, who stood up, talks to Wakaba Iroh. Troublesome, when I think that she finally opened her mouth, she said such a thing. Then. Shiro-chan adventure story that makes the teller cry, and the listener will also cry. Let me tell you all about it. Ariel-san, who stands up suddenly, thrusts her fist to the sky, and ends with a pose. Although we just met, don't this person only live with mood? Died and reborn as a spider monster. The place she was born is the world's largest and worst labyrinth, the Elro Great Labyrinth. Escaped from cannibal siblings, almost killed by the frog, the mortal combat with the snake is unfolded and fall into the hole in the end. There, what awaits her is the dreadful earth dragon that sleeps deep in the depths of the earth, barely escaping Ali Guha. It's long Wakaba Iroh who grabs the hair of Ariel-san, who talks passionately, and throw her away while disheveling her fist. What is this farce? For the time being, I arranged the things that Ariel-san said. Die once means that Wakaba Iroh was reincarnated, just like me. I have seen a name called Elro Great Labyrinth in the book. It says that it's a huge labyrinth that connects the continents. She was born there? Summarizing it, you are a reincarnated person, reborn into a spider monster, and escaped from the Elro Great Labyrinth. Merizophis gives the answer accurately. Yes, that's right. Why English? Look, Merizophis draws wrinkle to the middle of the forehead and has a mysterious face. Wait a minute. Why is English used? Can Ariel-san speak English? I can. That has a deep reason, but don't mind it now, although I want to know it when it's said so. It's not the atmosphere that she will tell. The spider monster of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Dont elle me, divine beast sama? That's Shiro-chan what? What? Wait a minute. The divine beast is that white spider that appeared when I was being attacked by the bandits, right? It's that spider that settled close to the town, right? It's that spider that created the trigger of the war, right? I will say this. The war is not my fault. Did she guess what I want to say? Wakaba Iroh precedes. But if you're not there, even if I'm there or not, it will become a war sooner or later. Because the divine word religion wanted to crush the goddess religion. Rather, I was only used as the excuse of the war because the divine word religion's purpose is to reduce the goddess religion's power greatly. They might have put that the country will be smashed up in their outlook. Because it ended with only one town, the damage was rather cheap, but you have no choice but to think that it's unlucky. The world is full of unreasonable things still. The incomprehensible feelings jumbled together to the words of Ariel-san, who says so with a philosophic view. By the way, Divine B-sama is taking a human's appearance, but is it an illusion or something? No. Shiro-chan has evolved specially into a human type. Although the essence is the spider monster, it doesn't mean that her appearance are changed. By the way, is it the specification that she looks similar to her previous life? I don't understand, while their Merazophis changes the topic. Merazophis' mind shouldn't be calm, too. I stare at Wakaba Iro, who has a nonchalant air. Shirari? My present name. That's why, don't call me Wakaba Iro, although I don't understand well, I understand. I also don't want to be called by my previous lives' names so much, so this person might be also the same. I will call her Shirari. Though forgiving her, we're not as different. Blood 12, the Divine Word Religion, and the Elves chapter Blood 12, the Divine Word Religion, and the Elves, because various things happened, sleepiness attacks me, and in the end, I doze off at that day. Even though I still have a lot of things that I want to ask. When I wake up, I was in the tent. It's dark maybe because the sun has not risen yet. On my side, Merazophis sleeps as he's dead. When I go out of the tent quietly so that I don't wake Merazophis, it was still dark. Because the distant sky grows lighter. It might lighten soon. Waking up early in the morning, even though I'm a vampire, it's strange. Oh, did you wake up? When I was called and I turn around, Ariel San was sitting there on the same position as yesterday. Do you want me to connect the telepathy? Or, can you talk? What should I do? I can pretty much talk about the things that I can talk. However, my lisping and pronunciation are still strange, and talking is considerably tiring, because I'm a baby. Although I did speak to the extent that it's not strange when I was in the house. If there's such a convenient thing like telepathy, I want to rely on that. With telepathy, although I try to say with telepathy, it's hard to catch it because of the lisp after all. Not talking smoothly is also a stress. Okay, understood. I understand it intuitively that the telepathy with Ariel San is connected. It's a convenient skill, and there's a lot of chance to use it until I become able to talk properly. So, I will acquire it with skill points later. After all, I only used the skill point for appraisal, and I didn't touch the others. Although I saved it to acquire the skill to conceal the vampire. Now that it became like this, there's no meaning to conceal it anymore. You slept soundly as you're tired, Ariel San said, so while smiling. It's a little embarrassing that my sleeping face was seen. Huh? Did Ariel San stand watch without sleeping? Possibly you didn't sleep? Oh? Because I have the high rank skill of the sleep resistance that's abnormal conditionality. I don't need to sleep. I will sleep when I feel like sleeping, though don't need to sleep. I wonder, isn't the abnormal conditionality a considerably amazing skill? Although it's unbelievable when I see the conversation like a comic dialogue yesterday. If I think about it, this person overwhelmed the people who attacked me. Although I don't know whether the comment that she's the Demon King is true or not. Her ability might be real even though she looks stupid. Somehow, I feel like I'm being disperceptive. I pretend not to know while sweating cold sweat in my heart. Because the other two people are still sleeping, I will accept the question time until they wake up, come to think of it. Although Merazophis was in the tent, I don't see Shirori's appearance. Where's she? What's that? When I looked around restlessly, that comes into view. That's Shiro-chan's home. I don't understand the meaning of Ariel San's words. It's a thing like a white cocoon that's there. A round cocoon that was made with a large amount of threads. Is Shirari in there? You shouldn't approach it. Because I don't know what she would do when she's half asleep, because I have a bad feeling somehow. I listen to Ariel San's words obediently. First of all, the town, father and mother. What happened to them? The first question. I understand that the answer is probably the one that's different from what I hoped. But I must hear it. The town is occupied by the invaded Outsu country army. Well, it's the Divine Word Religion army, though. Your father and mother are unfortunate. That's the condition I predicted it. But, as expected, when I hear it again, the shock is large. And yet, tears don't flow. Am I cold-hearted? Or, my feelings are paralyzed because I'm confused? By the way, about the people who attacked you, one side is the back force of the Divine Word Religion, and the other one is the elves. It looks like both sides know that you're a reincarnated person and targeted you elves. Come to think of it, I think that the word elves was mentioned yesterday in the stir-fried vegetables. Although I can understand the Divine Word Religion. Why the elves? I don't know why the elves are aiming at the reincarnated people. However, Potamus, who's the leader of the elves, is a rotten trash. It's obvious that he's planning something worthless. Is that so? Oh, he's a damn trash who's already too trashy that can make the world into a pinch. What a harsh way to say about him. But Ariel Sand talks, exposing her unpleasant feelings. At least, it looks like Ariel Sand hates the elves considerably. Elves were supposed to be more sacred in my image, though. The people of the divine word religion, too. Although I don't know where they mark you down, it looks like they aimed at you. Possibly, that town become the target this time might be because you were there. I have trouble breathing to the words. It's my fault? It's only might. There's a possibility of becoming one of the purposes. Because the divine word religion's pope is a man who values such efficiency. Achieve the secret purpose while dropping the confidence of goddess religion. He moves to produce many results with one move. He's such a tactician, it's my fault. I refrain with the words in my head. Even if I say to not mind it, it's probably an unreasonable consultation, but the things happen this time is one of the big flows of the world. Either way, you can't change it. There are things that can be done and things that can't be done in everyone. You should just give up thinking that it can't be helped. It's not something that can be cleared easily. The important thing is what you want to do after that. This time, it can't be helped. The things happen can't be changed. Then, when the same thing happens, will you just look at it without doing anything? Or, will you try to fight? Which one will you choose? I will fight, I answer immediately. That's right. I won't let such an unreasonable thing to happen again. Then, how will you act in order to fight? At this rate, the result will be the same. The important thing is how will you act. You may be depressed, and you may worry. However, if you decided to fight, you must not stop, that's right. It's just like that. I might have misunderstood this person a little. Although I thought that she's an unreliable person who only jokes, what she says is very good. As this person says, I must not stop. Yes, I decided it. Blood 13 Envy Chapter Blood 13 Envy. Well, it depends on you what you will do from now on. You're still young, so there's no need to be in a hurry. I nod to Ariel Sand's words. That's right. Although I tend to forget it, because there's the previous life, I'm still a baby. My life is from now on. I still have plenty of time. I'm a vampire too, so my lifespan might be longer than human. And so, what do you intend to do from now on? If you're coming with us, I welcome you. If you want to stay in the human's territory, I will somewhat care for you in that case. But I don't recommend that so much, that's right. What will we do after this? There's no house to return anymore. Because the divine word religion and the elves seem to aim at me for some reason, we must slip through the pursuit. Although I don't know about the elves, the divine word religion is widely believed in the humans. Because of that, the sphere of influence is also wide. Rather, it might be better to think that everything outside of the goddess religion's sphere of influence is the divine word religion's range. The goddess religion won't protect me anymore. Rather, if they know that I'm alive, they might present me to the divine word religion with pleasure. The position of being chased by both goddess religion and the divine word religion. As long as I'm in the human sphere of living, I can never relax my guard. In addition, Merizophis and I must conceal the fact that we are vampires. Although I was able to live without being doubted because I'm a baby and it's only me up until now, it won't be like that from now on. Although I never sucked blood in daily life before, it might be not good if I don't suck when I grow up. Something like, because I'm a baby now, it's fine even if I don't suck blood. Then, Merizophis has to suck blood. As Ariel Sand says, it's not too good to stay in the human's territory like this. I think that I can live on by hiding myself. But a life on the run is a stress with that alone, and I might face ruin because of a trivial mistake. But nevertheless, how about going to the demon's territory with Ariel Sand? I think that Ariel Sand can be trusted. Although it's a short association, I think that she's an unexpectedly reliable and truthful person. But even if Ariel Sand can be trusted, Shirari can't be trusted, and it doesn't mean that the demons can be trusted. Although, I don't know how's the vampire treated among the demons. Can a vampire who's a former human accepted? In the first place, we're the demons, and not a good-natured person who can trust the other party who I have not seen. However, there are no other choices. Ariel Sand says that it depends on me, and gives me the right to choose, but the way that can be taken is limited. If I refuse Ariel Sand's offer here, what's waiting for me is the severe life on the run. In a situation that I can't rely on anyone except Merizophis, I must live on while being afraid of the assassin who might come someday. That's severe. In the first place, because I'm still a baby, I must have someone to protect me for at least a few years. The burden is too much for Merizophis alone. Although I don't want to think about it so much, if something happened to Merizophis in that situation, what will Ariel Sand do after this? We will return to the demon's territory leisurely then. Can we follow you? Oh, did you decide it? No, I'm still hesitating. So, for the time being, could you make it to until the border of the human's territory and the demon's territory? I will decide to the things after that at that time. I think that it's a halfway conclusion, even if I say so myself. It can also be said that it's delaying the problem. But even though I have lived as a human up until now, I can't decide to go to the demon's territory suddenly. It's fine, it's fine. I think that it's good to be careful rather than deciding with the mood, only because she acknowledged it laughingly. I feel relieved. After all, my request sounds very rude, depending on how the person takes. In short, it's the same as saying, because I can't trust you, I will wait and see. Well, it's a long way to the demon's territory from this place, so you could just find an answer during the travel. Ariel Sand, who answers gently, like seeing through my mind. Somehow, I feel uncomfortable. It's like I'm showed that how small am I. After all, even if I reincarnated, I don't change so much. Not only the ability. When other people are superior to me, I will have an indescribable inferiority complex and an unpleasant feeling in my chest by all means. The name of the unpleasant feeling is envy. Why am I like this while the others are like that? When the other people are excellent and it's inconvenient, I will think about such a thing unconsciously. Am reborn, born in a good house, and my life is from now on. And yet, am a vampire, got involved in the war, my family and house are lost, and I almost died. Why it's always me? Because I had such a terrible previous life. Isn't it fine to make my second life better? The anger that has no place to vent it. The feelings accumulated in the pool, transformed into envy in my mind by the person who I hated the most appeared in front of me. Even though I am at the very bottom of misfortune, she had a nonchalant air. I understand it. This is just an outburst of anger. It's shameful and an unsightly act. Even for an instant, it's not the feelings that should be held to my lifesaver. But I can't clear it. I can't sort my feelings. Maybe that's why. I acquired the jealousy skill unconsciously. The level rises day by day, and it's level 7 now. Whenever the voice of God notifies that the level of jealousy rises, I became more irritated, as if my hideous mind is being exposed. Should I tell you about Shiro-chan? About her? After all, she won't say anything willingly. I will tell you. About Shiro-chan, I didn't want to know about her particularly. But, somehow, I felt that I must listen to the story. Blood 14, The Lie, and the Truth, chapter Blood 14, The Lie, and the Truth, a question here. Why were we able to save you timely? Ariel Sand gave such a question suddenly. Come to think of it. Why? I didn't think of it because there was too many things. You chased the elves? She was hostile to them somehow after all. Boo. Wrong then. You were watching the details of the war? She seemed to be considerably detailed about the divine word religion. Boo. Tot's wrong, I'm sorry. I don't know, I can't think of other reasons. If it's neither related to the elves nor watching the war, I can't think of the reason why Ariel Sand is in that place. The self-proclaimed Demon King is just sightseeing by chance, is too much whatever the circumstances may be. The correct answer is to save you. She tells the correct answer while making the sound effect pan, pa-ka pan. I tilt my head to the side to the content. To save me? What for? Is it because I'm a reincarnated person? I ask while standing ready a little. Although I don't know why the elves and the divine word religion are aiming at me, a reincarnated person means an existence to be aimed. Then, this person also have some reasons and want to put me nearby, isn't it? Although it might be better that I'm alive compared with the elves, if she intends to use me, it becomes impossible to trust her completely. You could say that, but it's also not that the returned answer was an indecisive one. What do you mean? Well, because Shiro-chan said to save you. We saved you, eh? What do you mean? Because she's like that. She tends to be misunderstood. But Shiro-chan is a good person anyway. If there's a person who're troubled, or a person who's seeking for help, she will help instinctively. She's the type that can't help but to pick up the abandoned kitten. I only helped Shiro-chan in extra, and the one who moved to save you was Shiro-chan, but she didn't have such a behavior. Because Shiro-chan has a difficult personality that wants to act bad. Even if she accumulate good deeds, she will find various reasons and look down on her own actions by herself. In a bad meaning, she's a quibbler. Even though she moved with good intentions free of charge, she placed a compensation to it forcibly, saying in order to acquire this, I'm doing it like this, so it's not a good deed. And in that way, she's at Sundra. What is that? In your case, it looks like she was worried about you for quite a long time. She made a nest near that town where you live is to watch over you, isn't it? She probably has seen through that you're a vampire. Probably because it will become troublesome when it's found out. I think that she thinks of the worst pattern and makes sure that she can go to save you anytime. No way. But there's no way. At that time, Shiro-chan was chased by a troublesome pursuer. Actually, it was a dangerous situation to stay in one place. It's impossible to think reasonably to make the nest in such a place that stands out pursuer. Possibly is at the time when she disappeared and fought. The divine word religion? Yeah, well, it's unrelated to the divine word religion, though. Because it's convenient, it's just that the divine word religion brags it like it's their act. Is that so? Yeah, the divine word religion is comparatively good at circulating such false information, you know? After all, the information network is the world's largest. It's a piece of cake for them to circulate such convenient false information. The information at that time became the trigger to the war, isn't it? The divine word religion wanted to start a war with the goddess religion. And the information that the divine beast that's worshipped by the goddess religion was subjugated by someone was too convenient. If they make this as the things that they did, it could be used in the friction with the goddess religion. They were manipulated successfully by the false information. Isn't it? That's right. Well, even if there's no such thing, the goddess religion might have been driven to the situation that can't help but to start a war. It's sooner or later. As Shiro-chan says, Shiro-chan was only really used as an excuse, and she has no relation with the divine word religion at all. No way. Then, the war itself happened was a mistake, but as far as I listen to Ariel Sand's story, either way, it will become a war. Shirari was only dragged into it. But wait a minute. However, I heard that she appeared in the battlefield after that, and massacred without the distinction between enemies and allies about that. Because I was not in that place, I don't know in detail, but from what I investigated, it looks like Shiro-chan only attacked the divine word religion at first. After that, it becomes indiscriminately, though. Well, when thinking about Shiro-chan's personality, didn't she counterattack because she was attacked from the goddess religion side? That girl, once she recognizes as the enemy, she wants to show mercy. Why would the goddess religion, who's the ally, attack the divine beast? Isn't that impossible? It's hard to say. When seeing from us, the humans are very weak. The body and also the mind. When there's a powerful existence that massacres the enemy mercilessly, and furthermore, it's in the form of being worshipped as the divine beast, it's a monster. The conversation can't be done and the actions can't be understood. If such existence exhibits tyranny in front of them, it's possible that they can attack with an impulse. Moreover, Shiro-chan should have the intimidation skill. It might be a natural flow that the soldiers who are confused by fear run wild then. What? If that's true, is the situation of the Sariera country now is suffering the consequences of their own actions? Because they betrayed and attacked the divine beast who's the ally. The army is destroyed partially because of the retribution. I won't accept such a thing. Well, you probably can't agree with it. I can't say anything because this is only my guess. However, I want you to remember this. Although Shiro-chan was in a situation that she can't move for some time, at the moment when she can move, she came running to save you in a hurry. Although she will deny it, even if you ask her, it seemed that she was considerably worried about you, however, but even if you say such a thing, my feelings can't be switched at once. Well, why don't you open your heart gradually when we're traveling together? When I was about to nod to Ariel Sand's words, I suddenly desist from doing it. Something had gone out from the white cocoon. That's the feet, long white spider's feet, that goes out by pushing through the threads of the cocoon. The one who appeared was Shirari, who has a lower body of the spider. She comes out of the cocoon and stretches. The spider's feet stretch, and immediately after that, it disappeared into the long robe like being sucked. What kind of structure is she? Her appearance is a normal human already, but that appearance a while ago is a complete monster. Open my heart to that. Can I? Blood 15 announcing the little girl abuse warning. Officially chapter Blood 15 announcing the little girl abuse warning. Officially, I will die. You will seriously die. It's only one day since I began to act with Ariel San and Shirari. I was about to die on the first day. The cause was Shirari. When it's the time to depart in the morning, she stopped Merizophis when he was going to hold me up in his arms, saying only a single word, walk. Even if Merizophis asked for the reason, she doesn't answer. She handed over a bottle with red liquid to Merizophis instead. The contents might be blood. I heard a little from Ariel San about the vampire. Because I seem to be a true ancestor, it seems that I have overcome the weakness as the vampire. That's why, even if I'm shined by the sunlight, I will be all right even if I don't drink blood. But Merizophis is different. Although Merizophis seems to also be special among the vampire, he will receive damage if he's shined by the sun, and if he doesn't drink blood, it's impossible to live. Because it seems that he receives the damage to the extent that a normal vampire will die just by the sunlight. I think that Merizophis is fairly better when compared with it. According to Ariel San, because a skill called automatic HP recovery is acquired when becoming a vampire, the damage can be offset even if staying on the outside, if the person wear the garments that suppress the exposure of skin and a hat. Therefore, Merizophis wears the white hat that Shirari made. Because his clothes worn originally were torn by yesterday's riot, Shirari made a white shirt and a white trousers. He's now in a white appearance. The vampire has a dark image, though. Merizophis, who became brilliant white similar to Shirari, stands out very much holding a red bottle. It was not my mistaken vision that his face became slightly stiff when he receives the bottle. What surprised me is when we depart, the tent, tableware, etc., were stored completely in a different space by Shirari. Although I heard that the space magic is considerably valuable, Shirari used it casually. Even though she's said to have died twice, the reason why she's alive might be this. She might have pretended to die and escape with transfer. And we depart, and I continued walking even if my legs tremble. I'm still a baby, though. Will a person make a baby who's not even 2 years old to walk in the forest? Is it because I'm a reincarnated person? Or is it because I'm a vampire? I can walk more or less than my age, you know? But to hike suddenly in the forest, I wonder, isn't the hurdle too high? Ojo-sama, are you all right? Merizophis questioned that I don't even know how many times is it. I think that I heard the same words at least 4 or 5 times. If not all right, it becomes extremely hard to catch because of my lisping originally and the tiredness. Only the sound that almost got hoarse was emitted. Although I don't know whether Merizophis catches it or now. Either way, he can't do anything even if he caught it, because Shirari doesn't let him to do anything. Although Merizophis tried to hold me up in his arms many times and tried to pull me, Shirari stopped all of them, because she only shake her head silently. I don't know what's her purpose, but that determined attitude gives a true account to me to walk by myself. I don't understand it. Ariel San doesn't help me either. She only gave an encouragement, do your best like somebody else's problem. Though it might be actually somebody else's problem. That's why, half a day since the morning, I walked in the forest all the time. The blood blisters were made on the feet on the way, cut by the tree branches and fall down and scratches were made, but it seemed that I have the automatic HP recovery skill, and such wounds disappeared when time passed. While that may be true, even if the wounds recover, the tiredness can't disappear. When we stop to eat lunch, I can only barely stand. I think that I can't even stand if I don't have the handy tree branch that I picked up on the way. I slowly sit with my trembling legs. I understand it for the first time in my life that even sitting is difficult when reaching the limit. Because I overdone it too much, I acquired new skills like Endurance Agility SP, Recovery, Speed SP, Consumption Down. Although I didn't understand what the SP is, according to the situation, I think that it's the status related to the stamina. Although it seems that Shirari cooked last night, Ariel-san seems to cook this time. I confirm whether there's something strange mixed in the ingredients that Shirari took out from a different space. Although the breakfast was proper, I can't be careless. Because the ingredients passed were normal, I feel relieved for the time being. Leave it to me, are you really doing this? Although it was such a conversation between Shirari and Ariel-san, the tired me sat down in the state of completely exhausted. Ariel-san begins to cook. Is it the water magic? A water ball appears out of nowhere and falls into the pot. Even though the pot doesn't have fuel, the generated fire heats it. When I see such a spectacle, it made to fully realize that this is a different world. She cuts the vegetables to the same size and put it into the pot. She puts seasoning, and a sweet-smelling smell wafts from the boiling pot. Although I was too tired and don't have the appetite to eat until just now, my stomach sounded small like my body is honest. I think that it can't be heard on the outside because of this silent skill. I didn't think that this skill was useful for usual life. While boiling the pot, Ariel-san mixes the dried potato-like vegetable flour and water, sprinkles salt lightly, and kneads it. And there, even more kinds of flours are mixed. The completed batter is stretched thinly and baked it. It's the one similar like the naan in the earth. Together with the soup that finished boiled, lunch was completed. Ita de Kamasu, the Japanese-style greetings, are taught to Merizophis, and everyone matches the voice. I dip the pseudo-naan in the soup and eat it. Bitter? What's this? Although it's possible to endure it, it's bitter. To be honest, it's not delicious. But, if such thing is said, it's rude to Ariel-san who made it. So Merizophis, what's wrong? Somehow you look pale though? Although his complexion became more paler after becoming a vampire, he becomes even more paler, and he's ghastly pale now. Don't worry. I have diluted it to the extent that you won't die, Oju-sama. You must not eat it. It's poison. On contrary to Ariel-san's soft and comfortable voice, Merizophis shouts in a hurry. I'm saying that it's all right. Because Sophia-chan has the abnormal condition resistance. This is the meal to raise the poison resistance, you know? There's no problem because I have calculated and adjusted the poison strength properly so that you won't die. But I will have you to ignore that it tastes bad though. Is this really poisoned? It's fine even if you don't want to eat, but I don't care even if you starve to death, you know? Ariel-san says so like refusing bluntly and ate the poison meal while sticking out her tongue. On her side, Shirari eats everything like it's natural. I exchange glances with Merizophis. Let's eat, yes. Understood, either way, our life and death power is on their hands. We can only eat it obediently. And Merizophis and I ate the poison meal completely. As Ariel-san says, my abnormal condition resistance rose by 1 level, and it seems that Merizophis gained the poison resistance skill. Oni 5 the Trampled One, Chapter Oni 5 the Trampled One, there's cruel description and displeasing development. Those who are not good at it are recommended to return. Author note, but still, those who are fine with it, please go on. Even if there's a lot of selection available for the goblins who go out to hunt. I didn't stop the weapon creation. First of all, the weapons created by weapon creation will break and disappear when the durability value becomes 0. Although the durability value decreases little by little whenever the weapon is used, it decreases gradually. Because the way that the goblins who had not used proper weapons to fight up until now is fighting with all their strength, there is a lot of decrease in the durability value. That's why it's necessary to exchange it for a new one when the durability value decreases. Although the durability value can be recovered, if it's me, it was more efficient to create new weapons in that case. Following the weapons are the farming tools and livingware. While trying variously weapon, I have created such doubtful one. Because the sickle is an edge tool, and there's even such weapon called sickle and chain, I can understand why it can be created. But how about the shovel? Because there's a story saying that it took people's live more than the gun in the battlefield. It's not necessarily wrong, isn't it? But I think that a crowbar is absolutely aiming for laughs. Like that, if I create more, the skill level rises. Naturally, because the better ones are able to be created if the skill level rises, it's exchanged with the old ones. Like that, the skill level rose again while creating new things. The true chain had occurred in this way. The rate of returning alive of the goblins who went out to hunt rose considerably. They expanded the range that they can act, and the food brought back has increased. Thanks to that, those who die of hunger have decreased. The scale of the field has extended because of the farming tools can be created. Although there's no such thing like the domestic affairs cheat, the village improves gradually, and in contributing to it, I was happy. I kept creating innocently, without knowing that the end will come soon. At that day, I kept creating in a special hut. It's the hut that was specially built for me so that I can concentrate and work. Considerable concentration is needed for creation, enough that I can't know about the surroundings at all in the middle of creation. I completed a katana by creation. Katana that needs skill that can cut delicately is not suitable for the goblins who fight with all their strength. But after all, I think that now that I can create it, I want to try to create it is the charm of the Japanese sword. Because it was also the time when the weapons and the farming tools don't need to be created in a hurry. I created that katana. I created it, and when I raise it up to see the result, I noticed it. The outside is awfully noisy. I had a bad feeling. I go out of the hut while holding the katana. There was a hell there. It's the human. Humans had attacked. Countless goblins fell at the humans' feet. Although the goblin warriors are resisting desperately now. Are the humans stronger? They were on losing ground. No, not only that. There are several monsters mixed in the humans. To be allying the humans means that they might have been tamed. Razraz, get into the hut. Razraz and I comes along with my younger sister and pushes me back into the hut. I tremble together with my younger sister in the hut. I'm scared. Although if it's only fight, I did many times in the previous life. I didn't kill a person before. Although I have resolved that I might die when I go out to hunt someday, that's still a matter for the future. There's no way that I can be resolved suddenly like this. My younger sister trembles. My younger sister can't even talk properly yet, even if the growth is fast. The growth of the inside is not that fast. Speaking it with the human, she's still a baby. Get a hold of myself. If something happens, I must protect my younger sister. I hold the katana and stare at the door of the hut. How many were there like that? The door opened slowly. It was the human who opened the door. I swing down the katana without hesitation. The katana was repelled by the man's sword easily. With my powerless arms, I can't fight with him at all. The man muttered something, but it's the word different from the language that the goblins use, so I didn't understand the content. I felt a chill like my whole body is being groped. The man squints. Although I don't know what he's doing, it's a chance. I try to swing the katana once again, but the man's kick blew off my body faster than that. The katana parts from my hand. My consciousness seems to fly by the pain. The man presses down the head of me, who fell face up with his hand like attacking a routed enemy. At the next moment, something flowed into me. En-gi? The shrill voice came out of my mouth instinctively. What's this? The unpleasant feelings and the pain surge into my body like the impurities are being poured into me. At the same time, a strange feeling like my consciousness is being dyed attacks me. I clench my teeth and endure it. Although I somehow kept my consciousness, my body becomes weaker steadily. Even though I had struggled to shake off the man's hand, I grow weaker. In the edge of my view, I saw that my younger sister is standing stock still without being able to move. Although I wanted to say, run away, my mouth won't move. The man separated his hand, and yet my body won't move as I want completely. Even if I want to stand, there's no strength to do it, and I can't even move a finger. It's like the body is not mine. The man said something. I can't understand the meaning of the word. Even though I can't, I understand that I'm told to stand. According to the man's word, my body gets up. My body that didn't move as I want that much obeyed the man's word. The game knowledge of the previous life emerges in the corner of the confused head. The tame ability that can subdue the monsters. The monsters were attacking the goblins with the humans a while ago. Don't tell me this man has the power to subdue monsters? Then, am manipulated by this man? The man looks at me and nods satisfactorily. And he looks at my younger sister. And he opened his mouth. Killa, please stop. Please wait. I can't do such a thing. And yet, my body picks up the dropped katana against my will. My body approaches slowly in front of my younger sister, who's completely scared. Please stop. Stop. Stop, body. The katana swung downward, dyed my younger sister's body to red. Conditions met. Title Ally Killer was acquired by the effects of the title Ally Killer. Skill Heresy Attack LV1 Taboo LV1 was acquired. What have I done? With the weapon created by me. Eat it what? Wait, what are you saying? Oi, it's a joke, right? No way. Stop. Please make me stop. Conditions met. Title Blood Relative Eater was acquired by the effects of the title Blood Relative Eater. Skill Taboo LV1 Heresy Magic LV1 was acquired. Taboo LV1 has unified with Taboo LV1 skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV1 has become Taboo LV2. My mouth dies in red. At the same time, in my head too. I will kill you. 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 Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill Anger LV1. I will kill you. 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 Skill proficiency reached. Skill Anger LV1 has become Anger LV2. I will kill you. 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 I bear the killing intent that seems to go mad. And yet, my body continued to obey the man's order faithfully. Blood 16 along the way, chapter Blood 16 along the way, finally, we have reached the place where there's people. It was long to hear. It was painful to hear. It was harsh to hear. Finally, I could take a rest. The way to here was really steep. Just when I thought that I finally reached the proper road, after walking the roadless forest endlessly and going through the meadows where the grass is higher than a human's height, I have to increase the pace. I seriously thought that I might die of overwork at this age. If Shirari didn't make me learn the skill called Magic Combat Act in the forest, I might not be able to reach here. The Magic Combat Act that consumes MP to strengthen the physical strength. Shirari made me learn it forcibly. In the morning, just when I thought that she suddenly hold my hand, she manipulates my magical power arbitrarily and activates the Magic Combat Act. Maintain it like that, because the Magic Combat Act was almost canceled immediately when she separates her hand. I had a hard fight to maintain it, as I'm told. As a result, I was able to acquire the Magic Combat Act skill. Thanks to that, the movement along the way became easier to some extent. However, because the Magic Combat Act consumes MP, I can't use it continuously. And because the pace was raised when I used the Magic Combat Act, I don't feel that it became too easy. Nevertheless, I wonder how high is her skill level of the magic manipulation to be able to manipulate other people's magical power? At least, because I can't manipulate other people's magical power, it's certain that her skill level is higher than me. Although it's impossible by all means. Her skill level has not reached max level, right? Certainly not. At the meadows, I have to advance while push my through the tall grass that has grown thickly all around with my hands. Although I thought that why there's no route that's a little more proper, we moved through the trackless path in the forest. And we might be advancing the place where people don't come. Power is considerably needed to push my way through the grass, and I acquired the skill called Powerful before I know it. Moreover, because I touched the hard grass barehanded, Everywhere was cut, and the automatic HP recovery recovered it repeatedly. Thanks to that, I acquired the skills called Life and Sturdy, and the skill level of the automatic HP recovery rose too. And, as usual, the meal is poisoned. Furthermore, the strength of the poison strengthens every day. The only relief is that the ingredients are normal, and although it's terribly bitter, it's possible to eat it. When I ate the poison menu several times, I received a title called Gross Feeder. It seems that title can be acquired by taking a specific action. I hear that there's no loss to take it because skills can be received for free, and there's a lot of titles that have special effects. But something like Gross Feeder, the sound is bad. The skills received by the Gross Feeder are poison resistance and corrosion resistance. The poison resistance was unified with the abnormal condition resistance that I had originally. According to Shirari, the important one seems to be corrosion resistance. Even though she's always taciturn, she talked about the fear of the corrosion attribute considerably talkative at this time. I'm told that it's the attribute that rules death, and when a person receives the attack endowed with that attribute, the body seems to become dust and disappears. Moreover, it's a dangerous attribute that if the attacking side doesn't have the resistance, it will even cause damage to the attacking side. Because the power is too high, and it's an attribute that the resistance can't be raised easily, the Gross Feeder title that gives the resistance is valuable. By the way, it seems that the effect of the Gross Feeder title just makes the person harder to have an upset stomach. It's plainly effective. As a matter of course, Merizophis, who had ate the same meal as me, also received the Gross Feeder title. Because Merizophis is taking the same actions as me, it seems that his skill rose as much as me. However, because Merizophis, who's an adult, has the composure unlike me, who's a baby, it seems that his rising way is more lenient than me. Merizophis drinks that red liquid passed by Shirari whenever taking a meal. The contents are the blood of the elves. Shirari ate at the first day. Let's stop it. Any further than this makes me feel sick. Anyway, Merizophis must take blood regularly unlike me. It seems that anything is fine if it's blood. That's why Ariel Sand proposed that when the blood of the elves finished, he should just hunt a monster suitably and drink the blood. But, after all, there seemed to be resistance in drinking blood from Merizophis, and it wasn't finished because he only drank it little by little. However, because the amount of the blood drunk was little, Merizophis turned paler day by day. Even if I ask him, he only said I'm all right, but it was obvious that he's weakening. Having said that, I can't force him to drink blood. I who don't need to drink blood, even though I'm the same vampire, have only drank Merizophis blood. I don't think that I want to drink. Even if such me told him to drink, it's not persuasive. Although I might have the right to say it if I tasted the same suffering. That means I must also drink blood. I didn't have the resolution. That's why it's a godsend that we reach the town before Merizophis really falls. Incidentally, I was made to run after getting out to the highway. Of course, it's only limited when there's no people. I acquired the dash skill. The skill level of the Magic Combat Act rose, and because I kept using the Magic Combat Act, the skill level of Magic Perception and Magic Manipulation rose, and the magic amount, MP consumption down, and MP recovery speed skills are newly acquired. After coming this far, as expected, Shirari's aim comes into view. I think that Shirari was trying to increase my skills. Although I don't know what for. Is it to increase the means of self-defense? Then I must express my gratitude. Although I don't, when thinking of the painful way to hear. I can't do such a thing obediently. For the time being, now that the journey like hell has done, there's one thing I want to say. Let me rest at ease for today. Blood 17, the Demon King of Money, Chapter Blood 17, the Demon King of Money. When we reached the town, we went to the inn directly first. As expected, Imhold and Merizophis arms in the town. Something like a self-propelled baby is too strange, no matter how fantasy is the world. Well, even without that, we are a group that stands out. First of all, because Merizophis is in a full, pure white appearance with a pale face, he can only be seen as a ghost or something. Because he's actually a vampire, it's pretty close. And such Merizophis is holding me who's a baby. At this point in time, it's already an out variously. And, together with the parent and child, is Tu Bishujo. Especially, the glance of men concentrated on Shirari is impressive. It's obvious. This person nabbed the boy's glance from the previous life, even if she's like this after all. Because of this person, an adverse effect that the number of boys and girls coupling was little came out, even though it's coeducation. When you ask why, it's because when there's such a flower on a high peak nearby, the boys will expect even a little. There's a lot of fools who had the naive expectations, possibly. Even if it's not so, they will compare her by all means. Thanks to that, there were pitiful couples who started a date, but they break up shortly. There's also a pitiful victim who holds faint love to this person in the heart in our class, but she don't even look at them. But then, that person does backbiting and trifling harassment afterwards. It returned to the assailant, so it's not worth to sympathize. The beautiful face that drives men mad is still there even if she's reborn. Moreover, because her eyes are shut, it brings about a mysterious atmosphere, and it gives impetus to collect glances. Although I have been together with her all the time for these several days, she have not opened her eyes yet. I wonder why does she always shut her eyes? Although I'm interested in it, she definitely won't answer even if I ask. We reach the inn while enduring the curious glances. When I heard the conversation, which one of the girls is my mother, I really thought, what should I do? Because both are not. No matter how you look at it, both Ariel San and Shirari are in the teens. But it might be not strange that even a teen is a parent in this world. Ariel San paid the price of the inn, passing only one coin to the receptionist. Is one enough? Although I thought of the question, the receptionist panicked terribly. Keep the change when hearing such words. That coin seems to be a very valuable thing. But from the panicking manner of the receptionist in the inn and Ariel San's attitude, I wonder, isn't that coin the alias gold coin? When I strain my eyes and see it properly, the design of a person carrying a book. That design is the alias gold coin. Although it's the first time for me to see the real thing, it's certain because I read it before in the book with illustration in the study room. The notes are not developed in this world, and the coins are mainly used as money. The ones used among that are the alias coin that said a while ago, the Rangzent coin issued by the Empire, the Sariera coin issued by the goddess religion, and the Okut coin that's used widely in the Dastoldia continent. These four kinds are the generally used largely. Although there are also minor currencies, it's impossible to use the currency in the region where the currency is not used. Although the demon coin and ancient coin are an exception that those are deal with high prices, there's no one who use it usually. Even if it's the four kinds mentioned a while ago, it can't be used if the region changed, and the value can drop remarkably. The Okut coin doesn't worth much in this Kasanagra continent. Although it's possible to convert it with a reasonable price when go to a big town, in case of a small village, it can't be used mostly. On the contrary, although the Rangzent coin has high value here, it seems that the value drops in the Dastoldia continent. The Sariera coin can only be used in the goddess religion's region, and it's not strange that the value drops sharply by the recent defeat. Among such coins, the alias coin is used extremely wide, and the value is high that much. In case of saying simply in coins, the alias coin is often indicated. The reason is because the alias coin is the coin issued by the Divine Word Religion. The Divine Word Religion is widely familiarized to the humans. Because of that, this coin is used widely, and it can be used in most countries. With that alone, the value rises more than the other coins. If it's the alias gold coin, it's possible to stay in the inn as long as one likes with only one coin. When seeing the price list, one night is one Rangzent silver coin. 100 Rangzent silver coins equal to one gold coin. The market price of the Rangzent gold coin and the alias gold coin is about 10 times. In other words, the amount of 1,000 nights that we can stay in this inn was paid. When I see the appearance of the person of the inn who lowers his head respectfully while sweating, the hand that holds the gold coin trembled at a terrible pace. This self-proclaimed Demon King person is seriously an amazing person, even though it's unimaginable from her usual joking attitude. By the way, we plan to stay in this town for about 2 or 3 days, then earns a huge profit. Ariel San Aren't you too generous? I wonder if her purse is all right or not. Don't worry, don't worry. Such a small amount of money is nothing was my uneasiness felt. She said so with a slightly self-satisfied look. I wonder did it come out so much in my face? I mean, it's a small amount of money. Huh. Although I feel that I want to ask how much is Ariel Sand's total assets, I also feel scared to ask. Blood 18 abnormal condition, drunkard, chapter blood, 18 abnormal condition, drunkard. I find myself now in an extraordinary pinch. Only a little, just the tip only. In front of me is the worst enemy. Ariel Sand and Merizophis are made to faint. I will recover you soon. Okay, so it's fine, right? Frankly speaking, it's the crisis of life. Let me eat. At this rate, I will be eaten. Returning the time a little, we who have reached the end divide into two groups and acted. Merizophis and I are the standby group. Ariel Sand and Shirari are the shopping group. After the shopping group entered the room, they went out immediately. On that occasion, Shirari summoned 3 white spiders and left them there. The size is about the adult's palm, a large spider like the tarantula in the earth. Because there seems to be a spider monster of the size like the monster that lightly exceeds the human in this world, I think that it's still the ordinary size and appearance. Although I think so, am not a spider lover that I could be relieved in a room with such spider. Rather, it's unpleasant, and I hate it. Although it's probably for the guard, I can't calm down. When I appraise it, it's eerie and scary that impossible to appraise is displayed. Frankly speaking, the appraisal is a useless skill, but I have the habit of appraising the things that attracted my interest somehow. Even if I appraise, mostly, nothing is understood in the end. But even though a fairly amount of time has passed after I acquire the appraisal skill, the skill level doesn't rise. Although it might be convenient if the level rises, the way to there is too far that I can't have the motivation to raise it. I avoid the spiders wandering around slowly on their own way and climb to the bed. The room that Ariel Sand had taken was a large room that was made using 1 floor at the top floor of the inn. There are 6 beds. It's made that it can be enclosed with a partition. Surprisingly, it comes with a bathroom. This world doesn't have water service like Japan. The commoners generally use the well water and the water of the river, while the nobles and some rich people uses the magic tool that can generate water in the house. My house used a low-grade magic tool. Using such a magic tool means that this inn is a considerably high-status place, isn't it? There's a bath means that there's the magic tool that heats the hot bath. Even with that only, it's a fortune for the commoners. The thing called magic tool is refined by using the special skills called ability granting and magic granting. It seems that both skills need a considerable time to be acquired, and the people who have these skills are a little. Moreover, even if they have, it seems that the people who make magic tools among that is only a handful, because granting seems to need a terrible amount of time and labor. There's such a reason, and even the low-graded ones, the magic tool cost a lot. This room might used more money than the noble's mansion. In such a gorgeous room, I was enjoying the bed after a long time, slept before I know it. There was the tiredness along the way to here too. Above all, the mental tiredness of having lost my hometown surged just as I was exhausted. From now on, what will happen? Such vague uneasiness. I will follow Ariel Sand to the border of the human's territory and the demon's territory. I could spend till then with complicity like now, but I must decide it from there on. Continue the life on the run while staying in the human's territory with Merizophis without getting anyone's help, or follow Ariel Sand like this and walk into the unknown demon's territory. Without reaching the conclusion, my consciousness disappeared in the doze. I woke up by the smell that tickled my nasal cavity. When I woke up, the big table is crowded with dishes. Ah, you woke up? I thought that I will wake you up soon. Let's have dinner. Everyone sits down on the seat by Ariel Sand's order. On that occasion, I happened to see that Shirari passed a new red liquid bottle to Merizophis. Then, Itadikamasu, today's dishes are without poison, so be relieved. Because Sophia-chan is a baby. You don't have to force yourself to eat it, although Ariel Sand's advice is appreciated. Not eating with this is cruel. Eating the dishes without poison, that after a long time. Moreover, it's made from proper ingredients, and the high-class feeling that it seemed to be made by a first-class chef. My cheek loosens instinctively with one bite. Because I only ate baby food when I was in my house, it was the dish-like dish that's eaten properly for the first time after being reincarnated. Delicious. Why is Shirari crying? It's certainly delicious, but was it to the extent to cry? Moreover, she eats while crying. Ah, the beautiful woman is messed up. The large amount of dishes finished in a flash. Although most of it disappeared into Shirori's stomach, there's no appearance that her stomach swells. What kind of different dimension stomach she have? It's normal that the stomach will swell after eating in the laws of physics. There's no need to have a beautiful woman correction at such a place. The stomach of me, who's shouting in my mind, swelled. It's painful, but it's a happiness. Because I ate it after tasting it, the skill level of the enhanced five senses rose. I think that Mrazif's complexion has improved slightly. I'm glad. It was until here that I can thought so. Happiness, I didn't know who said that at the beginning. Because the condition of the completely melted voice didn't connect to that person's usual image. If I see the direction of the voice, Shirari had the face that can be applied with the word Nihira. Her eyes are open. She had creepy eyes that there are multiple pupils further in the pupil. Moreover, it doesn't focus somehow, and the pupils turn round and round. Shirari drinks up the contents of the glass that she held. And then one breath. It smells of alcohol. Alcohol? The one that she drank during the meal is not juice. But alcohol? The one that I drank was a normal fruit juice, though. No need to guess, she's drunk. The gap with the usual is intense, and when I see this weak state, it's definitely so. Drink something like alcohol, even though you're a minor. Mao, second Shiro-chan. Why don't you stop around there? No, I still want to drink. Even if you say that the alcohol that was bought has finished what? Jiro. Multiple pupils look at Ariel-san all at once. Scary. This seems to be seen in the dream. Buy it? As expected, buying it specially is troublesome. This enough for today. Okay. A chop sank into the face of Ariel-san, who calms her as persuading her. It's not a metaphor, and half of Shirori's hand in the face. Ariel-san, who falls like that with the chair. Shirari, who bursts out laughing seeing that appearance somehow. Is Ariel-san okay? Don't worry. Yvonne D. I'm sorry if I die, are you really okay? Somehow you're twitching though. Don't worry because her automatic HP recovery reached max level. With only like this, which world's strongest class monster are you? Shirari, who talks unusually. I mean, how many skills improved? Skill. Skill. It's super inconvenient if the appraisal can't be used though. Do you have appraisal? Tats appraisal sama, okay? You must respect it, okay? If you don't have it, acquire it immediately. If you have it, appraise immediately anytime and anywhere. Do you have it? I have it, yay. Then, make sure to always appraise because it's super convenient if the level rises. Why yes, who's this person who putting on the pressure? It's not the Shirari that I know. Next is the status up type. That's amazing. Gracious Ida 10. You should develop the skills whenever possible. This world is the law of the jungle. Power is everything. What a good era that the world has become. That's why, in order to repel the Haiha pervert, power is necessary. Understand? Yes, if you're weak, you'll die. Even if you're strong, you'll be killed by a stronger guy. Then, you have no choice but to become stronger in all respects. Isn't it? Somehow, only those words have a sound that can't be thrown away as a drunkard's nonsense. Seriously, you'll be eaten when you're weak. Seriously. Naiwa. Something like if I will get eaten, I will eat you. I remembered. Isn't the baby seems delicious because it's squishy? And the hell time started. Mrazifis bravely confronted against Shirari, who approaches seriously. He was easily repelled with a poke in the forehead, though. I ran away. I ran away with my best. But I was caught easily. So this is weakness. Well then, Itadakamasu no? My arm? I have it. A dream, huh? It was scary. What a nightmare that my arm is eaten. Somehow, I don't feel that I slept, so let's sleep again. Good night. Chapter 2, 11 Vampire Training Plan. The time returns a little. After 210, Mara lays the slept vampire child in the tent courteously. She might have been tired because a lot of things happened. Mara Zofaskuin, you also take a rest. You're considerably exhausted after becoming a vampire. You should just discuss and decide what to do from now on with Oju-chan, you are right. I will accept your kind offer. Mara disappears into the tent. Now then, no matter what choice those children pick, the things that we're doing won't change. We only head to the demon's territory. Shiro-chan wants to go leisurely? Or do you want to rush? If it's leisurely, how long will it take? About 3 years. If rush, it's about half a year. It's the standard here. 1 year in this world was 411 days. Right? The 3 years in this world means that it doesn't reach 3.5 years when converting to the Earth's calendar. If we rush, it's half a year, which is about 200 days. Because there's no transportation like the car, rushing means running, but I can't insert a retort of how long. Well, a 3 years course. After all, the vampire child will come along. I mean, there are no other choices. Selecting the other choices in this situation means that it's okay that she's a suicide applicant, right? When thinking so, rushing to return is impossible. Although it's nothing for the Demon King and me. There's no way the vampire child and Mara can catch up with us. Even if it's not like that, I want to go sightseeing, so I will go with a leisure course. It's not that the world will ruin today or tomorrow. Let's go leisurely, I expect that Shiro-chan would say. So, yeah. By the way, did you appraise? I did. It's about the vampire child and Mara. As expected of the former half, same existence. On top of guessing what I wanted to say by tacit understanding immediately, she begins to write the appraisal result of the two people on a paper taken out of somewhere. The past paper, no. This is the thing that's made like a paper with threads. Can a thread do things like this? I will use it as a reference. And so, I'll look at the written content in the past thread paper. Weak. No. When comparing them with the ordinary people, they are not weak. In the first place, seeing for me, the entire humans are weak, and the vampire child is still a baby. But this is the status that will die immediately when being thrown into the Elro Great Labyrinth. Can a vampire child live with such a weak status? Although she might get better if she grows up, because she's a baby. When thinking about the human's weakness, even if she grow up like this, not to mention the dragon class, even the Drake class is seen as an enough threat for the humans. The present vampire child seems to even be killed by the frog in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Although Mara has the status to some extent, still, if he encounter the snake, he can't win. Should I train them a little? Although I don't have such firm motivation, it might be considerably different if I train them a little while moving. Let's do so. The travel time might be able to be shortened if the status of vampire child and Mara rises. Above all, if they become able to protect themselves, there's no need to do it anymore. I decided so. Make a simple home and go to bed. Before that, I transfer to every places where I laid my eggs and recover it. Although all of them have hatched, I make them into my subordinates by the point of kin domination, or rather, I make them into a part of me and throw them into a different space. It saved the trouble because they stayed obediently after hatching. If such group has been released to the world, it would be a great tumult. The Elro babies? They have grew up splendidly. They will surely live strongly. I mean, they probably theirself have established by now. I can't recover them. After this, they will surely be acknowledged as a new monster in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Well, none of my business. Childcare abandonment or anything. Just say whatever you want. I finish recovering most of them and return to the simple home. And this time I'm going to bed. Although I don't need to sleep in particular. If the sleep desire and appetite are omitted from me, nothing will remain. Sleep, wake up, eat, sleep. Elsie. Thus, good night. The movement begins on the next day. I have the vampire child to walk. Although she's a baby, as long as I see her status, she shouldn't have any problems if it's only walking. That's why it's good to walk. The monsters don't come near thanks to the Demon King's intimidation. It's an easy work to only walk in the forest. Although Mara said something and opposed it. Why does he have to reject that much when it's only walking? I ignore him. I passed the bottle filled with the blood of the elves to Mara. Although the vampire child is alright even if she doesn't drink blood because of the effect of the true ancestor title, if Mara doesn't drink it, his status will fall steadily. Although his face became stiff, I want him to give a clear-cut attitude because he must drink it. When compared with me who only had poison as food, it's much better. Poison. Poison. Fumo. Raise their poison resistance, and on the occasion, let them acquire the gross feeder title. Sound good. They can acquire the corrosion resistance, after all. Thus, I consult the Demon King. The Demon King has the poison synthesis skill, so she can create poison easily. The slight poison to the extent that they won't die is synthesized, and if a meal is prepared with it, the poison dish is completed. Let's have them to eat poison dish until the gross feeder title can be acquired. The vampire child and Mara reluctantly ate the poison dish completely. The next day, I taught the Magic Combat Act to the vampire child and Mara. The way to do it is easy. I use my power to activate the Magic Combat Act forcibly and have them only to maintain it. Although it's only that, Mara had a little troubles in maintaining it. Although the vampire child succeeded in one time, Mara failed many times. Is it because the skill level of the magic manipulation low? I'm glad, because he became able to do it in the end though. In my case, I have to work it out from the start with feelings, so if they can't maintain it easily, I will be troubled. Although I started this with a light feeling of if they train a little, isn't that fine? There seems to be full of troubles in the future. Chapter 2:12 Mausemus 3 hours, cooking we arrived at the town. Although that's good, the vampire child's skills didn't grow so much on the way to here. Although it seems that she acquired the gross feeder title, the growth of the skills is not very good. Well, she only moves simply, so there's no way that the skills will grow so easily. We went to the inn directly when we arrived at the town. Because the vampire child had an almost dead face, it's to let her rest. Moo, did I feed her poison too much? She has already acquired the gross feeder, so it's good to return the meals to normal. In addition, I also want to eat a proper dish by now. After all, while the vampire child is eating poison, I also eat poison on account of her. That Demon King. Even though I told her that make mine without poison, she said that it's unfair like that, and feed me with poison dishes. But that's also until here. Let's fulfill the promise with the Demon King that to feed me with delicious things. For the time being, the inn. We search for the best inn in this town and enter it without hesitation. The Demon King passes a somewhat large tip and rents the best room. Leaving behind a vampire child who seems to be in bad condition and Mara, the Demon King and I went shopping. On that occasion, I summoned 3 clones made based on the young spiders that I recovered recently for house watching and left them there. Because the recovered young spiders were in the condition that the self has not budded, I absorb them as it is and use them as spare bodies, unlike the babies that have been left in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Although they are not strong individually, if there are 3 of them, they can at least repel the dragon class. Because the people in the inn receive the Demon King's intimidation, they will not do anything rash, but when humans be dazzled by money, you don't know what they will do. And so, the shopping. We're mainly buying foods. In addition, we're buying the high-grade ingredients generously. The Demon King is rich. However, the glances are irritating from a while ago. After entering the town, I'm seen all the time. I'm not a show. I'm getting irritated. I feel like I want to massacre the people who looks at me. Even if massacring is not good, isn't it okay if I select them? Among the glances pointed at me, I perceived the evil one. While the Demon King is busy shopping, I enter the back alley like running away from the owner of the glance. I walk to a place where there's no people nonchalantly while window shopping the back alley shops. Like I lose my way in an unfamiliar town. When I reach the place where there's completely no people, I was attacked silently, and at the same time the assailant's neck flew. Although I only swing the severing thread lightly, the assailant died without being able to resist. It was too disappointing that it didn't cancel my irritation. Although I don't know why this guy attacked me. It's probably capture me and sell as a slave, or make me as the hostage to threaten the Demon King, or to vent his sexual desire. Although it was a useless trash who can't even reduce my stress. Because there's blood, I will collect the blood. Although it's for Mara to drink, I want him to collect blood on his own by now. The Demon King is pleased with him, and I take care of him as the vampire child's extra. But to be frank, I'm not interested in him. I finish the work quick and throw the corpses into the different space that the spare bodies are stocked. I feel that the spare bodies have begun to eat the corpse in the different space and return to the Demon King. However, this must be done somehow quick. If I'm this irritated just by coming to the place where there's a lot of people, I don't know when I will explode. There's Kuro too, so I will somehow endure massacring, but my feelings are the worst. Phew. But it seems that the Demon King's shopping finished while I was doing something pointless. And? Oh, this should be enough for today. What do you plan with buying the ingredients only? I will cook, you know. What? I certainly thought that this town's first-class chef will be called the cook, but the Demon King does it? Fu. I don't live a long life just for show. Let me say this. I declare that my cooking ability is several steps higher than the chef anywhere ho. Very well. Then, show me your ability. The Demon King, who returned to the inn, reserved the inn's kitchen and started to cook. I returned to the room and waited for the dish to complete impatiently. It took 3 hours. It was after 3 hours that the Demon King carried the dishes to the room, borrowing the power of the inn staffs. I waited. I waited all the time. Well done, I who have endured until here. Because the sleeping vampire child woke up by the smell, everyone sits at the table. Then, Itida Kamasu, I set my hands to the long-awaited dishes. First of all, start from the fish. Dididisu. At the moment it enters the mouth, the taste of a thick sauce fills. Although the taste is close to the mayonnaise, it's a more elegant and mild taste. And in spite of the thick taste, the fish's original umami oozes out firmly and intertwined with the sauce. I ate such a delicious thing for the first time in my life. Come to think of it, I never ate a normal dish before. Only the sweetness of the fruits and sweets that I received as the offerings. Eating a proper dish without poison like this is really the first time in my life. When thinking so, I cried. I ate while tasting it one by one. Although I felt that it became a little salty because of the tears, the alcohol advanced there accordingly. Good morning. When did I make a simple home? The bed was covered with a white cocoon. When did I sleep? My memory flew. Although I remember that I was impressed by the Demon King's homemade dishes, and I ate it, there's no memory from the midway. Did I get drunk and sleep? For the time being, I wake up. When I go out of the simple home, the Demon King greet me with a very good smile. Shiro-chan, lightning body release. Somehow, the Demon King is shining in white. At the same time, the unleashed fist pierced my body many times. Clench your teeth. Gofu. What is it from the morning? Gakko Oni 6 Slave, Chapter Oni 6 Slave, I create weapons. I only continued creating earnestly, with killing intent and hatred. The goblin's village was annihilated. The one who survived is me and Razarazan who has been ruled by the monster user man, similar to me. Although there might be some goblins who escaped safely, I think that the probability is low, because there's no way the proud goblins will turn their back on the enemy and escape. Possibly, if there's a child, they might let it get away. But I don't think that the child goblin who's driven out of the place where it lives can survive in that severe mountain range. The humans stationed in the goblin's village for about 7 days, they collected the things that seemed to be usable and withdrew, taking me and Razarazan. It was a small village in the foot of the mountain range that we were brought. It seemed that not much time has passed since the village was built. I think that several years, at least 10 years, has not passed. Men and women of all ages live there, and in the center, there is the unit that the monster user man led. I think that the monster user man is probably a soldier of a country somewhere. Although the people of the subordinates have a bad atmosphere, elegance can be felt from the monster user man somehow. I might be because he's a former noble. I don't know his name yet. Because the monster user man used 2 kinds of way to call him. Because I don't know the words, I don't know which one is the name. I think that one of it is probably the name, and the other one is captain. My body doesn't move as I want as usual, It only obeys the monster user man's orders. Razarazan II was the same also, and even when he's with me, we can't even talk. I'm sure that Razarazan II also has the killing intent boiling up in the heart similar to me. After reaching the human village, we were given a little freedom. Giving the conditions, don't attack the humans. Don't do anything that becomes the humans' disadvantage. Don't escape. Don't suicide. Act to be useful to the humans, etc. But, after all, I can't talk with Razarazan II. It's because I was isolated to a different place from Razarazan II. There was a given order to me apart from the one given to Razarazan II. Create weapons. And I continued creating weapons. I can't cut corners by the order. The best weapon that I made is completed, and it's used by the people who destroyed my village. It was a disgrace. If those men could be killed by curse, this village would have been ruins by now. I continued creating weapons with such hatred. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill curse LV1 haha. I really acquired it, but I can't use it, because it becomes the human's disadvantage. Even if I want to use it, the body refuses me to use it. What a troublesome compulsion force. Like that, I continued creating weapons as much as possible. The unexpected one is that the monster user man treated me comparatively polite. From that first treatment, I was resolved that I would surely be a disposable. But he doesn't let me create weapons more than the limit, and he prepares the meal and the bed properly. He even gave me an appraisal stone. Although I can't understand the words as usual, I somehow understood that the monster user man is kind to me. However, neither this killing intent nor hatred will disappear. Whenever the monster user man receives the weapons from me and smiled after appraising it, the killing intent boils. This power is not polished for you. It seemed that the monster user man have the appraisal stone similar to me, and it's the one higher level than mine. Apparently, the chill felt when meeting the first time seemed to be caused when being appraised. I'm sure that he appraised me, and because he found out that I have the weapon creation skill, I'm subdued like this. I create weapons until my MP is exhausted. When my MP is exhausted, the weapons can't be created until I recover. During that time, I train for myself stealthily. The one given to me is the place where the hut that was remodeled in haste that was the village's warehouse. Because it was originally a small warehouse, it's narrow, and there's no one like the lookout attached to me who's made to obey the monster user man. It probably means that they trust the ability of the monster user man that much. I do muscle training that can be done even in a narrow room. Push up, sit up, dorsal muscles, squat, etc. I don't think that this can do anything, but it should be a gain even if it's a little. I don't intend to obey the monster user man forever. One day, I will definitely kill that man. There's no way to escape from that man's spell now. But I will wait for the chance. In order to make full use of the chance, I will get stronger, even if it's only a little. Otherwise, the long-awaited chance will be wasted. To be honest, I don't know whether such a chance will even come or not. But I won't throw away the last hope. Like I will give up. I continue flaring up this killing intent and hatred until the chance comes, while dreaming that the hellfire will burn up that man one day. Blood 19, both the inside and the outside, are dangerous. Chapter Blood 19, both the inside and the outside, are dangerous the length of our staying in the town past. After all, we left the town without me being able to go out of the inn even one step. I can't walk around in the town as a baby, and I also didn't have the mind to go out. Although Ariel San and Shirari went out frequently, in every case, Shirari summoned the White Spider. The White Spider activates magic. This is the order from Shirari that said to learn magic while in the inn. I'm told to look at the spider's activated magic and learn it. There's a limit to be unreasonable. The activated one is magic of the dark. Apparently, my aptitude of ice and water is the highest, and next to it is the magic of the dark. Then, I thought that isn't it better to learn the ice and water magic? But because Shirari can neither use the ice nor water, it's decided to learn the dark, which is the next highest aptitude. Shirori's best aptitude seems to be dark, even though she's pure white. Although it feels like an appearance fraud if I say that, it's strange that I who should have the setting that I'm weak in stream have high water aptitude. So, I think that it's one of the group that can't be retorted. Although we stayed in the town for 4 days, including the first day, after all, I was not able to acquire the dark magic. Even if I acquired it, the one acquired as the skill seems to be the lower rank of the dark magic that's shadow magic. According to Ariel San, it's a useless trash magic rather than a low rank. But I'm told that when the skill level rises, the dark magic will be derived and becomes usable. Why is she trying to make me acquire such a trash magic? The question is everlasting. In the first place, there's no way that magic can be learned by watching the activation without skills. Even though it's impossible from the beginning, I can only think that it's something pointless to make me do it. And yet, when I try to be idle, I must do it desperately because the spider urges me without mercy. That spider. When I show an unmotivated behavior, even if it's a little, it shoots a weakened magic after all. Because the skill level of magic perception and magic manipulation rose, it certainly is not pointless. I also acquired the skills called Magician and Protection. But then, I think that there's a more efficient way to develop the skills. I'm bullied by the spider in daytime like that. And as for the night, I suffer in night. Every time we finished eating the dinner, the drunk Shirari gets involved. She turns nasty when drunk unexpectedly. Moreover, because her character changes completely when she's drunk, she becomes completely unreasonable. Especially when she gets fed up, she acts in an inappropriate, pushy way. She grabbed at me all over. Although it's good that there's a bath in the inn, I don't want to be bothered the whole time. It's unknown why she acts like that toward me. Because it's impossible to communicate with Shirari when she's drunk. Even if I ask her, she will only say a stupid thing like, because it seems to be delicious. Although I had a terrible chill in every case, it's surely an imagination, right? Although a decent thing didn't happen on me like that. It looks like Merizophis had a breakthrough while staying in the town. Ariel San might have given advice while I'm sleeping. Although his complexion has not returned to the origin yet, there's energy in his eyes. Although he probably want to do something for me, who's the master in reality? For him to recover like this makes me glad, honestly. And the meals were excessively delicious every time. When I ask it later, it seemed that Ariel San made everything. Although it's the person who served that poison dish, it can't be helped because it's actually delicious. The one waiting for me, who went out of the town, was as expected, the hell-like walk. I predicted it somehow. There's no way that Shirari will choose a proper course. She moved off from the highway purposely and advanced the trackless path. Of course, we ended up following her. We were made to advance the path, starting from the meadows, forest, mountain, and steep road. Even though we passed such places, the monsters didn't come near by Ariel San's power. It seems that she used the intimidation type skill to drive away the monsters. But just when I thought that I don't receive the effect, it seems that I succeed in resisting it because I have the fear resistance. When I asked Merizophis, he says that his fear resistance also rose during this travel. But still, it seems that he failed in resisting it, and he spent the time on the way while being scared of Ariel San. Because he didn't show such a behavior, I was a little surprised. Because I don't want to make Oju-sama to worry about me, he said that with a wry smile. Although I made you worry about unnecessary things up until now, I'm already all right. I have troubled you, he talked with a settled state. Although I don't know how Merizophis sorted out his feelings. I decided not to ask him in detail, because I'm sure that it's not something good that I can ask. The child of the person he loves is actually an uncomprehending existence that's a reincarnated person and a vampire, and he himself has become a vampire. There's no way I can understand such person's feelings unless I experience the same thing. I'm sure that the terribly complicated feelings world. I'm not a person who has a refined soul that can say about people. However, I think that if it's the weakness of the mind, mine is weaker than anyone. That's why, although I will hear it if he talks about it one day, I won't ask Merizophis. Rather than that, I want to know why must we advancing such a dense forest purposely. Blood 20 Master is a brute chapter. Blood 20 Master is a brute 3 years and a little past. Yes, it's 3 years. Because it's the 3 years in this world, it's about 3.5 years if it's converted to the Earth calendar. I still follow Ariel San and Master. Master? Master is master. I can only call that way. Because of the curse. That's about 1 year ago. Master suddenly brought cards. Cards. The basic of the familiar card game in the previous life. Well, because I was a loner, I don't have the memory of playing cards with a friend. There's nothing like cards in this world. In the first place, there's not much pleasure. Because the people always fight against the demons. There's a lot of people troubled of the cost of the food on that day, so there's no time to play. And yet, Master brought the cards suddenly out of nowhere. When I asked where did she bring it from, the answer DS place came back. Is it a place named D? I don't understand well. Because Master speaks only the necessary minimum when she has a sober face, I don't understand most of it. After all, because even if I ask in detail, she won't answer back. Where did she bring it from is still unknown. If this was an ordinary card, I won't be surprised either. No, certainly, there's no cards in this world. And although it's unnatural, it could be made by Master, and she might request it somewhere and have it made there. If it's an ordinary card, it's possible to make it. But the cards were not ordinary cards. Without knowing that, it's the end of my rope to have gotten on Master's proposal to play Old Maid. Old Maid. Among the numerous plays of cards, there's a reason why it was chosen. I only remember the rule of the Old Maid in the cards. After all, it can't be helped. I didn't play cards in the previous life, after all. There's no one to play with after all. Is it bad? That's why it's decided to play Old Maid that the rule is understood. Because Merizophis doesn't know about the rule of the cards naturally, I made that as a reason and reject the other plays. Merizophis feels ashamed, strongly saying, I'm sorry for not knowing the rule, but I'm sorry because I don't know it either. It's fine. If it's the Old Maid, it's easy and it can be learned easily. The eyes of Ariel Sand, that's like seeing a pitiful thing when saying so, is etched in my mind and doesn't leave. That person probably noticed it. Please don't look at me with such eyes. And the started Old Maid tournament. The problem is because it's boring to just play normally, the proposed additional rule. The person who came off the first place can order the last place. Like the king game. I didn't play the king game before, though. I acknowledged it. Why did I acknowledge it? If I knew the end beyond that point, I might have stopped myself at that time, even if I had to punch myself. By the way, it seems that Master is the owner of the Chinibu ability, like the Evil Eye. But the activation was prohibited for cheating prevention. Thanks to that, because the usually shut eyes were opened, it was a little creepy. Usually, she shut her eyes in order to hide it, and I hear that the view is secured by fluoroscopy. I didn't ask the person herself, but Ariel Sand. The first round. The first place is Ariel Sand. The last place is Merizophis. This result is because Merizophis was not able to finish understanding the rule yet, but it's also that he has no luck. The Joker has remained Merizophis' hand from the beginning to the end. That's why it ends quickly. The order that Ariel Sand issued was on the next round. Do your best with the air chair. Immediately after the words ended, a sinister wave flies out of the cards and hits Merizophis. And Merizophis does the air chair posture forcibly. Shiro-chan, what's this? The cards of curse? Why is there such a curse? Dunnom. How to break this curse? It can't be broken on? It can't be broken? Yin? It can't be broken OII? What to do with this? Merizophis will be like this all the time. He will return to normal if the next round ends, huh? I see. Thus, the second round in order to save Merizophis. The first place is Master. The last place is Merizophis. Unlike the first round, the second round defeat was his own mistakes. Did his judgment become duller by the difficult posture? Or he still haven't become familiar to the cards? Merizophis forgot to put out the hand that became complete. He lost because of that. But at the moment when the victory or defeat is decided, Merizophis was released from the air chair. Mera, take off your clothes until the next round ends. At that time when he thought that it ended with this, the shocking words were emitted. At the same time, a sinister wave flies out of the cards. Merizophis' clothes were taken off. Oh, yeah. Merizophis, who's absent-minded opening and closing his mouth in nude. Ariel Sand, who puts out a delighted voice somehow. I, who screams normally, and Master, who has a self-satisfied look somehow. When I thought that something is strange. She drank alcohol. This person is drunk. because Merizophis will stay nude at this rate. The third round in order to protect Merizophis' honor. As a result, the first is Master. The last place is me. Me. You know it already, right? Why am I saying something like Master? Call me Master from now on, yes. It's like that. Thanks to that, I can only call Master as Master. Not only with the voice, but even in the mind. What a powerful curse. Although Ariel Sand diagnosed it, the result understood was only impossible to break the curse. By the way, when she woke up the next day, cleared from intoxication, she had a face of "What are you saying? You're the one who told me to call you like that." Blood 21, 3 years. Chapter Blood 21, 3 years. A lot of things happen in these 3 years. Every day, moving from town to town repeatedly. And when moving, we avoided the proper path and advanced the trackless path. Master who becomes drunk when reaching a town every day. There was no day that I rested physically and mentally. Why are we not using the highway? I have the rough expectation to the answer in these 3 years. It's because Master hates grown humans. In order to not meet with people, we pass through the place where people don't come. Although her expression doesn't change, I understand somehow that she will be in a bad mood in the crowd of people by the atmosphere. Otherwise, I don't think that she would use magic to deceive her own appearance. Master came to conceal her appearance by magic before I know it. Because I who was always with her noticed that too late, I don't know when she used the magic. The effect of the magic makes Master to only be recognized as white. As long as a person with good intuition doesn't observe her very carefully, it seems that only the impression of white comes out. So, even if she passed the people in the town, they will only think she's white, and the face details and the impression annexed to it don't come out. Thanks to the effect, it didn't become the situation like before using the magic. The people past her will stare at her fixedly, but they lose their interest in her immediately after glancing her. Because I have already recognized Master from the beginning, this magic doesn't seem to have an effect on me. Master hates human to the extent to use such a magic. She tends to avoid the contact with human as much as possible. The exception is Ariel Sand and me. Although Merizophis is better compared with the others, I feel that his treatment is slightly rougher than us. Or perhaps I should say, ignoring half of his existence. Well, we who are made to advance the steep path because such a picky individual are not the endured ones, but the stamina and skill rose by advancing the steep path. She might have aimed this a little. I understood that Master is trying to train me to become strong in these 3 years. I think that I have strengthened considerably in these 3 years. I think is because I have not experienced a combat yet, and it's only the date seen objectively from the skills and status. The monsters hardly approaches because of Ariel Sand's intimidation. And because we advance the trackless path off from the highway, we hardly encounter bandits. Even if we do encounter one, Master or Ariel Sand will deal with it immediately. Although I have the awareness that I have become strong in these 3 years, still, the vision of winning Master and Ariel Sand doesn't come to my mind. Those two were strangely strong to that extent. Master is the sacred beast, and Ariel Sand is the demon king. The fact that there's no lie in the words was clearly shown. I think that I don't accept the fact somewhere in my heart. But the power of the two of them was a real thing. I can't help but to accept it. Even if I appraise them, their strength is unknown. Master is impossible to appraise, and Ariel Sand, his appraisal was obstructed. I developed the skill level of the appraisal to 9 in these 3 years. It's the result of penance that always activate the appraisal to raise the skill level was leaked when Master is drunk. When Master gets drunk, she gives advice occasionally and talks about her own past. Although most of the stories are not useful, among that, there are advice that are really useful. Appraisal is also one of it, and Master said that her life had been saved by the appraisal many times. So, I try to always activate the appraisal, as Master says. I thought that my head was going to break. I was attacked by a terrible headache, and in the end, I can't activate the appraisal all the time. Maybe it's because I persist to do it many times until the very limit. I acquired the Divinity Area expansion skill newly, but at that time, I was on the verge of fainting, so I don't have the time for that. Because I continued such penance, I can raise it to level 9 at a short period of 3 years. Although I hear that Master raised the appraisal to level 10 without taking as much as 1 year, it can't be a reference because the standard is strange. I must hear only half of the story of Master's past stories and advice. It's not that Master is telling a lie in particular, but half of it can't become a reference because it's too non-standard. Something like bathing the lava to raise the fire resistance, and raising the skill level by activating it always. Although Master says try and do it lightly, the only one who can do it is Master. The place named the Elro Great Labyrinth seemed to be a considerable demon boundary. As long as I don't even do the absurd Master's level raising usually, I can't survive. I don't know how many times I heard the words, I thought that I was going to die when she's drunk. She might have really experienced the feeling to die that much. When thinking from there, I think that I'm blessed. I can stay alive is because of Master, and although I had to do many unreasonable things, I was able to become fairly strong. I must express my gratitude for that point. But, I want her to stop eating my body whenever she's drunk. Why must I perform a life or death struggle, staking my body every evening? Moreover, am defeated in every struggles. Moreover, when a morning comes, that has been forgotten completely. Why must I spend my time in a dangerous night in the town rather than the outside, where alcohol can't be drank? Isn't it strange? Seriously. If there's no such thing, I can express my gratitude honestly. Although the lost part can be restored by recovery magic. The fear and the pain when minced won't disappear. Even though she only licked me at first, it gradually becomes play biting, then the biting strength becomes stronger little by little. Finally, the flesh came to be taken. Why did it become like this? Recently, whenever she drinks alcohol, somewhere of me will definitely be eaten in the end. If Ariel-san didn't put up a barrier, the inn would be destroyed by the fierce battle repeated every evening. I wonder if this can be called as a combat. I'm still level 1 though. Although we continued the travel with such feelings, we finally enter the demon's territory. I follow Master and Ariel-san even though I said this and that, and I decided to enter the demon's territory. Yes, I stopped thinking about the small conclusion like the humans or the demons, because I know that there's an impossible to understand and unreasonable existence with my own body in this world. I have come this far after this and that, so I can get on in the demon's territory. I feel like that. The regular reports of the Demon King and the Administrator chapter the regular reports of the Demon King and the Administrator the midnight of the first day when Shiroori's apotheosis. Can you hear me? Oh, Kuro-chan, it seems that you can hear. As expected, if I don't look out for that, I'm quite uneasy. Is it okay to contact like this every day at this time? Okay. It would be better to contact each other, and so, after separating with that, nothing strange has been done, right? Don't tell me she did? She did, I guess. What she did? Say it. It's long if I start to explain. So, listen silently, okay? The Demon King is explaining. In other words, she protected the reincarnated person who was almost kidnapped and killed by the elves and the divine word religion. That's right, a little unexpected. I thought that's a self-sufficiency type that doesn't show any interest except herself. Shiro-chan is a good girl, you know? Though her usual actions are illogical and incomprehensible, that usual actions are a problem, right? I understood the matter this time. Rather, she did well. I will contact the elves and the divine word religion. Can I rely on you? Though I don't think that a favorable answer will return, yeah, I will pierce a nail, just in case, but I don't think that it will do anything. Continue to watch at your side too, Roger. Well then, that's all for today. I will contact you again at the same time tomorrow, yes. Use a certain day's regular report and 1 year later. That drank alcohol again? Then was blown off. Good grief. Why did it become such a situation? Well, about this matter, I think that Kuro-chan who made Shiro-chan to remember the alcohol's taste has responsibility, However, then, if you take away the alcohol, won't it end? You want me to do such a frightening thing? I think that Shiro-chan will choose to kill me to snatch it back without hesitation. But how? You're right. That's such a person, right? In order to secure my personal safety, I can do nothing but continue to give her alcohol. Please, at least, make effort to suppress the surrounding damage, well, I will do that because I don't want to stand out. I beg you a certain day's regular report and 2 years later. And so, what happened to the cards? I take the responsibility to keep it I see. However, if that's a real, does that mean that she went to DS place? It's likely so, although she disappears to somewhere suddenly sometimes. I didn't thought that it was DS place. What is she planning? One vote in not thinking anything that's possible, but she want to see that D. It's impossible to be careless, although it's in my mind from before. Is D that amazing? Well, I will say that if the power relationship of D and me is shown directly, I don't have a chance to win, even if the heaven and earth are reversed that much. No matter how I struggle, if that person moves, I can't do anything. It's such a person scary, however. That person doesn't move so often. Unless a certain condition is satisfied. What's the condition? Harming herkinoi. D won't forgive those who harm her kin and the ones similar to it. She will make the opponent pay for it without fail. That time when D declared to make that into her kin has a strong implication of restraining me. She might be pleased with that purely, I see. As for me, I didn't have the intention to make a move on that, but it's probably an insurance. What kind of path will that advance in the future? And according to that, it's possible that I could be hostile with that at that time. What do you plan to do? Of course, I will advance my path. Even if D will erase me afterwards, you stubborn person, I'm aware of it for the time being. Can you join with us once? Maybe Kuro-chan can break the curse of the cards. I mean, because I don't want to hold such a dangerous thing. I want to give it to Kuro-chan, I understand. I will join you when I'm free. A certain day's regular report in 3 years later, I found another dead facility with this. How many is it? 2 surviving facilities and 7 dead facilities. Whether our eyes were tricked so far, or the people who concealed it at that time were excellent, probably both. Rather than the dead facilities, there are 3 surviving facilities, including that place. I can't make excuse for my mistake about this matter. It's not the responsibility of Kuro-chan alone. After all, we moved around to destroy such facilities after the system operates, or because there's such movement. The cover-up might have been made carefully. You mean there are facilities built after the system operates? It's just a possibility. A exceedingly possible possibility. It's helpless. How long will the work there be completed? If possible, I want to end it within another 3 years. But because I want to proceed with careful investigation, it's a problem to do it in a hurry. You're right. Understood. It's fine even if it takes many years. So find all of the operating facilities this time, for sure, of course. I intend to do. So how about the recovered core? The energy in the core has slowly reduced in the world. It's dangerous when it's returned rapidly, I see. Though someone of somewhere absorbed it suddenly and became a god only that can do such a thing. Even I can. To do such a thing. If such thing is possible. At least another 3 gods will be born in this world, yeah. If it's that easy to become a god, Potamus would have become a god a long time ago because that guy actually tried it and failed. It becomes such a situation now. If only he would just die like that. I agree, however. Why Shiro-chan can do such an absurd thing? Well, it's usually impossible, but because that is variously special, I don't understand the reason. Only a handful of existence among the gods who can do such a thing. Shiro-chan is a non-standard. Do you think that a person who reached the god in only 1 year can be settled in standard? Nope, that kind of special talent might have been anticipated by D and her personality that doesn't make people get tired. And also, a troublemaker that might be, so although we will enter the demon's territory after this. I can only have a premonition of troubles. Grip the bridle firmly if I can do it. I won't have a hard time. Certainly the Pope and the administrator chapter the Pope and the administrator. And so, what's the matter this time? I asked the other party who visited. I want to hear the settlement of the Sarira country. The other party is the man covered his whole body with a black armor. The Black Dragon, who's the administrator, spoke with a calm voice. The settlement of the Sarira country? I don't think that this person cares about the end of the people's war now, after a long time. Even if it's the goddess religion, or even if it's the nation that take the religion that worships that person as the... What he wants to hear is not the result of the war. The incident that happened in that country that draw this person's interest, or the thing that's judged that he must know it. The conceivable one is the monster named as the Nightmare. Huh. Do you want to know about the nightmare that appears in the battlefield? An indirect way of speaking is unnecessary to this person. I ask back without beating about the book. Even if he asked according to the expectation, there's not much that I can answer. What is that monster called the Nightmare? I don't understand it. The one that I know is the monster is likely to have reached the ruler, and it seems to be hostile to the oldest divine beast somehow. And it's probably alive now somewhere. I don't think that the opponent that the oldest divine beast failed to kill can be killed by a human's great magic. Although it's spread around that it was stopped by the hero's do-or-die spirit and the great magic to the world, it might not be dead because it only goes into hiding. If I were to give a wishful thinking, the oldest divine beast might settle it, but I can't be optimistic. Attention is required to the Empire magician who brought the hero back. Only reading the report, it said that just before the great magic hits directly, there was no one in the surroundings of the hero and the Nightmare. There's no way a third party can rescue the hero by transfer with such a timing. Thinking from the situation, it's the Nightmare that transferred. Although it's a mystery why it saved the hostile hero, if I assume that it handed over the hero to the magician in question, it's coherent. Although I want to collect information from the magician somehow, the Empire's guard is strong. When I investigated, it said that the magician is the strongest magician in the Empire. Then, it's impossible to kill him thoughtlessly. I can't reduce the valuable human's forces. I can only place a lookout at the most and send him to the front line of the battle with the demons by string pulling. That's also a quite bone-breaking work. Although it's dangerous, as long as there's no suspicious movement, I can only let him swim. I shall consider it as a good thing if I can even separate him from the hero before he tells something strange to him. It seems that you always have your head on full rotation, as usual. Oops, sorry. Even if I grow older, only this bad habit doesn't recover. If there's a good medicine somewhere, it would be good, I joke, to deceive it. Because in thought accelerating, it actually shouldn't show that I'm pondering. But it seems that it doesn't work on this person. Actually, the bad habit that my thoughts deviated steadily doesn't recover. Although it's fine if it said that I'm thinking carefully. In short, even if I talk facing each other, it can be seen without the mind. After learning the thought acceleration, the deception is effective, but it was miserable before learning it. Oops, my thoughts deviated again. And so, what does Kakuryusama want to ask? Note, Kakuruya Black Dragon. It seems that you're fairly attached to the assaulted Lord Karen's daughter. So is there anything in that girl? He asked back in no time after I asked him. How should I catch this? It's this person. Did he notice the existence of the Karen's daughter vaguely? Or he came to investigate my real intention after knowing everything? I should think the latter one. Then, it's better to not say anything unnecessary. That girl is the right successor who inherits the blood of Karen. Although I wanted to obstruct the escape with the meaning of the anxiety about the future, we received an attack from a mysterious group, and a unit that went to secure her sustained a serious wound. After that, it's unknown what happened to the girl now. How will you answer? I see. I understood. Well, at a moment, the pressure in the room increases rapidly. Dense magic whirls that can be mistaken. If you take such an attitude, I have a plan. Either I grasp the sweats in my hand. I open my mouth slowly so that it's not perceived. Now, I can't even consider why is Kakuryusama being wild like this, Dustin. Is that your answer? It would be better to answer carefully. Indeed, my answer is all for the life or death of the humans if a third party hears this conversation. The meaning can't be understood without any chain of reasoning. However, he should understand with this. I see Kakuryusama mutters small and leaves his seat. I warned you. Don't make a move on them. As much as possible your warning has been received firmly after receiving it. You want stop, right? Well, only the world knows about it. Kakuryusama puts his hand to the door. You want stop. I will tell you one thing. The present Demon King is merciless. Prepare at the best so that the humans don't get destroyed, leaving ominous words. Kakuryusama disappears beyond the door. I broke out in sweat from the whole body. Phew. Because it's that person, it was expected that he won't kill me in this place. But still, the liver gets cold. However, Should I think that I was tricked into revealing it in that state, after all? Then, Kakuryu-sama has already known the existence of the reincarnated people. Them is probably indicating the reincarnated people. On top of knowing it, he came to warn me. What is the meaning of this? In addition, the present Demon King? Not only the hero, but somebody has taken over the Demon King? This is not good. There's too little information. Although I brag about my information gathering ability being the highest among the humans, still, it seems to be insufficient. Strengthening the information gathering organization, countermeasures against the elves, and the search of the disappeared Karen's daughter. It seems that there's a lot of things to do. Oni 7 Illusion Weapon Creation, Chapter Oni 7 Illusion Weapon Creation. Because I spent every day creating weapons as long as my MP lasts, the skill level of the weapon creation reached 10. At the same time, the weapon creation skill, from the fact that the name is Illusion Weapon, this skill's effect is to be able to endow a special effect to the created weapon. However, the effect that can be endowed is fixed, and the one that I can do at level 1 is endowing one from the 5 effect. Abnormal Condition Attack Edition, Automatic Repair, and Automatic Recovery. The Divine Protection raises the defensive ability of the person who equips it. The resistance towards Attribute and Abnormal Condition are raised to some extent. Although it's a continuous activation type that doesn't consume MP and SP, the effect is low because of that. The Attribute Attack Edition is as shown in the name that it can endow the effect of activating the attribute attack to the weapon. The attribute is never added in it, but it's an arbitrary activation type, and the MP of the person who equips it is consumed to activate it. The Abnormal Condition Attack Edition has almost the same effect as the Attribute Attack Edition, and if there's a difference, the one consumed is the SP. The Automatic Repair recovers the weapon's decreased durability by time progression automatically. There's no consumption of MP and SP. Although it's plain, it's suitable for the person who wants to use the same weapon all the time. The last, that's the Automatic Recovery, has the effect of the combined Automatic HP Recovery skill and MP Recovery Speed skill. Although it doesn't recovers the SP, if saying oppositely, it doesn't have consumption. Although the effect is inferior to the skills, because it's possible to overlap it with the skills, the recovery speed becomes faster to that extent. Although it's somewhat plain to call the effect as illusion, the power can't be underestimated. If it's adding the simple offensive ability, it's Attribute Attack Edition and Abnormal Condition Attack Edition. If it's to raise the defensive ability, it's the Divine Protection. If it's for the ability to continue fighting and securing the MP from magic, it's the Automatic Recovery. If it's the maintenance of the weapon, it's the Automatic Repair. Because each of it is simple, the usage is also wide. However, there's a problem. This special effect endowment consumes MP to use it. The height of the effect depends on the consumption of the MP, and it becomes a better effect when using a lot of MP. The important thing here is the weapon that endowed with the special effect is also created at that time by consuming MP. The special effect can only be endowed at the moment when it's created. It's impossible to endow the special effect after it's created. Therefore, in order to endow special effect, it's necessary to use the remaining MP when the weapon is created. There's a limit in my MP up until now. I poured all of my MP into weapon creation in order to create the best weapon. But when I were to endow the special effect, I can't do that. As long as my MP is limited, I can either drop the weapon's quality to endow special effect, or raise the weapon's quality, give up on special effect, and endure with low effect. I must choose either of it. Even though it increased considerably with the amount of my MP, I can't finish both to a satisfactory result. I have evolved into the Goblin Shaman. The result of the power leveling by the monster user man, Birims means. Buirims subdues a monster and returns with the monster, and is made to kill the monster. The subdued monster can't counterattack even if I attack it, and it continues being attacked by me until it dies. I can safely defeat a higher rank monster with this method, and level can also be raised. When I become level 10 and meet the evolution conditions, Buirims ordered me to evolve into the shaman. The purpose is the rise of MP. The shaman has good magic status growth, and the MP growth was better than the other's further evolution. In order to secure MP for weapon creation, there might be no other choices than the shaman. The ability of the weapon created by the weapon creation rises by the amount of MP loaded at that time. The more MP I have, the better the weapon that can be created. Because there's no upper limit, it's necessary to choose either the weapon's quality or the special effect. Well, I was only ordered to create weapons. I don't be particular about the weapons that they use. If there's a disadvantage effect in endowing it, after all, I want to apply it. After evolving into the shaman, my combat ability rose from the fact that my level rose. My status has grown, and my skills are trained whenever possible. But the chance to escape from Birim's hand has not come yet. I learned their language too. This was comparatively easy. I have the experience of learning the goblin's language from the beginning originally, and above all, although I don't understand what Birim's order is, I understood the meaning. Even though I understand the meaning of the words and learn from there, it didn't take a long time. Because there's a lot of words that I don't understand yet, it's difficult to say that I have learned perfectly. But because I don't know the name, whether it's the name Buirims or the word captain at the beginning, I should have progressed considerably. I who have learned the language eavesdrop on their conversation to collect information. It will be good if there's a chance to escape from this situation among that. The one I'm bothered recently is Buirims seems to be in a hurry of something anyhow. Buirims seemed to be a general with a high position in the big country called the Empire, but he seemed to do a big mistake and have been demoted to here. It seems that he wants to do a meritorious deed somehow and return to his own country fast. The reason why he wants to return to his own country in a hurry. The mistake done before. Although it might be unrelated to escape from this situation, it might be connected to Birim's weakness. Let's continue the information gathering. Blood, 22 demons. Chapter Blood, 22 demons. We entered the demons' territory, and that's easily, of course. It doesn't mean that we pass through the border from the front foolishly and honestly. The demons' territory borders with the Empire, and the Empire's forts are arranged in various places, so it's not a place where human can pass. In order to enter the demons' territory from the humans' territory, it's necessary to avoid populated forts and pass through the fortress of nature that can't be passed usually. The place where we passed was the steep mountain range that was called the Magic Mountain. The mountain where the top of the mountain exists in a position that's far higher than the cloud. I want to stop to try to travel on foot there with a light mood of going for a hike. No, seriously. On the way, we camp at the remains of the village that seems to be abandoned for several years. The master of the mountain-like dragon came, and Ariel San negotiated with it. And Ariel San and Master choose to run away, unusually when the opponent is a strange monkey. When we crossed the Magic Mountain that's full of such happenings, it was the demon's territory already. To be honest, it's too severe on the way that I don't feel so much. In addition, it might be a reason that I was disappointed that the scenery scene is not very different from the human's territory. After all, when saying such thing like demon's territory, I imagine a hellish sight where it's covered with thick clouds a whole year by all means, and the eerie atmosphere that plant doesn't grow. In reality, the sky is blue, the plant grown in abundance and green, and the air is perfectly clear. The magnificent scenery of nature that doesn't have much difference from the human's territory. If it's this, the Magic Mountain was a more demon boundary. It seemed that the demon's territory also has the forts to prevent the invasion of the humans similar to the human's territory. The blank zone between the demon's forts and the human's forts often becomes the battlefield, and it's the most dangerous area in the world in a certain meaning. When a suspicious character walks there, the person will be attacked just because of that, and moreover, I hear that it's an everyday occurrence that the battle can develop up to the war level. Master, who hears it, looked disappointed, though. Master seems to might think that the Elro Great Labyrinth is more dangerous. When I actually hear the past stories of Master, it seems to be more dangerous there, so it can't be helped. After learning appraisal, I didn't use appraisal on others because Ariel San stopped me up until now, but as long as I hear the story of Master and Ariel San, as for the human status, it's doubtful that it can reach 1,000, even if it's high. I would agree that the labyrinth where the monster status is several times higher than that is more dangerous. In reality, which one is dangerous can't be judged by me, because I don't have any combat experience and I have not seen both of it. The present position of us who cross the Magic Mountain is already past the demon's territory's forts, so we don't have to pass through such a danger zone. Although I thought that Master might charge, I'm relieved because there's no such state. Well, even if we don't have to pass through such a danger zone, we advance the trackless path, though. I think that the biggest reason why the scenery doesn't change in both the human's territory and the demon's territory is because of advancing being buried in the die nature. In a view of a tiny person, the appearance of a big nature looked similar. Because both Ariel San and Master actually push forward without hesitation, I only chase after them without hesitation. But when it's said if it's only Merizophis and I can cross this nature or not, there's no confidence to advance without hesitation. If we don't use the clairvoyance and the space maneuver at the same time to check the present position and the destination always, we seem to get lost immediately. In addition, even if we don't get lost, when Ariel San is gone, the monsters will also come near. Although the wild monsters don't come near because of Ariel San's intimidation now, if Ariel San is gone, naturally the effect is lost. And when it's said whether Merizophis and I can handle the monster that came near, I don't have much confidence. The monsters are the opponents that bring the risk of death even to Master. Master can neither move her hand nor foot. No. Me whose hands and feet were eaten, it's impossible to win even if I fight with the monster. Well, I don't think that a high-rank monster that can have a hard fight with Master is common. And if it's only a small fry, I might be able to do something. But the monsters that I have seen so far all have high status. Because there are also times when Ariel San defeats it before I can appraise it. I don't grasp everything, but it's always stronger than me. The monsters in this world are strong to the extent that it's unbalanced. I'm admired that the humans and the demons didn't get destroyed. How about the demons? Because we will enter the demons' town in the future, but I wonder to what extent that they are stronger than the humans? Because they are called the demons. After all, they have a devil-like appearance, had wings grown, and the skin is blue, and the fangs are long as we vampires. While it's scary to see, there's a little curiosity. Like that, the travel advanced well while I'm diluting the demon's appearance. Because the surrounding scenery is the great nature that the people's hand is not added to it. It changes into that of the field. There's a proper road, and we advance on that. The road is good no matter how many times I experience it. It's magnificent that it's not the die nature where HP decreases just by walking. The people who harvest the field meet my eyes. Oh, human? Ariel San, there are humans here, but here is already the demon's territory, right? I wonder if it's that. The humans captured in the war are made to engage in the labor for farming as slaves. Humans. Because Ariel San has a face that she doesn't understand the meaning of the words that I said for an instant. She looked around the surroundings, and her face became to have understood it. I see. For the reincarnated people, the word demons has the feeling that a devil-like appearance is imagined. I see Ariel San who can sense alone. I want an explanation by now, though. All of them over there are demons, Ariel San says it while pointing at the people who are working in the field. Yeah, but no matter how I look at them, I can only see them as humans. Both the humans and the demons can't be judged from the appearance alone. After all, the appearance is completely the same EE. What's that? Somehow, I feel terribly disappointed. Like this, it's really no difference from the humans' territory. It's not that the humans and the demons has great difference. The monster that comes occasionally the tough guy who breaks through Mousimus intimidation. Blood 23, it seems that I have to go to the Magic Academy. If I'm reincarnated chapter Blood 23, it seems that I have to go to the Magic Academy. If I'm reincarnated, we arrived at the Demon King Castle in about 1 year after entering the demon's territory. When I were explained the way to hear concisely, I can only express it that it's no different from the human territory. After all, it really doesn't change. The street is also the same, and there's no significant difference from the architectural style to the food culture. So if I'm not told so, I can't tell apart which is which. Because it's the demons. I have imagined that various races mixed and lived in the town, but I felt a sense of incongruity that there's not much change oppositely. If I were to give the only change, it's only the language changed. In addition, because Ariel Sand taught me beforehand, it didn't become a problem. The problem is that it seems that the demon represents a single race, and it seems that there are no devil or therianthrope or races with monster-like appearance that I imagined. When I think that the vampire might also be among the demons, I hear that there's even no vampire somehow. According to Ariel Sand, it's been a very long time since I saw a vampire. The vampire's habitat in this world has been destroyed a long time ago, that's what she said. It was a shock variously. In other words, it means that Merizophis and I are the only two vampires in this world. In the past, there's a man who's a vampire became the Demon King. And he's told as the great Demon King who boasted the Demon King who lived for the longest time, even in the successive generations. The Demon King was also completely beaten by the hero and the others and was subjugated, though. And after that, the vampire hunting is carried out as a matter of course. And they were annihilated, disappointingly. Ariel Sand, who talks while there's a lonely atmosphere revealing in the cheerful behavior somehow. It's a long time ago that Ariel Sand last seen a vampire, and am told that the possibility that there's a surviving vampire was almost zero. As long as it's not a true ancestor, it must drink blood, and because it's also difficult to live in a remote place quietly, there might be no individual found so far. The thing that I thought after hearing the story was how old is Ariel Sand now. That's why I'm told that the demon is one basic race, not limited to the vampire. Although the goblin, etc. are conspired with the demon, the goblin is the goblin, and it seems that it's not called as the demon. The one being called as the demon is only the race who has the same appearance as the human. Come to think of it, Ariel Sand's appearance is the same as the human. At the point in time when the Demon King who stands at the top of the demons has the same appearance as the humans, it was possible to expect it. I hear that it's half correct and half wrong. It's because I'm special. Although my figure is the same as the humans and the demons, my inside is a different thing. Do you want to see it? Because she had an evil smile, I refused her courteously. With such feeling, we traveled to the demon's territory that has no change from the human's territory, and we arrived at the Demon King Castle. The flash of lightning is not seen behind the castle, and it's a very beautiful castle with white wall. The sound of the word Demon King Castle doesn't suit it. The castle surroundings is lively with castle towns, and it's filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The image of the demons in me collapsed. Well then, we have finally came here, so I think that I will have Sophia-chan to go to the school. Ariel Sand declared so. School, is it? Yes, school. Even there's such a thing. The demons go to school. I feel that some images collapse again. I think that I will have Sophia-chan to go to school and acquire this world study. After all, you only did traveling up until now, with a young body without the chance to learn properly. Because you have the knowledge from the previous lives' memory to some extent, so I think that you can manage it somehow. But I think that if you want to live in this world, it's not a loss to go to the school. Of course, because I will recommend it, it's not an ordinary school. Although the demons have a noble system, I will introduce you to the best school where the nobles go. How is it? I feel that I don't have the choice even though you ask how is it. Certainly, when thinking about my age, it's not strange even if I start going to school. The place called school is not the institute to only learn study. The relationship built there will be useful in the future, and it's also the preliminary step to become familiar with the society. If I go to the school where the demons' nobles go, I will have the relation with the upper-class demons whether I like it or not. Although how it works depends on me, I think that Ariel Sand is telling me to make the foundation to live in the demon's territory in the school. If there's a problem, I'm not good at associating with people. But I'm the daughter of a splendid noble, even though I'm a former. It might be the time to restart and forget about my previous life completely. I understand. I will go to that school, okay. Then, I will have Merizophis working under me in the meanwhile. The two voices of Merizophis and I overlap. Although it's possible to bring the attendant into the school, Sophia-chan is not a noble, even though it's my recommendation. You will enter the school with the commoner frame, so it's difficult to have an attendant following you because of that. No way. I don't know about that. No me da Sophis. Aft, it's unacceptable to say after all. I want go, she said it before me. After that, Marizophis and I were separated without being able to agree or refuse forcibly. The school uses the system where all students live in dormitories, and there's no Marizophis. Of course, both Ariel-san and Master too. Because I won't be eaten by Master anymore, it might be better. The situation that nobody knows as much as one person. And I have gone out to travel all over the world soon after I was born, and am alas without both education and common sense. Only the demons, nobles, and the surroundings. I wonder if I can get on with this? Blood 24 Enrollment, Chapter Blood 24 Enrollment. The children of the demons go to the academy when turning 5 years old. Because I'm exactly 5 years old, the condition is met. The period to go to school is from 5 to 15 years old. After graduating from the academy, the students go to the so-called university in the earth and become independent and pick the course. The people who go to the university is a little, and it seems that most will get some jobs. The ratio of the nobles in the academy that I will go is high, and at the same time as graduation, most will get a job as a noble. The noble ranks sequentially from the top is Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. These 5 stages. The one called royalty doesn't exist. This is because the top of the demons is the Demon King, and it's chosen regardless of the rank. So the royalty doesn't exist even if there's a king, because there's no heredity system. I hear that although there are the children and the kin of the Demon King from generation to generation, they're not called as the royalty, and most of them are settled as the Duke nobles. A lot of the people who have the Duke rank are related to the past Demon King. Although there's also faint connection of the Marquis and the Earl with the past Demon King, it seems to be interesting to try searching the history of the house's history. On the contrary, when it's the Baron, many rise from the commoner, and the relation to the past Demon King is mostly lost. Power is everything. I won't say up to there, but the Baron rank is comparatively easy to be obtained when the demon is powerful, though it's also easy to lose it. The rank obtained by power can be revoked easily if power is lost. Even if the person is excellent in the present age, it will fall easily if the person do a bad job after the next era. That's the common sense of the demon nobles. So, even the Duke House might fall if it's not powerful. Power is not only the combat ability. Assets, influence, political strength, and military force. These are also power. The Duke House can't be changed unreservedly like the Baron House, is because such power is saved up throughout generations. If even that is lost, it's impossible to escape from the fall. I was taught about the knowledge of the demon nobles by Ariel-san like that, and I enrolled into the academy. Am treated as the midway admission, and I was made to sit for an examination for the admission. This examination is the one to measure my present knowledge, combat ability, etc., and I hear that even if the result is bad, I won't drop out. So, I can take it comfortably. The written examination was scattered by the subject. I should arithmetic able to solve the arithmetic because I have studied up to the high school in the earth. The linguistics is also the same, because I was taught the way of reading and writing by Ariel-san strictly while traveling. There's no problem. The human language and the demon language are perfect, but because I didn't know the problems in the history, I can't solve it. The practical skill was easy. First of all, because the kind of magic that could be used was asked, I answered honestly. The magics that I can use are water, ice, shadow, dark wind, and thunder. As for the water and ice, I can use the high rank magic. Because it can be said that the dark is the higher rank of the shadow, this means that I can use 3 kinds of high rank magic. It's the result of continuing masters seeing, learning, and teaching for 4 years during the travel. Because the teacher who's in charge of the examination turned a dubious glance, I show my magics there. Because it's not good to create damage to the surroundings, I control it so that damage wouldn't be created. As a result, my magic skill was admitted. Although I took the examination of close combat, I passed when I activated the Magic Combat Act and the fighting spirit somehow. I didn't do anything, though. What's with the examination that sees the ability, doesn't see anything? At any rate, I enrolled safely. Because it's the academy where the nobles go. There are not too much of people who enrolled in one academic year. Roughly about 100 people, and it's divided into 3 classes. The first several years disregard the ability, and it seems to be a completely random class division. Because I enrolled midway, it's decided that I will enter the class with the lowest number of people. This is Sophia Karanchan, who will become your friend from today. Everyone, please get along while the teacher's introduction is done. There's a lot of glances of small children. When thinking about it, they're the same age as me. So everyone was children. After all, my surroundings are always older than me so far. Although Master is the same age, the appearance comes first. After the teacher left, I was attacked with questions by the small children. Because everyone talks as they please, I can't catch what they're saying. Even if I have the enhanced 5 senses, if they talk to me at one time, I can't deal with it. You all have a little composure as the nobles. The one who saved me, who was being crushed, is the Uji-sama with blue eyes and blonde hair. In the Duke House, Wald K. Atmos. If there's anything, you can rely on me, huh? Even though he's a child, he's reliable. He's blind to his shortcomings. Even if I'm like this, my inside is a former high school student. After that, I had a question and answer session with the children who were made to line up by Wald. My setting is the apprentice of a certain person who traveled the world. That person has infiltrated the humans' territory for many years and returned home on this occasion. I was taken along with that person and returned home at the same time, such a setting. Because a certain person is important, and it's expected that the identity must not be revealed. It's actually Mao-sama, so it's not wrong. Although the children asked about the identity of a certain person persistently, there's no way that I can answer it. The next one that they get into is the commoner. As soon as I said that I'm a commoner, the air of despising is made. But some children strengthen their vigilance oppositely. Somehow, it seems that there are hardly any commoners in this academy. And the commoners who can enroll to such an academy mostly have prodigious talent. I don't have such a talent, though. What place you made me to enroll, Ariel-san? When I think about the things in the future, my stomach seems to hurt. But I started my academy life while being surrounded by the small children. Blood 25, although I who have encountered an engagement annulment event, is like a heroine. Because I don't have T-chapter Blood 25, although I who have encountered an engagement annulment event is like a heroine. Because I don't have a memory of being bullied. What should I do? 8 years passed. An instant 8 years. Although I was uneasy every day whether I can get on with it or not when I started to go to the academy. If the result was only said, I somehow did it. Yes, I was a cheat specification. Only I was excluded in the magic mock battle class. The opponent was the teacher. Moreover, it's without going easy. Before beginning, please go easy on me. Seriously, and in accordance with those words, I wait and see for a while and noticed it. Weak. Thus, I attacked the teacher back with the really going easy magic. It seems that the teacher is a person of the Marquis House and was first class as a magician. Even in the sword class, it was the same. At first, because the sword swung by the teacher was too slow, I thought that it was either a feint or trap, but it seems to be a full power blow. Weak. Thus, it was ended when I sent the practice sword flying lightly. It's not because both the teachers are weak, but it seems that I'm the only non-standard. Then, how about Ariel-san and Master, who can easily handle me? To be honest, there was nothing to learn in the academy on the combat side. The ones learned in the academy are knowledge and etiquette, is it? In the academy where most are nobles naturally has the etiquette being taught. The etiquette of me, who seems to have become half wild while continuing to travel, was reformed thoroughly here. Thanks to that, I came to be able to behave similar to the noble, if it's only judging from the appearance. And the order is regularly given by Master. The order that comes with a letter is raise the skill level of or raise the status to more than number. Because I don't know what will she do if I don't achieve it. I cleared everything desperately. Is it a lookout? Because that white spider is in my private room of the dormitory. I can't be idle. I went to the academy for 8 years, and I have the other party who I can speak with. The first is Wald, the young master of the Duke House, who is the same class as me at the first year. He of the Orthodox school prince character had support me, who's a commoner lacking of various common senses many times. We get along well, while I teach him magic in return. The second person is the teacher, Jigra Sensei. It's the teacher who was beaten completely by me in the magic mock battle. He appears suddenly when I was teaching magic to Wald, and since then, he participated in my magic course. Although he always looks sluggish, it seems that it's because he used his sleeping time to research magic. The third person is Kara. He's the boy who has the Duke rank similar to Wald, and the relation of a rival is built with Wald. While getting associated with Wald, the contact with me becomes many naturally, and we got along well before I know it. Unlike Wald, who has a sincere personality, he's slightly gaudy. But the fact is he's a hot-blooded character. The fourth person is Nitera. Although he's born in Earl House, it seems that his older brother is the army commander, and the younger brother Nitera has the similar talent in magic with his older brother. So it seems that he's a promising man with outstanding talent. I was surprised that he proposed a magic match suddenly in the first meeting. After doing it lightly, he joined my magic course. The fifth person is Shivy. He's a boy of the Baron House. He shows greed in power, and he approached me to be my apprentice. Shivy's house just became the Baron, and if he can't succeed to be in the Demon King army in the future, it seems that his house will fall quickly. So, he lowers his head even to a commoner who doesn't have a rank, and he has the stubbornness to not choosing the means. Oh, only boys completely. Moreover, everyone is beauty. Because of that, I'm seen with jealous glances from the girls, and they exclude me from being a friend. Because of that, a problem occurred in front of me now. Felmina, I will annul the engagement with you, Wald declared toward schoolgirl. Felmina-san is Wald's fiancée, and she's the daughter of the Marquis house. Can I hear the reason? Do you not understand? Sorry, I don't understand. Why am I called to such a location? And why not only Wald, but the other handsome guy army is here? Your repeated bullying on Sophia. No, attempted assassination. The evidence has already turned up. Bullying? Assassination? What are you saying? Sophia, it's certain that this sweet is gotten from Felmina, right? Ah, yes, what Wald is holding is certainly the thing that I received from Felmina-san. It's the thing that has been passed to all the girls in the class. And I also received it by obligation. Somehow, after it's passed to me, Wald collected it from me. But what's wrong with that? A large amount of poison was detected from this sweet. If Sophia eats this, she might have died poisoned. Well, because I have the abnormal condition nullity. Such thing like poison won't work on me, though. In addition, the recent large explosion in the class. That is also your act, right? You pretend that it's an accident and try to kill Sophia. Although it ended with slight injury, because Sophia got out of the explosion range on a hair's breadth. If she's at the center of the explosion, what would it become? The recent magic outburst in the class? Although I avoided it instinctively, even if I don't avoid it, it won't become a significant damage, you know? Even though if the limbs are not torn off, it doesn't count as an injury, so it's exaggerated. There's a lot of incidents that you were involved other than these. All of the evidences have been turned up. Do you still want to make an excuse? Wald throws a bunch of papers to Felmina-san. The complexion of Felmina-san, who saw it, turns pale. Your father calls. The incident will be told there no way. No way. Why is it that last? Because I don't understand. Did it end? Oh. After that, Felmina-san left the academy. Although the incident happens somehow in the place where I don't know, and it's settled arbitrarily. I wonder if this is good? Blood, 26 Blood of Oni Chapter Blood, 26 Blood of Oni. There are times when the students go to an expedition to the nearby place where monster inhabits to raise level in the academy. Up until now, I had been prohibited to go to the expedition by Master. But because I was given the permission for the first time on this occasion, I participated in the expedition. The expedition destination is the forest at the position about 2 days' walk from the Demon King Castle. A lot of low-level monsters inhabit in the forest, and it's an ideal hunting ground for the students. Of course, because there are casualties occasionally as it's a combat, it's impossible to be careless just because the opponent is low level. I felt puzzled in myself who was not able to conceal the excitement in front of the forest by all means. There are no good memories in the forest. After all, it's because the majority of the time spent during the travel is just like the forest in front of me. The painful memories in those days are recalled. At the same time, I felt nostalgic somewhere. And, above all, the one making me excited is that I can fight. Just by thinking about it, I get excited to the extent that my front seems to become deep red. After I was born up until now, I have not fought properly. I was made to work hard by Master and did the mock battle in the academy. The thing with Master can't be called as a fight, and the mock battle in the academy doesn't even become a play. It doesn't reach the fight that exchanges the life at all. I will fight. I will fight with my own flesh and blood. Just by imagining it, my palpitation rises. This feeling is surely because I'm a vampire. The instinct as the vampire is wishing for blood and fight. That's why I entered the forest, and at the moment when I actually defeated a monster, the disappointment was intense. Weak. Fragile. At this rate, it's only a trampling. It's not a fight. But I acquired the thing called experience points for the first time, and my level rose. When I said that my level became 2 to the handsome guy army that's together with me, they had a terribly surprised face. Did I say anything surprising? The mysterious one is the moment when my level rose, my body shines for an instant, and my SP is recovered. Unlike the HP and MP, the means to recover SP is limited. It seems that SP recovers when the level rises. When I speak the things that I think, I hear that SP doesn't recover even if the level rises usually. Am I the only one special? How mysterious. Sophia, let's withdraw around here. At this rate, the monsters in this forest can be annihilated, the teacher. Jigra-sensei said, so to stop me. My level rose to 3-2, and because it's not interesting, even if I continue the trample any further, I accepted the proposal. I never do anything this time, there'll be relief. I'm also the same, even though I came to raise the level. My level is not raised, it can't be helped, because Sophia did a one-person fortune-telling. Although the boys were depressed of something, I don't mind them. Although they are good when seeing as friends, they lack of ability to be an opponent. This desire of me can't be filled. Rather than that, I have recognized that my strength is considerably abnormal in the last few years. Is there a strong person who can fight directly with me now? If I go to the Elro Great Labyrinth that Master said, will I be satisfied? My thoughts are going to the dangerous direction steadily. I might lose my sense because I'm smelling the smell of the monster's blood. I never thought that I was such a battle junkie. I knew it for the first time in my life. And at that time when we tried to withdraw, the incident happened. The scream heard at a little distant place. There should only be the Academy's students in this forest now. If that's the case, that means the scream is someone of the Academy students. The boys move quickly in order to head to the place where the scream comes from. Although I think that it's their charm that they will move in order to rescue without hesitation at such a time. At the same time, I felt that the situation is changing into the bad direction. Although it's bad, I can't let them go. I made them to faint with the surprise attack from the back. I'm Sully, but if they go, they will surely die. The master of the scream is already dead too. It has been confirmed with presence sensing. And the strength of the opponent who was felt with the presence sensing was the one that I felt from Master and Ariel San. I conceal the boys at a safe place and lay them down, and I approach to the master of the presence. Even I think that something is wrong with me. The opponent is strong to the extent that I understand it with presence sensing. And yet I'm smiling. I can fight. The crisis is made in front of me, and only such feelings well up, and I confront it. Abundant blood spread in the surroundings. The ruins of corpse that have been destroyed to the extent that how many people was here can be understood. Possibly, there might be an acquaintance too, and yet, my heart dances. Oni LV, 49 name Wrath, status HP. 16077160077 green. Details, MP. 19899199899 blue. Details, SP 15755155755. Yellow. Details 15791155791. Red. Details average offensive ability 15888. Details average defensive ability 15823. Details average magic ability 17760. Details average resistance ability 17808. Details average speed ability 15773. Details skill high speed HP recovery LV8, high speed MP recovery LV10, great MP consumption LV10, magic perception LV10, precise magic manipulation LV2, magic god act LV2, magic granting LV10, magic enchantment LV2, great offensive magic power LV1, high speed SP recovery LV1, great SP consumption down LV2, war god spirit LV10, vitality granting LV10 ability, granting LV2 great vitality attack LV1, sword god great enhanced slashing LV10, great enhanced blunt LV1, great enhanced piercing LV3, enhanced shock LV9, great enhanced destruction LV1, enhanced flame LV1, enhanced lightning LV2, heresy attack LV5, dragon power LV8, flame attack LV5, lightning attack LV6, psychokinesis LV7, throw LV10, shoot LV10, space maneuver LV2, concentration LV10, thought acceleration LV8, foresight LV2, parallel will LV1, high speed calculation LV5, memory LV8, accuracy LV10, evasion LV10, great probability correction LV1, tyrant LV3, appraisal LV2, presence perception LV4, and grudge LV3, fire magic LV10, flame magic LV6, thunder magic LV10, lightning magic LV6, treatment magic LV8, heresy magic LV10, space magic LV8, demon king LV4, dignity LV4, wrath grace LV3, great destruction resistance LV5, slash nullity, great blunt resistance LV5, great pierce resistance LV5, great shock resistance LV5, flame resistance LV2, water resistance LV6, ice resistance LV9, storm resistance LV1, earth resistance LV5, lightning resistance LV2, light resistance LV2, dark resistance LV1, great abnormal condition resistance LV4, faint resistance LV5, great fear resistance LV2, heresy resistance LV9, pain nullity, pain alleviation LV9, night vision LV5, clairvoyance LV7, enhanced 5 senses LV3, perception range expansion LV3, divinity area expansion LV4, destiny LV10, heaven motion LV10, abundant sky LV10, fortitude LV10, fortress LV10, heaven path LV10, heaven protection LV10, Iditen LV10, taboo LV10, naming LV10, illusion, weapon creation LV10W, skill point 0, title ally killer, blood relative, eater, ruler of wrath, master killer, human killer, merciless, human slaughter, demon killer, monster killer, fear bringer, demon slaughter, dragon killer, conqueror, natural calamity of human country, destroyer, monster slaughter, sword god, natural calamity of demon, fairy killer, natural calamity of monster. It was an Oni there. Although the appearance is hardly different from the demon, 2 horns grow on the forehead, and above all, the thick killing intent proves that it's a monster. Oh, somehow, I feel that I have seen that face before, but it might be my imagination. Blood boils. To the enemy who I confront for the first time. This guy is worthy to be my enemy. Maybe equal or slightly disadvantageous. And yet, I can't conceal the uplifted feelings. I want to defeat this guy and drink up the blood. I, in accordance with the desire, challenged the Oni to a fight. Oni 8 Wrath, chapter Oni 8 Wrath. That was a spectacle that must not exist. I doubted my own eyes. When it said, "What joke is this? It's nasty even if it's a joke." Or, I thought that it might be act in order to make the opponent become careless. But it's wrong. I understand that it's wrong. Raza ni lauket. together with the monster user, Buirims. Even though that guy is everyone's enemy in our village, he seems happy from the bottom of his heart, while feeling respect and affection in the eyes. Even though that alone must not happen, Razarozanai held many flower bookmarks in his hand. It's an important thing for the goblins. When the goblins go out to hunt, they take it as a charm, and it's a very important thing. And Razarozanai holds a lot of it. The flower charm is one per person. Then, that doesn't belong to Razarozanai. In the first place, quite a long time has passed since our village is lost. Even if he takes it as a bookmark, it should be that the previous Razarozanai's charm has withered. Then, whose charm is Razarozanai holding? I don't want to think, but there's only one answer. The one that Razarozanai is holding is the goblin warriors of another goblin village different from our village. And Razarozanai is holding it means that Razarozanai attacked and overthrown the village. My front becomes deep red. Why? 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 He betrayed. He dishonored the pride. He can't be forgiven. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Rage LV9 has become Rage LV10 conditions met. Skill Rage LV10 has evolved into Skill Wrath skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV3 has become Taboo LV5 conditions met. Title Ruler of Wrath was acquired by the effects of the Title Ruler of Wrath. Skill War God Spirit LV10 Imma was acquired. Fighting Spirit LV2 has unified with War God Spirit LV10. The anger like the scorching heat boils up from my body and burnt everything to nothing. Like scorching myself. At the same time, the monster user's spell that restricted me breaks as if it's burnt out. With this, I'm free. With this, my actions can't be stopped anymore. I put all my strength to create weapon. The one that I want is only destructive power. The flame sword with an ominous shape is completed as if it traced my present inside. I strike it at the shameless betrayer without hesitation. Because he can't defend it properly, the person who I called his older brother before is cut up and swallowed in the explosive flame. Although I tried to slay Buirims, who's at the side with the power, he had already took distance from me. The other people gathers after hearing the sound. Buirims summons a new monster. Like hell I care. It's fine even if my life comes to an end. Realize this anger of me. This is karma. I look down at Buirims, who's approaching his last moment. Only me who's alive in this place other than Buirims. I killed everyone completely. The other party was more overwhelming in numbers. The one that overturned it was the power of wrath and war God's spirit. And above all, it's thanks to my unique constitution that recovers completely when level up. Maybe because of my level was low, my level rose only by defeating a few opponents. I use HP, MP, and SP until I'm on the verge of death, and recovers with level up. And I fight until I'm on the verge of death again. It was the repetition. At the beginning, most of them were hesitant to kill me. My weapon creation is a valuable power for them. Is it fine to kill it easily? Such purpose is transparent, and they fought, giving the priority to make me powerless rather than killing me. It was possible to use the chance well. How unsightly Buirims, who remained at the end, was strong. As a monster user, and as a simple warrior, even only with the power as a warrior, he was stronger than anyone in this place. That man who is strong also lays down on the ground and cries now. Do you hate me? I don't answer Buirims' question. There's no meaning to answer him. Instead of the answer, I swing down the sword that was raised high. It's regrettable, and Buirims died. There was a heavy tenacity that sticks in his last words. He might have wanted to do something that much. Even if he exterminate we, goblins. This is karma. And yet, I select it. At the same time, I use the naming skill and change my name to Wrath. I don't have the right to name myself as a goblin anymore. Both the pride and prayer have been painted out by this anger. That's why I can't be a goblin anymore. The one here is an Oni. An ordinary Oni who is ruled by wrath. While I roar facing the sky, I lost consciousness for evolution. The Revolving Lantern of the Summoner. Chapter, The Revolving Lantern of the Summoner. Where did I make a mistake? Or this result is caused because there was no mistake? I don't know. Although I don't know, I will die. This is karma. If I think back, this goblin named Raz was different from the first time I saw it. Speaking of the goblin, it's the combat maniac who only thinks of fighting. And yet, Raz had the eyes that have deep intelligence. And when I appraise according to my intuition, I saw the skill. It was the skill that the spider monster called as the nightmare also has. The same skill as that non-standard monster. I had a bad premonition. At the same time, I thought that it's also a chance. If I can tame this goblin, it will bring me favor in the future. Although it won't reach the nightmarish monster, it might be able to be stronger than a normal goblin. The weapon creation skill that I had not seen before was also attractive. If I have this skill, it's possible to escape from the difficult situation that weapons can't be supplied properly in the remote region. I understood why the goblins expanded the range of action. I succeeded in subduing Raz by the skill. However, this is only a starting line. In order to really subdue a monster, it's necessary to earn the loyalty. The loyalty is a special status applied only on the subdued monsters, and when it becomes 100, it becomes the highest. The monster that became 100 reaches the point that it will listen to every master's order. On the contrary, when the loyalty is low, it will backstab the master if each and every orders are not given. It's easy to raise the loyalty. First of all, break the heart, and it's completely. It's impossible to win or oppose the master. It's important to make it think so. I made Raz to kill the goblin next to it and eat it. As a result, the title can be acquired, and by having it experiencing the strong experience of killing its intimate one forcibly, the heart can be broken. It should be like that. Raz's heart didn't break. Rather than that, it endured its ego by anger. Even though Raza, who was subdued at the same time, got its heart broken easily by the guilty conscience of not being able to defend the village. After that, although I tried to break Raz's heart, all of the attempts failed. If that's the case, I tried changing the means to contacting it as politely as possible, but the loyalty didn't rise from zero. At this point in time, I had a bad premonition. The skill called anger rises day by day, and it even acquired the skill like curse. The other skills also rise slowly, and it was clear that Raz is waiting eagerly for a chance here. But still, there was a reason why I can't let go of Raz. Because there was a reason that I must return to the Empire by raising a meritorious deed quickly. Raz's ability had the charm to do it, the ability to create efficient weapons from nothing. If I tell this ability that has neither been heard nor seen to the Empire's higher-ups, I might be released from this remote region transfer. There was such a light expectation. The result of revealing the desire is this. How unsightly the start is as expected. The subjugation mission of a nightmare. That time, I didn't want to go the mission if possible. After becoming this age, my wife became pregnant. The expected date when the child will be born is exactly similar to the period of the mission. I can't see my child's birth there with my own eyes. I was unlucky, and what I have encountered is that nightmare. Only Ronin-sama and I who survived. Moreover, in the story after that, it's said that the nightmare have gone out of the labyrinth by chasing the guides who ran away on the way. Mission failure and the loss of the unit. And furthermore, the sin of releasing a dangerous monster to the world. I was made to take those responsibilities, and I was transferred to this magic mountain. Although it might have been good that I didn't get sacked, I can't meet my family. Although I heard that a girl was safely born. After all, I can't see her appearance. And just recently, a letter from my wife arrived saying that my child had been kidnapped by someone. Although I wanted to return to the Empire at once, I will be treated as a deserter if I return now, and I will really be sacked this time. In order to return grandly, I have no choice but to do a meritorious deed. The criminal who kidnapped my daughter is unknown. However, I'm told that it was not done solo, but it's an organization-like crime that multiple people took part of it. It seems that even a high-rank magician is in the member, and it's said that the traces of the magic of the wind have been used were discovered. Although I have an acquaintance in the army to search, there's no clue. Although I don't know what I could do even if I return, It was unbearable to not being able to do anything at a distant place in the present state. Do you hate me? It suddenly comes into my mind, and I ask. After I ask it, I realize that it was a foolish question. It's impossible that it doesn't hate me, the opponent who made you kill your family by your own hands. It's impossible to forgive such a person. I see. Monsters also have the family love. The one who was devoured by Raz at the beginning was probably its younger brother or younger sister. It said that Razaraza was the older brother. What did it think when it sees the appearance of its older brother changed, completely being ruled by my skill? The start that caused this disastrous scene is probably it guessed that we destroyed another goblin's village in some reasons. Although I don't know how it escaped from my skill, the strong anger might have exceeded the power of my skill. Even if I think about such things now, I can't do anything. Raz raises the sword high and swing it down as if saying that this is the answer. If I think of the things that I did to Raz up until now, it's the deserved end. However, I have things left undone. It's regrettable at least, even if it's only once before I die. I wanted to see my child's face. The Rumor of the Adventurer, chapter The Rumor of the Adventurer Yo. Good morning, don't good morning with me. It's already noon, don't mind it. Because you're like that. Your rank doesn't rise no matter how much time passes, even if you said that. I came back yesterday at midnight. You know? Please let me rest a little, Was it the subjugation of Emikawa? That's right. Although that guy is strong, it runs away fast, and after chasing it for more than half a day, I finally killed it at midnight. I'm seriously exhausted. Rather, I'm excellent to be able to wake you at this time. Say, come to think of it, Rukuso and the others are not here, right? I hear that an ogre is found in the forest. They went for the subjugation mission ogre. It's rare in this area, right? Guildmaster said that it might be a lost ogre wandered from somewhere, even if it's like that. Isn't it strange? There's no place around here where there's an ogre, right? Yeah, well, something like where did it come from is not something that we should think of. Because it's a rare prey, the ogre competition have started in the forest by now. So that's why the guild is so quiet. Yeah, how about you? Why didn't you go? It was troublesome, I know. I frequently exterminate the ogre considerably in the place where I was in the past. Rather than me, I think that I should hand it over to the cute juniors, Yeah. Excuse is what? Then go now? There's no way we will go. Even though they go all together. There's no way that we can make it in time, even if we go now, yeah. Do you want to bet which party will kill it? No. In the first place, I don't even know who's participating in it this time, Rukuso's members, right? Cohen, Agerus, Kuwas, Regan, and then there's still more? Almost every one of the C rank participated in it. This is excessive forces for one ogre. How pitiful for that ogre is D rank after all. If it evolved, it's better, but from what I heard, it's just an ordinary ogre. How will it be when the ogre evolves? The first stage is the 3 kinds of fighter, ranger and shaman, same as the goblin. And the second stage is high ogre. The third stage is ogre general. The fourth stage is ogre king. When it becomes the king, the danger degree is B. Generally, it leads a crowd, so it depends on the scale. It can even become the S rank O. Does the appearance change? It changes. It becomes bigger when evolving. The ordinary ogre is easy to distinguish because it looks the same as the human as expected of the A rank adventurer. How knowledgeable? I won't give you anything even if you flatter me. In addition, you're also the same A rank. Well, you see, I have not gone out of this town before, so I haven't seen an ogre before. Are you interested? A little. When saying a human-type monster in this area, it's only the goblin in the Magic Mountain, after all goblin, huh? If it's compared with that, ogre is easier to deal with after all. Goblin can't be measured with simple status. The place is also a problem if encountering it when climbing the mountain. It's troublesome. I experienced a nightmare once when I took the harvesting quest to harvest the medicinal plants that can only be harvested in the Magic Mountain. I ran home. Because of that before, that's the right choice. To fight against the monster that crowds and a close combat type. No matter how many lives you have, it's insufficient. It's a relief that it doesn't go out of the Magic Mountain region yet. Now that you mention it, you know that there's a village built at the foot of the Magic Mountain, right? The Empire built it to reclaim the land or something, right? I never went there before, though. It seems that place has been destroyed. What? Why? Who knows? Although I don't know the details, I heard that the people who went for a quest in the Magic Mountain found that the village is destroyed as expected. They withdrew because it's impossible to reclaim the Magic Mountain. Huh? I don't know. I only heard it by accident after all. Because that place was convenient when going to the Magic Mountain. It's troublesome that it's destroyed. It can't be helped for the things that are destroyed. Although I don't think so. It's not that the goblins destroyed it, right? That's impossible. The soldier, Buirim's over there, is a considerable user, you know? He's that much. That guy is at least the same A rank as us. He might even be AS rank. That's amazing. As expected, when it's the Empire's soldier. That guy, it's the ogre. Everyone by the ogre. Oh, what's wrong? What happened? Everyone was killed by the ogre. What? Wait a second. By the ogre? That's right. That guy is not an ordinary ogre. Everyone has been killed. I will go and call Guildmaster. I leave it to you, Adventurers versus Ogre Chapter Adventurers versus Ogre Subjugation Quest. Ogre, unique individual, an ogre appeared in the forest. It's a unique individual that has high combat ability unlike the normal ogre species. The advance party is mostly annihilated. From the survivors' information, it can be guessed that the ogre has several special abilities. Estimated danger degree is B. A crowd looks at the request put up on the guild's quest board. They are the high-rank adventurers who went for other quests, or they didn't participate in the subjugation because they are resting when the ogre in question appeared. Their purpose is only one, that's to receive the subjugation quest of the unique ogre individual. The revenge for their killed comrades of the same guild. The foothold to raise the rank, the money reward, and the experience points when subjugating it. Although the reason varied, everyone aimed at the ogre similarly. However, the opponent is a unique individual with little information. Moreover, the danger degree that can beat multiple adventure parties higher than C rank completely. The danger degree B means that the lowest is B and the highest is still unknown. Therefore, the guild master decided to go with the strategy of gathering a lot of adventurers and subjugate it with the violence of number. The ones who have gathered in the guild were the adventurers who have the intention to participate in the subjugation. Everyone, thank you for gathering here. The guild master greets in front of the gathered adventurers. As we know, the opponent this time is a unique individual of the ogre. It's considered that its status is higher than normal ogre, and it also has unknown skills, including that it exceeds the normal species. The usually rude adventurers listens to the guild master's words silently. There are 3 features that are worth mentioning. That was the information that the very few survived adventurers of the advance party brought back. First is an abnormal recovery ability. A strange recovery is done that can't be explained with the existing skills. When you think that its body emitted light suddenly. At the next moment, the wounds seem to disappear without leaving any trace. Moreover, it said that the even MP and SP is recovered. Although there was the party that cornered the ogre, they were all killed because of this recovery. The adventurers begin to be noisy to the guild master's words. Among that, there was the figure of a young man biting his lips. The hopeful young man who's called Rakuso. He was the survivor of the advance party. And, in order to revenge for his comrades who were sacrificed to let him get run away, he participated in the subjugation quest to heal the wound. The second, the rapid rise in combat ability. Although it's similar to the fighting spirit, it's clearly different. Although the activation time is short, its status skyrockets when this is activated. Because there's no change in appearance, deal with it by intuition. Although it's a very careless correspondence. That's also the adventurer's fight. Adaptation to the circumstances. That's the basic for the adventurers, and it's also the secrets. The third, the ogre possesses the magic sword. Moreover, it's 2. The noise bigger than just now happens. The magic sword with special power is a rare goods that has very few in numbers. The ogre has it. The weapons that the normal ogre uses are only tree pole and stone axe. It was abnormal. Quiet. The noisy adventurers become silent all at once by one roar of the guildmaster. Guildmaster. I have one question among that. One man raises his hand. The A-rank adventurer, Gotu. After subjugating the ogre, what happens to the ownership of the magic swords? The glances focused on the Guildmaster. In those glances, there's the desire that can't be concealed. It's a kind of admiration for the adventurer to have a magic sword, and at the same time, it becomes pure status. It will be given to two people who have the greatest achievement, and a shout of joy rises. The adventurer's motivation rises at a dash. Then depart. The morale is high, the experience is also high, and the number is many. Therefore, they don't think that they will lose. Oi! I never heard of this. Gotu wiped his cold sweat in the scream that breaks out in the surroundings. The confused adventurer runs through Gotu's side, and the lower half of the body vanished. The ground where there should have been nothing there exploded suddenly. The adventurers are knocked down by the vortex of confusion in a blink of an eye, and the number is reduced one after another by the mysterious blast attack. It's not even known that where the attack comes from. Even if they run about trying to escape, they don't know where to run away. However, they are blown up after they ran around. Such a picture of hell was developed. If there's a reincarnated person in this place, it might be known that this is the scenery of the minefield. The adventurers intend to run away from the mysterious attack, but in reality, they're stepping the landmine by themselves. The mechanism is simple. By the illusion weapon creation, it's only create the magic sword with the self-destruction effect and the whole flame attribute, and bury it in the ground. The self-destruction effect is just as the name. The attack that can bring forth a bigger destructive power than normal by exploding the energy that dwells in the magic sword all at once. But on the other hand, the magic sword loses all the durability values if it's used once and breaks. The attack from a long distance comes flying this time to the adventurers who are moving about in confusion. The adventurer who received the direct hit has a big hole opened on the body and was blown off. The state like even a cannonball hit directly. However, it was a sword that came flying. The sword that specialized in durability is put in a cylindrical container and flies it by using the explosion of the self-destructing magic sword. It was an impromptu cannon. The landmines from the bottom and the bombardment from a distance attack the adventurers without mercy. Gotu confirms the situation and turns back. Gotu perceived that the exploding attack didn't happen at the back with his observing eyes. If he retreats, the explosion attack won't come. Gotu ran away. It's natural, because there's no way to win. The landmines from the bottom and the bombardment from a distance. Then, where's the main body? Gotu has seen the answer. By the clairvoyant skill. There is the figure of the ogre throwing away the freshly severed head of Neg, who has deep friendship with Gotu, and also an A-rank adventurer roughly. As far as Gotu remembers in Neg's story, it's said that the ogre's height is similar to the human, and it becomes bigger whenever it evolves. The height of the ogre that Gotu saw with clairvoyance was on size bigger than the human. It evolves, and it has the ability to easily crush an A-rank adventurer. On top of that, the unknown skill that creates this hell. On this day, Gotu survived, and most of the other adventurers were trampled. Empire Knights versus Ogre, Chapter Empire Knights versus Ogre. I don't feel motivated. After all, why must I do something like an ogre extermination? Does it mean that an ogre extermination is suitable for the trash who can't even train the hero satisfactorily that's given by that person? I'm angry only by remembering it. Those madmen of the divine word religion. Even though I said that I will raise him into the strongest hero, they took him forcibly. The Empire is also the same. Why is the Empire obeying the divine word religion easily? It should be more like a large country to correspond resolutely. Well, the Sword Emperor of this generation is an ordinary man only with a name. Therefore, he dreamed of his born child's future. From what I heard, the prince who was born several years ago seems to be said as an inborn genius. That means that even if he's an ordinary man, the blood of the king flows in the Sword Emperor. It's unrelated to me, who was sent to a remote region, though. And the destination was the border of the demon's territory, the Dazaro Fort. Judging from my past achievements and ability, I guess that it would be a little looser correspondence. As expected, the story that I protected the hero is a little unreasonable. Huh? Did the doubted divine word religion withdraw from there? Ronant Dano. It has come into view. That's the forest where the ogre haunts. My motivation that had fallen by the knight who shouts passionately next to me falls even more. Even if you don't shout, I can see it as it's so. His voice is uselessly loud. I will have an earache. The owner of this voice is the Empire Knight, Naiadas. He's uselessly fired up, uselessly noisy, and uselessly strong. An oddball full of uselessness. Although his age is close to me, we don't have much interaction up until now because our action differs. And because I was transferred to the remote region, we are together like this. Naiadas is a rising knight who's a commoner, and he has been in this remote region all the time. I was basically at the center of the empire, and it was about several years to meet him. But because of this useless presence, I remember his face while at the faces of the people who I meet often. He's a guy who made me use my memory uselessly. If Ronant Dano's magic and my sword technique unite, it's exactly invincible. There's no way we will be defeated by the brutal ogre. Now move. He raised his sword high uselessly and tries to charge uselessly. Good grief, don't spend the useless time. Wait, I heard that the ogre that exists on this area is a unique kind. If you charge without a plan, the loss of the soldiers will increase MM. It's as Ronant Dano says. I of all people have forgotten. It's not that you've forgotten, but you're not thinking of anything from the beginning. And so, apprentice number 2, you have heard about the information on the ogre properly, right? Yes. I mean, teacher, may I inquire why was I the only one who hear about it for approximately 1 hour, even though we went to the guild together? Rejected. I don't want to waste time on apprentice number 2. If I have the time to hear the information of the ogre, I want to put efforts to approach the essence of magic, even if it's a little. Although teacher and the others didn't hear it, this ogre somehow possesses multiple special skills, and it seems to be intelligent. The effect of the special skill that's confirmed is the sudden complete recovery. I heard that it doesn't only recovers the wounds, but it also recovers the magical power and vitality. The next is the temporary explosive-like status rise. I heard that the continuation time is short, but it seems to use it together with the complete recovery, so it's troublesome. And the last one is important. It's considered that it has the skill that can create magic sword. I never heard of such a skill. This is also the first time that I heard of it. It's an unconfirmed information that doesn't leave the level of speculation. But it seems that it's confirmed that it possessed multiple magic swords for an ogre to possess magic sword. This shall be a match with my beloved sword. Don't hold such a strange sense of rivalry. Do you know the ability of the ogre's magic swords? The ones confirmed are Thunder Magic Sword, Fire Magic Sword. And it seems that there's an exploding magic sword that's buried in the ground. I heard that it's buried in the ground, and when it's stepped, it seems to explode. Most of the adventurers were killed by this. Interesting. Is there a fool who used the magic sword like that before? The magic sword is hard to produce, so it's rare. To make that explode, huh? Impossible. If it's one adventurer per sword to the paid cost, it's rather not profitable. And yet, it executes it calmly. I judge this to be interesting. Now, I'm interested in it. I'm feeling motivated. It seems that when the burden exceeds a certain level, the magic sword buried in the ground will explode. It's the information that the adventurers acquired desperately. It's reliable to hit the ground hard with the magic of the wind. Huh? Isn't it possible with teachers' ridiculous magical power? Nonsense. It's only that much, so you do it, yeah? Me? This young girl is the youngest daughter of a low-class noble. And although she has the talent, she didn't have anywhere to go because of her laziness and speech. So I picked her up. Although it's me who did accomplish that person's words to raise the hero. At least, I thought that I should try and experience raising people by taking them as apprentices. As a result, I learned a lot of things. It was difficult to teach people and lead them more than I thought. After all, I'm the man who was called as the genius. Although I understood it, when I try to teach, my apprentices can't understand a lot of things that I always say casually. I can't understand why they can't understand. There's a lot of such things and while searching for the reason why it can't be understood, I reached a different opinion. Because of that, I made myself to learn while teaching the apprentices. That person must have foresee this and told me to raise the hero. As expected. Impossible. 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 Girl, it's not good to decide that it's impossible before doing it. In that case, the things that can be done will become impossible to be done. Just try and do it. Don't worry, even if you fail, it will only end with me bursts out laughing. Teacher, you're the worst. You're wrong. It's the best. Well then, there are 100 Empire Knights led by me and Naiadas. How will the ogre fight? It's an attraction. Old Man 2 versus Ogre Chapter Old Man 2 versus Ogre Author Note. I will show you more and more. I changed the apprentice number 1 to apprentice number 2. Number 1 is Julius in the Old Man. According to the plan, I leave it to you. Apprentice number 2 seriously am the one doing it? I don't know even if I fail, okay? Apprentice number 2 begins to construct magic. Moo. Slow. That construction is the one I taught the other day. She keeps the thickness again in the useless place and loses it. It's not like that. After taking time, apprentice number 2 completes the magic. A mass of air struck the ground from the sky. Storm magic skyfall. It's originally not the magic that demands for killing power, but it's something that stops the large enemy army. It's a wide-range magic that can crush the opponent to death if the power is raised. The magic explodes the magic swords buried in the ground according to the plan. I mean, how many of it's buried? The ground over there is blown off wholly. If we charge without a plan, we would have been annihilated. I can't anymore. Apprentice number 2 falls down by the exhaustion of magical power. Well, I guess she did well. Now with the chance. Whole army, charge. The knights charge by Naiada's command. Moo. Something is flying here. That's a sword. If I see it, many swords fly and stab the ground. It will explode. Don't approach. Although Naiada's rouses attention, I don't think that it's the exploding magic sword. The distance with the knights is too much. The ground where thrown sword stabbed is more far to the side from the knights. All the swords are thrown like to make sure the knights avoid it. Even if it explodes, there's a distance, so there should not be much damage. This is an attack with some different aim. What on earth is the aim? The swords come flying again as if answering my question. This time, it aims at the center of the knights. Immediately after that, a purple lightning sparked. The thunder that spreads in all directions infringes on the knights. Furthermore, the sword comes flying one after another like attacking a routed enemy, and the thunder roars every time. Oh, look, isn't it magnificent? I shout in excitement. Magnificent! This is not merely exploding the thunder magic swords. The first magic sword that stabbed on the ground absorbs the thunder. The magic swords arrange to surround the knights. That magic sword probably has the ability to absorb and collect the thunder. The thunder that normally only have an effect on a very small scale range is drawn to the magic sword and spreads. Just infringe in the range of the magic sword. Did it foresee this and arrange the magic swords? This guy is good. That magic sword to have such ability. Splendid. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Teacher, this is not a laughing matter. That's right. Those who can move. Do something about the magic sword stabbed on the ground. Stop. The voice of my heart is in vain, and the knight pulls up a sword. Immediately after that, the magic sword sparks, and the thunder burnt down the knight's body. There's no way that the guy who made such a complicated trap didn't prepare the countermeasures when the sword is pulled up. A new sword stabbed on the nearby ground where the knight fell. Although it's indeed interesting, at this rate, we will be annihilated. It can't be helped. I guess I will put out some motivation, although I'm amazed at the ogre's ability in this operation method. At this rate, we will be killed. Although it's regrettable, I will be a little serious. Thus go, Naiada's MMMM. I confirm the position of the ogre with 1,000 miles eye. Transfer magic activate. Naiada's appears in front of the ogre. The ogre who opened its eyes wide in surprise. It seems that Naiada's is also surprised, but should I say is expected? He recovers himself uselessly fast. Naiada's sword approaches the ogre, and the ogre stops it with the magic sword placed in the waist. the rivalry, and both retreat at the same time like being repelled. And the sword fight between Newdaz and the ogre began. Although it's impossible to appraise without naked eye, as far as I see, it's approximately equal to Newdaz. Newdaz is called as the sword saint with that. Among the humans, it's correct that he's the swordsman of the highest level, but he's equal to it. With my judgment, Newdaz is higher in the ability of the sword. If it's in pure brute strength, the ogre is higher. However, I'm interested in the sudden power-up that's in the report. If Newdaz is killed, it can be seriously a defeat. Although the noble Newdaz might dislikes it uselessly, let me assist him here. Because the ogre uses the fire and thunder attributes, it can be expected that it won't work easily. Then, the other attribute that excels in long distance is the light, huh? I construct magic. I shoot. The advantage of the magic of the light is that the launch and the impact is almost simultaneous, and it's easy to aim at the sniped place. Thanks to that, Newdaz, who moves around, intensely avoided it, and made only the ogre hit the magic directly. The magic of the light shoots through the foot of the ogre as aimed. As usual, it's not a human power, Apprentice number 2 mutters, but I will be troubled in the future when you can't do this much. The ogre received the direct hit of the magic, and its movement becomes dull. Newdaz doesn't overlook the chance and slashes at it resolutely. The ogre swung the sword held in the right hand, and flame gushed out from the point of the sword. However, the raging flame doesn't reach Newdaz. The sword that Newdaz had is also a magic sword that was loaded with the magic of the wind. The raging wind blocks the invasion of the flame and disperses it. Newdaz crosses the flame, just like that, and slashes at the ogre. The ogre stops the sword with the magic sword held in the left hand. The thunder surges from the magic sword of the left hand. Newdaz's body blows off. However, he won't die with this much. My magic hits directly again to the ogre, who showed a chance for an instant after pushing Newdaz aside. This time, it's the magic loaded with more power than a while ago. The ogre who has its head shot through. Even if it's this guy, it won't be alive if the head is harmed. The ogre that inclines the body. It throws the sword held in the hand while falling down. Although it's the last vain struggle, the thunder magic sword hits the approaching knight's body and takes the life. What an unlucky knight. However, with this, it's the end. But the ogre emits light for an instant immediate after that, and stands up. The wound that I had shot through on the head disappeared. What? Although I heard that it has the ability of complete recovery. It even recovers fatal wounds. This is bad. With this, it's like fighting against an immortal monster. If the recovery can make it in time, even when the head is shot through. That means that in order to defeat it, we must destroy it into small fragments without the time to reproduce the body. While I began to put the outlook that I will finally lose, the ogre turned back and ran away. The speed is something to be amazed, and it seemed that it used the power-up ability to run away. Why did it run away even though it recovered? Does it mean that the recovery requires some kind of condition, and it can't be used easily? I don't know, but I might have a narrow escape from death. Oni 9 calmly chapter Oni 9 calmly. I swing the thunder magic sword that I created newly. Because I made the magic sword as a katana, it might be more accurate to call it as magic katana. I created the flame one again according to that. It's because I thought that if I were to go with 2 sword style, it's more stable that both the left and right have the same shape. I felt that I lack of ability to use different swords in the left and right. My sword technique is only to the amateur degree. Although I have the sword talent skill, in the pure sword ability, all the humans who I fought up until now were higher. Especially, the old man who I fought recently was great. I used the War God Spirit and the Magic Combat Act at the same time, and am approximately equal. Even though it can be said that I surely exceeded him in the status, still, I was forced into a hard match that the win or lose is unknown. The pure sword technique skill overturned the difference of the status. My present species is the Ogre Shaman. In order to create magic sword more efficiently, I chose the magic evolution. I think that there was no mistake in it. The illusion weapon creation is my greatest ability, and raising it means raising my force. Actually, The skill level of illusion weapon creation rises, and the added special effect edition was useful in the fight against the humans. When I was attacked sporadically by a small human group in the forest at first, it was a little dangerous because I still haven't mastered the magic swords. I reflected from there, and I advanced the preparations for interception. I was able to annihilate the large-scale human group that attacked me after that very easily by making the exploding magic sword as a substitute for the landmine. The magic sword changes depending on how I use it. I have the knowledge of the earth where science was superior than the residents of this world, and it's a big strength that I can make the best use of it. But it doesn't mean that everything goes well. The impromptu cannon was a defective product that broke only with one use because the number of prepared cylinder was little. On top of that, the accuracy is low, and the power is also comparatively low even though it needs two magic swords. It was way better if I throw it. Although the landmine also turned out well at the beginning, it was useless after the mechanism was known. Although it's a nasty anti-personnel weapon that takes time to remove, if it's the Earth, there's a convenient thing called magic in this world. I never thought that they would attack the whole minefield with magic to explode it all at once. It was really good that I prepared the next plan, though that was ruined by a ridiculous teleportation magic. That's cheating. After all, an old man appears from the open space suddenly. It seems that it's the thing called space magic. The user is the magician who sniped me, and he's also an old man. The old man in this world is too dreadful. I thought that I was going to die at that time. I was 90 dead. The sword that I threw at once hit one of the knights luckily. I killed the knight with one hit luckily, and I was able to level up luckily. It's like I succeeded in connecting my life somehow by the extreme luck that good luck overlapped with the good luck. It was some kind of bet to escape by activating the Wrath after that. My status rises greatly when I activate the Wrath. If it's added with the War God Spirit, my status becomes 20 times of the original. My present status is about 1,000. When the War God Spirit is used, my physical status will increase by 1,000, and it becomes about 2,000. And the 10 times is 2,000. The Wrath has the effect of increasing all the status by 10 times. However, there's a disadvantage in this outrageous ability. That's also awfully dangerous. It's the disappearance of reasoning. When I activate the Wrath, my consciousness vanishes, and I will become a berserker that only continues to rage. Moreover, it's a matter of luck whether I can return from that state. Although I managed to regain my consciousness when I killed Buirims, it was not strange that I don't return to the origin and become a beast. That's why it's really the last resort to use the Wrath. That's also only for a short time when I can keep my consciousness somehow. But still, my consciousness is painted over with anger, and it's difficult to control. It was a good fortune that I was able to escape properly after activating it. Perhaps I might win if I activated the Wrath, but I probably can't return anymore at that time. That's nothing but the disappearance of consciousness called me. Even if I win in such a state, it can't be said that I won. It's like attacking each other simultaneously. To be honest, because I was able to win easily in the fight before that, I had underestimated humans. I didn't think that I would end up using the Wrath to escape. It's not a mistake to have polished the illusion weapon creation, but that alone is not good. I swing the katana. The image is the old man who I fought recently. I continue to swing the katana against the illusion of the old man, but I can't win. I can't beat the old man in the image in the state that the War God Spirit is not activated no matter what. But still, I continue to swing the katana. I think about the means to kill the opponent calmly. I can win if I entrust it to anger, but then I will be subjugated someday. I made my reasoning to work calmly. And on top of that, I sharpened the Blade of Massacre. I also acquired the space magic by paying skill points. Although 1,000 points were demanded, there's no loss to have it. It's not wrong that absorbing the opponent's strategy is also a method to become stronger quickly. Because the thing that I thought that it's troublesome should be troublesome for the opponent too. Because the space magic is useless when the level is low, it's necessary for me to train. I swing the katana, so that I can surely kill him the next time. I polish my sword technique. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Sword Talent LV3 has become Sword Talent LV4. I suppress the anger that well up from my inside calmly and calmly. I only put the killing intent on the blade. Sharply, nothing but sharp. The Sword King and the Magician. Chapter The Sword King and the Magician. Changed Master Swordsman to Sword Saint. Managed to get it translated before my posting time. The author wrote Nyadas at first, then it became Nudas again. And the author used Rengzand instead of Rengzant. The Sword King and the Magician, and so, you missed the ogre? Yes. Thinking about that escape speed. We might get killed if we continue fighting it actually was even equal to Nyadas. Nyadas might be in danger without my assistance. Because even Nyadas, who's called the Sword Saint, uselessly was like that, I don't think that the adventurers and the ordinary soldiers there can do anything. I reported it to the man in front of me. To the Sword Emperor who stands at the top of the Rengzand Empire. I see. If you try to defeat it from the front, it will only increase the damage in vain. Huh? That's right. Although it might be able to manage, somehow, if the Empire elites are gathered. Only me and Nyadas who can move, right? Quite so. The Sword Emperor sighs deeply. Although someone might warn him, usually, they're only me and the Sword Emperor in this place. I will let you sigh. This guy should have accumulated many things. It looks like you're having a hard time, because there's a little people that I can trust in both the inside and the outside. Oh, that means that I'm trusted? I trust you in a sense. You're only interested in magic, and you completely ignore the authority. Isn't it? If I can even prepare the bait called intellectual curiosity about magic, you will work obediently, kakaka? You're saying it. It's not wrong. Is there any purpose that I was demoted? First is the pressure of the divine word religion. Second is as a force that can move freely. And the third is to make sure that you're not involved in needless troubles. About like that, after all, there's the movement to make me do this and that. Huh? Although I expected it, I was more desperate, huh? The divine word religion doubts you, saying that the hero rescue play was too good. But actually, how is it? Well, I was only given the role to rescue the hero. Originally, I intended to raise the hero with my own hands. After that, although the time was short with Julius, he absorbed my teachings well. Maybe because he has an obedient personality, he understood it quick. If there's the period to teach him more properly, he might surpass me and arrive at the essence of the magic someday. Regrettable. The hero is the prince of the Anarito kingdom, and the divine word religion is assisting. Something like entrusting him to our country is impossible. I understand it. That's why I said that I will go and teach him, but the dumbass of the divine word religion rejected me, considering the other side. The fellow who hides the truth can't be trusted, even you. I never did anything guilty. I only obey that person's instruction. You don't have the intention to tell the truth to me either, right? Nothing can be done even if I tell you. Don't worry. I want to do something that would harm the Empire, I hope, so when you always do foolish things, I might be disgusted with you. I will be trouble like that. It's not a joke. If you do something ashamed any further, it's interesting to return all my titles and inheritances to the Empire and leave. If you abandon me now, the Empire's future would be dark. That's exaggerating. My power is of no importance. You should review your own value a little more. It's the judgment after reviewing. I understood that I was extremely conceited up until now. Because I met that person, I was able to aware of my inexperience. And there's still a height. Judging from me, I think that you have the worthy ability to be conceited the Sword Emperor size exaggeratedly. Well, because this person has a hard time with his lack of ability. The present Sword Emperor is capitalizing on the fame of his parent. It's a fact to be said so. While naming as the Sword Emperor, he's inferior to Nudas in ability. But having said that, his political ability is not remarkable. In short, he's an ordinary man. It's also because the retired previous Sword Emperor was great. After all, he's the sword teacher of the previous hero. Even though he has retired, he's a swordsman who overwhelms Nudas. This guy who grew up being shown the back of his great father is doing his best while judging from me. Although he's doing his best, unfortunately, he don't have the caliber to stand at the top after all. Because the demons have become quiet, there was no warlike war recently. It reached the point that the nobles use their authority from the inside, and he did well to even suppress it and prevent the empire from disintegrating. That's also because the nobles see the predecessor's appearance when seeing this guy's back, and he managed to hold it because they didn't take poor actions. When a parent is superior, the child is difficult. Come to think of it, although it seems that this guy's son is also superior, is it all right? By the way, how's your son? You mean Yugo? That might be not good, Moo. I heard that he's an exaggerated monster from the rumor, don't call the son of another person as a monster. But I will forgive you. Even if I see him, he's a monster. Both the body and the mind is serious somehow. That is loved by God naturally. However, he's self-conceited because of it, and there's no owner of power who can correct the self-conceit. It will be good if Father is here at such a time, but I don't even know where is that person now. Should I correct him with willpower? It's probably impossible. The nobles who abandoned me are protecting that. Although that is overflowing with talents, the mind is immature. He's flattered by the nobles and becomes conceited. Pitifully, I can neither restrain that nor separating that from the nobles. Even if you try to contact that, you will probably be obstructed. How troublesome. Then I shall pass. That's better for you, although it's harsh. Child rearing is a parent job. I should not get involved in it deeply because it seems troublesome. Returning to the talk, I decided to leave the ogre in question to the dark side. Umo. The combat is avoided directly and guide the ogre into the demon's territory. I see. Pushing it to the demons, That's right. Although I don't know whether it will go well or not. It's more realistic that losing soldiers in vain. Several villages have already been destroyed. It's necessary to drive the ogre out of the human's territory before the damage spreads any further. Well, that's appropriate. If it goes well, it's a congratulatory matter that the ogre and the demons will crush each other. I want to talk with that ogre if possible, but it's impossible with that state. If it's a dangerous creature that scatters such killing intent, I don't think that even the demons would try to talk to it. The Pope and the Ninja, chapter The Pope and the Ninja, and the ogre disappeared into the demon's territory. Happy ending, it's not happy. After all, the ogre was not killed. I told that to the boy in front of me. I look at his state. The boy stuffs his mouth with the cake comfortably. Although the age shows the appearance suitably, the inside should not match the appearance. After all, this boy is a reincarnated person. And so, in your view, was that ogre a reincarnated person? I don't know. After all, I was attacked before I can talk to it. The boy whose present name is Sajin, and it said that his previous live's name is Kusama Shinobu. Sajin has a unique skill called Ninja, and it has the ability specialized in information gathering and assassination. Therefore, I let Sajin to contact the ogre that's suspected to be a reincarnated person. The result is negotiation failure. Rather that it said that it was not even a negotiation. I was almost killed. Is that guy really a reincarnated person? I had you to contact it in order to confirm it the unique individual ogre that appeared near the border of the demon's territory in the Empire. The combat ability that far exceeds the ordinary ogre, the wisdom to set traps to annihilate the adventurers, and above all, the unknown skill that creates magic swords. Even only with those fragmentary information, it can be said that the possibility that the ogre is a reincarnated person was high. The reincarnated people have some other inborn unique skills that others don't, like Sajin's ninja skill. That skill and the W skill that the effect is still unknown. These two are the proofs of reincarnated people. Sajin's existence is large that I noticed the fact. Sajin was born as the son of my dark side subordinate that I controlled directly in the divine word religion. Although it's normal to not appraise unless a certain age is reached for the nobles in other countries, the child born the dark side are appraised early and the ability is measured regularly. The appraisal was used in order to understand the state of the newborn child. And the abnormality of Sajin was discovered at that time. He was born with a large amount of skill points that's normally impossible. And he possessed 2 skills by birth. Moreover, both were skills that I had not seen before. I used the ruler authority immediately and confirmed the details of the skill and whether there are other existences that have the similar skill. As a result, it was confirmed that there were as many as 2 babies who had the W skill in my own country other than Sajin. It might be some kind of fate that one of them was abandoned to the church. I stationed my subordinate under the direct control in the church and gave the order to start monitoring and guard. At the same time, I placed the monitoring and the guard on the another one secretly. If I think, I might have already sensed some kind of omen at this time. That changed into conviction when Potamus, who's the chief of the elves, came and demanded to hand over the children who have the W skill, saying that the children who have this skill will give a big influence to the world. The elves move means that it's that much. Those guys won't move by slight matter. When those guys move, that's when the world moves greatly. The children who have the W have the value for it. And it became clear when Sajin came to be able to talk even though it's baby talk. Something called the reincarnated people told from Sajin's mouth. It was a shock. The humans of a different world are reborn in this world. Is there such a thing? What could be thought is the existence of the high-rank administrator, the system constructor whose existence is higher than Kakuryu-sama, the existence that exists in a far-off place that's only known as the code called D. The reincarnated people might have been sent into this world by that person's intention. I can only think that way. Otherwise, the existence to have inborn skills and skill points is impossible in the system. If they were born without an intention, that means that an important defect has been generated in the system. It's impossible if I see Kakuryu-sama's state that I encountered some time ago. If such a serious problem had occurred, there's no way that person will leave it. Old man, don't go for a trip. Oops, sorry. When I think about something, I neglect the surroundings unconsciously that was bad. Was it the talk about the ogre? Whether it's a reincarnated person or not. Anyway, the ogre will be killed if it's in that condition. The Empire's judgment to push it to the demon is not wrong if it's beyond the human's control, I wonder. That ogre is dangerous. Can that be killed? It seemed that the assault of the two prominent users didn't even kill it in the report. But it escaped means that it might have been cornered. That means it's not a monster that can't be killed, however. It's only the fact in the present stage. The growth rate of the reincarnated people is simply abnormal. I can understand it well if I see Sajin. He originally has the unique skills and high skill points by birth. And in addition, because he grows up mentally, he understands quicker than normal child. Even though he's still a child, he has the ability at the same level as the adult who has accumulated special training. If he grows up at this rate, he would acquire the power to the extent that normal humans can't compete with him. The same thing could be said to the ogre if it's a reincarnated person. Moreover, Sajin's growth is no match for the degree of the ogre's growth. It has the ability that can escape from the prominent users of the Empire at present. If it's the Empire elites, even one person can kill a monster of the danger degree, B class. That didn't match with it means that the ogre's danger degree is at least A class. When thinking about the growth in the future, it might be dangerous if more time passed. If the demons will kill it, I have nothing to say. If possible, I prefer that it can inflict damage to the demons before it's subjugated. Will it go so conveniently? If it doesn't go well, that time is that time. That's all for the ogre's matter. Let's process our matter, okay? Enemy San is hooked to the bait. That's good fortune now. I pray that Ajiwara would do well. There are two reincarnated people who I protected. Sajin and the orphan named Yurin. And the another one, the boy called Ajiwara Kenichi, whose present name is Yugio, is placed under observation. I took contact with this Yugio secretly and instructed the technique of intelligence. And he was drove out of the country, taking the appearance that the family moved outside the country. In order to show a chance, Yugio, who is not monitored anymore, was kidnapped by the elves. Although I bet half that it will fail, apparently the elves are obsessed to the reincarnated people. I can only think that they kidnap him, taking the danger into account. It's convenient for us, though. I hope that it would go well, even though it's to investigate the internal conditions of the elves. Yugio will have to cross a dangerous bridge. If something happens, it will worsen the aftertaste a little. If it's OG, he can handle it flawlessly, although I feel relieved at Sajin's light tone. I prayed that the other reincarnated person sneak into the elves inside well. The country of the Interstis chapter, the country of the Interstis, there's a steep mountain range called the Magic Mountain. There are 3 layers in this mountain range. The first layer the mountain range that consists of steep mountains and was covered with snow throughout 1 year. The monsters inhabiting there are much stronger than the ground. The monsters of the danger degree of C class are the mainstream and the wind drakes. Ice drakes, etc., inhabit there too. It's this first layer that both the humans and the demons called as Magic Mountain. The second layer. There's nothing in the point beyond the mountain range after crossing the first layer. Only the too high mountain blocks the path, and the intense cold wind corners the people who reach there. It's the world of only snow and rock that can be seen. If one were to reach the second layer after passing through the first layer, unluckily, the fury called nature attacks. The third layer, the endpoint of the Magic Mountain. The dragon is enshrined there. As the last guardian, the Magic Mountain is the mountain range that's spread out in a semicircle shape. Seeing it from the sky, the appearance of the mountains looking like beautiful 3 waves can be seen. If the reincarnated people were to see it, they might be able to predict that it's a mountain range created by the collision of the continents caused by the crustal movement by plate tectonics. However, the prediction is only half correct, and it can be said that the half is wrong. The Magic Mountain is certainly formed by the collision of the continents. But the colliding details are not due to the movement of the plate. A certain person moved to a continent with an intention, and as a result of connecting it with a different continent, the Magic Mountain was created. Nobody knows the fact other than the person in question. And if the Magic Mountain is created by the collision of the continents, a vast terrain should spread out beyond it. Nobody among both the humans and the demons knows the fact either. Only the people living in the land know it. The huge solitary island where the half is surrounded by the Magic Mountain, and the other half is surrounded by the sea. The wideness is approximately 157,000 square kilometers. The wideness is approximately the same as Mongolia on the Earth. Although it's a little small to be called as a continent, it can be said that it's enough to be called as a country. The country doesn't have a name. If it must be said, it's an independent country that should be called as the country of the interstice that belong to neither the humans nor the demons. Neither the humans nor the demons know that the country of the interstice exists, because they can't cross the Magic Mountain and the sea. Similarly, the dwellers of the country of the interstice can't go out of this country either. But they know about the humans' territory and the demons' territory. Complete self-sufficiency is demanded from the dwellers of the country of the interstice on the nature of the geography. Therefore, the main industry becomes agriculture and stock raising. As for the other industries, the ratio assigned to daily necessities is many, and the kind of luxury goods is very little. And, above all, the notable feature is that there are few craftsmen who specialize in making weapons. In this world where the existence that should be called the enemy of all living things called the monsters dominate, the weapons and armors are necessities. But that doesn't apply in the country of the interstice. This is because there's no monster in the country of the interstice. The mechanism that generates monsters is no different with the normal animals. It doesn't generate suddenly from an empty place. A place called the dungeon occasionally generates, and it begins to spring out from there. But if such an exception is excluded, most of it breed by the proper method as a living thing. Then, if the monsters that should increase originally don't exist, it can't increase. In addition, it's fine if you don't invade it from the outside. The country of the interstice built up such an environment where the monsters didn't exist. The animals inhabiting in the country of the interstice are all with docile temper that can't be called as monsters. Although there's carnivorous animal, it's no a monster too. The existence is clearly different from the animal and the monster. Because there's no monster, there's little need to fight. Therefore, the weapons and armors are not made, and nobody fights. It was the figure of the country that seemed to embody the miracle in this world. The miracle doesn't remain with that alone. The people living in the country of the interstice can also be called as a miracle. If one were to appraise the dwellers of this country one after another, an astonishing fact will be known. The fact that the humans and the demons who continued to fight in the history live together in this country. Rather than that, those two races marry, and there's even a child of the half. Rather, there are fewer pure humans and demons, and most of the dwellers of this country inherit the blood of both human and demon. The country where the races that continued fighting take each other's hand and live peacefully. The country of the Interstice was such a miraculous country. There was the ideal country that the goddess wished so, and a man who tried to grant the wish built up there. However, an unprecedented crisis approached the country. One Oni, whose everything was deprived by the humans and driven into the Magic Mountain now by the humans again, has arrived at the third layer of the Magic Mountain, crossing the second layer of intense cold that hardly has any food. The Oni who fell into the life-or-death extreme situation ignores the warning of the ice dragon, who's the guardian. In the first place, it didn't hear the warning at all. The Oni who stood in the abyss of death didn't have its sense anymore, and even the dragon in front of it was merely seen as a food. Ruled by the wrath, only kills and eats. It only turned into an Oni. The ice dragon that lost half of its body barely escaped from the mad Oni. In order to tell the dreadful existence that's approaching the country of the Interstice to its master, and the Oni crossed the mountain range. The previous Sword Emperor chapter, I arrived at this country of the Interstice immediately after I handed over the Sword Emperor title to my son I. Couldn't find any reason in fighting against demons, despite always being on the front lines. Why do humans and demons continue fighting? There is no answer to my question. If I had time to think about this question that doesn't even have an answer, I would rather wield my sword and kill enemies. However, one of my apprentices becomes the hero, and the demons didn't attack after he went over to the demons' territory alone. He was also a man who lost the meaning to fight similar to me. And, although I don't know how he did it, the war was stopped temporarily. Only a very small number of humans, including me, who knows that he went to the demons' territory. That's why there were a lot of people who had distrust towards the demons that suddenly became quiet. There were many voices that say that it's necessary to take advantage of this opportunity. However, I wanted to bet on him, that he would put an end to the history of the humans and the demons who continued fighting. But I can never see the result. Although I have confidence in my sword skills, I'm weak when it comes to politics. The battle disappeared. The position of the civil officer began to become stronger than the military officer, and an incompetent man who can only swing the sword like me was not needed. Fortunately, although my son's sword skill is unskilled, his head is pretty much good. I saw that it would be better if I entrust the future of the Empire to my sword, rather than an antique like me sitting on the throne forever. When I decided so, I felt relieved of my burden instantly. It seemed that I suffered by the strong pressure of the position called the Sword Emperor before I, myself, noticed it. The question that I can't afford to think about grew big when I surrendered the throne to my son and retired. Must the humans and the demons continue fighting? I don't think so. In fact, there were radicals in the Empire, but there was an unpleasant warm mood generally. The long fight gave the blow not a little for the Empire, and cast a gloomy shadow over the whole country. The demons are surely in a similar situation. That's why they withdrew. They can understand that there's a common thought with the humans. If they have the similar thought, it's never impossible to understand each other. I concluded so, and I was found by that person and was invited to the country of the Interstice. A scene as I imagined spread out there. The humans and the demons live without discrimination, and they live without shedding blood and swinging weapons. I shed tears of gratitude and decided that I will spend the rest of my life here. Although it would be good that I can just accomplish my natural life span slowly, it doesn't seem to go that way. I draw my beloved sword. In this peaceful country, I didn't let go of my beloved sword. On the contrary, I did the maintenance properly without missing everyday training. It's not that I didn't anticipate that it could happen, but I can never throw away my other half, called the sword. I swing the weapon while praying for peace. I continue to hold such a contradiction. It's ironical that it's useful. I head to the opposite direction of the escaping people. I can already see the opponent's figure. The large build that far exceeds the human's height. Ogre, and in addition to that, the evolved species. Judging from the size, it's probably a high ogre. However, the intimidating air that can be felt exceeds the Ogre King that I have fought before. The presence was common with the dragons that can't be reached by a human's hand. But still, I stepped forward toward the ogre. Even though I have retired, I'm the former Sword Emperor and a sword god, the one who ruled the sword. Even if I lose in the status, the victory or defeat won't be decided with that alone. I will teach it to this raging ogre. The first layer of the Magic Mountain. The ice dragon met its master there. It barely survived from the ogre and contacted the master. The master who received the contact came to the ice dragon immediately with transfer. The man who heard the situation from the ice dragon gave the word and treatment of appreciation to the ice dragon and left with transfer, leaving the words, "I will go first." Because the ice dragon can't use transfer, it flies to return. And in the place where it returned, the ice dragon became perplexed that its master, who should have come to this place earlier, is not there. The master of the ice dragon, Kuro, realized that the space movement by transfer ended in failure. Although it's a movement that should end in an instant usually, it's never canceled. As if the darkness like the hell wrapped Kira's whole body. Kuro thinks, the space was interfered when transferring, and I was locked up in a different space. He grasps the present conditions, so. However, Kuro is the strongest existence in this world. There can't be an existence that can interfere Kira's transfer. But in fact, Kuro is locked up like this. It's unlikely that an outside god invaded. The system is set sensitively about it. There should only be few high-rank gods who can invade this world without being sensed by the system that demade. And if it's such a high-rank god, it should be easy to erase Kuro rather than locking him up. And Kuro thinks of two possibilities. The first one is the interference by D. The second one is beginner who reached the god just recently. Both are impossible, but it may be said that both are possible. DS action can't even be read by Kuro. It's possible to think that she interferes on a whim even if she carried out the non-interference so far. The beginner can't do anything advanced to the extent that can obstruct Kira's transfer. The god technique is not a thing that can be mastered in a day. But that beginner reached the god in a little period. When thinking of the growth rate, he's made to think that it's not strange even if she can do it. Either way, it's unchanged that it's a troublesome thing. Kuro tries to escape from the different space. At that moment, the darkness turns white like obstructing him. A large quantity of white spiders that made him to think so fill up the view and swallow Kira's body. At that point, the other party became clear. What are you planning, Shirari? Kuro pushed through the tsunami of white spiders and gave off an angry voice. There was no response to the voice. Sword God versus Ogre, Chapter Sword God versus Ogre. I dodged the ogre's two katanas and warded off. If I exchange blows with it directly, my sword will be cut. The single blow that the physical strength is put that much. No, all the attacks are the sure kill power that threatens my life. I felt that I was inferior in the status by intuition since the time I saw it, and intended to be cautious, but my prediction was too naive. GAA. The ogre roars. The mere shout becomes a lump of sound and strikes. Pain runs through my ear, and the impact like being hit goes through my body. This by the roar without skills at all. The ogre wields the katanas while stepping and breaking ground. I evade it sideways, exaggeratedly, while withdrawing behind greatly. The ogre steps over with one step to the distance that I retreated with all my best and catches a straight line where I was a while ago. On the extension line of the wielded sword's point, a flash danced. As expected, a magic sword. Moreover, it's a considerably strong class. And, although this ogre's behavior seems to be mad, its fighting style is not merely entrusting to strength. It's a good evidence that it's using the power of a magic sword. Although it seems to lose control of itself, still, it's making full use of the combat technique at an instinct level. What a troublesome existence. If it rages with all its strength, I have a way to deal with it. I slip through the intense dance somehow and swing my sword to the ogre's body. Shallow. In addition, hard. The feeling transmitted to my hand is not the feeling of cutting the flesh, but the feeling of the blade was blocked by a hard thing. Let alone the flesh, I can't even the skin. The victory or defeat is decided. It looks like I'm until here. No matter how superior technique I have, if the attack doesn't work, I can't win. Or if it has the weak points, such as the eyes and the throat, I might be able to inflict a wound, but it won't be a fatal wound. In contrast with that, the ogre's attack will take my life at a blow. The ogre's attack will probably catch me earlier than my attack finish, reducing the ogre's HP. Then, there's one thing that I must do. I will gain time so that a lot of the residents can run away. I abandon the attack. I turn everything that I cultivated throughout my life into defense in order to gain time. How much time has passed? Even an instant felt like an eternity. The ogre was the strongest existence as the last that I have fought before, and the length of the battle was probably the longest too. How many times the sun rise and set? Because I even eliminated unnecessary thoughts halfway, I don't even understand such a thing. The more I concentrate, the more my consciousness fades. I let go of my intention and change that into the concentration to fight. I lose the existence called me and just became a body only to fight. I didn't thought that after reaching this age, I would reach a further extremity of the sword. I wanted to even tell the experience of cutting thunder to my apprentices, if possible. Though I don't think that my apprentices can do it. But I was able to see the end. Thinking like this is the evidence. Raised to the limit, and I even abandoned the thought to concentrate on the fight, but that's reaching the limit soon. The cause is the limit of my stamina. I defended against all the ogre's attacks. However, the fight that continued for a long time has exceeded the limit of my stamina. Muscle tears whenever I move, and I feel that my bone cracks. The taste of blood fills my mouth whenever I breathe, and my eyes are blurry and I can't see the half. It's a miracle that I haven't fallen yet. It looks like the miracle is until here. I can't move even one step anymore. But still, I don't drop the sword that I held. It's my last obstinacy. To me who stopped, the ogre didn't come to slash me. Old man, I will ask your name, Ho. I thought that it was a monster without sense, but it can talk. Huh, come to think of it, its sword move began to improve strangely halfway. Did it regain its lost sense while fighting? Although I don't know what's the reason it lost its sense to return to sanity in the fight. If it's the opposite, I have seen countless of it. Sword God, Rhaegar van Ringsand, although in a hoarse voice, I tell it properly. Sword God, you have the power to be introduced so. Even though I should be overwhelmingly stronger, I was not able to land a hit on you in the end. I never thought that irritation returned me to sanity. No, it's not sanity. I seem to even go mad at any time now by the anger that I want to kill. Although my consciousness returned, it's far from sanity. The latter half is probably a monologue. The appearance is defenseless. However, I don't have the power to slash there anymore. Sword God, Rhaegar van Ringsand. I won't forget your name, and I will kill you with respect. As a warrior, the ogre disappears. Although my eyes can't see much anymore, I can't deal with it even if I can see it. It was such a keen slash. Splendid, my body is cut into two together with my beloved sword. It looks like it's not only me who have reached the secret of the sword in this fight. Although it's still not enough, it was a blow that let me feel the glimpse. You are also splendid. Those words reach my ears last at the moment I lose consciousness. Kuro infringed on all the white spiders that gathered around exhaustively. On top of that, he escapes from the different space. In Kira's subjectivity, about 10 days has passed. However, he sensed that the time flow of the outside world is different from the different space where he was a while ago after escaping from the different space. She can even manipulate the time in the space, huh? Kuro, who mutters unpleasantly. The obstructor didn't show the appearance directly after all. She only set a large swarm of white spiders that should be called as her other self. However, he was not able to make light of these spiders too. Although it was not a crisis of the life, it was the first time since the system construction that Kuro was exhausted to hear. Kuro crosses the magic mountain hastily, heading to the country of the interstice there. However, there was no country there anymore. Several years had passed in the outside world since Kuro was locked up. Oni 10 Emptiness Chapter Oni 10 Emptiness. I kill all noticeable living things. I hate all moving things. I even feel irritation to the shaking lead at the edge of my view. My sense returned barely by the fight with the sword god. But can this really be said that it returned? I cut down the animal that seems to be harmless and devour the meat greedily. With this, am only a beast without sense. No, even the beast won't do useless hunting when it's full, and I who kill all noticeable living things now is a only fiend that's lower than a beast. I don't only kill animals. I killed a lot of humans who ran away from me. The man who faces me bravely, the woman who protect her child, the protected young child, and the old man who present his body to gain time. I killed all of them. Why am I doing such a thing? I don't know. I feel nausea whenever I kill innocent people. But the killing intent and anger exceed more. The voice kill echoes in my head. I entrust to the anger and obey the words. I feel unpleasant whenever I kill, and it becomes irritation like that. Then, it becomes the killing intent and becomes the driving force to look for the next prey. The negative chain that drops to the very bottom. I evolved into the Ogre General from High Ogre after defeating the Sword God. I repeated Massacre more from there and evolved into an Oni. Although there was the one called Ogre King in the evolution from the General, I chose this somehow. The change was extreme. My build that grew big whenever I evolved till then shrank into the normal human size instantly. Although if it's that alone, it would be a little surprise at the moment when I saw my appearance reflected in the water, I gulped. My previous live's face was reflected there. 2 horns grew on my forehead, and there was the impression that I became slightly virile, but that was the face of me in the past without a doubt. Why now? Such an impression appeared in my head, and at the same time I consented. I see. I returned back. I evolved into the Oni, and the level of the skill called Taboo rose to 10. And the acquired taboo was highly destructive enough to break my heart. I vomited gastric juice, rage recklessly, and started the massacre of the living things with a greater killing intent. Be every day ruled by the wrath and only kill. Before acquiring taboo, I despaired for not being able to stop my will while feeling guilty in killing innocent people. My heart became slightly light after acquiring taboo, because legitimacy was enacted in massacre. In my such feelings, I get angry. The wrath from the bottom of my heart, that's not a temporary wrath brought by the skill. What legitimacy? Such a thing is only an appendix reason. After all, it's only making an excuse by putting the indulgence called justice to the sins that I have done. Although the taboo's content was surely terrible, it doesn't become the reason that I can massacre. It's the same. The time when I met a person of the previous life. I'm not wrong. That's why I may use violence. The different one is that after I used violence, I only claim that I'm not wrong. The essence is the same, justifying my own crime with my rightness as a shield. That's why my appearance might be close to my appearance when I was a human. In the previous life, the will was right and the violence was a crime. In this world, the will was a crime and the violence was right. I don't know what's right and wrong anymore. Even though I don't know it, I don't stop my action, leaving both my will and rightness. I want someone to stop me. I want to return to that goblin's village, to that place where there's no need to think about both rightness and sin. But there's nothing there anymore. The proud warriors and the strict and warm house, everything. In addition, there's no one who can stop me anymore. If I see the appraisal stone, my status is exceeded 1,000 even if I don't use the wrath. I was able to repel the ice dragon that came to stop me without using the wrath. When I was a goblin, I was taught that the drake was a dangerous monster in the mountain range. Even the drake's high-ranked species, the dragon, can't stop me. The present me is only a machine that kill all noticeable living things. My will is not there, and there's only the anger without the empty inside. I kill, eat, and look for the next. In the existence of that much, is there a meaning for me to live? It might be better if I didn't regain my consciousness in the fight by the sword god. Then, I was able to be reduced into an ordinary machine that doesn't think of anything in a true meaning. Or if the sword god killed me. Ah, I see. I already want to die. In such a world, I don't want to live in such a state. Why is this world so painful? Why am I feeling so painful? I don't know. I want to die. And yet, I can't die by my own will. My body continues to take action in order to live arbitrarily. Chase the prey, kill it, and eat it. I chase the group that tries to cross the mountain range. I have the country destroyer title before I know it, and I have taken a lot of life in this side of the mountain range. Because I continued moving while recalling the Sword God's movement, I acquired the Sword God title too. The fact seemed to stain Rhaegar and Rangzan somehow, and I felt sick. I lost sight of the group that I chased after crossing the mountain range. Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't chase them because I wanted to kill them. Rather, I'm glad that I lost sight of them. And yet, I was attacked by a mystery group. It was a strange group that used magic and the bow as the main, different from the knights that I fought before and the warrior group without unity that I fought before that. I acquired the fairy killer after killing them, and when I tore off their clothes to check their identity, it was the race with pointed ears. It's the race that seems to be called as the elves in the earth. Although it was unknown why they attacked me, they died in vain. Although the elves were considerably strong, they were not my enemy. There might not be someone who can kill me anymore. It can't be helped that I began to give up like that. But it was still early to give up. In front of me, a girl stands in my way. The mouth smiles, the eyes are flaming, and it fills my fighting spirit. It was a presence like a man-eating fiend that's unimaginable from her looks and elegant dress. I sense it. This girl is strong, to the extent that I can be killed. And I had a light expectation. Oni versus Oni, chapter Oni versus Oni. I appraised the girl in front using the appraisal stone. It's fairly a long time since I used the appraisal. The last time I used was on the Ice Dragon, and I didn't feel that there's a need to use it on the others. I understood that I could win even if I didn't appraise it by intuition. But this girl is different. Human Vampire LV3 Sophia Karen status HP 14271142171 green MP 12893128993 blue SP 12655 yellow 12661126661 red average offensive ability 12738 average defensive ability 13226 average magic ability 12755 average resistance ability 13219 average speed ability 12774 skill higher vampire LV8 immortal commander LV8 heaven scale LV10 super speed HP recovery LV3 magic perception LV10 magic formula perception LV10 high speed MP recovery LV10 great MP consumption down LV10 precise magic manipulation LV2 magic god act LV10 magic granting LV8 great offensive magic power LV10 high speed SP recovery LV10 great SP consumption down LV10 sword hero LV2 taijutsu genius LV9 great enhanced destruction LV2 great enhanced blunt LV1 great enhanced slashing LV3 great enhanced piercing LV1 great enhanced shock LV1 enhanced water current LV10 enhanced freeze LV10 enhanced darkness LV9 enhanced wind LV9 enhanced soil LV9 enhanced thunder LV5 enhanced strong acid LV8 enhanced abnormal condition LV9 war god spirit LV10 vitality granting LV6 great vitality attack LV10 water current attack LV10 freeze attack LV10 strong acid attack LV10 poison synthesis LV10 medicine synthesis LV10 psychokinesis LV10 throw LV10 shoot LV10 space maneuver LV10 cooperation LV2 command LV3 kin domination LV6 concentration LV10 thought acceleration LV4 future vision LV4 parallel Well, LV2 high-speed calculation, LV10 record, LV10 distant speech, LV10 accuracy, LV10 evasion, LV10 great probability correction, LV10 stealth, LV10 concealment, LV10 silent, LV10 odorless, LV10 emperor presence perception, LV10 danger perception, LV10 movement perception, LV4 heat perception, LV8 space perception, LV1 appraisal, LV10 root of evil fire magic, LV3 water magic, LV10 water current magic, LV10 blue water magic, LV7 ice magic, LV10 freeze magic, LV10 hell ice, LV8 wind magic, LV10 storm magic, LV1 soil magic, LV10 earth magic, LV1 thunder magic, LV9 light magic, LV1 shadow magic, LV10 dark magic, LV10 darkness magic, LV4 poison magic, LV10 treatment magic, LV10 demon king, LV8 envy great physical resistance, LV5 fire resistance, LV5 water current nullity, freeze nullity storm resistance, LV2 earth resistance, LV2 thunder resistance, LV6 light resistance, LV4 darkness resistance, LV4 heavy resistance, LV3 acid resistance, LV10 corrosion resistance, LV7 faint resistance, LV7 abnormal condition nullity, great fear resistance, LV7 great heresy resistance, LV6 pain nullity sense of pain nullity night vision, LV 10,000 miles, LV4 magic eye of grudge, LV3 magic eye of stasis, LV3 enhanced 5 senses, LV10 perception range expansion, LV10 divinity area expansion, LV5 destiny, LV10 heaven mana, LV10 heaven motion, LV10 abundant sky, LV10 fortitude, LV10 fortress, LV10 heaven path, LV10 heaven protection, LV10 Idaten, LV10 taboo, LV2W a little incomprehensible. Level 3 human and vampire? Aren't there too many skills? I exceed her in pure status. But as for the skills, I lose in both the quantity and the quality. Although I have the trump card called illusion weapon creation, the skills of this girl, named Sophia, are abnormal. This might be seriously more than equal to me. But that's if I don't activate Wrath. Although I don't intend to activate it, I don't know when I almost die. The Wrath might activate it disregarding my will. I mean, it will do it. How far I can suppress it with my will? There will become the turning point of the match. I die, or she dies. She might die without being able to corner me. At the moment when my consciousness turned toward combat, I can't go easy on her. The girl swing the great sword held with one hand lightly that doesn't match her small body. It's the great sword that has the length almost the same as her height, and it's also thick and heavy. Although it doesn't seem to have a special ability, it's a sword that excels in durability. The distance with me was shortened in an instant, and she swung it down. I stop it with the flame katana that I held in one hand. Immediately after I can't stop the blow completely, I hold out by intersecting the thunder katana that I held in the other hand with the flame katana. Heavy. I didn't underestimate her, but I thought that I can stop it with one hand because I exceeded her in status. And I intended to throw a counter with the thunder sword, but I couldn't help to completely change to defense. Her status is raised. The power of the war god spirit and the magic god act, and probably the higher vampire's power. Higher vampire, the special skill that vampire possesses. The ability values rise by taking blood. The taken blood is stored in the body. In addition, the special effect is demonstrated according to the level. LV1, Moon Protection, LV2, Strong Blood, LV3, Blood Mist, LV4, Shadow Demon, LV5, Demon Change, LV6, Kin Summon, LV7, Mystification, LV8. Rebirth. The moon protection has the effect that increases power by the waxing and waning of the moon. The blood mist has the ability to make her own blood into mist and manipulate it freely. And the mystification has the ability to become the mist. The shadow demon has the ability to summon familiar from the shadow, and the demon change has the ability to transform into the familiar. The kin summons kin. And above all, The most troublesome one is the Rebirth's ability. It has the effect like a cheat that can recover the HP completely only one a day if the HP becomes 0 and revives. In addition, the problem now is the ability of Strong Blood. It's the skill that raises status using the stock of the drank blood while it's activated. Thanks to this effect, that unexpected heavy sword attack appeared. I activate the War God Spirit and the Magic God Act 2. With this, I regain the predominance in status. Although the War God Spirit is in the same level, her Magic God Act is higher than me. It's certain that the difference was narrowed than the state without enhancement. I activate the Dragon Power, that's one of my trump cards. The Dragon Power raises the status and has the effect of obstructing the other party's magic construction. When I was attacked by an elf-like group, I erased the magic with this skill, the War God Spirit and the Magic God Act. Furthermore, the Dragon Power. It's my first experience to make me activate these three at the same time. Foo for the girl laughs. You stopped it. You stopped my attack. Foo. Crap. This girl is dangerous. She's crazy, though I don't have the right to say it. This is fight. My first time in my life. To fight seriously, I shiver. I was not overwhelmed by the girl's intimidation. It's simply cold. The cold air drifts around the girl. At the same time, it begins to shroud with a red mist, the effect of the vampire's blood mist. In addition, this sudden change of the temperature is by the skill of the ice group. The opponent is showing her real ability. Huh? Then, I will do it too. I take out many magic swords from the different dimension by the space storage of the space magic. I make them float in the air with psychokinesis. And the real combat started. Author notes: I corrected Wrath status in Blood 26 a little. Appraisal added presence perception added ice resistance. LV4 LV9 Oni versus Oni chapter Oni versus Oni the discomfort that seems to go through my body. It looks like the Oni also has begun appraising at the same time as me. But the appraisal level of the Oni is 2, so only my name can be known. And more advantageous in the first information war. Although I know the skills and titles of the Oni, the opponent doesn't know it. That means that I can set up something unimaginable. And as for me, I can predict what the opponent will do to some extent oppositely. I will make full use of the thought acceleration and the future vision, and on top of that, predict the opponent's next attack from the skill. As might be expected from Master's Golden Combo, I can obtain the evasion ability that may be said to be cowardice judging from the opponent. I understand that the opponent's attribute is more on flame and thunder when I see the appraisal result. Although I have both resistance, the flame is my weakness attribute. It's hard to say that the thunder is my strong point, so I must be careful. The ones that caught my eyes in the skills are Sword God, Wrath, and Illusion Weapon Creation. Sword God, the extremity of sword. The maximum correction is applied on movement when using the Sword Wrath. Power capable of reaching the gods. Expand the divinity area possessed personally. In exchange for parting with one sense, combat ability skyrockets. In addition, the W system is surpassed, and the right to interfere with the area is obtained. Illusion Weapon Creation. Create weapon by consuming MP. The quality of the created weapon depends on the skill level and the consumption of MP. In addition, it's possible to give a special effect to the weapon, although there's the skill called Enma. This skill is not usable after all, so I ignored it. As expected, the Sword God is the final stage of the Sword Hero skill that I have. Although it's a skill that raises the ability of the sword, when it's the highest rank, I can't seem to win in sword skill. In addition, because he has the slash nullity, I lose in the match of sword from the beginning. Because my weapon is a heavy greatsword, there's damage of striking even if I can't cut him, and I still have a way to fight. The Wrath is the 7 Sin series skill same as my Envy. It looks like he hasn't activated yet now, although I don't know how much status will rise if he activates it. I must prepare myself that it will rise considerably, because it's a broken skill according to Master. Even without that, I lose in the status. And the final one is the Illusion Weapon Creation. The katanas held by the Oni, this world also has katana. Assuming that those are made with the power of the skill. It should be endowed with special ability. I turn my consciousness to each katana held in both hands and activate appraisal. Flame Katana Sitho. Offensive ability 3000. Durability 9973. Special. Divine Protection. Fire Attribute Attack Edition. Automatic Repair. Automatic Recovery. Magic Storage. The sword created by Creation Thunder Katana Sairyu. Offensive ability 3000. Durability 9978. Special. Divine Protection. Thunder Attribute Attack Edition. Automatic Repair. Automatic Recovery. Magic Storage. The sword created by Creation, what a high ability. Although my greatsword is a gem made by a famous demon swordsmith, it's a terrific ability that can't be compared with it. In the first place, it's strange when there are 5 special effects. It's said that there's only a little magic swords that have special effects. In addition, as long as I see the name, it can be thought that there's Jinbu and Byakko, right? Isn't it unfair to have more trump cards remaining? Oh, come to think of it, I wonder why does he know about the 4 gods? I never heard the story of the 4 gods in this world before. Well, it's fine. Rather than that, I must think about how to defeat this monster now. Judging from the conclusion, the close combat is a suicidal act. My tryout attack was easily defended, and when I see the status rose immediately after that, it's clear that he has applied buff. The status is more on magic. But as far as I see the composition of the skills, I think that he's more in close combat. If that's the case, long-distance battle is an ideal by making full use of magic and the special ability of Vampire. If he exchanges shots with me, I can see my victory. I activate Blood Mist, and a red mist wraps me. In addition, I activate the water magic and mix it with the mist. Red water surrounds me. Fufu, he's surprised. This is the strategy that I thought out by combining the vampire's ability and magic. Although I can't put acid attack in magic, I can remove the limitation if I mix it with blood mist like this once. Although I don't know the detailed theory, it's something like a trick. A tsunami of strong acid that melts if it's touched. That changes form as I want and attacks. This technique that Master named as Vermilion Sea, one of my main weapons. That katana can't defend against it, right? That's why. The Oni only have the choice to approach me for a close combat while avoiding it. I keep a distance with him and intercept him so that it won't happen. Yes, I predicted it. The action that the Oni took betrayed my prediction. Innumerable swords appear out of nowhere. Exploding Sword. Offensive ability 2500. Durability 100. Special. Fire Attribute Attack Edition. Self-Destruction. Flying Sword. The sword created by Creation. This is bad. I cover my body instinctively with the Vermilion Sea. In the next moment, innumerable swords come flying and pierce the Vermilion Sea that I made as a shield, and explode. About half of the Vermilion Sea vanish. It's like a missile. Hey, isn't that cheating? Not only in close combat, but you're also properly strong in long-distance battle. Like this, it's a different story. But I wonder why. I can't help being fun. You make full use of a strategy to overturn my prediction with only one skill called Illusion Weapon Creation. We'll fly out next. There's somewhat an exciting feeling like the time to open a mystery package. I wonder what will he show me next? Oni versus Oni chapter Oni versus Oni ISNT this bad? ISNT this breaking the rules? A red liquid draws near me, while melting the surrounding trees. I think it's probably the effect of a strong acid attack. The speed at which the tree dissolves is not normal. The red liquid completely melts the form of anything it touches as it passes. Even with my defense, it would be dangerous if I touch it directly. It attacks limitlessly in all directions. Because it's a liquid, its movement is unrestricted. Furthermore, its movements are unexpectedly quick. I fire an explosion sword while fleeing from the red tidal wave. The 5 explosive swords I fired approached the girl and were obstructed by a thick wall of red liquid just before they hit. It was blocked. A defense that can also be used to attack is troublesome. Although the explosion from the explosion sword can disperse it to a degree, it's replenished immediately. There is a limit to the number of explosion swords, so I cannot waste my shots. Compared to my opponent, who can keep fighting as long as they have MP. The end of the MP isn't in sight. It recovers rapidly as soon as I use it. If you aim to exhaust MP, you must assume it'll be a protracted fight. As well as the magic swords I have stocked, it seems necessary to hastily construct magic swords in the middle of this fight. Though I thought that, my opponent doesn't seem to mind having a long battle at all. The girl's shadow swells greatly, and something like a dark red wolf shape crawls out from it. One of the vampire's abilities, Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon LV. Status HP. 3000 green. MP. 1/1 blue. SP. 2500 yellow. 2500 red. Average offensive power. 3000 average defensive power. 2500 average magical power. 1 average resistance power. 1500 average speed. 3000 skill greater, enhanced destruction LV2 greater, enhanced damage LV1 greater, enhanced slashing LV1 greater, enhanced impact LV1 strong, acid attack LV8. Wait a minute. Isn't it too strong? This is much stronger than the monsters I see around. I'm amazed to learn that it even has some skills. Furthermore, despite thinking there's only one more come out of her shadow one by one. 8 shadow demons in total line up before the girl, and they dash out the moment the girl raises her hand. The red tidal wave and the dark red shadow demon attack me simultaneously. No, this will be impossible to avoid. As I avoid the red tidal wave, somehow, a shadow demon lunges to the point I evaded to. I am bitten by the fang of the shadow demon without being able to finish dealing with it. I cut down the shadow demon, which bit me, and launch a thunderbolt at the remaining shadow demons who are leaping at me. The next moment, water falls from overhead. I feel pain as my skin melts at the same time. It's been a while since I took damage. However, it's not to the extent that I can't stand. I don't have acid resistance. However, the damage can be considerably reduced by my defense. I release the power of fire and thunder to blow away the red water, which was clinging to my body. If I continue taking this without doing anything, it'll become a fatal wound. The girl also understands this. For this reason, she continues to turn her eyes towards me. The eyes which contain the power of Demon Eye. The Grudge and Stasis Curse Demon Eyes. The Grudge Curse Demon Eye absorbs my HP, MP, and SP. I also have a skill called Grudge Curse. The effect seems to be familiar as well. The demon, I can absorb the power of the opponent just by looking at them. I can't use my skill unless I'm touching my opponent directly. I think its performance is slightly too good to only have to see them. With only a little bit being absorbed, my HP doesn't change much. The Stasis Demon, I cause the abnormal status paralysis. Though both are troublesome, the Stasis Demon, I are particularly bad. It'll be impossible to do anything if I become paralyzed. Though I have resistance, the effect may accumulate over time and I'll be paralyzed. As expected, the worst part is I have to get rid of that red tidal wave endlessly. If so, how long until I die? I should want to die. Despite this, I'm thinking about how to win. Why? My body seems to ignore the bewilderment of my heart and moves independently. At the risk of receiving damage, I thrust into a shadow demon and cut it down. Of course, as I hit the shadow demon, the red tidal wave takes the opportunity to attack me. My body is being swallowed and melted. I blow it off with thunder and fire. Is the output weak? I'm startled and look at the thunder sword and fire sword. Half the blade of the thunder and fire swords has been melted and the durability has greatly decreased. I've been had. Even if my body could endure it, my weapons could not. Though I don't know whether or not you aimed for it. Having my weapons destroyed is really disadvantageous for me. Though it's bad, it's not the worst. I pour MP into the thunder and flame swords. Restoration. As the skill level of illusion weapon creation went up, I became able to repair magic swords. With this, the thunder and fire sword are also fine. However, the MP cost can't be taken lightly. While illusion weapon creation is convenient, the consumption of MP is intense. I cannot restore them over and over again. When it comes to this, I'm at a greater disadvantage in a drawn-out battle. To win, I have no choice but to fight in close combat without losing to my rage before my MP runs out. I have no choice but to use the magic sword stored in a different dimension generously. This girl is that strong. I can't win if I'm stingy. The girl summons Shadow Demons again, a stance completely devoted to long-distance battle. Then it's essential I get close. Once again, I think of winning. If it's this strong girl, she'll kill me. That'll be fine. Shouldn't that be fine? Why am I think of winning? While being conflicted, I rush towards a girl. Oni ves oni chipta oni ves oni vet. Don't joke around. Even after taking Vermilion Sea head-on, the damage he took is almost zero. In addition, the bites of the Pochi dog types are not effective. Among the Shadow Demons that I can summon, my Pochi-type Shadow Demons boast the highest attack capabilities. Although I do have the Pyo, Bird types for surveillance, and the Chimouse types for assassinations, if you're talking about the highest attack power, it is definitely the Pochi types. The Shadow Demons that I summon have several skills similar to me, but the Pochi types do possess some specialized physical skills. Even after receiving those attacks from the Pochi types, not even a little damage is inflicted on the Oni. The difference in the status seems a little too much, huh? At present, I have a hunch that I can grasp the upper hand, but advancing closer is probably dangerous. It will be good if the Demon Eye of Stasis is effective against him, but should I not let the Oni come closer to continue controlling him? That is probably a little harsh if it's Master S eyes. It will probably work. Are Demon Eyes race-specific? Is it a skill that can't be obtained without special talent? In my case, I was able to obtain it because my race is Vampire. Master S Evil Eyes are the more powerful version, and my Demon Eyes are the degraded version. Still, the only difficult part is its acquisition, and I think the effect is nasty, even if I say so myself. Even the Oni can't get through these Demon Eyes. My current method of defeating the Oni is to use my Demon Eye of Stasis to seal its movement or damage him little by little to kill it. Either way, I must resign myself to a long battle. Sure enough, the Oni lunged and prepared to take damage. That's right. If neither Vermilion Sea nor the Pochi types prove fatal, rather than giving priority to evasion, it's better to bring him into close combat and take some damage. I think I understand that a drawn-out battle is disadvantageous for my opponent. On the other hand, a short, decisive battle is disadvantageous for me. However, do you think I'll obediently let you do that? I release the magic I have stored. I start Parallel Will. I add Ice and Darkness magic to Vermilion Sea to attack the Oni. Ice and Dark spears fly and pierce the body of the Oni. It didn't pierce. Because some blood flowed, it seems to have damaged him a little, but it has not pierced through its body completely. After all, his status and resistance skills are high and above all else, the magic obstruction of dragon power is troublesome. Compared to the cost to use it, the inflicted damage is insignificant. However, it's not zero. Constant attacks will surely whittle down the Oni's HP. The damage dealt is slightly higher than the rate of automatic recovery. In addition, I have succeeded in slowing it down with multiple attacks. As it is, it's my victory, though I don't think it'll be easy. Look, a sword came out from space. Hey, that's a lot. While wait, there are hundreds of them. They're all exploding swords? If that many swords explode, this whole area vanish. That's bad. Although it's far away, there's a student from my school nearby. It can't be helped, right? If that's true, I'll have to stop holding back my trump card and perform it here. The swords fly. That is like a wall of blades. A weapon in order to slice, pierce, and even explode the enemy's body. I invoke magic towards the group of swords. Ice Prison Magic Shining Mist, a beautiful mist that shines white. It's actually a mist of death that freezes and shatters everything it touches in a flakes. It mixes with my blood mist and becomes a shining vermilion mist. My greatest attack that I've not even shown to master. If I had a name, would it be Shining Blood Mist? Shining Blood Mist collides with the group of swords. The swords explode, and the shock attacks the Shining Blood Mist. However, the impact made everything freeze, and at ISNT possible melt nor blow away all of the shining blood mist flakes away, it's all useless before the radiance that even freezes explosions. Indeed, that should be the case. But the shining blood mist has been reduced by more than half. Only about 30 remains. The boasted flying swords are blocked, and I set the remaining shining blood mist on the dumbfounded Oni. The Oni came to his senses, pulls a new sword from space, and wields it. At the same time that the ground swells, and it becomes a huge wall that blocks the shining blood mist. However, expecting that wall to prevent my ultimate technique, aren't you making light of me a little? The shining blood mist breaks down the material with acid, rapidly freezes it, and shatters it. Regular dirt can't become a shield against it. The wall of dirt is ruined without any resistance, and the shining blood mist approaches the Oni. The Oni attempts to counterbalance it with flames. As a result, the flames are overwhelmed, and it takes away the Oni's right arm. In the end, the power of the flames is decreased considerably, and he only has one arm remaining. With luck on my side, it's over with this. Though it thought very well, it seems things didn't go that well. Although, since it lost one arm, will it be able to endure my pursuit? Vermilion Sea and Pochi types attack the Oni so the shining blood mist can chase him. Again and again, I construct new magic chasing it, making further attacks. Again and again and again, one of the parallel wills begins preparations for Shining Mist. Drowning in Vermilion Sea, getting bitten by Pochi and pierced by magic. Before it finishes pulling through, another shining blood mist approaches. Can it endure this? At the moment I was convinced of my victory, the Vermilion Sea, Pochi, and magic were blown away. Cut and scattered, and a blade was half pushed in my body. What happened? Damage. Did I receive damage? I who am protected by Heaven's Scale? After being blown off away and rolling on the ground, I get up and check my body. My right arm is partially torn up, though it regenerates immediately. The problem is that I cannot understand how the Oni managed to damage my body. However, when I look up and face the Oni, I understand the answer. All status 999. It's impossible. I wonder if my head is a little strange? Although I joke like this, it's not necessarily unlikely. GAA. The Oni howls. A howl only intent on destruction and without a fragment of reason. I suddenly remembered something. Wrath. The skill that I was cautious of. It seems that it has been activated. The increase in status has far exceeded my miscalculated assumption. Though I thought the limit was double, this is hopeless. It might be a little bad. Oni versus Oni chapter Oni versus Onio. I have expected this. Wrath has been triggered. It happened against my will. Even if Wrath is activated, I did not lose my will. What does this mean? I'm not sure. Massacring during the time I lost my sanity, or not being able to do anything while being shown an atrocity. Which is better? Whichever it is, it's still fine. I'm shocked, however. Even with Wrath active, the damage is still insignificant normally. It will not be strange if a single sweeping punch split the girl's body in two, but this time, the blow cuts to the girl's arm in half. Even if her status exceeded 10,000, it's just weird for her to receive my attack infused with wrath. Taking a closer look, there seems to be white scales on the girl's skin. Rather, it resembles a snake's scale. She has the Heaven Scale skill, which I thought only dragons can have those. It's a mystery why she has a skill limited to dragons. Still, thanks to that, her defense skyrocketed, which prevented my attack. Moreover, the arm that was nearly torn closed up immediately. It's hard and recovers fast. On top of that, in long-distance combat, because she reduces the number of hits, it's harder to deal damage. Can I defeat her through normal means? Although, I can't beat her even with Wrath activated. Against this girl, I have understood the importance of skills. This girl is inferior when it comes to status, but is undoubtedly superior in terms of skills. Still, with the huge difference in status, I can overturn her skills. I cut the girl's body with my sword. The girl can't follow my movements. She couldn't defend in time, even with her high defense, due to Heaven's Scale. If I continuously attack her with a strength that cut her arms into half, her HP will run out. While being slashed from every direction, the girl invoked an ice magic. It seems similar to the red diamond dust magic when I previously still had my arm. But unlike earlier, the situation is different. The red diamond dust hits my body, yet I remained unscathed. Her eyes widened. That was a fatal gap. I took the opportunity and swung my sword at her neck. There was a feedback. It felt hard. The katana that Barato was shaken off. Her head flew in the air. The appraisal showed that her HP is decreasing rapidly over time. The girl caught her head and put it back on her neck. What? What was that? My heart was taken over by surprise. Then wrath swiftly overruled to deal with it. If the neck won't do, the heart should. In vampire exterminations of ancient times, they skewered the heart. A high-speed thrust was driven through her chest. The girl somehow catches the sword immediately after stopping the blow. The sword shattered, then the girl was blown away. The power has been emphasized too much. The attribute seems to bias more on shock rather than pierce. The sword was broken because of that. It didn't even reach the girl. Moreover, being blown by the impact, the girl incidentally reached an advantageous distance. Losing my reason to wrath would put me at a disadvantage. When I lose myself to wrath, I would be seen as a berserker who runs wild. But apparently my skill remains. The sword god skill in particular. Even if I lost my reason, the skill won to be lost. Still, unable to make a sound judgment, I would be prone to make wrong decisions. The moment we separated, the girl started recovering. The magic covered the girl's neck with light. The cut on her neck disappeared. Ain't that cheating? I thought. I'm really amazed by the pseudo-immortality. Still, it's not really immortality. In fact, her HP has been reduced quite considerably. Even if it was cured physically, cutting her neck severely damaged her. When the same thing happened again, she won't be able to endure it. That said, she has the immortality and the resurrection skill as a vampire. With these two skills, even limiting to resurrection, she just won't die. Whatever kind of attack I do, she'd be able to withstand it. I should want to use my spare energy to escape. She knows about it. Even with the wrath active, I still couldn't win. Then, I just have to escape to survive. It might be a little difficult, but if the girl who have abundance ways of attacking and an immortal body only defends, I might just be able to escape this. That is why I ran. The girl laughed on my hopeless thoughts. The uninterested eyes clearly shows intention. Is there something else? The details of the skill envy was hidden during appraisal. That makes me anxious. From its name, I think that its power is comparable with wrath, but how will it overturn the situation? The girl has wounds all over her body. For now, my lost arm has completely regenerated. I took a sword from an empty space. Even if envy's power is comparable to wrath, will I be able to overturn this disadvantage on skills? However, I can see in her face that she is certainly confident. Then let us believe that she can beat me. Then I won't worry about anything. I will die, just as I wished before. Die thinking that my body will finally be free. My heart throbbed. Am I afraid of death? After killing so many, is it too late to be afraid of dying? I'm really selfish. Scary. But I don't have any choice but to die. Is there any reason for me to live on in this state? What is it worth? There shouldn't be any. Then I have no choice but to die. Yet it scares me, showing my selfish desire to live. I moved away from the girl as the girl tries to do something darkness, nothing but darkness. Absolute darkness. A man appeared before my eyes. Oni versus Oni chapter Oni versus Oni. Who the heck is this guy? A black man suddenly fell from the sky. A man covered in pure black armor. No, should I say that his body is made of armor? Or possibly a steel shell? Impossible to appraise the man's identity is unknown as far as I know. This is only displayed when I use appraisal on Master. Someone like Master? If that is so, then this is one ridiculous monster. The man stood up between me and the Oni, with me on his back and the Oni on his front. Despite the shocks that comes with the land sinking in, he stood up from his knees, making a daunting pose. The thirst for blood sends chills down my spine. The Oni, recognizing him as an enemy, drew his sword. The man took the blow without a care. The sword that the Oni was holding immediately shattered. I can see it. According to my perception skill, The man had spread a barrier. It's similar to the Dragon God barrier Ariel uses. However, it's not the same. The barrier in the man's body is on a higher level. With a more complex composition, I understand the extent of the exceptional performance that the barrier possesses, but I do not know fully how effective it is. The Oni discarded the broken sword, then brings out another from an empty space. At the same time, the man dodges the second slash from the other arm, which just regenerated. The man, who was troubled with the swinging arms, crushed them. Both of the Oni's arms, the Oni, who should be driven with madness, stepped back and screamed. In that one step the Oni made, the man casually steps forward, then kicks the legs of the Oni, breaking them. The Oni crashed to the ground. The chain of events looks like it was done slowly. The man easily crushed the swinging Oni's sword and arm, and during the Oni's retreat, he lightly kicked the Oni away. It seemed like that. Nevertheless, it's impossible for the Oni to avoid the damage. That Oni who couldn't be damaged, even with my strongest attack. The man grasped the head of the Oni who fell to the ground and lifted it up. Should I stop them? Don't joke with me. That my prey don't suddenly come and steal it. I released Vermilion Sea towards the man's back without holding back. The moment the huge amount of red water reached the man, it evaporated like mist. It can't be helped that I raised such a stupid cry. Even if it is stopped by the barrier in a flashier way, it felt like the water slammed into a wall. The moment the Vermilion Sea hits the barrier, it just vanished completely, just like it never existed in the first place. Even sounds are swallowed by the barrier in any case. That was my trump card that I was going to use against the Oni. Truly, my last trump card. Envy. The skill that forcefully disables enemy skills master reminded me never to use it. But if I don't use it now, when can I ever use it? Stop that before I know it. The man is standing in front of me. While I was lost in thought, the man approached me. I don't know when he moved, possibly. I couldn't remember him slowly walking towards me, and he is now in front of me. That skill erodes your soul, just like that Oni. Don't use it if you don't want to lose sight of yourself. The man's hand reached my head slowly, yet I can't avoid it. My body listened to me. It's as if I'm paralyzed, and then the man's hand reached my head. It was such a gentle hand. Even in this situation, I did feel at ease. As if melting, my consciousness faded away. Administrator Kuro laid down the sleeping girl gently. Then he faced the Oni whose feet had been crushed. The Oni roared. Hearing the roar, Kuro's face distorted. You're also a pitiful victim. Various emotions can be seen on the distorted man's face. The emotion is chaotic and can't be expressed with words. Sorry, but I want to let you go. I want to kill you, but I want to set you free. I want to forgive you. That's because you got involved with us. And the battle begins. However, it was one-sided trampling. It couldn't even be called a battle. The Oni's swords couldn't hurt the man. It's being broken like a paper scraps. In contrast, the man's attacks hurt the Oni. From the other side, it can be seen as the man beating him lightly, but the strengthened body of the Oni is being crushed to the bone, then left alone after injuring it to some degree, waiting for the Oni to recover his wounds. And then, the Oni is harmed once again. The spectacle continued for a while. Finally, the Oni stopped swinging his sword. Regeneration skill ISNT infinite. The status S effect is showing up. His power is exhausted. At the same time, Wrath, which was making it possible for the Oni to move, also loses its effect. The Oni falls down feebly. The man looked down on the Oni and spat out a sigh. Are you satisfied with this? A single white spider gazed motionlessly at the man as he spoke. I know if I kill this Oni, I will turn you bastard and into my enemy, right? The white spider didn't say anything even if this guy is a victim. The anger I am feeling now, venting my anger by hitting anyone makes me feel refreshed. It can't be helped. This is my revenge. He muttered, feeling more refreshed. The white spider didn't respond to his mumbling. Chapter 213 Vampire Rearing Plan. Continued returns to chronological order. During the stay in town, I made the vampire girl practice magic. It's fine letting her use the skill points, but it may be because I barely have any skill point myself. But if possible, I wanted to have her keep them without using them. This is bad. I'm developing a poor person-s mentality. Oh well, ISNT it fine. That's why I decided to have the Vampire Girl watch and learn it. The attribute I've chosen is dark. This is the result of the Demon King's appraisal of the Vampire Girl's attributes. In order, the good ones are ice, water, and dark. The weak ones in order are light, fire, and lightning. To tell the truth, I wanted to train her in ice and water magic. However, unfortunately, I cannot use either ice or water magic. Because I have been separated from the system, the magic I can use is slightly different from the ones of this world. How should I put it? The magic that I use is orthodox. The magic of the system is unorthodox. With magic of the system, a strange elemental attribute is incorporated. Okay, properly speaking, the water which comes from water magic is water, but it adds in an additional attribute. And the amount of damage increases and decreases by calculating the opponent's weakest attributes and defense number when I was within the system. Fire was my greatest weak point. However, now, I don't have weaknesses because it was the fire attribute which I had trouble dealing with, not fire itself. Generally, between an equivalent water ball or fireball, if I said which would deal greater damage, it would be an ordinary fireball despite this. In this world, both will be the same damage. ISNT that point strange. Generally, I agree that if you hit something with water, it'll deal damage. But what about light and darkness? They would be physically impossible to deal damage with. This is the additional characteristic effect of the attributes. For example, fire, which originally deals a lot of damage, has its damage adjusted, whereas water and earth deals a small amount of damage and the amount of damage is adjusted up. With things like dark and light, which are originally incorporeal, damage is added, it's added respectively. D was also the one that made useless, elaborate specifications. Though the strong and weak points are extremely well made, strictly speaking, the purpose of the system are redundant factors. D is just playing around. There are game elements here and there, but I think the best example is the attributes. Well, I can't reproduce this concept of attributes by magic. This happens based on the system. I'm not a part of it, so I cannot use it. The only exception is darkness. The other magic is similar, but the contents are completely different. It'll only be magic. Even if you learn it, it probably won't lead to the acquisition of a skill. Whilst magic outside the system sounds good, within the system, it is just a degradation of the magic skill. Because attributes amount is subtracted. So I decided to have her learn dark magic, which is an exception as it's identical in the system. Why is dark magic the only exception? Because only this magic exists normally outside the system. As magic used by the evil god D. Oh well, she proclaims herself the worst evil god. Even if dark magic can be used, it isn't a mystery. Well, when I got deified, I received God's basic course, which clearly described D as a god who controlled darkness. Yep, that's why. Because dark magic is her forte, it was original magic which has been incorporated into the system, therefore the same magic can be used even if you cannot use the system. When learning by seeing the same magic, you can acquire the skill faster. Or rather, I was lucky that the Vampire Girl has an aptitude for the darkness attribute. For the time being, I'll let her learn dark magic as a trial and determine the other attributes based on that. And so, I left a clone to instruct her in magic while I went to town with the Demon King. Conclusion. There is no sign of progress at all. Huh? Was the method wrong? That's strange. I was able to memorize it that way. It's impossible for it to not be possible. No, it's still the first day. If I try to think about it, I might not have understood the sense of using magic if I didn't have the skill from the start. If I assume so, it is not necessary to be impatient, and I should look at it in the long term. I want to hurry her in particular. Let us have her continue as is. More than that. Food. Alcohol. The Demon King's cooking is delicious. Her long life isn't just for show. Her skill is professional level, and the ingredients used are also good as we weren't frugal on spending. It's impossible for this to become disgusting. The time of supreme bliss has come this evening. Let us eat. Shiro got drunk immediately. Shouldn't you stop her? It's futile even if I stop her. Somehow it seems really loud outside, but right now I feel good, so I'll let him off with a rice that is full of delicious happiness and flowing sake. You've finally done it, me. Excuse me. The young lady is getting licked, though? I think it is a necessary expense to get licked, is what I have decided. It would be best to not mess with a drunk Shiro. That is a problem. It will be necessary to stop her in an emergency. Gee, don't you know it's impossible for me to stop Shiro? Tender. Oh, it's getting excessive, but the Demon King is getting angry. So, wouldn't it be good to stop? It can't be helped. I'll hold back. I'm great. Yes, yes. Let go of the sleeping young lady's hand. Mew, if I really have to, then I guess there's no choice. Then, I'll lay you on a bed. Yes, please, Mew. What an irritating face dash. Not enjoying alcohol is bad. Drink. Yes? Drink it. I poke the bottle in her mouth and pour the alcohol in. ISNT, that a good way of drinking, dear customer. Just like that, chug. Chug. Boo-hoo. It was spat out. What a waste. What? What an irritating face. I hit her with the empty bottle. Just from becoming a vampire. Pathetic, I begin to long-windedly tell the story of my hardships when I was reborn as a spider. People don't realize how blessed they are just by being able to stand. I'll make sure you LL understand this today. INT letting you sleep. Good morning. Huh. ISNT, it already the afternoon. You, didn't I oversleep? Then ISNT this good afternoon? Good morning, I heard some very refreshing greetings. Turning around and looking back, Mara has a bright, dazzling smile. Was he always this kind of character? Thank you for yesterday. Thanks to you, I made a breakthrough. Yesterday? Did something happen? What is important is what one accomplishes, not what one becomes, right? I've decided what I should accomplish. Until yesterday, I worried too much about what I did become, and my resolution was shaken. I can't follow the conversation. I am prepared from now on. I've accepted that I am a vampire, and I will protect the young lady. Ah, yes. Really? Please do your best. How should I comment besides this? Chapter 214, What I Can Do Now. I left the town. I will keep the delicious food and alcohol at this time. Oh my God. Well, it can't be helped. I can't drink alcohol outside as expected. Also, if you take in bliss continuously, you'll get bored eventually. Things like this needs a cool-off period. I understand a little more about the joys of an after-work beer for salarymen. If I have a complaint, it would be about the vampire girl not learning magic at all. Far from learning. As she seems to be unable to grasp the magic, I worry for her future. Well, but I can't say that to the person either. It's good that I'm a god. This is the result of my efforts. But it's painful to be completely excluded from the system. To be frank, the things I can do now as pales in comparison to the previous me. I take out a thread. I'm still able to properly make threads, not as a skill, but because I'm originally a spider. In fact, since it is now out of the system framework, I can completely customize the thread. I can't help but say that I got weak on everything else. Thanks to the magic not being able to attach parts of the removed attributes, it weakened. All except darkness system. Space magic, therapy magic, and heresy magic attribute is not present. Even with therapy magic, since I become a god, I regenerate even without the use of magic, so it's useless, as the space magic does not receive any more assistance from the system anymore. Invoking it becomes unstable. Therefore, I need to practice it. Heresy magic can be used. Well, there are no opportunities to use it. There is also the fact that, depending on the enemy, there are types of magic that are rendered useless. The only magic that can essentially be used is darkness, so to speak. Well, that is only when thinking about combat. There is no problem when using it in daily life. I can make self-shaved ice from ice. Though I didn't do that. I'm not resistant, because resistance involves attributes. My defense system is gone. Abnormal state resistance might be disabled, so I eat normal food. It is inconvenient that I'm in such a state. I can't do anything now. Almost all I've done has an attribute. Space magic is a bit special. The other attributes are inconsequential, but out of those that I can't use anymore. The one that shocked me the most is poison. The poison that supported me to make the finest threads. A peerless one is now gone. All poisons in this world has poison attribute. There is no chemically made poison, just magically made. That is why it's not really called poison, but more like a continuous magic damage. I was producing poison via poison synthesis, and only water came out. If you see it from the magic perspective, or the system S, it's genuine H2O, that S, because poison resistance is in poison attribute, to tell you the truth. The poison has no meaning there S, no chemically made poison in this world. Because of the system, the amount of poison 1T affect anything. It ISNT created, because it can't be brought in. However, if I use potassium nitrate from this world, I can make it. The only one who can do it now is Kuro. Next is the evil eye. The usable and non-usable ones are separated. The usable ones are Farsight, Foresight, and Destruction Eye. The non-usable eyes are Grudge, Paralysis, and Magnet. Farsight is like a telescope, and it is easy to use. Foresight is a bit weakened, but it's still not unusable. Without the system S assistance, math process becomes extremely complicated. It has been a burden to use, but I can still use it. Destruction, yep, I can use it. As the things I can't use are all the attributes, it can't be helped. Really can't be helped. Those that affect the HP through the system, such as Grudge, Paralysis, and Magnet, is attributed. Thread, Poison, Magic, and Evil Eyes. These were my biggest weapons now. One was lost, and two were half usable. It's a sign that I've weakened. Why is that not obvious? There is no way God is a weak existence. Of course it LL reduce what I can do. There is no doubt. But even if the things I can do has reduced, the quality has increased exponentially. First of all, status. Since I'm out of the system, my precise status doesn't exist. However, as the physical capabilities are improved by magic, similar effects to this world's status can also be displayed. But, unlike the fixed status, I can freely adjust it. You can say that my physical capabilities can be controlled more freely, as my magical power cannot be compared to before apotheosis. Thus my physical capabilities have been reinforced, and my status would easily be over 100,000. Since the upper limit is 999, it is impossible to win against me in status. Moreover, 100,000 is under normal circumstances. If it's in a battle, the output can also increase a little more. I can also Barado the Demon King's physical nullify, because the load exceeds the upper limit the skill can tolerate. It's called bulldozing. Even with that, no one can defeat Kuro in this world. DS Gift God S Basic Course also describes the minimum amount of power usage required as God. I may be the lowest rank, but it's possible to get the battle ability just to call oneself a god. Also, even I lost my powers and my skills, my memory of using it is not lost. The attribute from system can't be reproduced, but with time, it is possible to make something similar to it. Among the skills I've lost, I think I can develop techniques similar to them. For the meantime, I want to restore Evil Eye. To do that, I isolated my body in a different space, and I made a clone collect the babies which had been born from the revival eggs, so I could absorb them. The power of each individual one ISNT much. Because the imitation parallel will ISNT much different, I put each in charge of reproducing an ability. I'm repeatedly working hard, even though my main body is idle. The swan gracefully moves on the water's surface. To make it happen, it's moving its feet furiously. My main body ISNT lazy, as nigh as it could possibly be. That is how I trained in a concealed place in the middle of the journey. Fu, I want this vampire girl to follow my example a little. Chapter 215, like I live in this world. I'm going home. The glances from other people are becoming annoying after I became a person. Ugh, annoying. Those stares are annoying, especially from the men. First they look at my face, but then don't you think it's rude to stare at my bodyline? Pun. Kimo, you sexy beast. I mean spider. Idi Masir meow. I can't stop thinking about how attractive Shirari is. I'm wearing a loose robe to cover my body as much as possible, but there are limits. Like when my neckline is exposed, suddenly I get goosebumps. But I'm a spider. Pun. But that is forbidden love. I know that there is the kind of fetish, but I didn't expect that I'd become a target of such. Is my hairstyle bad? Is doing triple braid exposing my nape is bad? Should I undo it? However, if I undo it, then I do have to wear that. It's like I can't fool the people's eyes and prevent them all from focusing on me. I could do it right. I mean, ISNT this easy. ISNT this easy with a camouflage skill. Even if I don't use a skill, I can use a similar magic as substitute perhaps. Let us start the other body camouflage magic. Immediately good luck. Other me. I kept on traveling like that. Little by little, I can make skills. It's thanks to my other body that S working hard. With an extra body, I need to increase the energy allowance. I can't use spawning skill anymore, so it's troublesome to make an extra body. Just chop up a part of my body and connect them together and finish. The lost part will just regenerate itself. So much energy is consumed in production that my body is worn out now. I can mass produce 100 bodies a day. With a steady increase, the work efficiency improved. That S while just speed up even more. An event has occurred. It occurred in a certain place in town because Mao's traveling expenses are exhausted. We dropped off to the Adventurer S Guild. It looks like the Adventurer S Guild is a bank. Mao has stored money there. By the way, Mao is also registered as an adventurer, but she can't do much because it would be a huge rumor. Since I was interested in the Adventurer S Guild, I decided to go with her. Adventurer S Guilds are Fantasy S standard spot. I want to visit it at least once. I visited the Adventurer S Guild with such light-hearted feelings, and a tragedy happened. Oh, a beauty! I suddenly got caught by drunk men. Speaking about being in the Adventurer S Guild for the first time, surveying the inside of the building with great interest becomes futile. Speaking of, in addition to my new human body, whilst there was also no possibility which can give me harm, it was also bad that I was careless. That's why I was late to notice the hostile approach of the drunk adventurers. His hand was already on my shoulder when I noticed him. I, who was not accustomed with physical contact, stiffened. From there, I moved like an amateur martial artist. It's a shame that the opponent wasn't flung quickly. I did well reacting with that stiff body. The drunk men dared to do more. He touched me. Oh, she's a slender underclothing type ISNT she? He touched me. For the first time in my life, I was touched normally. In such situation, I should just blush and shout Kaya. That might be the right answer, but I can't do it. On the contrary, I turned pale and fainted. When I came into, I was lying down in the break room in the Adventurer S Guild, with Mao beside me. You okay? The Mao's face consists of 10 worry, 90 anxiety. Her restless worry shows up in her face. She should worry about me that much. For the meantime, I nod. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just that my breasts are rubbed. No, not a bit. Not even a bit. Knocksound the drunkard from earlier came in. And bang. When I noticed, I was already at the corner of the ceiling, taking refuge. That's not scary. I said it's not scary. Come on. She's scared because you did that. Another man came from the drunk man's behind and beat his head mercilessly. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The sobered man apologizes and geez, it's fine. I forgive you already, so get out already. Just get a little bit farther away. Go somewhere. Shoo, shoo. Well, I kept saying those in my mind. Mao chased out the adventurer. Shiro-chan, you're bad at this, aren't you? I'm not good at talking with people. Do you think I'd be okay with touching? That's true. The devil's laughing face shows that she hold my weakness now. Just to tell you, if you tell someone about this, I'll destroy the world. I said it with a straight face. The smug face of Mao froze. I was exposed to such an ungraceful abomination by surprise this time. But I will not forgive those who will sexually harass me. I do normally whack them before they can even touch me. However, those eyes are scary. The high level of fear resistance I've lost to actually drive me into a corner. I mean, I was seriously weak against that guy's hand. While I have imagined that situation in my head many times and have prepared against it, when it actually happened, I couldn't do anything. No, I believe the humans are scary. Men. Scary. See, calm down, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's special this time. As long as I don't do anything, I want to be attacked. I think. The last time I was attacked in the city. No good. Why does the race of man exist in this world? That's right. It's the men's fault. Would the problem be solved if I eliminate men? I congratulated myself for coming up with such a nice idea. Are you thinking of something no good? I'm not thinking of such things. Let us just end this as a joke. Seriously, I feel like I should hurry up the development of camouflage magic. So I want to be dragged into some serious accidents. When I started to think about putting effort on the development of camouflage magic, my other body contacted me. The route to Earth is opened, it says. Chapter 216 Temporary Return Stuck. The assault of the worst stench of my life made me reflexively lower the sensitivity of my nose. A nose as good as a dog S turned into one as good as a human S. Still, the unpleasantness had taken hold and didn't quite go away. The wind caressed my skin. Another hardly pleasant sensation. Frankly, it was cold. All kinds of sounds reached my ears. The people walking past me talking. The cars driving by. Music leaking from the apartment buildings. I was in front of the station in a town that set the delicate line between rural and metropolitan. I had returned to Japan. Among the duties I had given my clones, the most important had been finding a way to teleport to Earth. There were a number of reasons. Games, manga, sweets, instant noodles. There's no good reason coming to mind? Oh, whatever. First, I entered a convenience store. By the way, I wasn't wearing my usual robe. It screamed fantasy way too clearly. Instead, I had changed into clothes that wouldn't feel out of place in Japan. It seemed to be winter, so I was wearing an appropriate white coat, as well as a skirt and boots. I was completely white, so with my white clothes, I did stand out. Changing their color wasn't impossible, but it's a pain. I'd go back soon anyway, so as long as they don't call the police on me, standing out a bit is no problem. Having my eyes closed all the time might be a bit dangerous, though. Inside the convenience store, I grabbed the next best magazine. Then, I checked the issue. Seeing the date, although not entirely unexpected, gave me a little surprise. Although more than 5 Earth years had passed in the other world, here only half a year had gone by. Apparently, the flow of time differed. Was this the special theory of relativity? Nah, I only wanted to say that once. I don't know the special theory of relativity, so I wouldn't know anyway. Welp, being hung up over physics in a world with magic energy and stuff is weird anyway. But still, half a year, huh? Figures that things still look like I remember them. After 5 years, the buildings and so may very well look different, so I thought it was strange when that wasn't the case. So when I thought no way and checked, I turned out to be right. Since I was already there, I caught up reading the weekly manga inside the store and left without buying anything. Buy something? I'm broke. Got a problem? Besides, the clerk gave me those dubious looks when I kept reading manga. Eyes closed, I hurriedly made my exit. Yep, my X-ray vision works properly on Earth, too. In the first place, if magic didn't work here, I wouldn't have been able to teleport here. My safe arrival proved that wrong. In literature, Earth often doesn't develop magic for reasons like having no magic energy, but that doesn't seem to be the case. No idea why it didn't develop, though. Somebody might be pulling strings behind the scenes, but what do I know? Still, I wanted to head to the likely candidate for that string pulling. It goes without saying that candidate is D. My biggest reason for coming to Earth was meeting D in person. Entertainment and such were only secondary. Really, okay? I knew about D, but that was it. We never met. But my pride didn't allow me becoming the kin of someone I never met. I originally really didn't want to become someone underling. Even if I was to make a concession and unwillingly give in there, I at least wanted it to be for someone I can accept. That's why I had to judge D with my own eyes. Was that person worthy for me to work for? Unfortunately, I probably wouldn't be able to win with power. D was the creator behind a super complex, large-scale magic like this system, if nothing else. Knowing a fraction of that, I caught a glimpse of its artistic perfection. That alone told of our difference in power. Even after becoming a god, being the lowest class god who can't even properly utilize her power, I had no chance of winning. Besides, if I was to blindly believe fragmented information and what D disclosed, then D was particularly strong, even among gods. If I was to blindly believe it, that is why I wouldn't look at D's power. I see whether D gave me the right feeling or not. Nothing more. nothing less. If, by chance, it wasn't T right, then I'll think about it when the time comes. I could pretend to submit for a while and run away, or build up power and overthrow D depending on how I feel. Just like I always done so far. I walked towards my destination. There was none of the earthy smell I was used to, only various stenches. The concrete road stretched on endlessly. The town felt somewhat cramped. None of those sensations particularly moved me. I didn't feel like I'd come home. You would say it's natural. If I had to say, there was only that hazy feeling. A Juden stall. I want to eat, but no money. I wonder if D will give me an allowance? If so, then I have no problem making D my master. Yep. I walked from the station to a residential area. Compared to downtown, there were less people here, and shops slowly disappeared. I walked on. There was a single house, hiding in the shadows between the others. A single house, around 10 years old, without any particular features. I opened the gate and walked towards the entrance. I thrust my finger between the roots of the potted plant standing next to the door. There was the key there. With the key, I opened the front door. The inside was ruled by silence. Right after coming inside, there were the stairs up. Without hesitation, I climbed them. Arriving on the second floor, I opened the door right next to me. I could hear the faint sounds of a computer inside. The screen shows a game, a bald old man magnificently dodging his enemy's attacks. Every time he does, the controller rattles. Welcome, or maybe I should say welcome back. The girl holding the controller said without turning around. It's the first time in my life that I'm here, so it would be welcome? Curiously, my words came out fluently. The Demon Queen aside, that might be the first person I could talk to properly. And I knew why. Nice to meet you, I suppose. Wakaba Iro-san. Or should I call you D? The girl turned around. My face as I remember it. A girl looking exactly like me. The difference was that she let her hair down, and her slightly different expression. Nice to meet you, my substitute, said my expressionless original. Chapter 217, Wakaba Iro, certain kill attack on Wake Up. Naive, all bullets blow? You got me. But the character's KO appeared on the screen. In the end, the mincing steps ended. ILO-SD. To fight me on equal terms means you're good already that the day when I would permit someone to look down on me in a game really came. I'm frustrated, but also fired up. Now we change characters for a rematch. The sound of both our controllers filled the room. D, the real Wakaba Iro, is having a good time playing fighting games. As expected from my original, she is insanely strong. Also, even if I have my memories, it's actually my first time playing a game. Even if I have a handicap, my character does not move the way I think. The memories and the real sensation doesn't quite match. Also, I've been able to fix that. I can now fight considerably well, but I can't still win even a single round against D. I looked outside after our fight ended, and it was already dark. Since the flow of time is different on the other side, I didn't feel that I've overstayed here. It's regrettable, but let us go home today. See ya. I'll come again, come anytime you like, and with that, I returned. Oh shit, I forgot to solicit pocket money, oh well. I'll ask for it next time. Returning home. Should the expression be returned when this world is the world I'm returning to? That's right, in my corrected memories, I am from this world. My memory over there was a false memory planted by D. In that sense, I lived as myself, and I lived in this world. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. It's also nighttime in this world. Mal woke up and greeted me. I secluded myself after lightly greeting her back. That was scary. There's no way dash. What is that? That's strange. Somehow this ISNT just a level of becoming a god. It's not about if I can win or not. It's scary on a fundamental level. Is this how they feel when they're scared of ghosts? An incomprehensible fear. That is how I feel about D. Her eyes look like a bottomless abyss, even with her god as power sealed. That look from her, I instill fear in me. I can't defy that. It's impossible. It is not really a feeling that does not match. As a self-proclaimed worst evil god, I can't laugh off the original. In simpler words, I realize that I'm a weakling. Even if I speak of it repeatedly, that horror can't be expressed. My master is impossible to oppose. The first time I saw D was when I got the wisdom skill. That time, the voice from the sky, Temp, told me the name D. Next was my first encounter with Kuro. A smartphone suddenly appeared, and then there was a voice that claimed she SD. That is my first contact with D. She then occasionally interfered, which I thought was creepy. An absolutely conflicting sensation. I think that was the reason why I became a god. My soul had undergone change through apotheosis. It was that time I noticed it stuck in my soul. It was my core, my divine area. It had, or rather, it was swallowing me. It has been my existence. It was Wakaba Iro-S memories. The existence which filled in my original color and became me. I've noticed what that means. I just have Wakaba Iro-S memories. I'm different from her. When I realized that the doubt and discomfort I felt clicks into place like a puzzle piece. I don't have a name. Up until now, the vampire child has her name from her previous life displayed, yet my name is blank. It never showed Wakaba Iro. This also explains why my skill points were low. I'm originally a low-rank creature, so skill points, which are part of the Soul S power, was low. The inconsistency of the existence called D in my memory. D said that an explosion occurred in the classroom and all the students who were caught up in it was reincarnated in this world. And as far as I can imagine, no one corresponds to D. With me, Wakaba Iro as an exception. If I think about it, there are some contradictions in my missing memory. I can't remember my parent's face. If I self-evaluate myself, I call myself a beauty. Even in my personality, there is a clear difference between my memory and my current one. Being noticed about as much as a stone on the roadside by strangers, because I couldn't hide my irritation from being watched by strangers. And I realized DES' true character and my true character. In the classroom, there was one spider making a nest. Okachan stopped a boy who was going to kill it. On the contrary, it was suggested someone be in charge of taking care of the creature. Eventually, the elected student cried loudly and refused to do it, so it wasn't implemented. That spider was in the classroom all along, surrounded by all of those huge humans. It's a situation where she can die anytime. The humans shunned her. She was creepy. It was desperately trying to live among them. That extremely low-class existence in the classroom. That was me. Chapter 218, a maid appears. I finally won a round. I never thought that you would defeat me this fast. I got done, congratulations. Round get. Kukuku finally. I was finally able to take a round. I often came to play and continued challenging her to a match, thus my skill advanced. I usually get close once every 3 games. However, just when I thought I'm going to win a round, I finally did. Fwahaha. With this, can I take another round from her? Naive ka kropka o. What? That's ridiculous. How do I respond on an insta-kill move? See, could it be she lost on the first round on purpose to collect the gauge? She threw away the first round? Damn. However, the match isn't decided yet. Third round of fate. Both of our gauge is empty, then. This is a true measure of arm power. Let me say one thing before the call of the second round starts. D told me. In the next round, you will learn the difference in our status. A godly aura rise from DS body, no way. Is she going to use it? The power of God that has been sealed so far? I'll put my serious effort. Please don't let it out. A woman's voice interrupted DS speech, and at the same time, the game was turned off. Looking at the location of the outlet, there's a maid heartlessly pulling out the power supply. Maid? I was searching while the maid said that with a smile. I looked at D. I wonder, she looks so kind. She has an atmosphere of a graceful Yamato Nadeshiko flavor, but her smile is scary somehow. The word mother came in my mind. It's like she is someone you can't go against. I was careless. I released my power after making various effort of hiding this place. You lack awareness as a top-level god. This time you run away from home. Come, let us return home, D is a runaway girl? Somehow, my image of her collapses like crazy in addition. What is that? Maid looks at me. Is she calling me? Is that so? Kia. I don't think I can win. I didn't even notice the maid appearing to begin with. I mean, even she is a beauty. Her presence is thin. It's not magic. I can't find anything unusual yet. Having almost no presence is impossible. She can use a technique I don't know to erase her presence. If I get careless, she will disappear in front of my eye. In other words, I'll get caught in her trap. For an opponent to catch me this easily, she can't be weak. This is my new toy. In the end, you called me your toy. Yeah, that's her real intention. I want to forgive her if that is her true intention. She just a clone. She? What is this? Don't treat me like I'm not human. Not human, but a spider. In order to pull the wool over your eyes, it was created to make everything balanced. An unexpected situation where a spider became a god. I don't get it. I really don't know the meaning. In other words, D created me to hide the fact that she ran away from home. Wow. The meaning of my existence is so low. Why was I created as a scapegoat? I had that kind of question, but to think that it was such a dull answer. Why making me a scapegoat would cover up the fact that you ran away from home? The world of gods is full of wonder anyway. Go home. Your pile of work has accumulated. I don't want to go home. I don't want to work. I'll just play with my life like this. This is my original. Don't be selfish. Who would manage the netherworld if you don't do it? And the maid's point at D. Wow. She smiling, but there's a blue vein illusion in her forehead. I'm busy managing hell. It's not that you can't, right? It's not about me being able to do it. Labor is mandatory. Come, let us return. The maid finally used force. She gripped the lower part of D's neck and dragged it. She's taking her the primitive way. I'm sorry, but I will return here for a while because of reasons. As I've told you before, you can do as you like. Then, D threw out words of goodbye as she was dragged, and then D disappeared from the room. I was left alone. D, you're surprisingly nice. I'll remember our short moment now. Then, search. There should be various items hidden in the room because it's D. There's no memory like that from Wakaba Iro, but it won't be weird if there's some treasure lying in here. And I found various cursed cards as a result of the house search. D said I could do what I want, so I'll use this gratefully. Even so, a maid is it? I wonder if she says master somehow. That maid. She acts as equal even though she's a maid. But I want to be called master somehow. Just being called like that drowns me in satisfaction. For the meantime, since D is taken away, I have no reason to stay here any longer. Sheet. I didn't win against her. After all, she quit while she's ahead. Chapter 219 Training. Clone. Results. The vampire child began calling me master. What is this fellow saying? Did her head boil? Besides, even she calls me master, I don't feel any respect at all. She's saying it half-heartedly and unwillingly. If you don't want to say it, then don't. In the first place, why did you suddenly call me master? I don't understand. That eccentric behavior of the vampire child persisted as we continued our journey. For 3 years, we walked around various places to eat special products. And we finally reached a human territory. My specs improved well in this 3 years. Given that it took 3 years, I can't say I grew up well. First, I was successful developing a recognition obstruction magic, which is an improved version of camouflage. They can only perceive me as white and nothing else. Since most of my feature is white, I implant that characteristic in their consciousness and not let them perceive any other characteristics. I can go out now since they only recognize me as white. With this, the stares have stopped. However, the disadvantage of this technique is when they see through it. It won't affect them anymore. It means it's not a very strong technique. It's no problem to the extent of a conversation, but the technique is broken when I am observed continuously. So, my face will be revealed when I get on a relationship where I meet them every day. Well, as long as the mob ignores me, it's okay. There's no fatal drawback from this. Though I continued improving it, the priority fell down. Space magic has a constant result. To complete the passage to Earth and manipulate the relative physics of the different dimension of space and time. Apparently, I have an aptitude in spatial magic. I think this magic is my only talent, since the other magic aptitude is inherited from D. I intend to expand on this field in the future, as well as making the evil eye work, taking over the system, and changing the basic foundation of how God operates. I've done a lot of things. I've got confidence on my evil eyes. The new version of Evil Eye of Grudge was completed. As a result of me getting carried away, An even more amazing skill from the original was made. Furthermore, I completed a new set of Evil Eyes. A few more until the completion of the Dream 10 Evil Eye series. Fufufu, my Chuyuni soul is trembling. Note, 8th grade syndrome Chinibu. I feel that the number of things I can do has multiplied, but my combat power didn't change that much. Even though I think it should go up, in the first place it's too high, so 1T rise up beyond the span of measurement error. Yup, it's something like the crew of a battleship getting a new gun. The war potential would rise up, but it's doubtful compared to the battleship. Like that. My original spec is already at a high level, so a new skill 1T be noticeable. Well, what can't be helped, can't be helped. Given my rapid growth in the system, I feel that my pace has been slowed down, but normally this should be my speed. The world isn't that sweet to make me a strong god in a short period of time. If it is, then Kuro should be graduated from a low-rank god a long time ago, if clone continues the effort just in case. I think I will slowly get better in the future. Come to think of it, turning into a god from being just a spider is already a huge success. Aiming higher might be too much. D, however, didn't expect me to survive, but I don't think so. Aya calling an unexpected might be true. She probably didn't lie. When D stored Wakaba, Iroh's memories into my soul, the fragment of D's soul came together with the memories. A fragment that is the size of garbage waste that, according to D, she didn't notice. But it's a fragment of a high-end god. The soul of a tiny spider was filled with it, and it affected me. To be frank, I almost have no memories of being a spider in my previous life. That's right, that's all I remember. After that, I see Wakaba Iroh's inconsistent memories, you can call imagination. Even if I say that most of my memories are fake, Wakaba Iroh's memories played a significant role. Because this and D's soul fragment is too large. My soul that received such a fragment mutated the soul of the original spider, and that S the present me. The strength of my soul rose markedly at this point in time. My being able to learn skills fast and having extremely high aptitude with the skills is all caused by this D made the skill system. So the system will adapt with DS soul thanks to the strength of the soul. I was able to master parallel will and appraisal. Aya, when the Demon King heard about the appraisal, she was like, huh? Her head just like exploded. I never dreamed of using such a dangerous thing. I didn't know that you're that frightening. And because of that, I felt an unpleasant feeling when being appraised or when I strike down mad demons. So that's why. We're attacked by random demons. I didn't know. If I knew I wouldn't be using appraisal. Though I was shocked by that fact, I'm not using appraisal nowadays. Thus, it is not inconvenient when it's not in use. Since it's a skill derived from the system, I cannot make a completely similar magic. I'm a bit lonely today. Chapter 220, the other side of the snowy mountain. To go to the demon territory from the human territory, you need to cross a mountain. Both the human and demon race set up a fort on the border and glare at each other, and if one nonchalantly walks through, both will regard you as enemy. I and the Demon King don't particularly care, but the vampire child will die if she gets involved. Although I trained her as much as possible in these 3 years, I don't think she can win against the frontline elite army corps, let alone fight them. So, we will pass through from human race territory to the demon race territory in a peaceful manner. That is crossing a mountain. Furthermore, it's a snowy mountain. A tall mountain is in front of my eyes. Mountain? Rather, it's a mountain range. I don't know its altitude, but for sure a mountain climber would risk their life climbing it. I feel that the mountain range is a detour as we climbed. Hey, this region has a higher risk than the fort in a different sense, doesn't it? Nah, I'll probably be okay. The vampire child 1T die, will she? Are we really okay? It's alright. No problems. You're the type who says it's okay about any problem, aren't you? Well, if Demon King thinks so, then let us believe we're fine. So, let us depart. Cold. Come to think of it, isn't this the first time I've felt cold? I've tasted the heat of the middle layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth that was warm, or rather it was hot. Are spiders cold? I don't have a strong image. There is an impression of me living in a tropical forest like a jungle. I don't feel like being in a cold area. But the Mao-S face seems to look fine. Then we should be fine, right? But we seem to be not okay. She S making a poker face, trying to be calm. That reminds me, in the Demon King S Resistance Festival, there was no ice resistance. It's useless. Phew, compared to me, my countermeasures are perfect. A cold countermeasure, Clone, has finished a super ultra warm coat overnight. I wonder what it feels like when worn. Comfortable warmth anytime, anywhere. The pile of snow doesn't matter. Fufufu, while my companions are suffering in cold. There's only one person who is being warm and keeping silent. Bliss. The Demon King has an expression of false bravado. The vampire child has a pale about to die face, and Mara looks like half of his soul is coming out. And I'm the only one with a grin on my face. Suffer more. The suffering of other people is delicious. Shiro-chan, you're enduring quite well. Aren't you? Gulp. That's not true. You didn't wear that coat yesterday, right? That is, it's cold, so I prepared it. Gimme. Give it to me. Whoa. What are you doing? I desperately defend my coat against the Demon King, and we continue along the mountain range. We arrived at an abandoned village on the way. Was there a village in such a cold land? What kind of masochist lived here? Or perhaps I should say, they did well to live here. Was it because they can't live here that they abandoned it? I see. Here too. The Demon King muttered something, but I didn't hear her real intention. We spent one night in the abandoned village. I took a walk inside the village proper when I woke up the next day. From the atmosphere of the houses, it's probably been several years since this was abandoned. I was bothered seeing it small and cozy. It seems it's too small and cramped for an adult. The size is perfect for children. Would this be a children's village? I search around for tools there isn't a valuable thing left. Just something terribly primitive stuff. Could this be a primitive children's village? I went out to the village outskirts. Somehow it had overgrown. A demon plant-like system, something like a bone of a demon, can be seen entwined in the ivy. It looks like a typical field for a village. Did they raise this? Are they stupid? For now, I ate it to destroy it. Yup, healthy vegetables. I want a dressing. Though I don't hate mayonnaise, I prefer salad dressing. To the mayonnaise people of the country, I'm sorry. Green perilla dressing is my favorite, though I've never eaten it before. I invest my energy in my clone. I haven't increased my clones these days. The energy maintenance cost has become so large that making a new one is really hard. If I eat more, the Demon King would be like, food expenses, so I hold myself back. I can eat about 20 people's portions easily. After that, I drink sake the next day to recover the energy that is split. Sake is great after all. Indeed, it is the best medicine. I recover energy with just a drink. Since the Demon King woke up, the Snowy Mountains conquest resumes, and we continue to walk on a world of ice and rocks where few demons exist. At that time, there was a shadow coming from the sky. After taking a little distance, a dragon landed on the ground. It was a beautiful dragon with ice scales covering its whole body. It's different from the earth dragon. It's an existence called an ice dragon. It's strong. I observed the ice dragon using the evil eye of analysis, the one I developed as a substitute to appraisal. I developed the evil eye of analysis to judge the strength of my enemies. The evil eye can roughly estimate the amount of energy of an opponent's soul. Even if the soul has a lot of energy, they can still be weak and vice versa. So, in the end, it can't rough estimate. But, since soul and strength relative to the system is comparatively close, the value of this evil eye is worth it. I used my evil eye of analysis to measure the strength of the dragon. It's approximately twice as strong as Alaba, a dragon with a considerable strength. Compared to the earth dragon on the lower layer of Elro Great Labyrinth, it's inferior, but can be considered as a high ranking among the demons inhabiting in this world. The ice dragon is talking telepathically with the Demon King. Let's eavesdrop. What is it? Origin Terratect? I don't have any business in particular. Just passing through. Did you not hear from Jairi? Fumo. I haven't heard anything then. I want you to do nothing and let us pass gently. I'll do, as you say, and one do anything. I don't want to get in trouble. With the Origin Terratech, the negotiations were done quickly. It seems ELL let us through. But why is this guy here? Kuro placed it here? For what reason? While the Ice Dragon is busy with the Demon King, I summoned some clones. Search this mountain range. I want to know the reason why Kuro placed a strong gatekeeper. When the human race and demon race wage a war, it's natural that the snowy mountains will be a danger zone. There is something here. There is something Kuro wants to hide. If I find it, I will get a hold of his weakness. Fufufu. I don't trust those that are stronger than myself. I don't open up my heart. I've never thought of Kuro as an ally. A weakness that can be grasped is now held. Now, I wonder what you're hiding. Chapter 221 Vampire Child Observation Diary. We didn't have any problems after meeting the Ice Dragon. But on the very last day, that guy appeared. Monkey. My trauma 2-1 is Alaba. The fear of the crowd of swarming monkeys is unforgettable. That natural enemy of mine has appeared. And then, fiercely attacking as soon as they find me. Why, hey, your status is too high. Even breaking beyond the Demon King S. You look like someone who is troublesome to deal with. I'll run away. With that said, I'll flee from the monkey. I thought of leaving this to the Demon King, but she joined me and escaped. Later, I heard her saying that as troublesome. It seems like the Demon King thought the same thing I did. I finally felt the mountain range getting cold. From here on is the demon territory. The demon race dominates this area instead of the human race. Even if I say that there isn't much change from the human race territory. I don't know what she imagined. But the vampire child looks dejected after seeing the surroundings. I understand what S in the vampire child's imagination somehow, but I would be troubled if that scenery had developed. After all, she is expecting a scene from hell. In the first place, having a cloud covering the region all year round would make it impossible for people to live there. The crops won't grow, and there will be none to go up against the human race. This is why children having honest dreams is troublesome. On that respect, I see things more realistically. Fool. The mature me is looking forward to something else in this demon race territory, and that is a specialty dishes that can't be found in the human race territory. At a glance, it's not different from human race territory, but you can see that the climate and the geological features are slightly different. There should be an original product here. Fufufu. I'm looking forward to seeing those as yet unseen products. I will taste them all. Oops, drooling. Eating out, the travel to the Demon King's castle is going well. Just like in the human race territory, there were no unfavorable events, so it was doing well. Peace is nice isn't it? However, there's a girl who dislikes the atmosphere for some reason. It's the vampire child. Since we entered the demon race territory, she was disappointed by the appearance of the demons, by the street, and even by the monsters. Well, I know that feeling. I do feel that I want to say that the demons are disappointing. Those fellows aren't happy being born with an appearance close to the human race either. Don't judge the book by its cover. Yup, I'm a good girl. It's not about that. The vampire child seems hungry. She may not be aware of it, but her instincts grow, pile up, and will show up someday. I want her to raise her level as she grows up, but all the monsters we've encountered are being dealt with me or the Demon King recently. The vampire child's gaze at monsters is unusual. It's the eyes of a thirsty beast. In fact, the characteristics of a vampire is that they feed on the living. You can say that she is thirsty. She is a vampire after all. They do suck blood after all. But the vampire child has only sucked blood once. Because she is a true ancestor, she doesn't need to drink blood. It may not be necessary, but it does not mean she can't. Even I don't need to sleep since I turned to a god, but I sleep every night. Because it's happier that way. It's the same with the vampire child. It's normal for vampires to drink blood. A vampire child that does not suck blood is abnormal. Maybe she is unaware of the accumulating stress. It's not possible for the vampire child to be unaware that she is a vampire and think that she has never drank blood even once. The vampire child did suck Mara's blood. She should remember the taste. You could call her first taste of success. At that moment, the door to her vampire instincts should be opened. That is why After not being able to suck blood for several years, she has accumulated considerable stress, and now her instincts are showing up on the surface. She has weakened. I had thought that the vampire child strengthened herself during our travels. She won to lose to some ordinary monster. But, after all, I want to aim for perfection when raising her. I'm the type who is particularly thorough with this. Since all I did in my life was to survive, I was not able to rest that much if possible. I want to raise her status to the max and raise her level afterwards. Then, it will be good to release her fighting instinct. For now, the Demon King and I are holding her back, and we continued taking down monsters. When in town, she is somehow able to calm down, but recently I can sense her fighting spirit leaking out. This is bad. Solution 2, I should let her fight once. But that S rejected. She needs to raise her level a little. If that is the case, then there is another method. That is, to cancel her stress from being unable to drink blood. She just has to drink blood. The vampire child has now become a little girl. It's better if she drinks blood regularly. Then, I'll also have Mara, who is a senpai in this profession, raise the vampire child into an excellent vampire. Teach us D-Sensei. Lesson 1, Chapter Teach us D-Sensei. Lesson 1, this must be the maid's turn. That is a lie. Digriting. It's everyone's loved one. D may you re the most hated being in the world. So, what are you saying? Or rather, why are you making fun of my name? What is May? What is it? Dit es Mido. So it can't be helped. May, what do you mean by it can't be helped? I don't get it. You don't mind small details. For now, our new corner, Teach Us D-Sensei, is starting. I will answer all your doubts in this world. It's a splendid corner that will reveal the truth. May, it's a so-called explanation time. D, could you use an indirect expression instead? It's a bit too much if you say it directly. May, we didn't T come here to play. Let us end this quickly and return to work. D, it's troublesome to have a workaholic partner. What should I do? May, I think you should work. D, sob. May, making an expressionless pretend cry is disgusting. Please stop it. D, yes, I stopped. May. D, hurts. Please don't give me the silent treatment. D, coming back. This is the first time we're doing this, so we will discuss Majitsu and Mahupon. Both mean magic, so let us keep it as is. May, what unexpectedly proper content to win. I joke with all my might compared to that. When teaching people, I do it seriously too. May, you really do love giving away knowledge. D, it's not knowledge. It's the truth of the world. May, yes. That is good. D, it's troublesome to have an ill-mannered neighbor. What should I do? May, I think you should remain troubled. D, sob. May, shut up. D, even if I am noisy, it's not a good idea to hit me. So stop it. May, yes. It was painful, wasn't it? If you don't want to be hurt further, then let us take this seriously, shall we? D, can't be helped. Let us do it seriously. May, you should have done that from the beginning. D, first. What is the difference between Majitsu and Mahu? They're very similar. Anyway, May, which means? D, Majitsu, give assistance to the system, which is called Mahu May in short. You're saying that Mahu and Majitsu are of the same kind of thing. D, that's right. Not just Mahu. Majitsu's power also resembles a skill. Think of Majitsu as the larger framework and Mahu as the smaller one. The system is simplifying Majitsu to make it easy to handle Mahu. Majitsu itself can accomplish all without exception, but Mahu can do it from 1 to 10 completely made as convenient. Dit is convenient. Furthermore, without the blessing of the system, what you can use in a situation is limited. May, by the way, what is 1 to 10? D, choice and invocation, choosing what magic to use and using it. Just this Mayo, that S simple. D, as for Majitsu, it's choice, activation, catch, construction, conjunction, injection, saturation, change, invocation. These 9 are the basics, and the last remaining 1 changes according to the user. Activation is the preparation stage to control magic. Catch is about recognizing the magic. Construction is the most important and is the one making most of the work for Majitsu. Connection connects the constructed Majitsu. And then, when a magic Majitsu circuit is completed, you inject magical power and fill it up. And with that, it's ready for invocation. You can still change the circumstances, but you can already invoke it. This sequence can be seen in Chapter 103. Thanks to Magic Extremity, you don't have to go through all that trouble. As a matter of fact, the system assistance does all the work: magic power perception, magic power operation, and Mahou skill are the only thing you need, and the Mahou invocation depends on your skill level. Well, they can understand Majitsu. Because of this method, it is possible to remember the magic by the way you had in system and learn it. May then the last from the 10 would be memory, interruption, and reproduction. It does resemble a school D among the 10 fundamentals. An experienced magician could process them simultaneously. Kumo performs activation to conjunction as a set, and she shortens the injection to invocation. The spider itself thinks that Magic Extremity contributes to the magic. It was true at first, but the time she spent exercising the Majitsu of the same class speed of the system for auxiliary and equivalent to invoke it. Even gods would be surprised to see a spider performing magic like it's a habit. That may be because your soul is mixed in D. That may be so, but it's just a fragment that blended with her May. Is that so? D. That is so. It's true that it was blended, but the influence is only small. Kumo's soul is as big as anyone else's, increasing a suitable amount of skills learned. Even she herself knows it. May then, are you saying that it's the talent of the person herself? D. You can say it is, but I think otherwise. May, what is with that vague answer? D. It's true that her aptitude with skills is high, but when it comes to being out of the norm, her pride skill had a great influence. Mayo, if I remember correctly, it's the skill that makes growth easier. D. If you heard the explanation of the effect, it may seem to be inferior to other sins or virtue skills, but in reality, it's the most outrageous skill. That skill pushes the soul to its limit. May, what is that? If that happens, normally wouldn't the soul would scream and disappear? D. It will. The rapid growth will distort you. The pride skill will eat you up completely, and it's not funny. But Kumo did it without any difficulties. With pride and her own talent, she made an exceptional leap. It's your soul's influence, after all. D. I would say no, but it did a little. Then, we took too much time. We're about to end soon. Till next time, May then, we'll return to our work. D. Sob. Chapter 222, Daily Healthy Tomato Juice Blood. Let us see. I don't think it's delicious. However, my taste is different. Since it is my taste, it might not apply to Milady, but I'll drink from a young woman or a child who can't resist. The pure taste of a young man does not make a difference. After all, it must be because of image. They would resist by all means when you try to drink. When I tried asking Mera about the taste of blood, that was his response. The image of vampires in this world is that they like to drink blood from beauties. They don't want to drink blood of men. Rather, they gladly refrain from drinking. They seem to want to drink from girls, but I don't have that fetish. By the way, when Mera drinks blood, he uses his hypnotic demon eyes. He finds a suitable partner in the city and uses hypnotism to drink blood secretly. The damage is suppressed as much as possible, and with hypnosis making the memory vague. They don't find out that they took damage. When I heard the story from Mera, he made an excuse if I didn't do anything else that will make me guilty. No, I ascend that fine. Mera is still young. He might have piled up his lust for women on our journey. However, Demon Eye, he said, is it different from my evil eye? I heard that the effects are fairly similar, but how similar? Let us depend on Granny's wisdom. Who is your granny? Demon King. Can I hit you? Okay, but expect a counter. TSK. Evil Eye and Demon Eye are different, but the effects are the same. It's just that the power of Evil Eye is higher. In short, Evil Eye is higher in rank. That's right. But Evil Eye is limited only to rulers. Demon Eye is also a rare skill. If it's in the hands of someone with talent, there are also those that have it as a racial benefit. Oh, that reminds me. There was Petrifaction Lizard in Elro Great Labyrinth. It probably used Demon Eye for its Petrifaction attack. If we leave the racial compatibility aside, it's a simple problem of compatibility. Isn't it? My right eye hurts. Like that. Saying those things may give you compatibility with Demon Eyes. In my case, it's because I'm a vampire. I couldn't use Demon Eye before that. The only time Mera uses his Demon Eye is when he hunts women to suck their blood. There was a case where a strong-willed woman vehemently refused to get her blood sucked, and acted violently. During that time, he glared at her while shouting, "Be quiet." Then her resistance weakened. It seems that the demon eye skill activated subconsciously. It accumulated and was acquired as a proper skill since vampires have an aptitude for demon eye. Then the vampire child should be able to learn it, right? She doesn't have a lot of eyes like me. But maybe she can use two at the same time? Would curse or paralysis be better? This time, I'll make her acquire it through skill points. Then, returning to the blood discussion. Fortunately, there's a beautiful blood donor, just like Mara said. ILL kill you no good. That's a rape flag. A mortified expression with firm resolve can be seen from the face of the beauty. Feature. Long. Ears. It's an elf. They were not present before, but there were frequent attacks from the elves when we were in the human race territory. As expected, you can't fight the Demon King front on, so you'd resort to assassination. And their aim is the vampire child. Well, I do understand the reason why the vampire child is being targeted. It seems that the elves have discovered that she is a reincarnated person. They moved after arriving at the conclusion that the vampire is a danger. I've heard the conversation between Kuro and the Demon King. They said that the elves are highly suspicious. And so, the Demon King and I went to subjugate them. We returned with their bodies inside my stomach. Then I shared the blood with Mara. I thought that it was pointless for Mara to use his strength searching for blood because of all the surprise attacks recently. The elves attacked us after we entered the demon territory for the first time. Why did you come at this time? Is it that? Did you think you'd succeed if I forgot about it? I lick my lips. We declare war on the Demon King. Your peace will fall to ruin, even if you take my life. The elves will take your life. Is that so? What is this child saying? Your aim is the Demon King, not the child? What do you mean? As I was asking with a question mark above my head, the Demon King pulled on my sleeve. This elf is from Fool Faction, the Demon King said through telepathy. What else with that straightforwardly pathetic naming? It really is pathetic. Because elves are a sublime race who act to defend peace. Why there's such a thing? They're the bottom unit of the elves, which are easy to move behind the scenes. I was able to guess it somehow well, as expected. After some time passed, those elves came out because they think it's the truth. Why didn't T take care of those guys from the underworld? What a pitiful group, and those elves that keep doing bad things in the underworld truly think that they work for peace. Idiot, or rather clown team. It doesn't pay off. Well, it's illogical for Demon King to manage peace. It's important to rely on military power. If you want to aim at peace seriously, at least try modern Japan's complacency about peace. The more you rely on military force, the more the final decision will depend on military power. This world is the survival of the fittest. You can't overturn the truth as long as you don't deny the violence. You're saying peace, but you're acting otherwise. Elf Knights should understand it somewhere in their head too. Therefore, I prepared a solution for this situation. Thinking that they're doing it for good, those pitiful workers were pushed around. Even if I say that, I don't sympathize with them. Does this tomato juice taste a bit different? That Shiro-chan's special juice, the taste might not be good, but it is very nutritious. Fune Chapter 223. The end of the journey, the destination of our journey, is the Demon King's castle. If you heard it like that, we sound like a hero party, but regrettably, we are the Demon King party. In my opinion, what kind of bad game has an encounter with the Demon King outside of their castle? The Demon King should be in the Demon King's castle. If she isn't, then her name is a fraud. Furthermore, her objective for going out isn't to defeat the hero. It's to defeat me. What the hell? Just thinking about it made me irritated, so I hit the Demon King lightly. The Demon King had teary eyes while holding her head as she makes a face. I'm talking about this because we reached the Demon King's castle. I'm just adding significance to the end of our journey. The Demon King's castle is a pretty big castle. It doesn't have the atmosphere of a certain RPG's final dungeon. Rather, it looks like a castle from the land of dreams, which is influenced by Mouse. It may be natural, but the castle isn't like a den. The castle has a town around it. Or rather, I can't see the castle from outside of the town. I can't see it if I don't use clairvoyance. That means that the castle town is huge. Of all the cities I've traveled to so far, this town is the largest. It would take days to travel around this town. We continue to advance on foot through the castle town. The townspeople don't even notice the return of their Demon King. No one has come to receive her. Demon King, do your subordinates not miss you? No one searched for you when you went out. Even after entering the demon territory, there was no word about the missing Demon King. I looked at the Demon King with pitying eyes. She was looking at me in a state. And after walking around the town, we finally reached the Demon King's castle. But we didn't go inside the castle. Instead, we visited a big mansion in the neighborhood. And after talking to the gatekeeper, we entered the mansion. Only a small portion knows that I'm the Demon King. We would be shooed away if we entered the castle, she said. Even though you're the Demon King, you can't enter the Demon King's castle? The mansion appears to be the residence of a prominent demon family, of which only a few influential people inside the mansion know the Demon King's true identity. Before coming to my place, it was said that the Demon King had lived at this residence, and an employee of this house knows the Demon King. When we entered the residence, each of us were given respective guest rooms. The master of the mansion rarely returns home, I guess. A messenger went out just now. It seems they went out to inform them that the Demon King has come. Because they seem to be busy, they don't know how long it'll take to return. Because there's a lot of spare time, I talked to the Demon King. We decided to admit the vampire child to the Demon Academy. She'll be trained in the Demon Academy. It's no different from the human race S. Or rather, there isn't much difference between humans and demons. It's just that their lifespan is longer and their status is higher. Even though they have longer lifespans, their fertility is inferior when compared with humans. That's about the extent of their differences. The vampire child will enter an elite school as a noble demon. Well, I'm sure the vampire child will understand. The Demon King foresees that in the future the vampire child will need to gain personal connections and education. If I let her stick with a clone, then unskillful things won't happen at the very beginning. However, rather than being in this closed-off world with us forever, information about going to school would benefit the vampire child. I didn't object. The problem is Mara. To be frank, I don't care either way, but Mara won't be able to serve near the vampire child. It's not impossible, but the Demon King doesn't think it would mutually benefit them. Should I say codependence? If Mara lost his right to protect the vampire child, he would lose his purpose for living. The vampire child blindly trusts Mara as he is her last connection. It's good as a relationship in its own right. But when either is damaged, the other may become that way somehow too. If they don't separate, they won't become independent. So the Demon King thought, since I didn't depend on anyone, I don't understand it. And with that, the Demon King took Mara as her subordinate. And so, the Demon King started Demon King-like activities. First, preparing the armaments of the military, in order to wage a war against humans. Perhaps this will be the largest war in history, to the extent that the casualties are too great. That is the aim of the Demon King. I honestly thought that Demon King would go in as a lone horseman and act violently. Both armies will wage war against each other until they can't continue. The Demon King having overwhelming strength and making the demon race win against the human race. That kind of impossible situation could occur. I inwardly think that if continuing is dangerous, I'll have no choice but to do that. It's similar to the reason why I'm doing as Dee told me. When a human race and the demon race conspire together, it would be hard work to bury the pile of them both in a ditch. I can't see a peaceful solution. To avoid that, it is necessary to make the human race and demon race fight to the bitter end. Because though it's troublesome, it is the rule of this world. Well, that could also become pointless though. My eating tour is over and I will begin to move in earnest soon. The preparations are proceeding smoothly. The clone that I threw into each place between trips does good work. I didn't just simply eat and walk. I left clones in the places we visited in the human territory and the demon territory, and my intelligence gathering range is considerably large by now. To observe this world with my eyes. It's still an old story that the Demon King starts a war. Meanwhile, I observe the world and finish my preparations. The preparations to disturb the world. Chapter 2, 24 Archduke. It was after midnight that the master of the mansion returned. It is a young man. However, because unlike the human race, the demon race is long-lived, I cannot tell his age by appearance. When you considered his very quiet atmosphere with his youthful appearance, it may be that his age is considerably greater than his appearance suggests. It's been a long time. Demon Lord. The man kneels down before the Demon King. Though he keeps calm on the surface, his heart seems to be considerably frightened. If I listen carefully, I can hear his disturbed heartbeat, and my nose takes in the scent of his strained sweat. What did you do that you're so afraid of this disappointing Demon King? Thank you. Was T-work busy? Yes. However, considering the Demon King has returned, I rush to give you priority. The Demon King gives the man words of appreciation laughingly with a smile. The man is surprised to see the Demon King like this and makes a dubious expression. Ah, I see. Is the Demon King this man knows the Demon King before she became a disappointing Demon King? Oh, would you still be surprised if I didn't come and change her? The Demon King, before becoming disappointing, did not talk too much, and her atmosphere was completely different. Then, because there are children you do not know, could you introduce yourselves? The Demon King urges the man. The man stands up, lowers his head, and begins his self-introduction. This is my first time meeting you. I am entrusted with the management of the Demon Territory capital. I am called Bolt Fizzero. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. You should rely on this fellow if there is something you need, because Bolt is an archduke working as the mediator of the true demon race. Fuin. In other words, with the exception of the Demon King, he is the top of the true demon race. That explains why I'm getting a considerably strong signal from him. Even peeping at his soul, I understand he is considerably strong. Well, he is still inferior to our vampire child. In addition, what the Demon King seems to be saying is he arranges things politically. He is not the top of the military division. If that is the case, is his combat ability low among the demon race? It may be necessary to raise my overall evaluation of the demon race by one step. We introduce ourselves respectively. I simply told him just my name. The discussion moves to the school entrance of the vampire child, and Bolt approves it readily. There doesn't appear to be any problems with having Mara register in the army. However, it doesn't seem possible to place him under the Demon King's direct control. At present, there isn't an army under the Demon King's direct control. This seems to be because it will take time to reorganize the army. Well, the Demon King hasn't been here for many years, so it's inevitable. Therefore, Mara will be assigned to the 4th Army temporarily. Bolt has direct command of the 4th Army, whose primary duty is the defense of the demon race territory capital. The reason why it is not the 1st Army in charge of the capital's defense is because the 1st Army is always deployed on the border of the human race territory. I will also be assigned to the 4th Army temporarily for the time being. Even if I say so, for the most part, 1-1 be very active. At most for appearance sake. I can move as I please. That is approved by the Demon King. I was given a warning not to make too much commotion. I understand that Bolt has taken an interest in me, because the Demon King gives me special treatment. Even if I say taken an interest, it isn't really a friendly feeling. A searching feeling. And does he possibly have an appraisal skill? It felt that sort of atmosphere somehow. However, it's easy to find out when someone is appraising you. I have heard from the Demon King that it is a breach of manners to appraise someone face to face. I assumed he used appraisal based on my intuition. Did he refrain from doing it face to face? If that is, so it's possible to hide and appraise secretly. Should I give a little warning? I don't give a damn even if he appraises me. But it's not good that the vampire child is also appraised. I open my eyes a little. Bolt trembles in surprise when he sees my eyes. Dubra. He is scared, as well as a gross appearance, because I played tricks to cheat you a little you feel afraid. Let us name it evil eye of panic. Because you're looking, don't look I only say that. Despite the wording being a little obscure, I seem to have conveyed it to Bolt. He He nodded while dripping cold sweat. Satisfied with his attitude, I close my eyes. It's clear that Balt is relieved. I want to say that I'm sloppy. A butler and a maid of the mansion also see my eyes and fall down. It's impressive enough, able to stand without losing consciousness. Hey, was the effect of the evil I too strong? Oh well, we're going to remain acquaintances with the Archduke leader of the demon race, called Balt this way. A few days later, the vampire child was admitted into the school. The Demon King went to the Demon King's castle and Mara was assigned to the Fourth Army. I saw them off from the mansion. I think I'll make this mansion a base for the time being. I have Balt make an entry permit for the Demon King's castle so that I can enter any time for the time being. Well, I'll kick up my heels alone for a while and will act slowly. Chapter 225 Secret Maneuvers. Secretly Maneuvering Confirmation. Clone Body Group, they are capturing Elro Great Labyrinth. In cooperation with the babies, I aim for the opposite exit. I predict the capture's completion time somewhere between 7 to 10 days. The clone maintains energy by eating monsters in the labyrinth. After capturing the labyrinth, it deploys to the Dastoldia continent where the human race wields power. My objective is to expand my field of activities within the Dastoldia continent. Confirmation. Clone Body Group B are gathering information from the Kasinagara continent, human territory. There is no useful information at present. Behavior of the elves, the whereabouts of otherworld people, and also any information about things that make me anxious is being collected. Confirmation. Clone Group C is gathering information from the Kasinagara demon territory. I am investigating the demon race's situation. Confirmation. Clone Group D is interfering with the system. Understanding Raid 8. Confirmation. Clone Group E is reinforcing my war potential in a different space. FUMO. It's going well, going well. From a mansion, I confirm that everything is advancing smoothly despite lazing around like moss. Foo. I appear to have become a lazybones with nothing to do throughout the day. In reality, I, by myself, am doing as much work as tens of thousands at the same time. My clones are. I am great. My top priority is reinforcing my war potential. I'm in the middle of establishing how to fight as a god. When I execute my plan, my biggest obstacle is Kuro. Conversely, I'll be able to do whatever I like after I do something about Kuro. Between the combat ability of Kuro and I, it's certain that I'm weaker at the moment. I ran various simulations with clones' bodies during the journey, and though my combat ability has improved, there is still an insurmountable difference between Kuro and I. Kuro isn't a long-lived god for show either. I'm not as naive as to believe that a beginner of several years can win head-on just by becoming a god. So I'm searching for an unorthodox method to win. If you can't win by fighting head-on, you just have to not fight head-on. As for that point, I'm a former spider. I set traps, and when the enemy is deceived, I weaken them with poison, a species with cunning as a selling point. Indeed, tactics ideal for me. Fufufu, I do not choose the means in order to win. However, this isn't something which can be done right now. This is tentatively the anti-Kuro strategy. Though it makes some assumptions and will still take some time to complete. It's still the previous discussion where I'll clash with Kuro even if I don't get impatient, because it's not decided whether it can happen. Let us proceed slowly. Next thing being advanced is information gathering, spreading out the clone bodies to expand the range I can move with transfer. I collect information by dispatching my clones various places, and I can make a foothold there for transferring at the same time. With this, if something happens, I'll be able to perceive it immediately. In addition, it solves two problems in that I can rush there immediately. I'm especially making effort in collecting information about the movements of the elves and searching for people who reincarnated from another world. The elves are an opponent who the Demon King and Kuro watch. I should be cautious too. Above all, they seem to be aiming for otherworlders. While investigating the reason, I want to interfere with their actions. However, I feel like I'm losing the initiative everywhere I turn, because they have already attacked the vampire child. The possibility that the elves have already come into contact with a number of those who reincarnated is quite high. Though I do not know how many that will be, it wouldn't be strange if I'm already too late. The vampire child was in a considerably dangerous situation. There are a lot of mysteries surrounding the elves. Why are they aiming for those who reincarnated? How is it possible to figure out who has reincarnated? Even I don't know. On my side, I only gather this information for the most part. I haven't hit upon any information regarding reincarnated people yet. An elf saw through the vampire child being a reincarnated person so simply. There seems to be some mechanism, but I can't imagine what it is. For the time being, I'll pursue the elves in the future. I have no choice but to make sure I can find their weak point. The information about reincarnated people doesn't readily gather either. Well, because there is no way to distinguish reincarnated people by appearance. The only possible sign is whether or not they have the NIW skill. Appraisal can't be used because I'm cut off from the system. I cannot look for it. First of all, I'm investigating those who stand out one after another. It's inefficient. In addition, it's like the reincarnated people will have equal cheats. It usually grows up inside. There might be reincarnated people who overdo it. It's impossible for everyone to be training for battle from the time everyone was small. Rather, judging from normal human sense, isn't that more abnormal? Well, because D should have distributed each one suitable skill as a transmigration privilege. Is it a cheat when compared with normal human beings? Among them is the vampire child's vampire skill. There may be a pitiful victim who receives a skill they think is foolish. Yes, because it seems likely there are such victims. Just now, there seems to be a hit on a person from information gathering. It is a prince of a country called Rangzan Empire, I think. A natural prodigy seems to be talked about. It really looks that way. It's something I'd like to confirm somehow or other, but he is indeed the prince of a rather large country and has a strong guard. Though I can force my way through with the power of my clone, I want to go as gently as possible in secret. I'll wait for a chance for now. The elves may interfere, and in my ears the rolling rumbling on the bed. The door opens violently with a BAN. Turning my neck to face the door, one man stood there with a blue vein showing on his temple. Though it's a man I'm seeing for the first time, he looks like Balt. Are they brothers or something? Is it this fellow? The woman who only eats? What a cruel thing to say. Because it's not incorrect, so I cannot deny it. Chapter 226 Secret Maneuvers. Secret maneuvers the delinquent entered. The spider left the room. WH? She disappeared? Is this space magic? Though I thought I heard it, surely it's just my imagination. Unlike Balt's serious feeling, I can't handle this hooligan-looking man. I avoided him completely. When I returned, he should have gone back. One of the ways to get along in adult life is to avoid pointless quarrels. It's definitely not because I was scared by that bastard's appearance. I'm not crying. I secretly observed the man using the eyes of the clone I left behind in the room. The man who froze for a while began searching the room lightly. He looks under the bed and opens up the closet. No, I didn't hide in that sort of place. Don't look for me in a location which I clearly can't enter. Hey, wait. I sent my underwear in there. It was closed swiftly. Ooh, wonderful bright red. Is he pure contrary to his appearance? No. I get the feeling he is rather strict despite having a street appearance. The man left the room in the end without being able to find me. Phew. Though I couldn't be found because I wasn't there, my clone could been found. Well, I can do whatever I like even if I'm found. Because it's dangerous to return immediately, let us pass time somewhere until the excitement cools down. FOMO. Since I have the opportunity, should I go and study the matter I left unattended? Crossing into a different space, I came to the Elro Great Labyrinth, between the upper and middle layer, the place that I made a base for a period of time. There is a den and a huge object, the cast-off shell of a queen Teratect. She the one who has soul I pulled out when I deified. One of my parallel wills was once lodged in this queen, but now it is soulless in a death-like state. A soul death, where the brain doesn't die. Although the body lives because the soul has died, it ceases being a living thing. In the body of the queen, I inject a small amount of soul in the form of a clone, but I don't let it activate yet. When I make such a large one activate and it moves, I think that the energy consumption will jump up a stupid amount. I'll usually leave it in suspended animation and let it activate when I decide how to use it. Though I cannot expect it to be very useful against Kuro, it is a monster of the strongest class in this word, and I think that other than the aforementioned Kuro, it can't be dealt with. Well, because it's something like my concentrated power on a cast-off shell. It doesn't have the benefit of skills either, so it will be different from its original strength. Did it become slightly weaker? However, it should still have the power of a high-class dragon, which should be sufficiently useful in this world. For the other queens, let us leave them to the Demon King. A soul should still faintly remain in the other queens. I only succeeded in taking over this one, and another was still on the way. Though there is already a soul dead queen suffering from suspended animation, it is too far away, and because I haven't been there once, I cannot transfer. I'll have to leave it for a while. Because they didn't become soul dead, the other queens should still be alive. Though it will be weakened greatly, it's still a very menacing creature with a large mass. Is this about it for a queen? I move to the next place by transfer. I come into a forest. The forest of the elves that I discovered with a clone, in front of a barrier that exists around the center. Although I investigated it to some extent with my clone, I thought I should confirm it with my main body after all. Thus, I observed the barrier carefully. Yep, this wasn't made by a skill. The limit of the power that the system gives has been exceeded. Even the Demon King, who is very close to limits of status, cannot break this barrier. No matter how you think of it, this barrier is operated by using MA energy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain a barrier with this output. Why does Kuro leave this? I don't understand. Should I break it now and destroy the generating device right now? However, the World S situation seems like it'll move awfully fast if I do. Is it that my present lazy life, or rather, that I may lose my lead time, I send a situation that I welcome very much. I observe from all direction with clairvoyance, there seem to be a lot of enemy elves. If the barrier breaks, will it be a sound thrashing? Well, as for the elves, the barrier does not seem to be their only trump card either, and it could also be their pattern where things get reversed. Even if it falls down, I think there will be a large-scale battle. I might disturb the Demon King, who is pushing forward preparations for war. I cannot yet block the Demon King's way. As a result, I may arrive at my aim if a lot of dead people appear, so that it won't be noticed by Kuro. I have to pretend that I'm following the Demon King's will to the very limit. If I attack the elves whom Kuro leaves alone, it will definitely be noticed. Is it safe to stop? However, coming here, doing nothing, and then returning I should be able to let a clone creep inside the barrier to see how it turns out at least. I search the surroundings. There it is. Though there are also a few elves outside the barrier, it was there. I think that is an outside patrol. In that, I aim at the small group of moving people. 3 people. They don't notice me. I open my eyes and open my evil eyes. Just now, the group of 3 elves didn't move as if they had hardened. I imitated the static evil eye and make the movement of the other party hard. I approach the group of 3 and begin to make them open their mouth by force. I put a ball the size of a ping-pong ball into their mouths and make them swallow it. This is fine. I take a distance from the group of 3 and cancel the effect of the evil eye. The group of 3 return back to the watchtower as if nothing happened. The good thing about this evil eye is that whilst under its effect, no memories are left behind. Whatever I do, so long as the opponent is under the effects of the evil eye, they cannot resist at all and won't remember at all. Even if I scribble on their face, they won't notice unless someone points it out or they look in a mirror. With this, at least one among those 3 should enter the restricted area beyond the barrier. The egg in the stomach will hatch and a clone will be born inside the barrier. If that happens, it'll be ours. Because it's not necessary to cause a commotion, the parasite will crawl out of its host's mouth without killing them whilst they sleep. I was satisfied with my good work and returned to the mansion. Chapter 227. She who does not work, neither shall she eat on returning to the mansion. There was a shocking note left for me. Milady, in accordance with the instructions of Master Blow, the portions of your food have been reduced. Hitherto, we can no longer serve what you request. Please understand. However, please put your mind at ease. While you're staying at this castle, we shall continue to offer you morning and noon meals. We believe that our chef's efforts will most likely deliver a satisfying result. In short, there'll be less food now, okay? That ain't okay. Certainly, the food here is delicious. But I need a lot too. If there's going to be less food, how am I going to maintain my clones, huh? Ugh, unbelievable. At this rate, death by starvation for my clones awaits. Can I let my clones hunt suitable monsters by themselves? No. While they're secretly spying, there's no way I can let them. Besides, if I go all out on the monster hunting, the ecosystem will collapse. In fact, because of me, the Elro Great Labyrinth-S ecosystem is quite warped already. It's possible that the establishment of the system whereby monsters attack humans will break down. In that case, should I at least let the clones hunt insects and small animals? I don't really want to do that either. But beggars can't be choosers. Also, I'll get those orders from that Blow guy revoked to get my original food portions restored, I guess. Blow, he asked that hoodlum from earlier, right? For him to able to give out orders, that means he connected with the master of this mansion. I guess I should expect him to be Balto's brother or something, huh? Given the fact that demons don't look their age, it's also possible for him to be his son. Well, I don't care about that Blow guy's identity. He has done something that should not be done. It's been often said that to deprive me of food is to invite the wrath of God. I ought to teach him the terror of grudges over food. Even still, it's not like what he's getting at is actually wrong, you know. From his point of view, I'm basically a freeloader, for one. I am actually conscious of my heavy eating. There's no helping it, you know. In order to maintain my overly numerous offspring, I gotta eat loads, you see. Since I'm a guest, even if they reduce the amount, it seems unlikely that they do stuff like driving me out from the mansion or refusing to serve me food. I wonder if that hoodlum knows the fact that I'm someone authorized by the Demon King? If he knew, I don't think he'd do this, but I'm not sure. At the least, I reckon that hoodlum didn't discuss this matter with Balto. For one, Balto was pissing himself over both me and the Demon King. I doubt he'll oppose me over something so trivial, meaning the most efficient way to solve this is to go direct to Balto. If I do that, I think I'll be able to regain the original amount of food. But if I do that, then things are going to get worse with that hoodlum. It's just a feeling, but that type seems strong when opposing authority. Or maybe I'm being prejudiced. If I appeal to Balto, I could be viewed like a parasite that relies on sucking up to authority. That sure would be galling. Thus, on top of making that hoodlum capitulate, I want to brazenly demand food. Then there's no other way. As that guy demands, I guess I better put some effort in. I secluded myself in my room. The next day, I went to the castle. When I had asked the mansion's butler about the hoodlum's whereabouts, I heard he was normally at the castle. Thanks to the pass Balto had gotten for me previously, I was able to easily enter the castle. But after that, it got bad. To request a meeting with that hoodlum took some time, and I had to wait even longer for the meeting itself. I went to the castle in the morning. It was evening by the time I finally got to meet him. Damn red tape. What do you want? In that voice was unconcealed irritation and tiredness. Teach the heck, he's working? When I entered the hoodlum's office, there was stacks of paperwork totally in contrast to his appearance. You're a damn hoodlum. What were you doing desk work for? The definition of a hoodlum collapses. Hey, I'm busy here. Hurry up and state your business. Oops. For a minute there, I was floored by the shocking scene. To the hoodlum buried in documents, I add a large load of more documents. I take out a heap of documents from another dimension and slam them down. I worked. Give me food. I state my objective directly. Huh, the hoodlum says, frowning and dumbfounded. Glancing between me and the additional pile of documents, he reluctantly reaches out for them. Then, he scans over the written contents therein. His eyes that seemed doubting slowly open wide. The hoodlum, who had been leaning back in his chair, bends forwards while eagerly fixing his eyes on the documents. After going over the first sheet, he hurriedly scans over the next document. He scanned through all the documents at an astonishing speed. Just how did you do this? After finishing the documents, the hoodlum asks that somewhat absent-mindedly. I'm not the type to simply answer that, as if I divulge my abilities. Secret, In response to my answer, the hoodlum scowls slightly, but then quickly glances away. Then he holds his head as if coming down with a headache. Fine, do what you want at the mansion. The hoodlum said that as if in resignation. I won. Are you done? Because of you, I've got even more work to do. With pleasure. It's not like a mere hoodlum is any match for me. I leave immediately. What I handed over was useful seeming information from within the demon region, ferreted out by my clones. My request was successful. That sure was some good work done me. Now that hoodlum can't denounce me as freeloader. If it's to preserve my easy life, there's nothing I want to do. Notes, the title is a well-known phrase, and I use the typical English version of it, except changing he to she. The Japanese version is gender neutral. Compared to other translations, I've changed delinquent to hoodlum. Blow's image would be a gaudily roughly dressed and angry, dangerous-looking young man. Chapter 228 WHYYY. Meh, nothing to do. How did this happen? At the Demon King's castle. I should have been beginning my work as the Demon King, and yet while I was traveling, I was far busier somehow, right? How strange. At the Demon King's castle, a typical day goes, get up early and have breakfast, loiter around, have lunch, laze around, have supper, slouch around, sleep. Oh, ISNT that, like an NET? Strange. I'm the Demon King. But what I'm doing is no different to a NET. Well, it's somewhat unavoidable. Yeah, since the disappearance of the previous Demon King, Balto's been there, keeping the demons together the whole time. With me suddenly popping up from nowhere, there's no need to order others to do this or that. Actually, if I did, that it would just result in confusion instead. In short, I just need to convey the general objective. For now, that's to focus on building up the army. I am referred to as the oldest divine beast, yet there's not much I can do in government. Anyhow, it's been too long since I got involved with this government stuff. Theoretically, I know about it, but I do have to admit that it may be impossible in practice for me. Even if I tried, I'd probably be at the bottom of the pile for years, ending as a good-for-nothing who just messes up the place. Therefore, there has been nothing for me to do for now. The king reigns, but does not govern. Yeah, I'm the personification of that saying. Day by day, I feel that those around me are increasingly giving me the cold shoulder, but I'm surely just imagining it. HRM. But this is boring. If it's going to be this boring, then maybe I should bring Shiro-chan with me? I bet that girl is doing nothing but loafing around the mansion anyway. Better not. The needs will just increase then. Crap. It'll become a blizzard of cold shoulders. Actually, the eyes of Balto's little brother Blow have been stabbing daggers at me lately. Blow is the sub-commander of the 4th Army. After Balto got tied up with government, it became Blow who commanded the 4th Army in practice. He looks like a hoodlum version of Balto. But, contrary to those looks, he only really has the ability to master office work. Perhaps it's due to looking up to his elder brother continuously organizing the demons. He has proven to be not inferior in excellence to his brother. He has a tendency to over-idolize his elder brother, but that's okay, I reckon. The taboo of siblings in. So, the current situation where that Blow's esteemed elder brother is bowing before a mysterious NET, that would surely rile him up. Mysterious NET, that's me. I'm the Demon King that has displaced his esteemed elder brother. From Blow's point of view, it appears that I have undeservedly stolen the throne of the Demon King. GNNN. It's urgent that I make him realize my greatness. But how? Get working? No deal. It's a pain, totally blurg, and like I said earlier, if I start crudely intervening in government, it'll have the opposite effect. Balto has the track record of gathering the demons without mishap, so it's more effective to just leave it all to him. Shake it down a bit? No deal. If it goes poorly, then my image could go from bad to worse. In the sense of making him acknowledge my strength, it's certainly the fastest. Though if I overdo the lesson and he starts moping around or something, it would be unbearable. He obviously has a lot of pride, so it'll probably take him some time to recover from merely submitting to me. From a long-term point of view, that seems likely for his personal development, in which case, his chances of recovery would be like 50 to 50. Most of all, In a critical period like this, it's not good to render a good pawn inoperable. So what is left? Nothing? That can't be. It's surely possible that there's an awesome way to make everyone recognize my greatness. Surely it's possible, right? While I'm seriously struggling here, there's a knock on the door. After giving permission, in comes the Balto and Blow brothers. Excuse me. Bowing his head politely while entering is Balto, and sullenly silent is Blow. Even when Balto glances at him in rebuke, Blow ignores it. Seems like he can't stand me to the extent of ignoring his esteemed brother's guidance. Mao-sama, I wish to consult with you. On what? Surely you jest. How could you not know, Mao-sama? Balto inquires with a wry-looking smile. I don't get where he is coming from. Seems like it should be obvious to me what Balto wants to consult about, but I've seriously got no clue. Sorry, I'm really not following you here. What is it? On my frank admission, Balto and Blow turn to each other. It bothers me that Blow has a somewhat triumphant expression. Brother, it's like I said, right? She is so incompetent that she doesn't even understand what her subordinates are up to. Blow, I apologize. Nah, let us get this straight. She is unfit to be the Demon King. Blow, suddenly I'm being dissed. Why? What is going on? I'm more confused and angry over this nonsense they've brought with them. How about you tell me what you wanted to consult with me about? Certainly. While breaking out in a cold sweat, Balto hands me some documents. Based on the intelligence that Shirodano has gathered, the illegal activities of Warkeys, the present general of the 7th Army, has become clear. Furthermore, it has been determined that his secret plans for a coup d'état have advanced and before long would be staging a revolt. There is adequate proof. I look at the materials in my hands. Recorded in them is proof of illegal activities from numerous intelligence reports. What are you up to, Shiro-chan? By successfully determining their actions at an early stage, I believe we should attack them instead to take decisive action to suppress them before they can launch their coup d'état. For that reason, I wish to seek authorization to deploy the 4th Army under Blow's command. Let us see. Well, for now, let us go with that, yeah. I'll leave it to you. That's the only thing I can say. Though Shiro-chan, seriously, what are you up to? This is obviously top secret internal information, you know. So how did you get hold of it then? To my half-hearted response, Balto nods without batting an eyelid. Blow has a vein about to pop on his forehead, but before he can say anything, his head is forced down by Balto. Then, we shall proceed as discussed. Balto bows his head, and at the same time increases the force on Blow's head to also make him bow. Seems like Blow had to hold himself from almost brushing off that hand. Forcing up his head, he gruffly stomps out of the room. Balto bows his head again, then follows after. Then, this is why I was thought to be so incompetent that I don't even understand what my subordinates are up to. On top of that, what Shiro-chan obtained was bumper-sized intelligence. An incompetent boss with capable subordinates. That is how you think of me, huh? Shiro-chan of all people. WHYYY. How did this happen? Notes, when Mao, Demon King, is used as a title, I left it as is, e.g. Mao-sama. Balto's speech patterns are fairly polite, unlike his younger brother who talks quite roughly to everyone. Chapter 229, The Mastermind Now, then. I've gotten accepted by the hoodlum and gained the right to eat 3 full meals a day. Back to stress-free lazing around. Make that being able to concentrate on my own projects. Among my clones, the group in the Elro Great Labyrinth should soon reach the entrance on the other side. However, due to humans occasionally coming and going, in order to not raise suspicions, every individual must proceed carefully so as to not be discovered. It seems like doing that will take up more time than actually walking through the Great Labyrinth. Incidentally, my babies are starting to return to their original den. I'm making them link up with the babies protecting the queen in suspended animation, and soon I think I'll be able to let them do as they like within the labyrinth. Unlike my clones, they've already become independent of me, so I have to allow them a certain amount of freedom. The rest are in charge of intelligence gathering in the demon territory. As I divulged to the hoodlum, the 7th Army have been making odd movements. The hoodlum should be able to handle them, but I guess I'll cooperate with him to guard against the improbable event of them breaking through, since it wouldn't be good for the demon's preparations to become disordered. In addition, I must eliminate those who were behind this incident. The bunch who instigated the 7th Army Commander Warkies to try to stage a coup d'etat. I sent one of my clones to attach to the 7th Army to monitor them. There it found Warkies and a disguised man. At the mansion of the Lord where the 7th Army are stationed, there in the innermost room. Delivery of the weapons will be done soon. The preparations will then be almost completed. Thus speaks the man with the "I am a bad guy" face to the disguised man. A boringly obvious third-rate jobber. Sheesh, from his appearance to his greedy expression, perhaps he is interested in becoming the Demon King, is the sort of imagery that this sadly deceptive scene brings to mind. Mr. Third-rate, ahem, Warkies the 7th Army Commander, is pushing the obvious bad guy angle even further by smoking a cigarette. I'm grateful to you, since it's thanks to you that I should be able to take early action. It's a matter of interests aligning. No thanks are necessary. The disguised man replies indifferently. He is the one. He is the real criminal of this coup d'etat. The ringleader supplying weapons, etc. to the 7th Army and setting up the control of intelligence. Basically, this whole coup d'etat is a farce designed to fail. With merely the 7th Army taking action, it's a scheme that be dead on arrival. I'm sure he is assuming the battle will be won quickly, but while his troops will be fatigued from marching, they must face the uninjured 4th Army in a disadvantageous castle siege. If they take too long, reinforcements will rush over from other cities and be crushed. And even without that, their chances of victory are slim. Let us say things go well for argument's sake. Even a fragment of the Demon King's power is enough to crush them easily. From the start, the 7th Army has no chance of victory. Nevertheless, the reason why I leaked the intelligence to the hoodlum was because of the existence of this man. He is fishy. I'm using a clone for observation, but every time I lose sight of him in transit, it shouldn't be possible to fool the eyes of my clone, so I think he is escaping with space magic. There shouldn't be many who can make use of space magic. Probably the number of people in the whole world who have the skill for space magic can be counted on one hand. That is how difficult space magic is. Even with the help of system assistants, there is nobody who can master it that easily. The only users of space magic that I know of are the Demon King and that magician who applied to be my apprentice. The Demon King has the skill for space magic, but her skill level is low enough that she can't do much with it. In other words, it means that the only master of space magic I know of is that magician. That is how scarce it is. Though back when I was using it like crazy, I hadn't really realized that fact. Well, that reminds me, Kuro also used it like crazy. The advent of someone using space magic is plenty enough reason for caution. On top of that, I don't get his objectives. While under surveillance, amongst the various information the disguised man provided to Mr. Third-rate, there was some on the existence of the Demon King. In other words, it seems that this coup d'etat is set up to kill the Demon King. I don't get why he is trying to do that. But the most important thing to note is that this disguised man knows about the existence of the Demon King when only a fraction of humans should do so. He has the ability to slip through my surveillance eyes and has exposed the existence of the Demon King. In the Demon King's territory, my clones have set up a perfect monitoring system. If there is anyone suspicious in the Demon King's territory, I won't fail to notice, which then means that the existence of the Demon King has become noticed outside. How? The most likely reasonable answer is that, before reaching the realm of the Demon King, we were being monitored, in which case I also know what this disguised man is. He is an elf. That reminds me of when we rescued the vampire girl. That something elf leader knew about the Demon King. Considering the power of the Demon King, it wouldn't be strange if that secretive bunch would add another thing to monitor. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if it's at the level where they also took notice of me. If we've been monitored the whole time, then it makes sense. Perhaps for the elves, it's more like that the Demon King has been recognized not so much as the Demon King, but the oldest divine beast. Then, After we reached the realm of the Demon King, they hypothesized that the oldest divine beast became the Demon King. Finally, believing that existence to be a threat, they formed a plan in order to tempt the Seventh Army into erasing it. With this, it can be pretty much explained using logic. But there are still things I don't get. If they've determined that the Demon King is the oldest divine beast, then they should know of her power as well. Even if they're able to make her come to blows with the Seventh Army, they can't think she'd be killed. I wonder if they have some other objective. Who knows? Maybe they have a secret weapon to destroy the Demon King or something. Either way, I can't get careless. That's why I came up with the plan to have the hoodlums strike first to take the wind from their sails. Strike preemptively and completely. Then I'll watch my opponent. Apparently the elf leader can do something like my resurrection eggs. Even if you kill him, he doesn't die. So even if he has gotten rid of it, likely won't have much effect. In that case, on determining all of his plans, then I'll crush him. Simple and easy to understand, yup. Chapter 230. I have been too naive. I have been too naive. So naive it makes chocolate seem bitter in comparison. Since becoming a god, the only one capable of opposing me is Kuro. Even with Kuro, if I can avoid a direct confrontation, then I reckon I could do whatever I like. In reality, it is like that too. Though Kuro has continued to be cautious of me, he is not perceiving me as an enemy. Since the start, I've not recognized anybody else as having the potential to become my enemy. So there is a gap in the response between us. To plug the gap in power between us, I need time to build up my resources and shall put them to good use. Even if it seems about to turn into a direct battle, I have some tricks prepared. For these reasons, nobody exists who can rival me on this world. Or so I thought. So naive it makes soft cream seem bitter in comparison. I might be God, but I'm far from omnipotent. I'm just a bit strong. The proof is in the existence of Kuro, who is not able to do much about this world. I should have thought a bit more deeply about this. Even if I had considered it, maybe nothing would have been any different though. And yet, I still have regrets. I should have known the depths of malice that people can have. Just how vicious the humans of this world can be. What I absolutely need to be vigilant against is not simply people as strength, but rather just how cruel their feelings can become instead. I should have known, yet I looked down on it. So naive it makes raw sugar seem bitter in comparison. The Fourth Army, led by the hoodlum, has launched an assault on the Seventh Army. The Seventh Army, which thought itself to be nearly ready for its own assault, instead found itself to be on the receiving side of a surprise attack, and are responding while terrified. Consequently, their defensive formation couldn't be established correctly, and their defense line was breached with ease. At that point, the defending side lost the majority of their advantage, and the battlefield turned into an all-around melee. In that event, the outcome was reflected by who had the highest morale. Though their armies were equal in strength, it was between the Fourth Army, who were attacking with full preparation, versus the Seventh Army, confused by being attacked when they were preparing to go on the attack. There was a clear difference. That being said, it was just the opening stage, and the Seventh Army was able to regroup as combat entered the middle stage. I guess you could say it should be expected of a professional warmonger. Well, the initial loss was large even still, so no matter how they regrouped, they were gradually worn down. The Fourth Army also did not attempt to forcibly attack in one big wave, instead switching to careful attacks to avoid exhaustion. Maybe, when the Seventh Army regrouped, if it had used continuous aggressive attacks, heavy losses might have been inflicted. The commander kept hot-headedness on the field in check, giving out clear orders. Not bad, hoodlum. The outcome of the battle became clear. All that was left was how the Seventh Army Commander Warkies would respond. If they resisted to the bitter end, they would be annihilated. If they surrendered, it would end there. Either way, the leader Warkies would lose his life. But surrender was better in terms of saving the rank and file. The question was, what about the disguised man? As much as my clones searched, there was no hint of him on the battlefield. Would he realize the danger right away and flee? That prediction was half right and half wrong. There was a group who tried to break through the Fourth Army's encirclement. Though few in number, With clever magic to open a gap in the encirclement, they still tried to escape somehow. The common trait of that group was that they all had hoods concealing their faces. It was clearly a group of elves. So I concluded and sent my clones towards them. Though it's fine to leave them to the Fourth Army, I do like to at least grab one for myself. To isolate one in another dimension, lost inside the melee. When I had concluded that, I found her. Found her. She was a small child, unsuitable to be on a battlefield. Compared to that little hero from before, she was even smaller. Even smaller than the current vampire girl. Such a tiny girl was fighting on a battlefield. Miraculously, that child was in the middle while the other elves fought. Considering her appearance, that child's ability was high. But the elves around her were adults with even higher ability. Even still, the child was in the middle. Protecting the child, they fought. I heard voices. Don't give up. Focus on escaping. Yes. To put it bluntly from my point of view, the chances of them being able to break through the encirclement was 0. Considering all their individual abilities, without a hidden jewel amongst them breaking out from this place is impossible. I'm sure that they had realized that as well. And yet, like a ray of hope, they attempted to break through. They clearly had no intention of surrendering. They plunged themselves forwards desperately. As if to prove it, one by one they fell. Kynan, go, Oka. But, go. I'm already done for. Don't say that. You're going to save your pupils, right? Don't stop in a place like this. Go. The mortally wounded man musters his final strength for a rush. Even still, he has easily countered and run through with a blade and dies. No matter one's resolve, one's conviction. Without strength, you cannot accomplish your goals. They're elves, but there is something different about them. They're different to the ones who were sent to target me. That lot were clowns, knowing nothing, yet only believing in their own righteousness. That lot the Demon King said were the fool faction, with contempt. But I don't care about that. Oka and pupils was what he said. As to the meaning of those words, I realized it right away. Because that child in the middle of the elves, her soul was on a completely different level to the other elves. The feeling from her soul is similar to the vampire girl. That means only one thing. I use space magic, sheltering the group of elves. At the same time, I recover the corpses too. The Fourth Army members who see their opponents suddenly vanish let out cries of confusion. The elves thrown into a strange location also gape in incomprehension at their current situation. But once they realize they've been saved, they raise cheers. I heave a sigh of relief. But the next moment, an uncontrollable anger bursts out. Sheet, 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 sheet. Yes, I get it. I get it already. The enemy's motive. The enemy didn't care whether the coup d'etat was successful or a failure. It was just a test to see if it could be done. That was, if the Demon King's army discovers a reincarnator, what action will they take? To see that action, if they've been observing, then they should know that the Demon King is sheltering the vampire girl. The enemy wanted to see just what kind of reception a reincarnator would receive here. In addition to that, to determine if they can be used as a hostage against the Demon King or maybe a disposable pawn. Originally, I'm sure that group of elves intended to go against the Demon King directly. That way, the Demon King cannot fail to react whether she likes it or not. Then, due to the surprise attack from the Fourth Army, their plans changed. The way things were going, that group would likely have been annihilated without producing any results. However, I saved them. Such humiliation. Why, after doing that, do I have to send back that person to be under the enemy's thumb? Sticking to her soul. I saw the fragment of another parasite-like soul. If something happened, it seems that that person's soul could be taken over. If I had decided to keep hold of that person, I'm sure the enemy would have done that without hesitation. That person has been taken hostage. By saving her, I have let the enemy know that she has value as a hostage. This way, the enemy shouldn't be able to carelessly accompany her either. A hostage is basically only someone who has value while alive after all. While she has practical value, that enemy can't throw her away either. If the enemy does something stupid, I want to go easy on him. I take a look at the group I saved. She S crying. While vomiting, she S crying. I don't know what plot the enemy came up with. Though I bet, it's probably something about how the Demon King has kidnapped her pupil. Then, while standing on a battlefield, help came. I don't know just how much resolution and conflict she has within her, though. I don't know, but seeing her crying, vomiting, and suffering appearance, it's understandable that she S embarked on a considerably painful road. Despite all that, there is nothing I can do for her. If I try, the enemy will take advantage of it. Since becoming a god, I had thought that I had no worthy enemies. So naive, it makes the taste of blood spreading through my mouth seem bitter in comparison. I'll admit it. Potamus, you are worthy of being my enemy, and I shall make you realize this, just who you have made an enemy of. No merci. Absolutely no merci. I shall kill you in the depths of remorse and despair. So please, Sensei, wait for me. I'm definitely going to save you. Someday, I'm definitely going to save you. Notes: in Japanese, amai can mean both sweet-tasting and also naive. Hence the running joke in this chapter with relies on both meanings. Because this doesn't translate, well, I took a more liberal translation. For the last one with blood in her mouth, I presume this means that she has bitten her lip in frustration or similar. Shirari refers to Okachan, the classroom teacher, as sensei. Chapter 231. The start of the politics of fear in the end, the coup d'etat, was subjugated easily after that. Warkies gave up on resisting to the bitter end and surrendered. The 7th Army collapsed. The hoodlum heads towards the captured Warkies. I also stealthily attached a clone to him. If you think that my clones only come in the size of the palm of your hand, then you're badly mistaken. Though the performance is lower, I can also create clones the size of the tip of a finger. So that it's not exposed, the one I attached is on the hoodlum S boots. While Warkies was under the guard of the 4th Army soldiers, he was locked up in the local Lord S castle. While his weapons have been taken, there is no restraints on him at all. Are you sure about that? Warkies, commander of the 7th Army. Anything to say in your defense? At the hoodlum S question, Warkies looks back with a calm expression. Somehow, going by his third-rate image, I thought he'd rant and rave shamefully like a cornered rat. But my expectation was wrong, huh? He might be a general who lost the war, but he is incredibly composed. It doesn't suit his face, but that attitude ain't that of third-rater. Blow, huh? To think that you of all people would get wind of our actions. It wasn't me. We have an excellent intelligence officer, you see. Is that referring to me? Since when did I become your intelligence officer? Warkies, why did you do a thing like this? To bring down the Demon King. Warkies responded immediately to the hoodlum S question. I knew the new Demon King had come, and also that she started planning for a war with the humans. Such an act cannot be done. The birth rate is declining year by year. The people are impoverished. The long war ruined the land. The lower classes suffer under heavy taxes, yet taxes are being raised further. Before the war starts, the demons will be ruined. The demons have no need for a Demon King now of all times. We must refrain from fighting with the humans for now, and take the path of rebuilding. Surely you do not realize this? It's not too late yet. Blow, together with Balto, please stop the Demon King. Ah, this is bad. I immediately teleport. Then, on appearing behind Warkies, I strike his back. Gah! Warkies groans. The guards and hoodlum open their eyes wide in astonishment. I gouge Warkies' heart out from his chest and crush it. What bullshit. No need to listen. I pull my hand out from the dead Warkies' chest. Having lost its support, Warkies' corpse collapses, squelching as it sinks onto the floor. Score my first fresh meat in a while. Though I totally thought of him as third-rate, he actually had a pretty good reason for staging his coup d'etat. It appears that those words of Warkies found some sympathy from the hoodlum. All the same, I certainly not expect him to actually betray us as things stand. But it's possible that Warkies' words will become a thorn that sticks into the hoodlum's heart in the future. It won't be possible to extract that thorn. In that case, I gotta create an atmosphere indicating that going against us is hopeless. I knew that the current condition of the demons was not that good from the intelligence ID gathered. Though actually it's not so much the demons, but this entire world. It can't be put off for much longer. The world isn't going to perish right away, but compared to my original assumption, the situation is definitely far worse. To the extent that Kuro had to create a place like that. Were isn't possible in these circumstances? Thinking normally a ceasefire would be reasonable, and that staging a large offensive of all things in this situation would be insane, you know? However, that is only when considering the commonly known situation. But in the actual abnormal situation we're in, there is no other option. Though saying that, for the average person trapped into their way of thinking that can't be understood. They can't be made to understand either. I don't want to know what kind of chaos would ensue if they did know. Then, how should we inspire the lot who aren't keen? The only option is to exert the power of the state. To put it bluntly, the current Demon King can't be popular. The throne of the Demon King, which was vacant for so long, was suddenly claimed, so it's obviously not possible. If we had a bit more of a margin, it might have been possible to use the time to build her up, but that is more than we can hope for. It's obvious that by telling someone to go to their death, that it's not possible for them to trust the one who told them so. If that is the case, it's better to take the opposite approach instead. Reign of terror. Obey or die. Do as you're told. Make them think that way. The Demon King has the power to achieve that after all. The politics of fear that results in eventual failure is not a good thing, but that is only looking at the long term. In the short term, it's the optimum strategy for forcibly increasing the pace. The Demon King's reign won't last long either way, so there is no demerit to this method. I don't care how I'm thought of by those who are used and cast aside. I can't choose the means. That was my decision. My actions so far have been the tip of the iceberg. From here on out, I'll ramp it up to maximum strength. To do that, I gotta make full use of my main body, which has just been playing around. I've warned the hoodlum. He should now have the fear of being skewered behind the scenes if he betrays the Demon King. I might appear anytime, any place. That hoodlum cannot predict when or where. That even evasion is impossible. Unless he forgets that fear, the hoodlum cannot make any stupid moves against the Demon King. Not even if Warky's words touched the hoodlum's heart. If, despite all that, the hoodlum still opposes the Demon King, I can just skewer him behind the scenes as expected. Next, I'm seen in the place I teleported to. Who are you? A calm voice. Not showing any emotions even after I suddenly appear. Even after having his back taken, his heart doesn't waver in the slightest. I see. For a demon, he is pretty good. An agent of the Demon King. To the person who still has their back to me, I speak briefly. After hearing what I say, he finally turned around to face me. Though he seemed to casually turn to face me, he starts to grasp my intent. Though intent can be ignored at any time. For a normal human to grasp my intent with that timing and turn to face me, I'm sure he won't suddenly attack me. I see. So it was true that the Demon King has arisen then. Maybe he even has his own intelligence network, since only a few demons know about the Demon King's existence. What I'm aiming at is that individual intelligence network. Orders. Become a double agent. I announced that to Ardner, the first army commander. Develop a link with the elves, turn traitor on the demons. Notes. Going by order of release, Ardner was last seen in Human Demon Great War. Maybe it would be more accurate to Romanize his name as Agna, but that looks a bit silly. He has a polite but somewhat archaic way of speaking, fitting his old general image. Kumo's place like that is probably the special region beyond the Magic Mountains. Chapter 232. The raccoon and fox spider try to outfox each other. Shirari's perspective on Verdano, with merely that I fail to comprehend the meaning. What the? WHYU? You want me of all people to give you a lecture? Are you trying to kill me? Only just before teleporting did I think hard on this. Now he wants a detailed explanation. What I do? Ardner's perspective no answer, huh? When she opened her mouth, I thought she'd reveal more, but she's more guarded than I expected. For her to teleport to me, without me being able sense it, she certainly has skill, I should think. However, After opening her mouth, she rashly lost control of the situation. Providing that this girl is really an envoy from the Demon King, I shall take control of the situation now. On top of it being dangerous to challenge an unknown space magic user. Even should I win, it is far too disadvantageous to make an enemy out of the Demon King. By any means, I would presently prefer to measure the abilities of the girl before me, but my appraisal stone is in my desk. Is it possible for me to take a seat on my chair in a natural way? For now, I should try to keep her off guard for a while, I suppose. Shirari's perspective, can you not respond? In that case, I shall compose a letter to the esteemed Demon King. At a later date, you may deliver it to the esteemed Demon King. For my response, I am requesting a formal notice of the appointment. Please take it with you. The heck. With natural movements, Ardner sits at his desk, takes out pen and paper, and begins to write something. He asks, requesting a discussion with the Demon King. That's inconvenient. As much as possible, I don't want the Demon King to comprehend my secret maneuvering, particularly related to this matter. It'll become a scramble for the prey. I don't know what has happened between the Demon King and Potamus. I do know that it probably has extremely intense origins. For matters dealing with him, the Demon King will likely want to become involved. That's unacceptable. I will kill him. I have decided. So, if I want matters involving the elves to go no further than me. Ugh, I can't stand it. My thoughts might be unfocused, but I have to say something. Ardner's perspective unnecessary. With that reply, my doubts have grown. It appears that this girl does not know that I have met the present Demon King previously. If a suspicious person suddenly appears, there is no way that person can be readily trusted. Whether she is really an envoy for the Demon King or not, in order to ascertain that by pretending not to know the Demon King, the girl has not raised an objection. At that point, I gain doubts about whether she was truly an envoy. If she was the real thing, then she should have heard about me from the Demon King beforehand. Certainly, we have not met since her return to the Demon King territory. But even still, she should have sensed something from my words. When she did not correct me, I became suspicious that this girl is a fake. Being a fake, she brushed aside my suggestion. It's as if she said that it's bad for me and the Demon King to be in contact. If my prediction is correct, then she is no envoy of the Demon King. In which case, who is she? What is she after? Become a double agent. What is the significance of those words? Could it be that incident has leaked? Nay, I think not. I will proceed carefully. Those involved are all unswerving, being kept behind closed doors to the utmost. It's hard to conceive of it leaking outside. If it had happened, it would be carelessness by the third party. Even so, considering that crafty lot, it seems inconceivable. What has to be done? My appraisal stone is at hand. When taking out the writing brush and paper, I took hold of it with natural movements. If I activate it, I will be able to read her abilities. But that also means bearing the risk of her sensing the start of the appraisal. In that case, it will change from a battle of wits to a battle of lives. That's premature. If I can gain time, it is possible that somebody will notice something unusual and break into this room. If she does not wish for that, then it may be better to try to use that to gain some information from her. What do you mean by that? I am the Demon King. Shirari's perspective, what am I saying? Why am I talking gibberish? It makes no sense to me either. It makes no sense, but now that I've actually said it, there's no going back. I'll just have to go with the flow. Oh, so you're the Demon King. I see. In that case, there is no point in writing a complaint, is there? Since the real one is before me after all. By naming yourself an envoy, it seems you like to play jokes. Then, please allow me to ask again. In your orders just now, was there some kind of prank included? I meant what I said. You have a link with the elves, so keep it going to probe their internal affairs. Ardner's perspective sweat is almost flowing down my back. How does this girl know about that? Where did it leak from? I can't believe anyone involved is a traitor. I can only think that it's a blunder by the elves, but I'm still doubtful as to whether that crafty race would do such a thing. However, in truth, it has been exposed to this girl. Furthermore, she believes it to be the truth. I can't afford to be drawn in, so I'll judge it from her attitude. What to do? Even if I feign ignorance here, the results will be weak. This girl from who knows where clearly acts as if she has firm evidence in her grasp. Just who is she really? From the point she styled herself the demon king, the attitude of a true envoy has vanished. But I still cannot perceive her true character or intention. She has shown her ability, with mastery of space magic and holding secret information. It is certain that she is no ordinary person. However, I cannot think of anyone to equate her to. Even going just by those who can use space magic, there are not even any likely rumors that I am aware of. Now, she has seized the initiative. This is not the place for humble excuses. It is vital that I shift the point of contention to seize the initiative. It is a touch forceful, but I have a route to attack her with. If in the worst case the balance between us deteriorates, then it can't be helped. You sure make unreasonable demands. Fake self-proclaimed Demon King. Shirari's perspective, I'm so outed. Well, no big surprise. It's not like I am the Demon King. It's not like I meant to even say such a thing. Like blurting out gibberish in a panic would work well. It's not like I'm evil either. I have met the real Demon King. Did you think that you could successfully deceive me now when the Demon King's existence has yet to come to light? Girl, just who are you? DS met the Demon King? Of course. When I inherited the title from the previous Demon King, I occasionally kept in touch. At least I chatted with a veteran called Ardner and a youngster called Balto, who is currently gathering the demons. Well, at the moment when I was about to try to take center stage as the Demon King, I did get struck by an impossible attack from a certain someone, so progress became stagnated. When was it again that the Demon King told me that? I forgot. What I do? No. Even if I've been outed, I really am involved with the Demon King, though. This is why talking with others sucks. Hell, now I've gotten desperate. When did you delude yourself that that was the Demon King? In that case, what about the person right in front of your eyes? Just how do you see me? From your point of view, her or me, just who is more worthy of being the Demon King? I don't even get what I'm saying myself, but let us go with threats. I open my eyes, and as an additional option, my clones peep out a bit from another dimension. A fixed smile service is included. Ardner's perspective, what is this? Terrible eyes. A smile like a slanted semicircle. They suddenly appeared inside the room. Eyes. It's as if I'm peering into the darkest abyss. And countless shining red eyes are staring back. Involuntarily, I drop the appraisal stone in my hand. But I don't consider picking it up. Even without using such a thing, the difference in abilities is clear. The possibility of winning cannot be conceived. This is even beyond the Demon King I met before. I cannot defy her. If I'd all be killed. I understand. I've been made to. This person is the true Demon King. For a worm like me to this great one, I can only beg for mercy. If not given, my will and meager motives will be forcibly lost in the mists of time. Yes, I fully understand. From henceforth, I shall worship you as the Demon King, and do as you ask. I shall henceforth bend knee, remaining in obscurity, surrendering before this monster in the form of a dreadful girl. Shirari's perspective, I should have done this from the start. Threats make life easy. Notes for the title. It is referring to the phrase, the raccoon and fox try to outfox each other, except it has fox replaced with spider. In Japanese folklore, foxes, kitsune, and raccoons, tanuki, are typically sly characters. The lines of Ariel that Shirari remembers here are from Chapter 205 of the main story, Chapter 278 overall. For the lovely smile that Shirari gives Ardner, this image is pretty much spot on. Chapter 233, the black-hearted biles I succeeded in making Ardner submit. Though, since he seems to be carrying some kind of secret agenda still, I can't be careless. Grinding him to a pulp right now is an option, but having a demon general actually in collusion with elves already, that's just too delicious a situation. So instead, I shall literally work him like a cart horse. Specifically, to dig for intelligence on the elves, and to leak convenient intelligence to the elves about the demon army. I don't have much hopes about the former. Compared to what Ardner can dig up, What I can dig up myself will definitely be more substantial information. What is important is the latter. Feeding elves disinformation, feeding them accurate but safe to leak meager information. I want to manage them somewhat with those methods. If that can be done successfully, I should be able to lure them into a trap. If it becomes too obvious, the elves will then get suspicious. So I'm leaving the details of that side to Ardner. I've lightly explained that to Ardner, it took more than a whole day, and after flaunting the deployment of my clones, I returned home by teleport. I'm worn out, mostly emotionally. Seriously, using people is such a pain. It's crossed my mind that wouldn't it be better for me to do everything myself? Why is it so hard for people to understand one another? Tell me please, God. Hey D, you shut up. I want to take a break, but now it's not the time for that. While my main body was in contact with Ardner, my clones were up to various things. I got to review all that and think about my next steps. First up, the Elro Great Labyrinth. The entrance on the other side has been reached, so it's finally time to start exploring the Dastoldia continent. I guess it's as expected, huh? That at the entrance something like a fort is erected for the humans to keep a lookout from. To Barado, stealthily, rather than all of them at once. It's necessary to go carefully so that not a single one is noticed. We're currently experiencing a spider traffic jam, though the ones that have gotten past have begun the investigation of the Dastoldia continent. At this rate, it seems like it'll be some time still before full-scale action begins. Next, the human territories. For the objective targets in the human territories, this has been revised from searching for reincarnators to investigating the elves. The intelligence gathering in the streets will continue, but the others will smoke out the elves, shifting direction to surveillance. Unsurprisingly, not many elves have been found yet in such a short time. It's necessary to be patient and look at the long term. Demon area. Ardner is dealt with. Next is to strengthen the surveillance of the rest of the commanders and other important people. At present, the only ones with a relationship with the elves are the recently purged Warkeys and then Ardner. It seems that the hoodlum will be temporarily governing Warkeys' territory for a while. If he does well, I think that maybe the hoodlum will be promoted to commander, becoming Warkeys' successor. Sensei. After that, she joined up with another elf unit and is being safely protected. I'm not relaxing the surveillance. If anybody tries to do anything strange to Sensei, I want to go easy on them. Vampire Girl. She is doing all sorts of crazy stuff at the academy. Really, girl, considering your specs, you're already good enough to even beat an ordinary elite demon with one hand, you know. If you get that serious with the kids around you, they're going to die okay. What are you thinking? And finally, the most important one, the elf village. The eggs that I made those 3 guards swallow have safely hatched. As planned, they hatch after going inside the barrier. They have succeeded in Barado the barrier nicely. I greet them during the night while they're inside the mouths of the guards who are sleeping. Bile bir, bile iki, bile üç. Together you 3 are the Bile sisters. It's show time. Yowa stinky. Naiwa. Sheesh, the way it was done was nasty, and nasty for me too. No repeats. For now, with just 3 there's limits to what can be achieved, so they lay low for now and endeavor to increase their numbers. Luckily, the elf village is quite spacious. Excluding the residential-like place, the forest-like area itself is also spacious. No problems with food then. In the worst case, I can supply energy from my main body anyway. However, the barrier hinders the transmission efficiency of the energy drastically, it seems. It's not much, but their connection with my main body is also being inhibited. I'm sure it won't be broken completely, but the information comes out late with what feels like a time lag. For the main body's perception, before they hatched a bit earlier, it probably didn't feel too strange, but now that they've hatched, there's good evidence for that from the gathered information. In real time, their hatching was perhaps more than half a day earlier. I'd like to do something about correcting this out of sync perception, but while the barrier is functioning, I guess I'll endure it. I don't really want to do it, but for the clones inside the barrier, I should let them possess a certain degree of autonomy, I guess. With the remote controlled types thus far, during an emergency situation, because of the time delay, it's possible that they won't be able to cope at all. If that happens, it's likely for the clones inside the barrier to be destroyed one after another completely. To stop that happening, I guess I'd better add the ability for them to take a certain amount of autonomous decisions. For that reason, it's really been a long time, but I'll separate my will, injecting it into the clones inside the barrier. Even for this work, the barrier gets in the way, so it took quite a long time. On top of that, it wasted quite a lot of energy. But now they should be able to get results inside the barrier. I'm relying on you, Bile Sisters. Now then, I guess that's it for the mortal world. Much of my overall offensive capability is being concentrated towards promoting anti-elf measures. The elves will be crushed. That much is certain. In addition, I am simultaneously continuing with my old plan. Now that I think about it, that could be considered a betrayal against Sensei. The one working to save the reincarnators is Sensei. With my standpoint, I may kill the reincarnators instead. And not just the reincarnators, whether they're humans or demons or elves or monsters. It may well become a massacre on an unprecedented scale. Amongst the reincarnators, I'm sure some will become involved in that. I will take away all the skills. With what I'm aiming for, the more skills one has, the higher their chance of dying because of that. Notes? Technically, gastric juice would be more accurate translation than bile, but I went this way for better readability. And yes, Shirari is treating the Bile Sisters like they're action figures doing group actions. Chapter 234. The Demon of Envy and the Demon of Wrath. About 1 year has passed. There has been much progress in that year. The surveillance system at the elf village is in the process of being perfectly completed. I never expected that so many reincarnators would be gathered. I realize that the elves are going about securing the reincarnators far faster than I am able to. Also, I realize that Sensei is being used. No matter how many excellent magicians the elves might have, no matter what kind of underground operations they might have, for them to have gathered this many reincarnators is next to impossible. With the exception called ruler authority. I don't think that Potamas can use ruler authority, so I think Sensei has acquired some sort of ruler skill and is then using the skill search to infer the reincarnators' locations. And that by using that information, the elves are gathering the reincarnators. As to the reason why the elves are gathering the reincarnators, I only have a vague guess. I think the elves want to keep them permanently useless so that they don't develop. The reincarnators who are born by nature with a huge amount of skill points, their development potential is in the cheat class. That is not something that the elves approve of. To keep them pruned back from becoming enemies. They're not being killed immediately to satisfy and keep using Sensei, or if not, that then perhaps they're uncertain of DS' true motives and are hesitating. Alternatively, maybe it's to threaten Kuro somewhat. That is all I can think of. I've fallen far behind in terms of securing the reincarnators. Currently, the only reincarnator I have is the vampire girl. Certainly, I have marked some persons who are like that, but the only remaining ones are hard to get children from royalty or high status or under the protection of the divine word religion. It seems that the same can be said of the elves, as the ones they're obliquely monitoring seem to be rejecting direct contact. It seems there is some reincarnator-like people amongst an oddball mercenary band, having run into an elite demon group, so that those children don't die, just in case I've recently dispatched Mara and some clones to look out for them. The other one who caught my eye is an ogre who appeared recently. There has only been rumors so far, since I haven't seen the actual one, but it appears to have some abilities that are unthinkable for a normal specimen. Rumors state, when it glows it achieves full recovery. Rumors state, its fighting ability shows sudden drastic spikes. Rumors state, it possesses multiple magic swords. For the first one on full recovery, that is, the level up recovery, right? For the second one, I also have an idea about that. The System S Wrath feature has been unlocked. That is, something that someone who has gained Wrath can do. Wrath explosively raises 1S status. But in exchange, the divine area is quickly eaten away, so it has a really awful downside. For a fool to acquire such a booby-trap skill, or rather, for a fool to have the specs to be able to acquire it, it's got to be a reincarnator. It's pretty much that hard to acquire a ruler skill. But for reincarnators who have excess skill points, they could just purchase it forcibly. though I've no idea why anyone would want such a booby trap skill. And finally, the magic swords. For a skill that can create magic swords, it wouldn't be surprising for a reincarnator to have it. So there we have it. The likelihood of that ogre being a reincarnator is extremely high. So let us try contacting him then. Well, I dispatched clones to try, but unfortunately they weren't able to find him. Next thing, a group of knights from the Empire got the jump on me and rode out to subjugate the ogre, it seems. Not only that, the one leading that lot was the magician apprenticeship applicant. When I saw him last, he had the impression of being almost an old man, but he is totally an old man now. That old man was one step away from cornering the ogre, but it was able to escape from the area. Just when he'd been shot through the head with magic, with that rumored full recovery he endured and was allowed to get away, it seems. Close shave. You were so dead, if it's as I suspect, and that full recovery is due to the special level up that reincarnators get, then Ogre Kuin sure was walking the tightrope there, man. To get a level up that actually timed with being on the verge of death, you got amazing real-world luck there. I do like just a bit of that luck. However, perhaps due to his survival instincts kicking in when about to die, it's like he activated wrath when escaping. This is bad. From my investigations, Ogre Kuin, you've been using wrath quite a lot. It might not be long until you lose your sense of reason. If possible, I'd like to secure him before that happens. Can I find him? I have my clones search the area. While pursuing Ogre Kuin, I have a little problem to deal with. The vampire girl. I raise her on a whim, but when I think of what I'm trying to do, making her gain skills is like really bad, you know. The way things are going, one team I planned kill the vampire girl dead. What else with raising her, then killing her? I have to think of some kind of countermeasure to devise some method to allow the vampire girl to live. Regarding that problem, that vampire girl has made the problem even fucking worse all by herself. Almost simultaneously with wrath, envy has been unlocked. The culprit is someone close by. Indeed, a clone doing proper test firing for skill training actually witnessed it. Vampire girl, she is the one who fucking acquired envy. Are you dumb? Are you an idiot? Vanadi? Man, give me a break. Didn't I tell you that the ruler skill is one that mustn't be acquired first thing? So why did you actually acquire it then, I wonder? I'm in no place to say this, though, since I previously owned several. The ruler skill, that is, a broken ability, super powerful skill, while simultaneously being an unquestionably booby-trap skill that gnaws away at the possessor. I was lucky, since I had heresy nullity, you see. The ruler skill S soul contamination wasn't able to spread that far. But the vampire girl doesn't have that option. At this rate, vampire girl is going to become an envy maniac. For now, let us ban her from using the skill as a temporary remedy. That way, the damage should be restrained as much as possible. I gotta ask her why she has such a skill anyway, so I guess I better go and talk to her at once. Chapter 235H. Help! On confirming that the vampire girl has gained the envy skill, I turned up at the academy dormitory to forbid her the use of the skill. My interpersonal skills are still weak, but I should be able to talk to the vampire girl fairly well. Unlike with Ardner, the discussion shouldn't take a whole damn day. So thinking that, I faced against the vampire girl in the dormitory visiting room. Why do I have to talk about such things? When I asked the vampire girl why she had acquired the envy skill, she answered irritably. Well, it's not like I want to know no matter what. But isn't it bad to refuse so strongly? Is it all you came for? Perplexed, the vampire girl says that, and moves to return to her own room. Why is she in such a bad mood? It's not like you get time of the month yet. From what my clones saw, there wasn't anything indicating that she was in such a bad mood, though. Anyway, it would be meaningless to come all this way for just that. Though I'm interested in reasons she gained the skill, I don't actually need to know no matter what. So I'll compromise on that, and just make sure to forbid her from using the skill. Hey, why do I have to listen to such an order? Oh, okay. You're in a real bad mood today, huh? But this is one thing I cannot back down on. No matter what, it's not allowed. Such a nag. I'm free to use whatever skill I like, surely? Seriously, what s with you? For her to be so hostile is totally unforeseen, right? It's time for that, the final option. No matter what. I raise my voice a little and open my eyes. Immediately, the vampire girl shudders and starts to twitch. I have learned from Ardner's case. Laborious negotiations are impossible for me. So then, I should threaten like this from the outset, and I can then just forcibly make them listen to my orders only. I got it. Yup. Wonderfully efficient. So we're done? Then I'll go back. But Vampire Girl is rather different today. She just walked off without allowing me to stop her. On top of that, immediately on returning to her room, she grabs my clone and throws it into the closet. What should I do? Or even, what can I do? Has she lost her temper that badly? I've returned to the mansion before realizing it. I don't remember how. Vampire Girl's attitude was a big enough shock that it even gave me some pause. What'll I do? Vampire Girl has hit the rebellious age. Is there anybody I can consult with? I'm lost on how to quell a rebellious child. Demon King, rejected. I doubt that dunce can do something delicate, such as handling a daughter in their rebellious age. Not just to her children, but to her many grandchildren. What she has done can't be written off as your average child abuse. Kuro. Nope. He seems the kind of useless father who is dominated by their wife. Case closed. Balto. With his everyday work, even at the best of times, he looks like he is about to die from stress. So if some additional responsibility is added, he seriously might die. Hoodlum. As if I could let Vampire Girl meet the likes of him. Ardner. Though he seems to be a decent sort, he still seems to be hiding some kind of objective, so no go. The other commanders, not familiar enough with them. Oh, now that I think about it, I guess I don't have too many people I can rely on, huh? Or rather, it's at the level where my only friendly ally is the Demon King. I'm not lonely or something. Nah, talking seriously, it's not like personal relationships are something I've been particularly bothered about, though. How troubling. There's nobody to consult with. Suddenly, DS face comes to mind, but that person is the very worst to consult with. It's obvious that she definitely amuse herself and make the situation even worse. Yeah? Of course there S1. The great entity that knows all. I immediately teleport to Wakaba Iroh's dear home. Help me, great GLE sensei. I see. The two occurring rebellious ages come in infancy and adolescence, called the first rebellious age and the second rebellious age. Got it. For the Vampire Girl, she has surely passed her infancy long ago, and this is her second rebellious age, I guess. Charmum. Going by her body, you could say that she is still barely an infant, but inside I guess she should be a proper adult, huh? But putting it that way, on the inside it wouldn't be strange to say that she should also be past the second rebellious age too, right? For the second rebellious age, a feeling of independence is foremost, and they react with hostility to being told by their parents to do this or that. That's like a perfect match with the current situation. I get it. She has separated from me at the new environment of the academy, starting to gain independence by herself. That's the situation. Then, on suddenly being told not to use a skill, I guess anyone would be hostile after being ordered like that. But this is for the Vampire Girl's sake. The child cannot know the parent's heart. Though I also want to support her independence, I must harden my heart. So next, how to deal with the problem. Let us see. Unilaterally scolding them and opposing them both have the opposite effect. Could. I might have done that already. Well, this can be recovered, possibly. Now then, it's critical to watch over them with an open mind. Gently turn aside what the child says, and leaving them alone to a degree are additional options. I get it. Have faith in the child, letting them find their own way, basically. From there, their feelings of independence will develop in a proper way, allowing them to become proper adults, right? Only scold them when they've made a clear mistake. Then they can return to the correct path, huh? Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay then. Thank you, great teacher. For now, I shall respect the Vampire Girl's feeling of independence, refraining from excessive intervention. Yup, it's the Vampire Girl's second incarnation after all. I'm sure she'll be able to mature on her own. I'll believe in that. All I need to do is carefully watch over her. When things seem to be going in a bad direction, only then do I need to correct her, okay? Now that I've decided that, I guess I'll watch over her so that she doesn't gain any strange skills. Then if she seems about to gain something strange, at such times I'll then show her something better to gain instead. Yup. The rebellious age. It's not even worth fearing. Notes. Shirari refers to Google as Dai Sensei, which is like saying great sensei, great teacher, or sensei of sensei. The child cannot know the parent's heart. This is a Japanese saying. Chapter 236, The Dragon, The Pitfall, and Some Kind of Monster Hunter. A rather unexpected situation has occurred. I found the Ogre-kun who had gone missing, but it was in the middle of a death match with the renowned ice dragon. Wow, as clear as day, he hath become berserk. He is really a wild and savage Oni now. He has no trace of humanity in him, though. It's hopeless. The magic mountains are guarded by the ice dragon, but even though it should be considerably strong, it's Ogre-kun who has the upper hand. It feels like his skills haven't developed that much, but his status is on a whole other level. With one blow from a magic sword, the ice dragon's scales are easily being cut off. He is dual-wielding, exactly like Demon's Dance. It's also a matter of bad affinities. One of Magic Sword's Ogre-kun is using has the fire attribute. The fire attribute is harsh against the ice dragon. Also, it's significant that he is not using magic. The magic obstruction that is the characteristic of the dragon species, it basically becomes useless when the opponent doesn't cast magic. The attribute attack from the magic swords is also a form of magic skill, but since it's not magic from the system, as perspective the effects cannot be blocked. In short, taking blows one after another from the worst attribute, the ice dragon has now been driven into a corner. Consider how I was having such hardship with the earth dragons. The difference caused by affinities is momentous. I was a special caster type who had somehow or other gained weakness enhancing magic, right? Ogre-kun here is a hardcore fighter type. He is completely different to me. Oh, that's right. Speaking of the dragons, it seems that the vampire girl has developed some kind of strange skill. It was activated during a mock battle in class. White scales appeared on vampire girl's body. The magic of the teacher who is acting as her opponent vanished before the vampire girl. I could only consider being the dragon scale series of skills. Furthermore, going by how the magic was completely erased, the level is extremely high. How did she obtain a skill that should be limited to the dragon species? What comes to mind is the envy skill. I think for the privileged skill connected to the title of ruler of envy, perhaps they are the dragon scale series of skills. How enviable and how envious is the holder of the envy skill. After all, vampires already get rare skills, and she even has the ultra-rare skills limited to the dragon species of all things. Sure, is extravagant, huh? On top of the immortal body skill, which gives her high defense from the start, she has the dragon scale defense added on top of that. Contrary to her appearance, the vampire girl is overly armored. It's hardly something I can say of others, but she sure has no intent of dying. Oops, my story wandered. And during that time, the battle between Ogre-kun and the ice dragon was concluded. It's Ogre-kun's victory. Well, the ice dragon also did its best. But on top of bad affinities, against an opponent with wrath activated, it's just at too big a disadvantage. Besides, at the last moment, I think it made a good decision to use a blizzard as a smokescreen to plan an escape. For a death before dishonor Earth Dragon. Such feelings may lead it to fight until the bitter end, but there are times when it's necessary to turn your back to the enemy and flee. It's good to be alive. If you're alive, then you may still get the chance to get revenge, but dying means losing everything. The ice dragon managed to escape from Ogre-kun by a hair's breadth. I guess Ogre-kun lost interest in the ice dragon after it fled, as he leaves in another direction. That direction is bad news. Well, at the time of the battle with the ice dragon, I had a seriously bad premonition, though. Where Ogre-kun is heading to, beyond the magic mountains, there lies a peaceful land, surrounded by mountains and the sea. Isolated from the outside world is a strange place. At that place, there are no monsters, no strife, no discrimination, a place where humans and demons both live together in equality. On this world, it is a unique land. Clearly, It was developed by a certain someone, an artificial paradise. That certain someone is one of a kind. Kuro, Administrator Gyridistides. Only that God could create such a place. Well, I understand the goal. This is the land where souls recuperate. It shelters souls that became worn out by the system, separated from strife in order to try to prolong their lives. Because if that isn't done, then eventually those souls will break down. There are many humans and demons being sheltered. It feels like a single country all by itself. The meaning of that is that there are in fact just that many humans and demons who have nearly reached their limit. Sooner or later this world will collapse. It's obviously the case. However, I think there's a bit of a margin still. That is something I was compelled to review after I found this sheltered land. Basically, we're in checkmate. The Demon King probably doesn't know about this. She thinks that this world will be saved, so long as humans and demons are forced into a huge war, and if the scan amount of MA energy is replenished. But it's not that simple. Already, even if the MA energy is replenished at 1 TB enough, because the source of the energy supply is about to start decreasing. Also, if my prediction is correct, then at 1 T begin gradually, but all at once. At the time, when I realized this, it had already become way too late. Kuro should already be expecting that to happen to a certain extent. Even so, he took no effective actions. Even if Kuro does have some stupid reason for this place, he is still conflicted and unable to reach a decision. Well, I do think that Kuro does have various kind of conflicts, but while he has been dithering, the world is in danger of collapse. If only he'd been able to take brave decisions, then we wouldn't be so close to doomsday, I suppose. That fool. So if Ogre Kuin arrives at that sheltered land, it's obvious that a slaughter will begin, since Wrath has completely wiped out his sense of reason. That is no longer a reincarnator or any such thing. Simply, an incarnation of Wrath. A single monster. I doubt that Kuro will just let nature take its course. What to do, huh? Well, I've already decided what I'm going to do, though. Sure enough, inside the distorted space that I spread out, Kuro becomes entangled. Mahaha. It's rather like the trick of using a spiderweb. These sorts of traps are my speciality, you know. And now, it's a death shoot of spider hell with swarms of clones. While I'm at it, I toss in a watch I pilfered from DS house. La da de, la da da. It's the Space-Time Management Watch. It's a D special production watch that manipulates space and time. Single use only. For the other dimension, I've now locked Kuro into the flow of time will be far slower than outside. With this, Kuro 1T be able to come out for several years. I borrowed several other useful goods from DS House, but every single one has some dangerous method in their usage. In DS particular manner, I think of these as probably intended to be support materials, so I shall gratefully make use of them though. That reminds me, at some point I lost the curse cards. To think I lose that dangerous stuff. Hopefully it's not being misused somewhere. Since I've successfully sealed up Kuro, now there is nobody left who can interfere with Ogre Kuin. Go ahead and slaughter to your heart's content. That is also for the sake of those in the protected area as well. I'm scared of how Kuro will be when he gets out though. Well, I'll think about it when the time comes. I'll have Ogre Kuin become the scapegoat. At any rate, he has been swallowed up by Wrath and is no longer fit for purpose. Notes: the dragon in the title is most likely referring to Kuro. As clear as day, he hath become berserk. This is said using archaic Japanese. This is almost certainly a reference to Berserk. I'm using Magic Mountains instead of Magic Mountain as it's specifically a mountain range. Literal translation would be something like Mountain Range of Evil. Demon S-Dance, a reference to a dual-wielding attack in Monster Hunter. Literally boisterous dance of the fierce god. Magic skill. The difference between Majitsu, magic skill, and Mahu, magic, was somewhat explained in the Teach Us D Sensei. Lesson 1 Special. Death Shoot. Literally Bashudo, a contraction of Bashu, seizure, and Dasudo Shudo, dust shoot. Used as a gimmick sometimes on a particular TV program, it seems. I think the Lada di Lada da, literally Titerer Terry, comes from that show too. I just made up something here. Chapter 237. Many events makes flag management a pain s. So hectic. This is because after I sealed up Kuro, all sorts of situations have been piling up here, there, and everywhere. Dealing with those is what is hectic. Firstly, Ogre Kuin has done as I predicted, and has arrived at the protected area after crossing the mountain range. That instant, an insanely strong Aji-sama challenged Ogre Kuin, and currently that has developed into a life or death struggle. From what I've seen, Ogre Kuin should have vastly higher status values, but the Aji-sama is using preeminent swordsmanship to continuously dodge Ogre Kuin's attacks. Oh my, this Aji-sama is dreamy. So dreamy, in fact, that I think it's a bit of shame that he has to leave the stage in a place like this. However, the wearing away of his soul is in a critical condition. As things stand, with the damage accumulated to the Aji-sama's soul, it's at the level where I wonder whether he can reincarnate again. I can't begin to guess what has happened for it to become so bad. Against Ogre Kuin, he is fighting bravely, but with a one-sided defensive battle, it seems unlikely he can turn the tide. So then, once he is lost to Ogre Kuin, I shall shelter his soul. At the elf's place, there has been some small developments. A new reincarnator has been brought in and isolated. However, it's apparent that he is different to the other reincarnators there, as there are marks of him being trained, you see. It's certain that he is supported by some patron. Or rather, I've seen him somewhere before. Yes, at the Divine Word Religion's place. Which means that he is a spy for the Divine Word Religion, huh? I guess he has no orders to take action for now, so I don't need to check his movements. Depending on the situation, I might have to silence the big shot from the Divine Word Religion who sent that reincarnator in. I need to pay careful attention. Next, developments in the demon territory. It's starting to become quite lively in developments here too. Firstly, the Hoodlum has officially taken command of the 7th Army. Going hand in hand with that, the position of the 4th Army's subcommander that the Hoodlum occupied then became open, and Mera was installed. Wow, what a shock. Mera, you sure have gained success in the 4th Army, though plainly. Well, he was brought up together with the vampire girl, so I'm sure he is much stronger than your average demon anyway. So his quick success in life makes sense to me. The Demon King didn't intervene for Mera, it seems. So I'm sure it's purely down to Mera's own achievements. I am genuinely impressed. Ardner's situation is the same as always. Sometimes the elves are caught in a trap, and sometimes instead we leak information about inconvenient demons, and they're erased by the elves. Though saying that, perhaps the elves have also slightly suspected the reason for our leaks, and their movements are starting to become passive. If they're starting to behave themselves, then that'd be perfect, but I get the feeling they're plotting something, so we can't be careless. I met the other army commanders under the pretext of being an agent of the Demon King. The 2nd Army commander had boobs. I don't feel like I can beat those heavy weapons. If I hadn't heard beforehand that she was a succubus and a woman of peerless beauty, then I might have reflexively wrenched off her bust. That is how my first impression was, though her words and manner also corresponded to her looks. An erotic bearing and charming words. A devilish woman, basically. Still, even though she might be a succubus, from my point of view, I can only see her as another demon. When I investigated it later, there's a legend I found that her ancestor had mixed with a succubus, and now she is mostly a demon. In my opinion, perhaps over the generations they were made to acquire seduction skills from a young age, or at least they were educated along those lines. In practice, her words and manner certainly do give that impression, but when I tried observing, it seemed somehow fishy. Amongst the alluring behavior, there is an occasional sense of calculated actions to outwit the opponent from time to time. Even so, I don't get the sense that she is assertively doing that with the intention to get the upper hand. Possibly, at heart she might actually be pretty serious and timid person, you know? What else with that? I'm being a bit, or rather, very stingy. The only splendid thing about her were those boobs. So I don't feel the need to be particularly cautious of her. Even for that acting of hers which would crush mine, I think I probably don't need to worry about it. If she does something suspicious, I can just cut her down immediately. But I guess even if I ignored her instead, it wouldn't become a big problem. The third commander is, outrageous. A pacifist and coward. Yet it seems he's the commander because his underlings are strong. The commander isn't too happy with that either. And in practice, it's really the subordinates who are moving the Third Army. It seems that those subordinates are a bunch of stupidly honest soldiers who were attracted to the commander's character. Muscle brains, so to speak. Watching them is just a waste of time. The Fifth Army commander is a samurai. When I said I was an agent of the Demon King, I was treated to the greatest hospitality. I was passionately spoken to with lines like, "To be able to meet you is a service itself to Her Majesty, the Demon King." It didn't feel like he was lying at all, and he doesn't seem to be the type who can express himself through force of personality either. Due to his family's policy, it was predetermined that he would serve the Demon King from a young age, and it seems he gained that personality because of that. On top of that, since the previous Demon King disappeared, he lost the opportunity to serve the Demon King until now. And due to that, it seems his zeal is overflowing with unnecessarily pointless enthusiasm. It's good, I guess. Yep. Well, if his enthusiasm to be useful to the Demon King is for real, then that works too. The Sixth Army commander is a little boy. When I asked, I heard he'd only very recently become the commander. He is apparently a genius magician. I'm not too sure apart from that. I was only able to get a small amount of time, so I didn't achieve much more than seeing his face. So far he has not made any suspicious movements though, so it seems that the monitoring can continue from now on without too much worry. The 8th and onwards have withdrawn to the back regions of the demon territory and are not coming out, so they're ignored. Actually, despite their name, it seems they're not really worth being called an army. No more than regional guards. Those that aren't around aren't a problem. Inside the demon territories, the biggest problem is the vampire girl. That girl is forming a fucking reverse harem. What for? For sucking blood. What the heck? That vampire girl is fucking sucking the blood of her reverse harem members. Well, she is a vampire, so it's hardly a mistake to do that though, you know. But I didn't gave out such an order either. A problem has even occurred in the human territories. At the time when I was finally about to complete my monitoring system in the human territories, I was able to discover Sensei. Somehow, it seems she is going to school. In addition, there is likely several reincarnators there. I can only see this being trouble. Notes, the flag in the title is specifically in the sense of death flag and other such flags. The succubus race seems to be a different race to the demon race, rather than a subset. Chapter 238. Academy 2. The Aji-sama absolutely gave it his all. Against the overwhelming difference in status, he was able to close the gap with willpower alone. I never expected him to hold out that much, to the extent that it's a bit of a shame for him to be left in a world like this. To the end, he always did his best, and was cut down by Ogre Koen. I'll just say that his last moments were beyond splendid. What is curious is Ogre Koen, as it seems that at the end his sanity instantly recovered. HRM. It seems that he has not actually been completely swallowed up by wrath yet. Maybe even now it's still possible for him to turn back to how he was. Though saying that, I got no idea how though. It's possible that Kuro would know, but he is all sealed up though. Soru, Okudekon. There's nothing I can do for you. Good luck. With such feelings, I'm leaving Ogre Koen alone for a while. The other problems are at the Human Academy and at the Demon Academy. At the Demon Academy, I guess you could say that the problem is the vampire girl building a reverse harem and then sucking their blood. The impression I got is that when she is sucking their blood, they're being mesmerized by hypnotism or something. Somehow the ones who have their blood sucked don't remember, it seems. In that case, well, is there a problem? The vampire girl is a vampire after all. Being a vampire basically means having to suck blood, you know. If anything, until now she has been sucking too little instead. Apart from what I made her drink, she hadn't ever drunk anything on her own, going in hand with her body's growth. Have her instincts as a vampire also blossomed in that respect? For some reason or another, the act of sucking blood has the sense of being erotic, so it seems plausible that around the time of puberty that changes will occur. Well, either way, I guess it's faster to ask her directly. Blood? Yes, I'm sucking it. She gives a light reply with a sense of what of it. Ah, somehow I know without even asking. Vampire girl, it's your debut as a genuine vampire. That's what that light reply indicates. In short, compared to Vampire Girl's human consciousness, her vampire consciousness has become the stronger one. The soul is pulled by the body. Even with the same soul, if the body changes and the soul lives for a long time in that body, then the soul will be pulled along and also change gradually. Vampire Girl used to be human, but now she is a vampire. She has her memories of when she was still a human, with such instincts remaining as well, but now she is living as a vampire. Obviously, her soul will become more vampire than human. For the Vampire Girl, her way of thinking as a vampire is already strong. Her resistance to sucking blood has gone away. Think of her sucking the blood of her reverse harem members as being on the level of an afternoon snack. She sure has fallen. In this, maybe I'm also part of the reason why. For the Vampire Girl to have awoken her vampire consciousness to be this natural. Maybe compared to when she was a human, there was too big a divergence. From when she was young, she has been trained by me, and her soul has been continuously upgraded after all. So, it was just too big a change compared to when she was human, and most of her old self is now gone. Ha ha ha. Well, there is no harm in it. Since she was actually born as a vampire, she has to live her whole life as a vampire after all. If she had her human consciousness around forever, it would just get in the way after all. Compared to the time when I once worried about Mara. Having total awareness as a vampire and acting on it is many times better, I'd say. Basically, do it even more. So for the Vampire Girl, all is well. Sensei, on the other hand, seems to be meeting with someone. To Sensei's side is a body that Potamus is operating. It sure seems that he is up to something in the country called the Anarite Kingdom. While I don't know the exact details involved, it's clearly nothing decent. I gotta strengthen the monitoring. I make my clones secretly pursue after those two. Their destination is the royal castle of all things. In a room in the royal castle, Sensei and Potamus meet with two children. When Sensei has given a self-introduction, I think it's common courtesy to give your name as well, you know how. Excuse me, I am the fourth prince of this country, Shurain Zagan Anarike. I am the eldest daughter of Duke Anabald. Karnatia Seri Anabald. Well, these two are ones I demarked as possibly being reincarnators. Since I had prioritized Sensei, I hadn't looked too deeply into the royal castle, so it feels like things have developed in an unexpected direction in an unexpected place. As for why I've not looked too deeply into the royal castle, there is one other reason. I see. A prince and a duchess is it. How nice. I'm so in Moe. It can't be Oka-chan. You mustn't use Chan on Sensei, you know how. But you're re-eyed. Confirmed. Ah, reincarnating as a prince and duchess, huh? What with you being winners in life from the moment you're born? What about me, who was born as a spider monster in a labyrinth? Discrimination, much? So, would you mind telling me your names from your previous lives, the end? Af, Em Yamada Shunsuke. Em Ooshima Kenate. Boah. Gut, Goog. I unconsciously choked. What ya playing at D? He. Oshima-kun. What with the sex change? Well, since he was reborn, I guess a change of gender isn't that strange, but still. But this, D totally did it on purpose, right? Yeah. Sensei, this isn't the time to be going I'm so in Moe. It's a big problem. What were we going to do about this? Well, there is nothing that can be done, though. What type of person was Oashima-kun again? I remember. There was one time he confessed to me. Well, to be precise, it was to Wakaba Iro, though. That memory, isn't a particularly happy memory, though. Oshima-kun came to confess with the assumption that he'd be completely rejected, you know. After being shot down, he easily withdrew, saying, I figured as much. However, perhaps what was unfortunate for Oashima-kun was that from this point, D kept an eye out on him. Gender identity disorder is not quite what it was, but Oashima-kun wasn't he really interested in the opposite sex? Boys are wild beasts. In comparison, Owashima had little desire for such things. The full realization of that came from observing him after the confession. The way in which he looked at girls was different to the other boys. In addition, I suspect that Owashima himself was aware of just how abnormal he was in comparison. That is why he confessed to Wakaba Iro with the assumption of being rejected. He wanted to establish the fact that he was rejected by a girl. Thus, he chose the one who most definitely reject him. If he established the fact that he confessed, he would then be able to conceal his abnormality of not being interested in girls. If he rejected, then there's no need to go dating either. It's then convenient instead. It was a hopeless confession from the start, and unsurprisingly, he was completed rejected. He created that situation. It's sure not that pleasant a feeling. In short, even though he was in love at all, it's the case that I was used to be confessed to after all. Even if that wasn't actually me, I still actually have the memory of that. Did both D and I have the same feelings, I wonder? In that case, maybe Owashima had his gender swapped as a bit of harassment. I'm sure that D is more than capable of doing that. That being said, it's certainly the case that D takes a special perspective on things, even if that's treating someone as a plaything. I would be surprised if she had trained that strange skill, commence strict monitoring of the target or something. And then, there's one more person I'm worried about. Yamada Koen's little sister. In this country, originally, there were 3 people who I had marked as possibly being reincarnators. Born at almost the same time, the 3 people who were called geniuses. Though it's the case that 2 of them were actually reincarnators, the last person was excluded by Sensei. She probably investigated by using the ruler authority, I'd guess. Though she's not a reincarnator. She's a genius rivaling a reincarnator. Worried. I guess I should investigate that little sister a bit. Notes: it's a bit hard to describe Oka-chan's original way of speaking. She often adds a cute emphasis at the end of sentences, so I use drawn-out vowels and a character for that. I'm sure most readers here know what mo means in this context, but Oka-chan uses the verb form, moru, instead, which I decided to translate as I'm so in mo. The lines spoken by Oka-chan, Shunsuke, and Kanata in this chapter are mostly originally from Chapter S11. Though in that chapter, we don't actually see them give their original names, though it obviously happened around then. Chapter 239, Varied Academy Life, the several reincarnators, including Sensei, began to attend a human academy. What is surprising is that in addition to the 2 reincarnators that Sensei met previously, is that there's 2 more reincarnators going to the same academy. Natsume-kun and Hasabi-san. With regards to Hasabi-san, it's rude to say this, but she hadn't left me with much of an impression. It's not like she faded into the background or something, but she didn't stand out either. Just ordinary, I guess. That's the kind of girl I feel she was. Actually, I just don't remember her. Sorry. But the impression of the reincarnated Hasabi-san is completely different to her previous life and is intense. Firstly, she's beautiful. In my vague recollection, in her previous life, I don't get the impression that she was particularly beautiful, but instead that with what felt like some remaining childhood immaturity, she had a winsome face. But in this life, she's definitely beautiful. She has smooth facial features to the extent that her future prospects shine through even while she's still a child. Well, saying that it's pretty common for the reincarnators to be handsome boys or pretty girls, though. Maybe it's a present from D or something. Saying that, it's her insides that have changed more intensely. As the name implies, the divine words are the words of God. They are literally a revelation from God. That is why, in order to hear that voice even slightly more often, we must raise our levels and train our skills. Since if you don't do that, then you obviously cannot hear the words of God. Whoa. Nai wa. Why did this happen? With regards to Hasabi-san, I haven't understood that organization yet, have I? But it sure seems that the divine word religion has some hidden tricks. Faraj Workoin, who is also hidden. There's occasionally some contact, so I'm able to grasp a situation, though. And the final reincarnator in the hands of the divine word religion is Kusama-kun. I've been putting it off until now, but maybe I should get in touch with the Divine Word Religion again or something. There's a precedent already with someone like Potamus, so, depending on the circumstances, they may become an annoying enemy. What kind of intention do they have for sheltering the reincarnators, I wonder? Because of that, I also wonder what their reason is for intentionally sending that person to the elf village. What are the Divine Word Religion aiming for with their actions, I wonder? I need to find out. However, I wonder if it's okay in Hisabi-san's case to leave her alone. It seems this girl has already gone half crazy. While it could be said that she has been brainwashed to be convenient to the Divine Word Religion or something, it really seems unlikely that she has been entrusted with some secret orders or something like that. In what I've observed so far, she has not once taken any suspicious actions either. I'll continue monitoring her, but I don't need to be that vigilant, I guess. If there is a problem, then I'd say it's with Natsume-kun. Unlike Hisabi-san, I have a strong impression remaining of Natsume-kun. In a bad sense. Well, to put it simply, he is the leader of the pack type of kid. Even when he became a high school student, he was still always doing stuff like Big G. In addition, he is someone who attempted to literally crush me. In my previous memories of when I was a spider, I don't have a recollection that it was Natsume-kun. I only had awareness to the extent that somebody had been trying to kill me. However, that memory is complemented by the memories of Wakaba Iro. She remembers the situation when Natsume-kun was trying to crush a single spider. And also Sensei, who stopped him. Do I bear a grudge against him for that? You bet. You could say that he almost killed me. Although my memories as a spider have been mostly lost, the terror I felt at that time and the gratitude of when I was saved is something I've never forgotten. Is there some means by which I can harass Natsume-kun, I wonder? Killing him would be the quickest and most refreshing way. But if I did that, I'm sure Sensei would be saddened. I remember the conversation that Sensei had with Owashima-kun. When Sensei was discussing the students who had died, she kept a brave face on. But I know more. When she is sleeping, there are times when she wakes up while crying. The times when she says I'm sorry in a small voice while trembling. There are 4 dead students. One of those is doing just fine though, so it's really 3 students. I'm fully aware of the harshness of this world. When mere high school students from Japan were reborn as babies in such a world, the victims were limited to just 3 students. I think it's likely that before I was aware of it, that she was continuously crossing a very dangerous bridge and was continuing to take huge risks. From my perspective, I think her achievements are more than good enough. But Sensei does not think so herself. She is always thinking to herself about whether she could have saved the 3 who died. I'm sure it wasn't possible, though. There is not all that much that a single individual can achieve, since even a god is not omnipotent. Thinking that they all could have been saved is nothing other than unwarranted pride. I think Sensei can take pride in what she achieved. But it's precisely because she cannot do that is why Sensei is Sensei, I guess. Really, whether it's Sensei, whether it's the Demon King, whether it's Kuro, all with this impossible dream that everything can be concluded with a happy ending. This can't end with some grand finale. There is too many scum in the world for everything to be saved. There is the likes of Potamus and Natsume-kun, you know. I've kept an eye out on Natsume-kun since an early stage. Having been called a genius since birth, I wondered if he might be a reincarnator. And sure enough, he was. At the time when he met up with Sensei and the others, I already knew that he was actually Natsume-kun, though. After all, Natsume-kun hasn't changed inside since his previous life, you know. Actually, he has gotten worse than before, perhaps. Born as a prince of all things. Lionized as a genius since birth, having a strong power while actually being a child and all that. Oh yes, he has gotten conceited. A total braggart. An ego so inflated he might lift off. To pop that inflated ego is simple enough, but maybe that isn't my job. While watching him irritates me no end. I probably shouldn't intervene too much, since there just happens to be all these reincarnators gathered together in this isolated space called an academy. If I take some imprudent action here and it gets noticed, then Potamus or him might possibly intervene. That would be bad, particularly him, Yamada-kun's elder brother. I want to avoid intervention from the hero Julius. Notes: Hazei best words in this chapter are new. They're not quoted from another chapter. Side chapter K1 is when Okachan and Kadia discuss the 4 students thought to be dead. For those who didn't click the link. Big G is how Takashi Goda from Doraemon is officially called in the English dubs. In Japanese, his nickname is John, which is how Shiro refers to him here. Chapter 240. The hero title. As a matter of fact, what's really troublesome is that the hero Julius is the brother of Yamada-kun. When I met him last, he was a really tiny kid, but now he has become all grown up and is quite a handsome man. His facial features don't really resemble Yamada-kun though. There's this feeling of mildness and gentleness. It's kind of like, just by looking at his face, you can recognize the aura of a virtuous person being given off. Perhaps this is just my prejudice, but it feels like those who always have a mild smile on their face are generally concealing some ulterior motive, but for the hero that doesn't seem to be the case. It feels like my clones are being purified by his smiles alone, you know. He's a hero like that, but I don't really want to get involved with him. When I met him during the war, he was still a small child, and I had planned to keep my distance from him after seeing how bright his future looked. But between then and now, the situation has changed a lot. In the first place, with my apotheosis, I have no need for experience points or the like anyway. Experience points? Are those good to eat? Waste of space. So basically, I don't have any particular need to go out of my way to target him. At a personal level at least. In short, I don't give a damn about him. However, if considered at a global level, I wouldn't say that at all. Just what is the hero in the first place? The answer is to oppose the Demon King. Apparently, from what I've seen in the system upgrade logs, the hero and Demon King were not included right from the start. In fact, a Demon King sprung forth naturally, a hero sprung forth to subjugate it, and then when Dia amused herself by inserting that into the system, it became the origin of the hero and Demon King, it seems. In short, the Demon King is actually older than the hero. Regarding the hero, to sum up that role, it's to defeat the Demon King. That's all. Compared to the Demon King, who can engage in all sorts of troublesome activities, the hero's reason for being is exceedingly simple. Defeat the Demon King. Conversely, you could say that the one who defeats the Demon King is the hero, or you could also say that the one defeated by the hero is the Demon King. It's in that last bit where the problem lies, you see. In the hero title, there is a secret effect with no explanation. The one with the hero title is obviously the hero, but there is also a hidden factor included in the hero that is like a skill. It's there that D playfully arranged a strange gimmick that can't be taken lightly. With the title of hero, when someone is defeated, they are granted the subjugated by the hero title as a hidden effect. Well, defeated almost always equals killed, so you might say that gaining that is pretty meaningless for someone who has died. However, in the case of undeads or those with the patient skill, or in the case of some sort of miraculous revival, then the significance of this title appears. The skills granted by this title are Demon King LV1 and Taboo LV1. Herein lies the problem, whether it's for the hero or whether it's for the Demon King. Those with either skill are likely to become the next title holders. It seems that the Demon King has avoided becoming the Demon King until now by the authority of the ruler of gluttony. But if the skill is raised, then that alone makes inheriting the title easy. Being subjugated by the hero. With just that the Demon King's title gets one step closer, you see. Well, the Demon King's throne is already occupied, so that's not the problem. If there's a problem, it's with the title and the system itself. The thing known as a title. This frequently produces the particular effect of having skills be acquired at the same time. In addition, 2 skills are automatically received simultaneously on acquisition. When considered with the effect of the title itself, it could be said that 3 skills are received at once. Getting a dangerous skill like Taboo is one part, but the other one obtained as standard is more valuable. It has helped me in all sorts of ways. However, there's a big trap hidden in titles. Skills can either be acquired by paying the compensation, known as skill points, or as the fruit born due to training. So they consist of proper trade-offs and fair exchange. In comparison, Titles are obtained merely by meeting the conditions. Unlike skills, although there are also titles that require great efforts to obtain, the majority of titles don't have requirements like that. For that subjugated by the hero title from earlier, it's obtainable just with being defeated by the hero. That is not remotely like fair exchange, simply an award. Well then, from where is that awarded? The answer is the system and the MA area. Normally, for the skills gained from a title, if the person who received them trains even a little bit by the time they die, then the balance becomes net positive overall, okay? Or perhaps, expecting that is why there are S titles in the system. Like with a loan, when a title is lent, the accumulated interest is returned on death, as it were. But in the current situation of desperate times, lending out MA energy is something that I want to avoid. We're too hard up. So, what is actually troublesome is the subjugated by the hero titles being obtained by those defeated by the hero. I have gotten one of those too. Hey, it's not anything like I actually wanted to gain this, okay? Or rather, I thought I could actually gain it even. After Apotheosis, I'm totally outside the system anyway. But I was able to gain it, mysteriously enough. For the origin, you could think of it being like my fault for clumsily hacking the system. Because of that, a strange response occurred, a bit like a bug. When the hero defeated one of my clones, that title came along. Of course, the title couldn't be sustained as is, so the instant it was received, automatically the amount of energy was reduced. Basically, that happens every time a clone is defeated. Yeah, here I'm saying that the amount of energy is bad. Then the next minute, I'm pointlessly wasting that energy. Well, for the current me, this was unavoidable. It's bad that I got it, but I only noticed it after I got it. For now, I'll start hacking the managed data in that area, as that bug must get fixed. In addition, the hero sure is relentless in targeting my clones, huh? Is it that? The trauma from the battle back then? He has got excessively good instincts, so all nearby clones get obliterated. Thanks to that, I haven't been able to dispatch my clones much around Yamada-kun. Honestly, I can't stop this nuisance. But I can't resolve it either. And so, though it's a bad choice, I've got no option but to not get involved as much as possible. So vexing. I'm saved by Yamada-kun and the rest entering the academy. Although it's not like he is always moving around from place to place as the hero. Every now and then he returns, and whenever that happens my clones are gotten rid of. But even the hero can't meddle at the academy. So now I can do my surveillance in peace at last. The Commander S. Bad Day, Chapter The Commander S. Bad Day, Author S. Note. From the perspective of 1st Army Commander Argner, the movements of the elves are considerably subdued. They are still keeping in touch with me, but that is also becoming reduced. I do not believe that they have become suspicious, but considering the recent unrest here, perhaps they are even considering a full-scale withdrawal from the demon territory. In response to my report, the Demon King sitting before me calmly nods her head in acknowledgement. Then, she slowly raises a cup of tea to her mouth. Firstly, she enjoys the aroma, then she drinks it. While her expression does not change, she appears to find it satisfactory. In my heart, I feel relief at that. It appears that Her Majesty has uncommon fastidiousness about what she consumes, so if something inferior is served, then I do not want to think about what might occur afterwards. Even now, I still do not know just what kind of person Her Majesty is. Considering the existence of the real Demon King, this person can only be a self-styled Demon King, yet I am compelled to state that her abilities greatly exceed even the real one. I used my personal intelligence forces to attempt to investigate the background of Her Majesty. But in the end, I could not reach a conclusion. I have been able to determine that she knows the real Demon King somehow or other, and that she appears to be currently staying at a mansion near the Demon King's castle. In addition, that mansion belongs to Balto Dano. Based on the fact that she is lodging at the mansion of Balto Dano, who is a close aide of the new Demon King, it is probably no mistake to say that she is connected with the real Demon King. However, that being the case, when we met for the first time, why did she conduct herself as an envoy for a fake Demon King and claim to be the Demon King? I cannot understand. In no way does she appear to be hostile to the real Demon King. But what is the benefit to her in contacting me in secret then? I cannot understand. All I can think of is that it might involve the elves. Does she have some reason why she does not want the real Demon King to perceive the relationship with the elves? If that is the case, then what to make of it? Can it actually be something that could become a weakness to use against her? That is the question. No, even if that is a weakness to her, I cannot make use of it. There is too great a gap in strength. No matter how much I try to scheme, this person can simply force me to yield. Also, if I attempt that, I am sure that she will not hesitate to respond. From her attitude, I fully realize that to her, I am nothing more than a tool to be used. Don't think anything strange, okay? When was it again that I was told that? Those words that comprehend that I have not sworn an oath of allegiance from the bottom of my heart. Also, following those words, she continued by muttering, since it's annoying. No matter what I try to do, it can only be to the level of annoying. All my power as a leader amongst the demons only amounts to that. This goes beyond the realm indignation and into farce. Even I am just a tool. I am forced to realize that nothing can be done. There is nothing that I can do. Everything that I have built up to now can be brought down in an instant. There is nothing I can do to stop it. I am sure that this person is going to bring about upheaval to the world. Something that will even overshadow the unprecedented war that the real Demon King is attempting to formulate. Whatever that might be, I have not the slightest idea. Until now, in order to protect the worn-down demons, I have been making efforts in order to try to avoid war. When the previous Demon King vanished, I thought there was a rare chance. The absence of the hero and the absence of the Demon King. A golden opportunity such as this almost never presents itself. The demons at that time were in no state to go to war. That could also be said of the humans as well. If instead, had both the Demon King and hero both been well, and had the pair of them clashed, it is possible that the demons and humans would have destroyed each other. I took efforts in order to reorganize the tattered demons. To that end, I even borrowed resources from the disgusting elves. They cannot generally be trusted, but amongst them there are those that truly desire for world peace. I had no alternative but to try something. It wasn't the time to care about outward appearances. And then, just when the recovery had finally begun to take hold, a new Demon King appeared. That Demon King's objective was to make demons and humans fight each other. The preparations for that have been advancing steadily. If she had been an average Demon King, I would have attempted to topple her in secret, whether or not such force would have stopped her. But instead, the new Demon King is a monster known as the oldest divine beast. There is no way to win. And then, there's the one who surpasses even that. Her Majesty. With regard to the war that the real Demon King is attempting to wage, Her Majesty has also affirmed her consent. There is nothing I can do to attempt to avoid this war. Nothing at all. Before the war even begins, I have lost. To what end have all my efforts been for until now? If war breaks out, everything I have built up would come crashing down. I'm sure the demons will be driven into a corner again. Or perhaps my real fight will begin once the war ends. That much is true. So long as I still breathe, I cannot allow the demons to be exterminated. I heard the sound of a container breaking. I turn my eyes towards the Demon King, and the cup in her hands has been crushed. While her eyes open, is something the matter? Have I committed some error? Thinking so, I ask while concealing the impatience in my heart. The pupils in the Demon King's eyes are restlessly moving about. One of them looks at me. With just that, I feel a pressure that seems like it could crush my heart. There is an urgent matter. Shortly after saying that, the Demon King teleports. That moment, the sweat that I had been suppressing gushes out like a waterfall. What has happened? Has something occurred that would fluster even Her Majesty? Immediately, I summon my men, ordering them to strengthen the surrounding patrols. Afterwards, I order intelligence gathering. However, there is no abnormality nearby, nor is there any intelligence on any emergency that could seemingly fluster Her Majesty in the end. Notes: Ardner tends to refer to Shiro using the term Okata, which is a somewhat archaic and also very polite way to refer to someone. I've translated this as Her Majesty, etc., though it's not strictly accurate. SS Christmas, Chapter SS Christmas, Author's Note. This is a side story unrelated to the main story teleportation completed. I arrive at the Wakaba residence on Earth for the first time in a while. I boot up the PC and confirm the date. All according to plan. It's the December 24th, Christmas Eve. I then start the game. I log in as Bald Dude for the first time in a while and savor the nostalgia. Though actually it's just a long time in my mind. In reality, it's the first time as me, you know. I've come today in order to participate in the special Christmas events in the game. I had determined that I was going to come, but suddenly I find myself here. Somehow I feel that I have to participate in the events, though I don't know why. It really should be D that's doing this, but she is not here. I surely hope not, but not being manipulated by her, am I? Like making me do it because she can't come herself or something? Surely not. Whatever the circumstances, she can't go that far, I'm sure. She can't, right? Well, whatever. If that is the case, there's no particular harm in this. I'm just playing a game. Nothing more. If she actually did do something, I'd be somewhat, rather annoyed though. Yeah, let us not think about it. Let us just enjoy the game to the max. Yahoo Bald Dude is as dreamy as ever. Austere, strong, and cool. Enthusiastically, I complete the subjugation of the event S boss monster solo. This boss S difficulty was to the level where a raid party would presumably be required. Without realizing it, at some point I used thought acceleration or something and attacked at full power. There was a time limit, so I won, but it took a long time to defeat it. Incidentally, in this game, parties are all managed separately in the boss room, so it's not like I had the boss to myself for extended periods. I glance up at the clock. Gak, the date has changed. Merry Christmas. While I'm here, let us go buy some chicken and cake. I have money. It's really DS though, but it's fine if I use it. I help myself to her clothes too. Our sizes should be the same after all. So basically, I go to the convenience store and stuff my face with the chicken I bought. I have to keep my eyes closed, so I got some puzzled looks from the staff. But other than that, I have no problems with the purchase. However, there sure are many people about. Because it's Christmas? There is Christmas parties and get-togethers all over the place, I guess. Death to normies. Somehow I felt that I had to say that. Well, it's not like I really care, though. I'm not interested in love, etc. In the first place, there is not much point for a god to have children either. I'm practically immortal with eternal youth, so why have kids, huh? But Kuro fell in love even though he is a god, so it's not like it's impossible, I guess. Love, huh? I just don't get it. Lazing around by myself like this while living idly is enough happiness for me, though. What is this called again? Unpopular girl? Notes, Bald Dude, Heijayaji. It might actually be the character S name in the game. The Japanese for death to normies is Ryaju Shine. A Ryaju is sort of the opposite of an otaku, a person fulfilled in real life. The Japanese for unpopular girl is Mojo, a term perhaps most famously associated with Tomoko Kuroki from Watamote. Chapter 241. The Clown on Stage. I'm listening to Ardner's report. It regards the investigation on the movements of the elves that I entrusted to him. In practice, however, my focus is on another matter. At the Human Academy, an excursion is being carried out. It might nominally be called an extracurricular hunt, but from my point of view, I can only see it as an excursion with guaranteed safety. Normally, this should be a worthless event, and there wouldn't be anything for me to worry about. However, I have gathered plenty of clones at the small mountain where the extracurricular activities will take place. The reason is Natsum-kun. That guy seems to be up to something. Natsum-kun burns with a considerably strong antagonism towards Yamada-kun, something I know all too well from my monitoring. From my monitoring to date, I've seen that Natsum-kun has been given considerably favorable treatment due to the status and abilities he got from reincarnation, and has all the indications of having become carried away. But then appears Yamada-kun. Basically, Yamada-kun is a cheat existence above Natsum-kun. He has almost equal strength to Natsum-kun, is living diligently, and on top of that has a kind and modest nature. In addition, he is the hero's younger brother. Since he is all that at level 1, his future is promising. Currently they're equal, but it's obvious that sooner or later Yamada-kun will leave Natsum-kun behind. I think Natsum-kun has noticed that as well. That's why he is hostile towards Yamada-kun, going so far as to take the extreme course of trying to eliminate him. Until now, everything he needed to go his way has done so. Having been able to get away with anything, Natsume-kun's groundless prejudices have given rise to violence. There are assassins lurking on the mountain. There are not many. If I decide to get rid of them, it would be easy enough to do so. This time I prepared not just the normal monitoring clones, but also the fully battle-orientated clones. However, it wouldn't be a good idea for me to take action. It'd be for the best if the people themselves can settle the matter. If there's a problem, then it's the monster that the assassins have brought with them, I guess. I don't know how they were able to tame such a thing, but the assassins are accompanied by a single monster. An Earth Drake. From what I've seen, it's not risen to a full dragon, but it's close, a considerably superior Earth Drake. If I could appraise it, I would be able to know the details, but right now I can only roughly estimate its strength. It's likely that it's about equal to the Fire Drake that I once fought against in the middle layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Seriously, how were they able to bring it? The Earth Drake is submissively sitting in a cage. However, if it wanted to, it should be strong enough to easily destroy that cage. Some kind of special circumstances, perhaps? Well, whatever. If that Earth Dragon stands in Sensei's way, then I will show no mercy. That's all. Then, while I've been pondering, the situation has changed. Aiming right for the moment when Yamada-kun is alone, Natsume-kun comes swooping down. What? What with that haphazardly sloppy attack? Couldn't you do something more suitable, Instead, he actually declares that this is my world, all proud. Lost your head much? No, I'm not questioning it, I'm declaring it. This guy has lost his head. Originally his personality was like that, but since he practically had a cheat-like birth as a prince, he made a huge misunderstanding in the end and lost the plot. I had this feeling while monitoring him, but he lost his head to a completely hopeless extent. On top of that, he weak. He singing his own praises like he the strongest around or something, but he nothing like that strong, In that regard, the hero-kun was stronger when I first met him. Well, I guess if you consider his age, then maybe he adequately strong, but he has no hope of beating our vampire girl with just that. Yamada-kun should only be level 1, but he still able to fight pretty equally. The assassins, on the other hand. Sensei has magnificently turned the tables on them by now. Sensei is strong. Perhaps she could defeat an eel by herself? The assassins attempted to release the Earth Drake in desperation, but I stealthily prevented that. Even for Sensei, an Earth Drake would be too much of an opponent. If it comes down to it, I can simply intervene myself, but I want to limit myself to stealthily supporting her as much as possible. Sensei's magic smacks in a Natsume-kun. Natsume-kun goes flying. Undaunted, he attempts to fight against Sensei, but again he is knocked to the ground with magic. Kid, you ain't gonna beat Sensei. Her strength and experience are in another league. She doesn't have experience of war in the demon territory for nothing. Sensei has been up to various secret maneuvering in the demon territory. Her actions have been dodgy dealings to attempt to stop the demons from going to war. Sometimes contacting demons to persuade them to avoid war, sometimes physical sabotage, all designed to postpone the war preparation of the demons. That's all for the sake of Vampire Girl, who is on the demon's side, to prevent her from being dragged into war, I'd bet. For some reason, she believes that the Vampire Girl will die if war takes place. I don't understand why, but Sensei is convinced of that. It's a mystery as to what her conviction and actions are based on, but what's important is that Sensei believes it to be true. Without that, I'm sure she wouldn't be taking such absurd actions in order to prevent war, just to save a single student. Well, she may also be thinking that students other than the Vampire Girl could become involved if war occurs, though. For Sensei, who has been continuously fighting from the shadows like that, there's no way she'd lose to some child living a life of luxury. Sensei has even been able to trouble me somewhat, It's been hard work to keep Sensei safe. By manipulating intelligence through Argner, slowly but surely, I've been cornering her. To make sure that she almost can't take any action in the demon territory. Eventually, I started spreading around disinformation about unrest occurring in Yamada-Koen-S country to force her to focus there, and in the end, I was finally able to make her go there. It took a long time, though it was outside my expectations that she'd come with that bastard, though. On top of that, it was outside my expectations that she'd actually make a big gathering of reincarnators at the academy, though. It was also outside my expectations that every one of those damn reincarnators would be problem children, though. It's not like that S troubling me. It's not, okay. Besides, well, sensei, do I wonder? Rip off an arm or two. What the heck are you doing? Ruler authority? The cup of my hands is smashed. The contents spill over my body, but I don't give a damn about that. There's an urgent matter. I say no more than that to Ardner and teleport. I think I did well with that simple refusal. I was too flustered to begrudge more than that. This is way out of the league of my clones. Without the abilities of my main body, this is impossible to deal with. Thus, I arrive at the destination I teleported to, the lowest layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Specifically, to the furthest depths where the goddess is sealed away. Chapter 242, The Devotion of the Fool. The location I have teleported to is a huge room. The floor is entirely covered with a faint glitter, extending so far out as to cause an optical illusion that the horizon and sky can't be distinguished. Inside this room that appears to extend infinitely, there's an enormous magic circle filling it that looks like a geometric pattern. And then, nesting amongst that magic circle like threads of a web, are countless small spiders. My clones. The clones here are hacking the system. Here, in the heart of this world, serving as the management region of the System S Nexus, is the place where the goddess is sealed away. At the center of the magic circle, there she is, the goddess. With half her body missing, the goddess appears to have merged halfway into the floor of the room, as if chanting a curse. An incessant system message is being recited from her mouth. Proficiency requirements met, she only has one mouth, so that voice is heard, overlapping repeatedly. Before my apotheosis, I had heard that voice ad nauseum. I had provisionally called it the voice of heaven. Since it's actually the case that it's the voice of the goddess, I wasn't exactly wrong, was I? I approached the goddess, who is continuing to read out the messages with a vacant expression. Then, with my hand shaped like a blade, I thrust it into the top remaining half of her body. The goddess has a look of anguish on her face. However, I disregard that and move the hand I had thrust in, Barado the goddess body. Error. Unexpected access from outside identified. Proceeding to eliminate. The look of anguish disappeared from the goddess expression, and simultaneously pain spreads through my hand. I ignore it. I pay no attention to the pain, carrying on to begin hacking. Minute spasms spread across the goddess S body. The goddess manages the System S Nexus that has taken root in this world. I'm directly interfering there, to temporarily intervene with the system. What I'm intervening with is the effect of the ruler skill that is about to be activated, both the activator and also the target of that skill. For both of them, I start interfering with the root cause known as the system. The activator, it goes without saying, is Sensei. The target individual is Natsum-kun. The skill S effect is to offer up almost all of the soul S power to the system, including skills, status values, skill points, and so on. However, that effect was not originally something that could be used on others. Sensei is forcibly changing that to exercise it on others. When such an absurd thing is done, there is a heavy burden on the skill user. In the first place, to activate this skill is basically almost equivalent to suicide. Via the system, I inhibit the operation of the skill. Natsum-kun-'s skills have gone, and his status values have gone down drastically. I don't give a damn about that. The problem is on Sensei's side. By forcibly activating the skill, Sensei's own skills are disappearing as a side effect. If that was all, then no big deal. But because Sensei is protecting Natsum-kun's soul, Sensei's own soul is now on the brink of collapse. I ain't grumbling about something minor here. I somehow reconnect Sensei's collapsing soul and start to regenerate it. I somehow manage to prevent the collapse. All the same, it's not like they're S0 damage though. I breathe again and pull my hand out from the goddess's body. The wound on the goddess vanishes in an instant, and she begins to mutter the system messages again as if nothing had happened. Seriously, what a crazy thing to do. If she was unlucky, or rather, if I hadn't intervened, then Sensei's soul would have collapsed and she'd have died. In addition, for the soul to collapse means that even reincarnation is not possible. Complete death. Really, that was absurd. Through my clones, I check on Sensei and the others. Having his skills erased, Natsum-kun is thrown into confusion. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yamada-kun is in a daze. And, finally, putting on a brave face with all her might while totally worn out, is Sensei, who is instructing Natsum-kun. This world does not belong to you. I advise you to reflect on this time and to live like a normal person from now on. Because even if you merely gain skills and become stronger, nothing good will come of it. She S against gaining skills? Why? I don't understand her doubts, nor her solution. It's like the feeling of a small bone being stuck in your throat. My mood can't relax at all. Well, whatever. Sensei, either way, your actions this time will be in vain. Even if you steal Natsum-kun's skills. In the end, he's still 1T change. Natsum-kun isn't likely to reflect on his actions at all. And furthermore, your skill isn't perfect either. Even if you erase his skills, because he used it for a different purpose than originally intended, the end result is incomplete. In the case of Natsum-kun's erased skills, for the part of the soul's power used for those skills, half of that is still remaining in Natsum-kun. A skill that is something that shaped the power of the soul into a form that makes it easy to use and practice. As such, the power of the soul that is currently in use is customized by the power of the system into an easily accessible form. In short, so long as the power of the soul remains, it means that it is still possible to acquire another skill. For something easy to understand like skill points, it basically means putting on display the excess amount that can be used. Natsum-kun has certainly lost his skills. However, he still possesses half the remaining energy from them. Then, it is apparent that his state will change back to how it was. All Sensei has done is to just briefly stop him in his tracks and nothing more. For the crazed Natsum-kun, I don't think that is going to even stop him at all, let alone something improbable like him reforming himself. Humans are not such noble creatures. I look at the goddess. Sensei for one, the goddess for another. I wonder why they are trying to devote their lives to such pointless things. Scum will be scum. No matter how far you go, they want to be saved. Why don't they get that? Also, why are they able to sacrifice themselves in order to try to save that lot? It's incomprehensible. Eminoid. What do they think of their own lives? Isn't desperately struggling to stay alive what living creatures are supposed to be about? But they are doing nothing but going out of their way to waste their own lives. What makes me even angrier is that everyone I approve of does such things. This is why everything is getting ruined. The goddess' devotion, Kuro's anguish, the demon king's determination, and Sensei's charity. All of that lumped together just brings ruin. What the world? I don't care. If it's going to be destroyed, then go be destroyed already. Rather than everyone, I would rather save only those I approve of. What Sensei had activated was the presentation skill. The result is, as the name suggests, to present the power of the soul that is comprised of one's own skills to the world. Sensei forcibly made Natsum-kun present his skills and status. The end result felt like it became half a success and half a failure, though. Skills are formed from the power of the soul. So then, what happens when the power of the soul is suddenly lost? Well, when the power that comprises the soul is abruptly lost, the soul obviously collapses. Sensei sacrificed her own soul so that she could hold together Natsum-kun's soul, which would otherwise have collapsed. Then for Sensei's soul, it was me who held hers together. Because of that, even I've taken some damage, Sigh. To prepare for conflict against Kuro, I had wanted to avoid wasting energy as much as possible too. Well, this time it couldn't be avoided. However, I cannot allow Sensei to take the same measures again. For me, as a god, it was merely concluded with the sense of having uselessly wasted a bit of energy, but in Sensei's case, her soul has taken an enormous amount of damage. If she does the same thing one more time, I don't have any confidence that I can prevent a collapse again. I have to control Natsum-kun's activities as well. If I continue to just let him do as he pleases, I'm sure that nothing good will come of it. Okay, I've decided. Originally, I had intended to simply observe, but now I'm going to intervene with all my might. Notes: presentation is a skill that comes with the ruler of charity title. See Chapter 163. It's presentation, as in to present something to someone. Okachan's words to Natsum in this chapter were all from S15. Chapter 243. Guys with a screw loose are such. Sensei, Yamada-kun, and the rest have returned back to the academy. Natsum-kun is seized, and the assassins have been arrested by the other teachers who came rushing. I had appeared before them and used my evil eye to weaken them, so the teachers caught them easily. Also, although it had worried me the Earth Drake didn't T-rampage in the end and was retrieved in its cage to the teacher's camp. It seemed quite nervous, though. I wonder what S with that Earth Drake. Finally, Natsum-kun has been confined to his own room. Even though he had caused a problem, Natsum-kun is still the prince of a foreign country. It's not like they can just punish him. Well, it's not like that they absolutely cannot punish him either, though. Before long, he will definitely be punished. Before that, I gotta do something. I teleport to Natsum-kun's place. She, don't think it's over yet. This world is mine. Me only, the world exists for me only. I'll never accept an ending like this. Never. Until everything is in my hands, it's not gonna end. That elf BTCH. I'll definitely get revenge. No merci. Absolutely no merci. Someday he'll steal everything she has. Just like how she stole from me. Just you wait. Everything that she cares about, I'm gonna demolish it all. I'll make her pay dearly while laughing at her crying face. Just you wait. I'm gonna take back this world. Whoa. Mind if I leave? What is going on? He has completely lost it, yup. Somehow, I feel like I want to return while pretending that I've not seen anything. At this rate, he seems motivated enough to acquire the 7 deadly sin skills without me doing anything, you know. Ugh, I guess I can't just do that either. If I neglect this, it could become risky. Maybe instead of something risky, something risque? Okay, that's enough escaping from reality. I mean, I'm right beside him, and he's not even noticing me. It's like he can't even see various things around him anymore, huh? Well, that's handy for me, though. Slowly, I bind him with threads. Then I force him to turn around to face me and, bingo, activate Evil Eyes. Steal his consciousness. The next thing I do is bring out a tiny clone, the size of a fingertip. This, I grind into Natsum-kun's earhole. Natsum-kun's body twitches in convulsions, but I ignore it. He is fine. He is not going to die. I'm merely installing something that works a bit like a radio antenna, okay? If it can obey the radio waves, it'll be wonderful. A degenerate life awaits. Done. I confirm that the clone has properly reached his brain, then heal up Natsum-kun's ear. Well, I had to punch through various bits of his ear to reach the brain, you know. To actually go out of my way to heal him up, I'm so nice. Now, then, with this, Natsum-kun has basically become my puppet. It's not like I can't dominate him completely, but in that case, the development of his soul will slow. Instead, it would be better to limit myself to just guiding his thoughts somewhat. Though in an emergency, I won't restrict myself that much. Oops, I should erase his memory of me as well. Click-clack, done. For the duration of his confinement, I'll push him toward acquiring skills. At this rate, greed seems gettable.